Traveling through a different world, I became a typical extreme representative. Not only is my background extremely strange, I have not even seen the faces of my parents. Even I, who was originally a genius in cultivation, suddenly became a useless person one day. I still have an ancient ring in my hand. Oh, I have no memory from half a year ago, and I happen to be missing a bone in my body. This time, I found a treasure map at the stall, but was kidnapped by a small villain to explore the road. By accident, I actually helped Ling Qingyue solve the charm poison. If you dare to leak this matter, I will kill you. Ling Qingyue left this cold warning and turned to leave. Immortal, I can take care of it, I called out to her. Ling Qingyue turned back, her gaze shifting on me, realizing that my cultivation was only at the qi refining stage, saying, the gap between you and me is too big. It's impossible. Ling Qingyue was about to leave. I called out to her again. No one starts out as a strong person. I will become stronger. Ling Qingyue paused for a moment, a ripple of emotion rising in her heart. Ling Qingyue of the Taiqing Holy Land, come find me within 3 years. She paused, her voice barely audible. If you don't come, then forget about all of this. I am engaged to the Holy Son of the Tianxuan Holy Land. With that, Ling Qingyue turned and left, and I just shook my head inside lightly. Then it's time to work hard on cultivation. Will I beat the Holy Sun in 3 years and reach the peak of life? Immediately, my fingertips touched the stone wall. Feeling carefully, click sound, the stone wall slid open, revealing a hidden compartment, where an ancient and simple red bottle lay quietly. You're really lucky. The soul of Yen. She looked at the elixir bottle and couldn't help but sigh. After consuming it, your strength will be restored. I looked at this medicine elder with a golden finger template and smiled. I am a person with great luck. Yen. She no longer spoke much. After a few years of getting along, she also understood my luck. This guy always jumps off the cliff and always has adventures. He's simply a monster. I swallowed the elixir. The shackles inside my body shattered, and my cultivation recovered from the qi refining stage to the 4th layer of the golden core stage. I clenched my fist, feeling the power inside my body. That woman said she had an engagement with which Holy Sun? After speaking, I took out a small notebook, densely recording my list of enemies. I have offended many people, naturally not afraid of any Holy Sun, as if anyone is not a Holy Sun. But Yen Shi, upon hearing this, replied with a strange expression. Tianxian sacred ground. I was stunned. The son of the Tianxian Holy Land? Isn't that me? But I've never heard of my own engagement. Did I betray myself? What kind of plot is this? Ding! Detected. The conditions are met. System awakening. I was ecstatic in my heart, instantly throwing my previous doubts to the clouds. Although the protagonist template is good, leveling up all the way is satisfying. But I don't like the thrilling life of cliff jumping every day. The system is the best. Destiny is already an invincible path, with multiple systems and multiple paths. Antagonist reversal system binding successful. Detected the son of Qi luck. MOU. Suppressing him can get rich rewards. I was shocked. What? Antagonist reversal system? Suppressing the son of Qi luck? Or suppressing myself? Detected that you have successfully intercepted the daughter of the Qi family, the holy maiden Ling Qingyue of the Taiqing Holy Land. You forced a relationship with Ling Qingyue. Although the process was somewhat passive, it still caused irreversible blood damage across 3 major realms. Reward, pure yang kidney body. I was shocked, with waves of shock and horror in my heart. This is the legendary top physique. This system really gives good things. Then I won't be tired anymore. As a waste protagonist, I finally have a usable physique, which is really not easy. The scorching sun beside me also noticed my changes, with a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. How did you become stronger? Could it be because of dual cultivation? Her spiritual awareness is too weak now to see through my situation. I did not answer her, only because the system's prompt did not stop. Imou's opportunity has been intercepted by you. He must be in extreme grief. Now is the best time to plunder his luck. Plundering luck for you. Unknown force detected attempting to plunder your luck. Automatic defense mechanism activated. My face looked strange. This system feels a bit silly. Plundering my luck, and then adding protection to myself. This operation is really outrageous. Luck plunder failed, automatically replenishing your luck plus 1000 antagonist points plus 1000. I was speechless. Then I studied this strange system. It said that by suppressing the son of luck, rewards could be obtained. But the son of luck is myself. How should I suppress it? I decided to ignore it and directly opened the attribute panel. Name, MOU realm, 4th layer of golden core stage constitution, chaotic divine body, unawakened. Pure yang kidney body awakened techniques, Tianxian sacred canon, heaven tier superior. Great incineration heaven technique, human tier superior. Upgradable, spells, Tianxian sword technique, Tianxian spear technique, Tianxian thunder technique, special, immortal bone, incomplete. Azure abyssal flame. Pure yang true fire luck, 11,000, gold, antagonist points, 1,000. The existence of immortal bones and chaotic bodies does not surprise me. Which child of destiny has not been given a cheat code yet? Detected child of destiny, Yan Shi. Suppressed to receive rewards, destiny, purple, favorability, 100, treated as already given. The sun is standing by my side, wearing a fiery red long dress like flowing flames, perfectly outlining her heart-throbbing curves. Ding! Detected that you have successfully intercepted the daughter of the Qi family. Yan Shi. She is willing to sacrifice her life for you, although there is no romantic relationship for now. Building a good relationship first before engaging in a relationship is also a good choice. This system respects any of your hobbies, even if you like master-disciple play. System, how can you falsely accuse someone out of nowhere? I shouted in my heart. How could I possibly do such a thing? As a villain, naturally despised by those favored by the heavens. I'm sure you must have paid a high price for this game in order to deceive such powerful beings. Reward. Ghostly fire of the underworld. Ghostly fire of the underworld, extremely malicious. Can burn souls, incinerate all filth in the world. Has strong killing power against the primordial spirit. Needs to be strengthened with souls as fuel. Currently plundering the ink feather. Luck. Plunder failed. Automatically replenished for you. Luck plus 1,000, villain points plus 1,000. My mind was greatly shaken. Becoming the son of luck. I have never had such a great opportunity in 10 years. The system is really good. Xiao Tian. Why do I feel like something's not right with you? The voice of Yan Shi pulled me back from my shock. I quickly gathered myself and pretended as if nothing had happened. What's wrong? He carefully watched Yan Shi's expression to make sure he didn't show any intention to rush the division. Yan Shi's eyebrows knitted slightly, her red eyes flowing. You seem to have gotten a lot more handsome? Dual cultivation also enhances looks? She had never experienced it, so naturally she wasn't sure. Mou was instantly relieved. Sister Yan Shi, have you ever heard of the acquired awakening physique? You awakened your physique? Sure. Mou smiled confidently, his breath exuding. The majestic pure yang power poured out. Chapter 3, The Son of Fortune's things aren't so easy to grab. This is the pure yang holy body. Yan Shi's beautiful eyes opened roundly in shock. Exactly. Where did this come from? Yan Shi's voice was slightly trembling and somewhat incoherent. She remembers it clearly. You didn't have any special physique before. Ink Feather made a show of pondering. I don't know. It was there as soon as I woke up. Maybe it came from a double fix? Yan Shi froze in place. It took a long time to come back to his senses. A quiet sigh. Demon. She had been roaming the upper realms for many years. I have never heard that you can gain physical fitness from dual cultivation. Physical qualities that are either born or forged at the cost of vast resources. And Mou unexpectedly obtained the pure yang saint body through dual cultivation. It's ing hell. Immediately afterward, she beamed with joy. The pure yang sacred body comes with pure yang true flame. Use it to upgrade the great burning sky skill. Ink Brand nodded. The great burning sky skill was given to him by Yan Shi. Similar to the burning technique, absorbing fire to become stronger. Classless feats. This realm's Gong methods are divided into 3 orders. Heaven, Earth and Man. And each order is further divided into upper, middle and lower grades. He sat down on his knees, gazing at his concentration and revolving his Gong methods as he began to raise the great burning sky technique. Inside his body, the pure young true flame burned like a roaring fire dragon, rampaging through the meridians. Bang! With a muffled sound, the breath inside Mou's body skyrocketed. Tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the Jindan, as if a life was about to break out of its shell. His cultivation directly soared from the 4th Jindan layer to the 8th Jindan layer, breaking 4 levels in a row. The great burning sky skill also managed to advance, reaching the middle grade of the Earth stage. The underworld ghost flame was less reinforced by the soul, and it was not suitable to be used to strengthen the great burning heaven technique right now. Nice. Yan Shi nodded slightly, his eyes filled with appreciation. Mou got up and took a step out. Those rookies out there, they should be waiting too. The Wolf's Head mountain range. The mountain wind whistled. In front of the eerie mine, Zhang San wrapped his arms around himself, his horizontal flesh shaking. Big brother, that kid has been in there for so long, he won't hiccup, right? Li Si lightly shook his feather fan, covering half of his gloomy face. Can't even refine the 2nd layer of Qi? This secret realm. He narrowed his eyes and looked deeper into the mine. Dense mist, vaguely transmitting palpitating fluctuations. Go, call all those mining slaves in the pit and have them line up to go in and explore. Zhang San and Li Si are the elders of the Wolf Head Gang. The Wolf's Head Gang dominates 100 miles around. The gang leader is even a foundation stage powerhouse. No one dares to mess with his fierce reputation. This mining pit was originally the property of the Wolf Head Gang, but the entrance to the secret realm appeared unexpectedly. They naturally coveted such a heavenly opportunity, and fearing the danger involved, He grabbed the passing MOU as cannon fodder. Who is MOU? Sons of the air. Once he heard of such a good thing, who would refuse? And immediately agreed. Enter and realize. Coincidence? Wasn't this the secret realm of the Yin Yang sect recorded on the map he had plucked from the groundstall? Following the map's guidance, he easily arrived at the Sovereign Hall. Hey, another coincidence. This Sovereign Hall, wasn't it the place where the treasures were hidden, as recorded in the ancient diary he had auctioned off? And it so happened to have the potion he wanted in it. Cross-referencing the diary, he finds the secret door and enters the chamber. It's just a shame. Ling Qingyue was the first to take the treasure. However, it turned out that the sons of Qi weren't that good to rob. Something has to be left behind. Big brother, the mining slaves have all been brought. Zhang San smiled fawningly and arched his hand toward Li Si. The crowds of people were driven by the Wolfshed gang, trudging and moving. They were unclothed, bone-thin and dull-eyed, like the Walking Dead. That's a mine slave, private property of the Wolfsheds, the cheapest consumable. Li Si waved his feather fan and laughed cruelly and coldly. Get in there, all of you. The mine slaves shivered, but did not dare to resist. They have long been used to being dominated and trampled on. In the crowd was a young girl in her prime. Her clothes were tattered and her tousled hair covered her face. The skin is so covered in sludge that you can't see your original face. Chu Yuli has been captive here for 2.5 years. She had witnessed so much darkness and cruelty over the years that she had long ago buried her fear deep in her heart. She clenched her lips, her nails embedded in her palms. It hurt, kept her awake, made more alert. She doesn't want to die. MOU hurried through the secret realm. Soon, the divine sense saw the entrance to the secret realm. At the entrance, dozens of corpses lay strewn about, touching. The air was filled with the sickening odor of blood. It's all mortal. Damn. MOU cursed. Accelerated the speed of the imperial sword. These fools actually used mortals to probe the path. Not a bit of common sense in the cultivation world. This secret realm could at least accommodate Qi refining stage cultivators. Any mortal who steps into it will surely die. And, not just one or two, but so many. It's a straw man, outside the secret world. Next, Zhang San's voice exploded. Chu Yuli raised her eyes and met those fierce eyes. It's her turn. The air was heavy with the smell of blood. She moved step by step toward the cave entrance, trembling violently. Zhang San grinned with a mouth full of yellow teeth. Don't be afraid, little girl. Go in and look around. You might pick up a treasure. Before the words fell, Chu Yuli's eyes suddenly turned cold. She violently raised her hand, and a sharp stone slice broke through the air, heading straight for Zhang San's throat. Zhang San's pupils plummeted, and the sardonic smile on his face froze. He obviously didn't expect that a seemingly weak mining slave would dare to strike at him. At that exact moment, a strong wind swept across the room. Bang! Chu Yuli's chest was like a lightning strike, and her body flew out backwards. Put! Blood spattered and stained the dirt. Li Si appeared in front of Zhang San at an unknown time. The feather fan in his hand shook lightly, and a gloomy and cold aura lingered around him. Little girl, not a small amount of guts, but unfortunately, the third level of Qi refining, too weak. Zhang San touched his neck, and fear surged to his heart. Bastard servant girl. How dare you sneak up on me? I'll break you into pieces. Chu Yuli struggled to get up and wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face as pale as paper. She's finished. All efforts, all struggles, were meaningless in the face of absolute power. Zhang San grabbed a handful of her hair. Bitch, I'll send you on your way. He dragged Chu Yuli and walked to the mouth of the mine, about to throw her in. The cold wind whistled out from the cave, blowing the broken hair in front of Chu Yuli's forehead. She continued to struggle desperately in the face of the threat of death. However, it was all in vain. The force was too great for her to break free. Just then, a cold aura burst out from the hole. A blood flower instantly bloomed on Zhang San's brow, and his body fell straight down. Who? The feather fan in Li Si's hand fell to the ground, his face as white as paper. Only MOU stepped out from the secret realm. It's you! Li Si stared in disbelief. He remembered that when he caught MOU, he was only at the second level of Qi refining. Zhang San was a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining, but he was killed in a single blow? How is this possible? Chu Yuli took advantage of the chaos to climb up and blend into the crowd, quietly observing MOU. So strong, is it a foundation building power? Li Si forced down the fear in his heart. Who on earth is your excellency? Don't you know that I? He wanted to bring up the name of the Wolf's Head Gang to deter MOU. However, before the words fell, an invisible forceful Qi broke through the air. Pust. Chapter 4, The Daughter of Luck. Chu Yuli. Li Si didn't even have time to let out a scream before he fell to the ground and died. I know. The wolf sheds. They'll go for the kill. MOU's expression was indifferent. He'd gotten tired of hearing these boring threats a long time ago. This is all standard for yourself as a child of Qi. Spectral ghost flame emerged in the center of his palm. Ghost flame swept through, instantly engulfing Zhang San, Li Si, and the other wolf head gang members. In an instant, all of them were as if they had been drained of their vitality, and fell straight down, completely lifeless. The mining slaves were dumbfounded, witnessing this horrifying scene, and their hearts set off shocking waves. Immortals. This is definitely an immortal tactic. Only an immortal can possess such power. In the crowd, Chu Yuli's head was lowered, not daring to meet Mou's eyes. It's horrible, even though this man saved her life. But the thoughts of such powerful monks cannot be predicted at all. In case he had a mind to kill himself, she had no room to resist. Mou carefully sensed the underworld ghost flame. It was barely enhanced, and he sighed softly in helplessness. These people's cultivation was too weak to strengthen the underworld ghost flame. What kind of fire is this? When did you have it? Yanxi's slightly surprised voice sounded in Mou's mind. Spectral ghost fire. Companion. Just awakened today. Inkbrand made up a reason. Spectral ghost fire? Yanxi's tone suddenly rose. She had naturally heard of the flame. It is rumored that the spectral ghost emperor of the immortal world rose to power by this fire. She frowned slightly, her tone grave. Your life. It's not simple, nah. That's natural. I've been saying that for a long time. Ha, maybe my father is still an immortal emperor. Inkbrand looked proud. Yanxi was amused by his immodest look and didn't care about his bragging, but only admonished. Although the underworld ghost flame is powerful, it is also very dangerous. Be careful. Don't be affected by the evil Qi and lose your heart. Alright, Sister Yanxi. A warm current welled up in Mou's heart. He had never met his parents, and Yanxi was like a mother to him. Even if he had any questions, there would be no doubt. He looked around, sweeping over the shivering mine slaves. Mortals, the lowest level of existence in the cultivation world. It is also the most numerous in existence. If he wasn't a son of Qi, his fate would be the same as theirs. All disperse. Within today, the wolf head gang will cease to exist. With a casual wave of his hand, a majestic aura gushed out, restoring the shriveled spirits of all the mortals. The mortals looked at Inkbrand. The eyes were filled with awe, gratitude, and adoration. After a brief moment of silence, someone plucked up the courage to kneel and bow, his voice trembling. Many thanks to the immortals. Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. One person knelt down, and the rest followed suit, with a succession of kowtowing sounds. Immortal mercy. Immortal's great kindness will never be forgotten. Gratitude is more of a celebration of the aftermath. Chu Yuli also knelt down along with the crowd. She buried her head deeply, not daring to look at Mou for fear of attracting attention. Seeing a portion of the mortals impatiently scattering in all directions, she, too, wedged herself into the crowd and left quietly. Inkbrand naturally noticed her. 14 years old, third level of Qi refining, with fair qualifications. However, he had first formed the Golden Dan at the age of 14. As a heavenly Qian Saint Son, how could you do without some talent? If he hadn't been drained by Yanxi once, he would probably be a Yuan Ing by now. Therefore, did not put Chu Yuli in his heart. The realms of cultivation in this realm, in descending order: Qi refining, foundation establishment, Jin Dan, Yuanying, transformation of God, return to void, harmonization, transition, and Mahayana, the 9 great realms. Each realm is further subdivided into 9 levels, signifying that the 9 nines are one, and the great Tao is the simplest. Mou planned to make a trip back to his hometown before going to the Holy Land to ask his master about the marriage contract. Just then, the system beep sounded. The daughter of luck, Chu Yuli, has been detected. You can get a reward by suppressing her. Mou's gaze froze, locking onto the slender figure in the crowd. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Chu Yuli like a ghost, blocking her path. Chu Yuli's heart was startled, and she hurriedly stopped her steps and bent down to salute. I don't know what Elder has to say. Inkbrand scowled at her. Name, Chu Yuli. Luck, 8,000, purple. Favorable opinion, 20, first acquaintance. Introduction: born in a declining family of immortal cultivators, he was kidnapped by human traffickers on the way to escape, and was reduced to a mining slave, who accidentally gained the opportunity to embark on the road of cultivation while digging mines. Favor 0 means stranger. 100 means till death do us part. This Qi is almost catching up with him. The rest is, well, too mundane. There are no highlights. Mou slowly raised his hand. A soft spiritual energy surged out, lightly brushing over Chu Yuli's entire body. The dirt instantly dissipated, revealing her original face. Mediocre. The kind that no one would notice if you threw it out on the street. Chu Yuli's heartstrings tightened and her breathing became cautious. At this moment, Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. Good lord, there are multiple disguises. He almost didn't notice. Wave again. Spiritual energy transformed into a breeze that brushed over Chu Yueli's face, and the layers of camouflage dissipated without a trace. A clear and stunning face, unreservedly presented. It was a face strong enough to turn the world upside down. Not yet fully grown, but already the first appearance of the city. The skin is snowy and glistening like jade, eyebrows like emerald feathers, eyes like autumn water. The nose is straight, the lips are red, green silk like waterfall, hanging down to the waist. Ragged clothes. It is difficult to hide the natural beauty, but rather add a few more points of the feeling of pity. Like a dusty pearl, it blossomed with dazzling splendor. Mo's eyes flickered. The system was a bit nerdy, but it really had no problem in checking out the daughters of the air. This appearance, this temperament, a proper daughter of Qi. But, what should be suppressed? The three good youth of his two lives hadn't really done anything to randomly oppress the weak. Chu Yuli felt the changes on her body and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. This transfiguration technique, which was retained by her family's former foundation establishment ancestor, was an upper-grade spell of the human rank. It was said that even ordinary Jindan cultivators were unable to break through. Now it was actually easily diffused by this person in front of him who looked not much older than himself. It's horrible. What realm is this person in? The mortals who were originally planning to leave stopped in their tracks and stared blankly at Chu Yuli, their eyes filled with amazement. This is too beautiful. This is a fairy, isn't it? Chu Yuli took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down, bowing once again. Senior, my daughter did not mean to hide her appearance. The stance was put extremely low, and the tone became more and more humble. Seeing her nervousness, Mo smiled. Relax. I'm not a nice guy. Ahem. I'm actually from the good guys. I'm so used to saying it. I didn't turn around for a while. Chu Yueli's heart sank. You've admitted it outright. Inkbrand asked in as calm a tone as possible. What's your name? Li Himiko. Chu Yuli replied decisively. Chapter 5 Human Emperor Streamer. Calendar Flying Rain? Good lord. This little girl is so cautious. Mo secretly laughed in his heart, but his face did not move. I saw that you are gifted and have excellent roots, so I wanted to confirm it. Chu Yueli was inwardly speechless for a while. She's a 5 spirit root scum. There's a ing gift. Luckily, it's hard enough for a waste like her to be a furnace. Without waiting for her to think more, Mo had already taken hold of her slender wrist. Not bad. Chaotic spiritual root. After a moment, Mo loosened his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Talent and whatnot doesn't matter. It's all the same to the sons of Qi. Tendo will chase you down and feed you anyway. Chu Yuli's eyebrows knitted slightly, her voice slightly bitter. Senior, my daughter is a 5 spirit root. Ink Feather explained. A single spirit root is a heavenly spirit root. A double spirit root is a true spirit root. A 3 spirit root is a miscellaneous spirit root. A 4 spirit root is a pseudo spirit root. And a 5 spirit root is a wasted spirit root. Do you know that? Chu Yuli gently nodded her head. 5 spirit roots. It's a waste spirit root. Worthless. She wasn't even qualified to be a hearth. The corners of Mo's mouth lifted slightly. A 5 spirit root reversal is a chaos spirit root. I think you have that in you. Chu Yuli's heart tightened. You're not really going to take yourself as a furnace, are you? On the surface, he said he was going to help her reverse the situation, but in reality, he was craving her body. Thank you for your love, senior. She forced down the fear in her heart, and her face remained respectful. In his mind, he was calculating how he could escape. Mo stood with his hands in the air, his clothes fluttering, like an exiled immortal descending to the world. I see that you have great perseverance, and your future is limitless. Golden scales are not the stuff of the pool. Once they meet the wind and clouds, they turn into dragons. Is there any interest in being my disciple? He already had an idea in mind. Keep the daughter of Qi with you first. We'll work on how to suppress it later. Chu Yuli's heart alarm bells were ringing loudly, but his face became more and more respectful, and even brought a hint of ecstasy. Willing, I will live up to my master's high expectations. She leaned down and bowed, her voice clear with a hint of imperceptible trembling. This trembling was cleverly disguised as excitement on her part. In his mind, he was spitting mad. What golden scales transform into dragons? Chaotic spiritual roots. The future is limitless. It's all bull asterisk. These moralistic immortals are like that. Must be trying to use her as a cauldron. She, Chu Yuli, was not a silly white sweet who was at the mercy of others. She'll definitely find a way to escape. You forced Chu Yuli to be your disciple, and although she is not willing, you will have plenty of time to teach her, whip her, and abuse her, which is a good start. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, Human Emperor Streamer. Human Emperor Streamer, a 10,000 soul streamer tempered by Hongmeng Purple Chi, whose evil power will not backfire on its owner. MOU was speechless. Just quit the show, right? What kind of person writes 10,000 souls in the introduction of the Human Emperor's hockey? And could you please not sound so evil? What conditioning, whipping, and abusing? Is he like that? With a thought, he checked the system space. A simple and ancient black flag came into view, quietly suspended, seemingly existing for eternity. Dense runes flowed on the surface of the streamer, flickering with arcane light and emanating a palpitating fluctuation. On top of it, there were strands of Hongmeng Purple Chi entwined, so purple that it was black. It was worthy of being the human race's greatest treasure. The Human Emperor Streamer sells well. Very good. Considering that you may use Chu Yueli as a cooking pot in the future, please choose whether or not to plunder their luck points. No. MOU decisively refused. He naturally wouldn't give people a hard time if they didn't mess with him. He was also a son of Qi and had a system. What's the point of taking it from someone else? Joke. Since you refused to loot the fortune remains unchanged. Villain points plus 300. Now Ink Feather has a whopping 2,300 villain points. About 100 small goals away from the Chaos Avenue technique approximate, the equivalent of suppressing 1,000,000 of him. This system, it really knows how to do business. Taking a single Gongfu as bait could drive someone to kill 1,000,000 Chi-Luk sons like him. The surrounding mortals whispered, their envious gazes converging on Chu Yuli, looked upon by the immortals. The future is unlimited. MOU reached out and helped Chu Yuli up. From now on you are my great disciple. With a wave of his hand, a set of Tianxuan Holy Land disciple clothing and a storage ring flew towards Chu Yuli. All I ask is one thing, don't look for me if there's nothing going on. And try not to look for me if there's something going on. He had plenty of people in the Tianxuan Holy Land, and there was no need for this disciple to bring himself. And they don't get along. He is reckless. As long as he can't die, he will die. The disciple keeps this in mind. Chu Yueli replied respectfully, but in her heart, she secretly sighed in relief. It was just what she wanted. Her slender fingers gently caressed the delicate disciple's uniform. Intuition told her that this thing was not simple, but she couldn't see anything special. It could only be taken back into the storage ring. Yanshi's teasing voice sounded in MOU's head. What's the point of taking her as a disciple? Fancying someone else's little girl? Sister Yanshi, why don't we make a bet that in the future, she'll be at least a Mahayana? Yanshi sniffed and raised her willow eyebrows lightly. You think so highly of her? Naturally, she is my disciple. So what do you want to bet? Yanshi let out a light laugh, clearly not trusting MOU's judgment. Do you really think Mahayana is a cabbage? Anyone you pick up on the side of the road can be a Mahayana? It's not something you can pile on resources, talent, perseverance, and that nebulous chance are all missing. MOU was momentarily speechless. He didn't really know what to bet on. After all, with the relationship between the two, if he wanted anything, he could just ask. Yanshi also saw his thoughts and smiled sweetly, revealing two shallow dimples. Let's put it this way, I've never enjoyed you serving as an apprentice. How about, if you lose, you wash my feet and vice versa? How about that? MOU's divine sense subconsciously swept towards Yanshi's feet. Jade feet are white, delicate and graceful. Tiny veins are hidden on the snow-white skin. The ankles are round and small. The insteps are white and smooth. And the toes are crystalline and lovely. Side by side as if they were a grain of pearl. Although it was a soul body, it emitted a faint halo of light, adding a bit of hazy beauty. He hastily withdrew his gaze. Yeah, Sister Yanshi will just wait to help me wash my feet. Yanshi let out a light laugh, his eyes flowing, not denying it. She elegantly ruffled the gray hair at her temples. It must be fun to have little MOU wash his feet. MOU looked at Chu Yuli again. It looks like she was hurt a bit when she fought back against those two, and there are quite a few dark and old wounds on his body. This one's eaten. MOU took out a golden pill and handed it to Chu Yuli. Nourishing Yuan Dan, a third-grade healing elixir. There were 9 grades of pills in this world, with 1 grade being the lowest and 9 grades being the highest, corresponding to the 9 realms. Chu Yuli received the elixir. It was warm in her hand, and a faint medicinal fragrance refreshed her heart. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her heart's vigilance rising steeply. This shouldn't be a poison pill, right? Her last master was ready to give her a poison pill to take over her body. Luckily, caught it early and escaped. But on second thought, with MOU's strength, it wasn't that troublesome to harm her. Thinking of this, she directly swallowed the elixir into her mouth. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and a warm current instantly surged into his limbs and bones. The wound that was originally unbearably painful, at this moment, actually transmitted a burst of tingling sensation and rapidly healed. Many old and dark wounds latent in the body were also repaired. Even the aura had improved. and there were vague signs of a breakthrough. Master, this is nourishing pill. Yuan nourishing pill? That Yuan nourishing pill that Jindan realist used to heal his injuries? Chu Yuli lost her voice and exclaimed. Shock and incomprehension written all over her stunning face. She had heard the family elders mention it. That was the holy medicine for healing injuries used by Jindan stage cultivators, which was worth a lot of money and could not be found. 4. Why? This kind of elixir could be exchanged for a bunch of chi refining stage furnace tripods. There was no need to give it to her at all. Chapter 6 Rebirths. You're my disciple, so I naturally have to be nice to you, Mo said faintly. Chu Yuli's heart was a mix of flavors, with a hint of warmth mixed in with the bitterness. Do you really consider her a disciple? But what's the picture if it's not? She has nothing. Good. In the cultivation world, beauty was the most worthless thing. Chu Yuli was silent for a moment, and once again made a deep salute. This time the salute was even more sincere than before. Thank you, Master. Chu Yuli's favor plus 40. Current favor, 60, close. Under your guidance, Chu Yuli has already agreed with you. Raising a beautiful girl is one of life's great pleasures. As the daughter of the mortal stream's chi luck, Chu Yuli is extremely wary of anyone with low chi luck. And you, as a Heaven's Destiny villain, must have put an unimaginable effort to gain her trust. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, 3rd grade pill. 3rd grade breakthrough pill, can break through a layer of Jindan small realm without side effects. The system produces, must be a high quality product. Villain points plus 600. It did take a lot of effort. It's also just a 3rd grade nourishing elemental pill. It's something that none of his mountain pets would eat. Observe the boundary breaking Dan in detail. It's a 3-piece though. There is definitely more to the actual grade than that. Putting it outside, it could at least be comparable to a 5th grade elixir. Mou's arm was lightly raised, his palm resting on Chu Yuli's shoulder. Although this world is dark, it's not as bad as you think. At least, you can trust me. This place was located at the border between the Tianxuan domain and the chaotic star domain. The aura is thin and disorderly. Breathing darkness is inevitable. Chu Yuli's delicate body trembled slightly. The title of Jade made her a little uncomfortable, but strangely gave rise to a hint of warmth. It was as if she saw her deceased mother. Is the world dark? Families destroyed, masters poisoned, traffickers tortured, pits squeezed. All she saw was endless darkness. She looked up at Inkbrand, those deep eyes that she couldn't see through, but couldn't help but want to get closer. Her intuition told her that her master was to be trusted. After a long time, her vermilion lips parted. Master, doesn't know your name yet. Me, Riku Feiyu. The corners of Mou's mouth rose slightly. Chu Yuli's delicate little face was covered with doubts. Master's name. How come it's so similar to his own alias? Mou ignored her doubts and summoned his flying sword. Let's go. Let's go together to exterminate the wolf head gang. Chu Yuli did not ask more questions and obediently stood on the flying sword. The flying sword broke through the air and cut a stream of light, heading straight for the wolf head gang. The wolf shed gang's main hall. Qinsho stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes glaring grimly at the trembling Wang gang in front of him. Wang gang, the leader of the wolf head gang, with a cultivation of the 2nd level of foundation establishment, he was considered a dominant force in this area. At the moment it was like a lamb to the slaughter, not daring to breathe. I'm going to ask you one more time. Chu Yuli, have you heard of it? Qinsho's voice was cold and piercing, as if it came from the 9 hells. Wang gang trembled and quickly kowtowed for mercy. Immortal master, I really haven't seen it. There's no such person around here. Qinsho kicked out and Wang gang flew several meters. He slammed into the wall and his screams echoed through the great hall. Qinsho stepped forward, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Is there a secret entrance here? Wang gang spoke with difficulty, his face reddening. There is a secret entrance that has recently appeared in the pits east of the wolf's head gang. A brilliant light flashed in Qinsho's eyes. The secret realm of the Yin Yang sect, the place where Chu Yuli first rose to prominence. Very good. The corner of his mouth hooked up and he flicked his wrist. Wang gang's neck made a crisp snapping sound. The body collapsed, eyes wide open. Qinsho casually threw away the corpse with a cold gaze. He raised his hand and black streamers appeared in his palm. The streamers were eerie with ghostly shadows. 10,000 soul streamer. Swallow for me. Qinsho let out a low gulp as the 10,000 soul streamer fluttered against the wind and a powerful suction force erupted. Outside of the great hall, there was a mournful scream. Those minions of the wolf head gang, before they could react, were sucked in and turned into sustenance. The entire wolf's head gang instantly turned into a haunted area. Qinsho walked out of the great hall with a gloomy expression. Chu Yuli, the heavens have given me a chance to be reborn. In this life, I will kill you. Mou brought Chu Yuli to fly with his sword. The wind whistled in his ears. Chu Yuli held Mou's waist in death, her knuckles whitening and almost embedding into her flesh. I can't easily imperialize my sword with you holding on so tightly. Chu Yuli didn't reply, only burying her head deeply in his back, her delicate body trembling slightly. She didn't dare look down or speak. Too high, too fast. In order to teach your daughter respect, you took her who had never been up in the sky before to fly at great speeds, making her afraid of heights from now on. Successful suppression of the daughter of fortune. Villain points plus 200. Afraid of heights? Inkbrand froze slightly. So it is. But he was only using the recluse speed of an ordinary Yuaning cultivator. That's not much different than a turtle's speed. Scared Chu Yuli out of her fear of heights? Sure enough, human sorrows and joys really aren't connected. At first, he was so excited when he was brought along by that cheap master at the transitional stage and flew away to the Tianxuan Holy Land. He patted Chu Yuli's shoulder. Arrived. Chu Yuli sensed that the flying sword had stopped, and only then did she let go of Mou and carefully raised her head. What came into view was a small clan. Inside the sect, corpses lay strewn everywhere. Some of them were grim-faced, their eyes wide open, as if they had seen some great horror before they died. The air was thick with the scent of blood and a cold ghostly aura. Chu Yuli's face turned pale, her stomach churned, and she forced herself to hold back so that she didn't vomit. Mou frowned as he swept his gaze around. Evil cultivator? Only an evil practitioner would use such evil means. Divine sense was instantly spread out. Soon, an evil aura was detected. The source was at the entrance to the central hall of the clan. Ink Feather looked away. A black-robed man stood there. The face was shady, with narrow eyes that flashed with a cold light. An eerie aura emanated from his body. This person was none other than Qin Shou. Qin Shou's gaze locked onto Chu Yuli at the very first moment. When he took a good look at Yuli's stunningly beautiful face, his eyes could not help but flash with amazement. What a stunning beauty! The country is in turmoil and woe is me. However, after the amazement, killing intent surged in his eyes. Chu Yuli, although he had only seen her real face once, that stunningly beautiful face had been deeply imprinted in his mind. What a coincidence that it actually came to my door on its own, and spared me the trouble of searching for it. The corner of Qin Shou's mouth hooked into a cruel smile as he stepped on the void and walked towards the two. He didn't care about Mou at all. What the hell kind of strong person can there be in this hole of a place? Chu Yuli saw Qin Shou. Subconsciously, he took half a step back and protected Mou in front of him. Stepping through the air, this is a Jindan powerhouse. With a sweep of his divine sense, Mou instantly probed Qin Shou's situation. Jindan layer. A rookie. The system panel surfaced automatically. Name, Qin Shou. Chakra, green. Synopsis, a minor villain. Of little value. The only notable thing about him is that he sees a glimpse of the future. Chapter 7 Is the 9th level of Jindan very strong? See the future? What future? Mou saw that Qin Shou's attention had been on Chu Yuli. The mind vaguely guessed. Specifically, ask and you'll know all about it. And, evil cultivators, everyone gets them. What he hated most was evil cultivators. Qin Shou hovered in midair, his gaze as reckless as a wolf. The corner of his mouth hooked into an evil smile, and his voice carried undisguised greed. I have to say, it's pretty good looking. He hadn't finished his sentence. Ink Feather moved. There were no extra movements, no offering of any magic treasures. Just casually raise your right hand. The aura instantly gushed out, transforming into a huge aura palm. The palm of his hand covered the sky and emitted a terrifying pressure. It was as if he could hold heaven and earth in the palm of his hand. Bang! There was a loud bang. In a swift manner, Qin Shou was firmly grabbed. Before Qin Shou even had a chance to react, he was confined in mid-air, unable to move. The sardonic smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by endless horror. How is that possible? He frantically urged the spiritual energy in his body, trying to break free from the giant palm, only to find that it was all in vain. That power was as vast as an abyss and as heavy as a mountain. The pressure almost suffocated him, and it was as if his internal organs were about to burst. He looked up at Inkbrand in horror. Only then did he realize that he couldn't see through this person's cultivation at all. Damn! How could there really be a cultivator stronger than him in this hellhole? Mou leapt down from the flying sword and landed firmly on the ground. Why would you do that to my apprentice? Qin Shou was shocked. An apprentice? How is that possible? How can she have a master? She remembered that Chu Yuli was a casual cultivator, not to mention a master. She didn't even have any friends. At that moment, a violent shout exploded, shaking the birds in the forest. Unbridled. Quickly release my young master. Mou raised his eyes and looked, only to see a black-robed old man stepping into the air with a fierce momentum. Hope rekindled in Qin Shou's eyes. His protector, Qin Puppet, Jindan 9th level. This is the bottom line of his arrogance. The Qin family, a hierarchical spirit transformation family that had been passed down for 1,000 years. The depth of the foundation is far beyond that of the scattered cultivators in this remote place. Even if they were at the same Jindan stage, Qin Puppet was far beyond ordinary cultivators in terms of both magic treasures and experience. Today, he would make this loose cultivator who didn't know the heights of heaven pay the price. Chu Yuli's eyebrows knitted slightly, a trace of worry surfacing in her heart. That old man could step into the air and was also a Jindan powerhouse. Master teacher could be injured fighting such a powerful enemy. Just then, a voice rolled in like spring thunder. Fellow Daoist, I've come to help you. Ink Feather followed the sound, only to see an immortal white-robed old man floating. When you raise your hand and throw your feet, you show the style of a high-ranking person. I advise you to mind your own business. Qin Puppet let out a furious cry that shook the 4 fields. This person was likewise at the 9th level of Jindan. Adding the 8th level of Jindan, MOU, was not easy to deal with. The white-robed old man said aloud, I am the Xianfeng realist of the Xianjian Villa. Sensing that this place has an evil aura, I have come here to get rid of the demons and defend the way. He looked to MOU. Fellow Daoist, don't panic. To deal with him, I'm sufficient alone. Thanks a lot. Inkfeather clasped his fists at him. Throughout the Tianxuan domain, forces with the word Xian were basically affiliated with the Tianxuan Holy Land. His gaze fell back on Qinsho. Now, we can talk about it. What do you want to know? Qinsho's face was as gloomy as water. He didn't think that realist Shinfeng could defeat Qin Puppet. All he had to do now was stall for time. On the other side, Qin Puppet let out a cold snort. Summon a magic sword. He bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood on top of the sword and pinched the sword. The devil's sword let out a sharp hiss, carrying a monstrous demonic aura, cutting through the sky and stabbing straight at realist Shinfeng. Real Emperor Shinfeng didn't dare to slow down and similarly offered a flying sword to fend it off. However, as soon as his flying sword came into contact with the demon sword, it was sliced like tofu and shattered inch by inch. His pupils contracted violently. Spirit weapons? One must know that a spirit weapon is a magic treasure that only a Yuaning trueborn is qualified to obtain. In the next instant, the devil's sword went unabated and stabbed him straight in the center of his brow. Fellow Taoist, quickly come to my aid and join forces to get rid of the demons. Real Emperor Shinfeng was horrified in his heart, and in a panic, he coalesced a spiritual power shield to resist. Lean, if I had known this, I would have come to make a fuss. I'm afraid I'm going to have to explain myself here. MOU sighed helplessly as he witnessed the scene. That's a lot of seconds to be taken too soon. With a flick of his fingers, an aura didn't enter Qinsho's body, instantly sealing his Jindan and casually tossing him aside. In the next moment, MOU had already appeared in front of the Xianfeng real person. He stretched out 2 fingers and easily caught the flying magic sword. The people present were all stupefied. Qin Puppet's eyes rounded with disbelief. You know, in order to have a quick battle, he had directly burned his essence blood. This was definitely the strongest strike under Yuaning. It was so lightly clamped? Realist Shinfeng was similarly stunned. Immediately afterward, his face flushed red and his heart was overwhelmed with shame. People don't even need to save themselves. Chu Yueli stared blankly at the scene. Master is so handsome. MOU was holding the magic sword between his 2 fingers. His white clothes were snowy, and he was floating like an immortal. With a casual toss of his hand, the magic sword plunged deep into the ground. His body shifted and transformed into a residual shadow, instantly closing in on Qin Puppet. In his hand at some point, there was an additional long spear with a cold light. Above the body of the gun, runes flowed and emitted a palpitating fluctuation. The tip of the gun was gulping out the cold aura, wrapped in the stern and unparalleled killing aura, pointing directly at the heart of Qin Mu. Alarm bells went off in Qin Gu's heart, and a shadow of death instantly enveloped his entire body. He couldn't think about it in time, and in his haste, he offered up a spirit shield with a flickering ebony light and crossed it in front of his body. On top of that spirit shield, the Shin turtle pattern was lifelike, emitting a thick and heavy mountain-like aura. Boom! Deafening popping sounds rang through the sky. The tip of the gun and the spirit shield collided blatantly. The incomparably strong spirit shield was actually like fragile paper, shattering inch by inch. The long spear was like a bamboo, wrapped in a destructive momentum, instantly piercing through the old man's chest. Blood splattered and stained the sky, but strangely avoided the ink feather. Qin Puppet's eyes were wide open, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. He himself was at the 9th level of Jindan, holding a spirit shield, but he couldn't even block a single shot from the other party. One must know that this spirit shield, even a Yuaning powerhouse, could not be able to easily destroy it. You are exactly that. A broken hiss escaped the old man's throat as he tried to ask for clarification. However, MOU didn't give him a chance at all. He flicked his wrist. Above the lance, A cold white flame suddenly erupted, instantly spreading out and engulfing Qin Puppet's entire being. Under the burning of the ghost fire of the underworld, the flesh body of Qin Puppet, together with his soul, was turned into nothingness in an instant. Mou retrieved his lance, and above the tip of the lance, the underworld ghost flame slowly extinguished. Is the 9th level of Jindan very strong? The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Real Shinfeng was shocked. That's a good one. Learned. Next time he'll hit Tsukiji like this. Shu Yuli looked at Mou's back with a strange color in her eyes. Master is so awesome. It was actually able to kill a Jindan powerhouse in seconds. Master must be a Yuaning, hiding his strength to Jindan. She'll have to do the same later, not letting others know their true strength. Chapter 8, whose family takes the Hongmeng purple chi to refine soul streamers. Qin Code was completely dumbfounded. His protector, the 9th level of Jindan, turned out to be seconded? How is this possible? Who the hell is this guy? Why is it so strong? Why the hell are we here? In his previous life, after investigating Chu Yueli for so many years, he had never heard that she had any masters. Mou slowly turned around, his icy gaze landing on Qin Shou. Qin Shou, who was paralyzed on the ground, trembled and subconsciously tried to escape. However, as soon as he moved, he felt a powerful pressure descend on him. The fear of death came like a tidal wave and overwhelmed him. In desperation, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. You forced me to do it. If you want to die, let's die together. He gritted his teeth and swallowed a blood-red elixir, and the seal left by Mou instantly shattered. He sacrificed the 10,000 soul streamer. Using the body of the streamer as sustenance, he activated the secret method to enhance the battle power of the resentful souls in it. The black streamers burned, emitting a pungent burnt odor, accompanied by a zippy sound, as if the wailing of a stern ghost. Thousands of resentful souls poured out of the burning streamers, densely packed like locusts in transit. The gusts of wind and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling were unceasing and creepy. Shu Yuli was so frightened that she lost her color and subconsciously retreated behind Mou. Real Emperor Xuanfeng's face was grave. It's the 10,000 soul streamer. Damn it! The leader's streamer spirit has actually reached the Yuaning realm. He looked to Inkbrand. Fellow Daoist, if you and I join forces, there might be a chance of survival to escape this place. Wait for me to return to the mountain villa. Report the situation, and then come back to capture this evil cultivator. Mou was silent as he gazed at the resentful souls tumbling in the sky. He hates evil practitioners. In this life, the relatives who took him in all lost their lives at the hands of evil practitioners. Evil cultivators should die out. Without the constraints of the 10,000 soul streamer, these resentful souls quickly locked onto the three of them, and with a chillingly gloomy aura, they lunged towards them. Doyle? Real Shinfeng anxiously urged. It's not necessary. Mou's voice was flat. Real Shinfeng was stunned, thinking that Mou had given up resisting, but he saw him flex his fingers and flick them. A wisp of cold white flame floated out and fell into the resentful soul. The ghost fire landed on the ground and spread rapidly, turning into a sea of burning white fire that wrapped countless grievous souls. Wherever the flames passed, the resentful souls let out a sigh of relief, as if they had been relieved, and eventually turned into bits of spiritual light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Inkfeather felt the spectral ghost flame delicately. After devouring a large number of resentful souls, the power of the underworld ghost flame increased greatly. If it was at the refined Shi stage level when it was first acquired, it was now at the Yuaning stage level. Realist Shinfeng watched with his jaws agape, his mouth wide open enough to stuff an egg. This is what a Jindan can do. Can that Yuaning stage master of their Xinjian mountain villa do it? Never. This one in front of him was definitely a high-level Yuaning, or perhaps even a god transformation stage powerhouse. Fellow Daoist, I have something to ask that guy. Inkfeather's voice rang out, breaking the silence. Realist Shinfeng immediately understood. Senior is an elder of Xian Sword Villa. If Senior is interested, he can come to my Xian Sword Villa as a guest. As soon as the words fell, he sped away with his sword and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Fearing the repercussions, Mou walked to Qinsho and calmly said, "Answer my previous question. Why did you do it to my apprentice?" Qinsho trembled as cold sweat beaded down his body. He didn't expect that the Yuaning stage streamer spirit that he was so proud of would be so unbeatable in front of Mou. His knees weakened and he fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead pressed against the ground, his voice trembling like a sieve. "Elder, in fact, the late generation is a reborn person, and I didn't want to kill her, but she will kill me hundreds of years later, which is why I took action in advance. Elder Mingjian, the late generation is willing to serve Elder. I beg Elder to leave me alive." Mou frowned slightly. "Reborn?" He secretly asked the system. "System, are you sure he's not a son of Qi? The son of luck is not for any cat or dog. He's too useless. Is being born again not even worthy of being a son of Qi? The doubts in Mo's mind increased. At this moment, Yanxi's cool voice came out from the ring. Feather, I seem to know what he means. Mo raised an eyebrow. Sister Yanxi, you know? I've seen it in the ancient books of the immortal world. Yanxi's red pupils moved slightly, seemingly falling into memories. 9-leaf destiny grass. An immortal grass born in response to the great catastrophe of the heavens and earth, possessing 9 leaves that allow 9 people to peer into the future. One of them will be burdened with great fortune, shouldering the heavy responsibility of saving the world, and the future he sees is the most distant. This person is definitely one of the 9, but he shouldn't be the one who should be robbed. Ink Feather came to a realization. It's the rebirth hangover that comes out in a way that makes sense. So, this world has a reborn person, the son of Qi. As for the great catastrophe of heaven and earth, he didn't care in the slightest. Qin was killed centuries later. I don't know how much longer it will be after the great catastrophe of heaven and earth. Let your future self worry about the future. Now he just needs to do the right thing now. Mo's gaze, once again, landed on Qin who was kneeling on the ground, shivering. Make use of this person's memories to see what chances Jade will encounter in the future. Go ahead and intercept. He took out the 10,000 souls. Ah, no, it's the human emperor streamer. An ancient streamer as black as ink appeared out of nowhere. On top of the streamer, purple chi lingered and a gloomy wind gusted, emitting a palpitatingly terrifying aura. There are many abilities of the human emperor streamer. One of them is to access part of the captured soul's memories. Only partially, but enough. Qin face suddenly changed. He also had the 10,000 soul streamer, so how could he not know what Mo was thinking? He kept kowtowing in a hurry. Elder, no matter what you ask me, I will answer you honestly, but if you search your soul, you won't be able to know everything. I don't care. Evil cultivators deserve to die. Besides, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night if I let you live. Mo smiled and prepared to wave the human emperor streamer in his hand. Qin's pupils plummeted, and the fear of death made him hiss in defiance. Wait, my grandfather is a god of transformation. You can't kill me. Transfiguration? Mo moved, a hint of playfulness flashing in his eyes. That's right, let me go, or my grandfather will kill you for sure. Mo fell into deep thought, his fingertips lightly knocking on the human emperor streamer, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. Qin saw that he hesitated, and his bottom line was a bit stronger. If you're not afraid to die, go ahead and kill me. However, in the next moment, he saw the corners of Mo's mouth raise slightly. Yeah, as you wish. As the words fell, Mo flicked his wrist and the human emperor streamer hunted and the black gas on the surface of the streamer surged. The terrifying suction force instantly erupted, and Qin could not even utter a miserable scream before he was sucked into the streamer and instantly refined. Inkbrand licked his lips. Transfiguration is good. I like this buy one get one home the best. At this moment, Yanxi's curious voice rang out. Little Feather, where did you get that soul streamer? It feels a little strange. She felt that the soul streamer seemed to have a faint, Hongmeng purple breath. With that, she found the idea funny herself. Who would idly take the Hongmeng purple chi to refine the soul streamer? Chapter 9 Reborn in Tianxuan Holy Land? A natural instinctive magic treasure, awakened along with the physique and ghost fire. Ink Feather babbled. Yanxi's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a trace of suspicion flashed through her red pupils. You're not the spectral ghost emperor's own son, are you? And whose family would set the awakening condition to dual cultivation? She also knew that Mo's life was unknown. She had always thought he was just an orphan from a mortal family. Now it seems that his dad can't really be the immortal emperor. Can he? Mo's expression was calm. I don't know. I haven't had parents since I can remember. Yanxi's heart softened, and a trace of pity flowed out of her red pupils as she softly comforted. It's okay, you still have me. Warmth welled up in Mo's heart. Thank you, my good sister, my good master. He then stopped thinking about it and turned his attention to focus on Qin's memories. On the side, Chu Yuli's heartbeat accelerated slightly. That black streamer, master wouldn't be an evil practitioner, would he? She peeked up at Mo. The aura was calm and didn't have that cold, evil feel to it. That put her hanging heart down. It would be bad if he got on the evil cultivator's thief ship. Evil cultivators? Everyone must be punished. This soul streamer must have been snatched from the hands of other evil cultivators. Yes, it must be. Mo quickly finished checking his memory. The location of the Qin clan, the time and location of the opening of the secret realm around the Qin clan were all known. Information about Chu Yuli was pitifully scarce. Qin didn't even know that Chu Yuli was Li Himanu. Still, an important piece of information was found. In a year's time, the leading demon sovereign, also known as Chu Yueli, would come into prominence in a secret realm in the Tianxuan domain. Ink Feather decided. When the time came, he would bring Chu Yuli over and ask her to hand over a portion of her resources, so that would definitely be considered suppression. He then asked the system, "Can we find the location of the reanimator? He's trying to corner that one as well and slowly suppress it." Selling for 500 villain points. MOU's face sank. He only had 10,000 chi himself. Knifed him, all but checking 20. However, the thought of abusing the system that allows you to card villain points. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Switch. Villain points, 500. Location of reborn, Tianxian Holy Land. Ink brand froze. Tianxian Holy Land? He's in the same power as another son of Qi? And he never noticed? System, is there a specific name or more specific location? Selling for 500 villain points. Ink Feather. Black. It's so dark, tougher than Shopee. He took a deep breath to calm the fluctuations in his mind. Asked a very important question. What happens if I go and kill the son of Qi before I finish plundering it? If you kill the son of fortune, the son of fortune will die. Then what if I let someone else do it? For example, what if I let Chu Yuli, or ask a great man of the transitional stage, to kill the other sons of Qi? It's hard to kill a son of Qi even if he's a son of Qi. Other powerful people will only become the chance of the son of luck. Ink brand nodded. 3 important pieces of information were known. The system is greater than the divine principle. Second, he didn't have to worry about the other sons of Qi. 3, no one can kill him. To summarize, he's open. Since this was the case, the identity of that son of Qi didn't matter. Moreover, the system can detect the sons of fortune. When he returned to the Tianxian Holy Land, he naturally knew who that person was. Ink Feather leaned down and started licking the bag. As soon as the storage ring was in his hand, the system's beep sounded. Qin Show is one of the most important opportunities on Chu Yuli's cultivation path, and you have successfully intercepted it. Reward, Transformation Stage Layer 1 Streamer Spirit ×1. Villain points plus 100. Inkbrand skimmed his lips. A transformation streamer spirit? What are you asking me to raise? Although I used to read novels about how powerful the 10,000 soul streamer was, but it's only when you actually cross that you realize it. This weapon is chicken. The process of making it is harsh and incredibly difficult. More so than brushing up on the very best words. Maintenance behind it is even more of a hassle. A constant flow of grievances is needed to sustain it. If it was in the same realm as himself, he could still barely use his aura instead. But this is a hockey spirit of the transformation stage. Where does he get that much aura? System response. All system awarded Hachiman are perpetual motion machines and require no maintenance. As for the other streamers, you are advised to carry out world massacre and racial genocide, and to use the souls of countless living beings to forge supreme ferocity. A few black lines surfaced on MOU's forehead. Worthy of a villainous system, it's really villainous enough. He turned his attention to the human emperor streamer, except for Qin Shou's soul. Inside, there was an extra humanoid soul of incomparable power, emitting a haunting aura, the spirit of the transfiguration. Just like the system said, even without the nourishment of grievances, this streamer spirit would not dissipate. He couldn't help but sigh. The system is so sick. Today's harvest on this day was much more than what he had gained in his entire life from countless life and death crises and births combined. If anything, the original Sons of Qi identity was just a hang-up with an increased burst rate. Now, then, it's just straight up unlimited resources on. It's a step in the right direction. And it's a blast. MOU's divine sense probed into the storage ring. Suddenly, a stream of light shot out from the storage ring. Chaotic star region. Shattered star state. Qin Family. Inside the Hall of Soul Lanterns, the 2 soul lanterns slowly went out, turning into bits of residual ashes that floated in the air. Shower. A mournful roar exploded like thunder, shaking the entire Qin family. Then, a figure violently rushed out, bringing up a cold, gusty wind. He was dressed in a black robe. His face was withered, and his eyes were red, just like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. It was none other than the Qin clan's oldest ancestor, Qin Jun. A fierce god transformation fiend with a fierce reputation in the shattered star state. At this moment, this normally unfathomable god transformation powerhouse was like a madman, roaring up to the sky. Who is it? Just who is it? How dare you kill my show heir? Qin Shou was his favorite grandson and the family heir he had high hopes for. 100 years of Jiadan. This kind of talent, in the chaotic star domain although not considered the top. However, in the shattered star state, it was already a phoenix. Enough to allow the Qin family to shine for another 1,000 years. Now, he was being decapitated. How could he accept this? He waved his hand violently. Spiritual energy surged, and a huge map floated above the Qin clan. It had a white mark on it, exactly where Ink Feather was. Pass on my order. Dig 3 feet into the ground and catch the murderer for me. I'll make him, and everything behind him, bury Shower with him. Before the words fell, the map in the sky violently exploded. Waves of air tumbled and swept across the entire Qin family, emitting a roar. Qin Jun's face sank as he waved his hand violently, and a majestic force instantly surged out, blocking this raging airwave. Immediately after that, a giant middle finger gesture slowly emerged in the sky. There's another line in big letters right after it. Asterisk 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 stuff. At your level you're still trying to track me? This arrogant to the extreme provocation was clearly visible in the surrounding area of the Qin family, like a loud slap that viciously smacked the Qin family in the face. Many people began to talk and point. There were even rival Qin family clans that began to secretly investigate this matter. Qin Jun's face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. Now not only is the grandson dead, the entire Qin family has lost face. It is simply a strange shame. Even more troubling was the fact that he had now lost track of the man. The other side. After casting the minor spell, Mo smoothly erased the divine sense imprint. There's nothing new about these pushovers. Day after day hold these divine imprints. He checked his memory for information on the Qin family. The Qin family had 3 old monsters at the god transformation stage. There were even more than a dozen Yuaning. But there are plenty of people who want to kill him. Who is the Qin family? After thinking about it, Mo made a decision. Go back to the Holy Land, shake the people, and exterminate the Qin family. Chapter 10, Thank you for being sold. He didn't do that with normal enemies, and it was unlikely that the Holy Land would send anyone. But the Qin family was different. They were harboring evil cultivators. Moreover, the Qin family was definitely Chu Yueli's great opportunity. Early extermination odds are you can get something good from the system as well. Ink Feather looked back at the ring. The combined contents of the 2 storage rings were probably only worth 200,000 lower grade spirit stones. In the ordinary Jindan stage, they were already considered rich, but in front of Mou, it was completely inadequate. Suddenly, he noticed an unassuming trinket in the corner. It was a blackened shard with a pitted surface, as if it had fallen from some broken jar. However, there was a trace, if any, of demonic chi wrapped around it, emitting a bizarre aura. According to Qin Shou's memories, he had picked this up from a corner of a secret realm. I'm afraid he would have missed it if he hadn't ghosted an extra look at the time. He had also tried to study the tile, but had come up empty. Over time, it was forgotten in the corner of the storage ring. Ink Feather could conclude. It's a big chance. The good stuff must be reserved for the main characters. Aside from this mysterious shard, there was nothing in the ring that was worthy of Mou's attention. He casually threw the ring to Chu Yuli. Chu Yuli subconsciously took the ring and her divine sense probed into it. The next moment, her entire body froze. Inside the ring, piles of spirit stones shone with a dazzling light, almost blinding her eyes. Various kinds of magic treasures, emitting colorful light, were not mortal at first glance. She froze for a few moments before she came back to her senses and opened her mouth, her voice trembling a little. Master, aren't you afraid that I'll steal them if you give them to me for safekeeping? Mou raised an eyebrow. What are you thinking? Those are for you. Give. To me? Chu Yuli was completely confused. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Mou and then at the treasures in the ring, her mind going blank. Any one of these things, taken out at random, would be enough for her former family to go crazy. How dare Master said that these are for her? Master is also too generous. A warm current surged in Chu Yueli's heart. She hurriedly bowed deeply to Mou. Thank you, Master. What was the thing that Master took out earlier? Chu Yueli recalled the black fragment, and questions could not help but appear in her mind. The shard, although it looked ordinary, gave her a sense of danger. Soon, she figured it out. It must have been taken away by the master who was afraid I'd go astray. Sensei is so nice and sweet. While Chu Yueli's thoughts were turning over, Mou also received a prompt from the system. Chu Yuli's favor plus 20. You've successfully intercepted Chu Yuli's chance. A fragment of the Heavenly Devil's inheritance. Heavenly Devil's secret realm, opened by collecting 7 pieces of debris. Must have debris to enter. Contains the inheritance of the Heavenly Devil. Is one of the important chances on the way of Chu Yuli to become an immortal. Under your fraud, Chu Yuli was robbed of her chance, and she still has to thank you. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, Heavenly Demon Inheritance Fragment times 2. Villain points plus 300. The function of Chu Yuli's chi plundering has been automatically disabled, and can be turned on voluntarily when needed. Mou checked the system space. Inside, there were indeed 2 more shards of shimmering ethereal light. I just don't know if the bonus is that the system got the other debris over or built a new one on its own. At the same time, he had roughly figured out how the system rewards worked. The system rewards depend on what is intercepted, and there are some villain points attached. An increase in the goodwill of the Sons of the Air also results in a gain in villain points. At some special points, there will be grand prizes. For example, Ling Qingyu has 1 blood, Yanxi is full of good feelings, and Chu Yu Li worships her master. Figuring this out made things a lot easier for him to do later, since Chu Yueli would destroy the Qin family in the future. His early extermination of the Qin family and robbing them of all their things was surely considered an interception. He then checked the system panel. Name, MOU. Realm, 8th level of Jin Dan stage. Physique, Chaos God body, unawakened. Purifying kidney body. Technique, Tianxuan sacred canon, top grade of heavenly order. Great burning heaven technique, middle grade of earthly order. Can be upgraded. Spells, Tianxian sword technique. Fabric, human emperor streamer. Special, immortal bone, remnant. Green underworld spirit inflammation. Pure yang true fire. Underworld ghost fire. Luck, 12,000, gold. Villain points, 3000. The next step is to take the realm breaking pill to get to the 9th level. By fusing the underworld ghost flame again and enhancing the great burning sky skill, one could impact the Yuaning. He decided to make a trip back to his hometown before returning to the sect to make a breakthrough. By the way, let's see if the sisters are the daughters of Qi. Then, the Shakers destroyed the Qin family. Mou quickly made a plan to follow up. He swept his gaze over the ragged Chu Yuli, and then looked at the huge sum of 3000 villainous points. Without hesitation, he clicked on the system mall. Among the wide array of goods, he locked onto a lower-grade spirit weapon. Green Lantern Moonflower Dress, 200 villain points. The magic treasures in this world were categorized into 3 grades, magic weapon, spirit weapon, and spirit treasure. Each level is further divided into 4 grades, upper, middle, lower and extreme. This Qinglan moonflower dress was green in color, light as a veil, with a faint moonflower flowing on its surface. Like a dream, able to withstand attacks below the Jindan stage. It also has the effect of spirit gathering, which can accelerate the cultivator's cultivation speed. Most importantly, the dress is really nice. Thinking of this, he decisively exchanged the spiritual artifact. A green-colored dress appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He handed it to Chu Yuli. Don't wear the one I gave you before, try this one. It's a spirit weapon. A spirit weapon? Chu Yuli received the Qinglan moonflower skirt. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, as if she was pondering over the meaning of a spiritual weapon. Suddenly, her delicate body shuddered violently, hastily shaking his head. His tone was resolute. Master, I can't have it. She remembered. I've read it in a book before. A spirit weapon was a magic treasure that could only be used by cultivators above Yuaning. Each piece is valuable and precious. This one, if used for the master teacher, will surely bring him to the next level of strength. Wait, I don't think master can wear this dress? Chu Yueli's thoughts suddenly got stuck, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. Take it, it's no use to me, Mou said faintly. His magic treasure, at worst, was a lower-grade spirit weapon, but Chu Yuli didn't understand what he meant. She shook her head stubbornly. Then I can't have it, and master can still give it to a future Taoist couple. Mou looked at her determined eyes. Inwardly helpless, he boarded up his face, pretending to be angry. If you're told to take it, you take it. Where's all the talk? Chu Yueli slightly lowered her head. A warm current surged through his heart. Master, he is so nice. Such a treasure was given to himself without batting an eye. It had been a long time since anyone had cared about her like that. Tears of gratitude flooded her eyes, and crystallized teardrops swirled in her eyes. Chapter 11 Ancestral Land meets a beautiful girl. Mou thought she was frightened by herself and couldn't help but soften her heart. I didn't mean to be mean. No, it's okay. Chu Yuli raised her head in a hurry. Her voice was a bit hurried for fear that Mou would misunderstand. Seeing that she was upset, Master Teacher would actually take the initiative to apologize. It was so much better than his last master. She was also more certain that her master must be a good person. There are some things that can be seen in a person's daily behavior. Chu Yueli injected her spiritual energy into the Qinglan moonflower skirt in her hand. The dress seemed to come to life, stretching out gently and wearing itself on her. She looked down and spun around in front of Mou again, her skirt flying like a fairy descending to earth. Master, how is it? Does it look good? The beautiful eyes contained both delight and anticipation. No teenage girl will not like a pretty dress. Amazement flashed in Mou's eyes. Good looking. The Chu Yuli in front of her. Her skin was snowy, her eyebrows were like a painting, and her bright eyes were as clear as a clear spring. Dressed in a Qinglan moonflower dress, the hem of the dress was dotted with starlight, as if the Milky Way had spilled down into it. A light green ribbon around her waist outlined her slender waist, adding a bit more softness. Although the body is not yet fully developed, but has been the first exquisite curve, such as buds waiting to bloom, exudes the charm of youth. especially that slender waist, which was so full that one couldn't help but want to hold it in one's arms. At the moment, she was beautiful. It was a far cry from the dirty little girl she was at first. This kind of stunning color. I'm afraid that only those senior sisters on his mountain could match it. Being praised by Mou. Chu Yuli was a little embarrassed. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her head lowered, her fingers gently twisting the corner of her skirt. At this moment, Chu Yuli was even more moving, but Mou didn't have too much time to appreciate it as he offered his flying sword. Come on, come back to my house with me first. Chu Yuli hesitated slightly, a little afraid, but still nodded her head gently and moved her lotus step slightly, stepping onto the flying sword. Master's home? Do you not have a clan? Go home and take care of some things, then go to the clan afterward. Mou replied briefly, leaping onto his flying sword and standing in front of Chu Yuli as he rose up with his sword. In order to take care of Chu Yuli, the flight altitude was suppressed, and the flying sword slowly swept through at a low altitude. Going to meet the parents? Chu Yuli muttered in a small voice. How acute was Mou's sense of hearing? Naturally he heard her whisper. I'm just a little curious. A panicked look appeared on Chu Yuli's stunningly beautiful face. I don't have parents, and on the home side, there's no one left. Mou spoke faintly, without joy or anger. Chu Yuli was stunned. Her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and then a thick wave of heartache surged up. Mou didn't continue to explain, just quietly rode his sword. Chu Yuli was eye smart and had already guessed something. Master. He must have had a similar misery to his own, right? She couldn't help but gently hug Mou from behind, pressing her cheek against his broad back. Master, you have me now, and I am your family. Thanks. Mou felt the warmth and softness coming from behind him and a warm current surged in his heart. He recalled his past. Based on vague memories, he seemed to have been born into a large family. Later on, there was a break in the memory, corresponding to the loss of the immortal bones. At the age of half a year, he appeared in Murray village and was adopted by the village. That's also where his memories really begin. When he was 3 years old, evil cultivators slaughtered Mo village, and he was lucky to escape. It would have been too young for him to survive alone in this cruel world, but an inexplicable force saved him and made him incapacitated. I realized later that it was Yan Shi's sister who did it. When he was 4 years old, he was picked up by Tianxuan Holy Land's Suway Peak Master Yi Mei and became her 5th personal disciple. There are 4 senior sisters and 1 junior sister. Half a day later, the 2 arrived at Mo village. This is the hometown of the master? Chu Yuli looked around, her eyes surging with shock, her voice trembling slightly. Dilapidated houses, like empty eyes gazing at the sky, spoke of endless sadness. Between the broken walls, weeds were overgrown, encroaching on every inch of the land with abandon. The whole village, a desolate, dead silence. Mou did not respond, just silently walked towards the old acacia tree at the entrance of the village that had suffered so much. Here, the folks from Mochura are buried. It was Master Yi Mei who helped bury it back then. He took out some spirit fruits and fine wine from his storage ring and placed them in front of a stone tablet that was still intact. Now that I'm about to break through to Yuanying, when I become an immortal, I will cut down all the evil demons in the world. He spoke slowly, his voice low, each word weighing like 1,000 pounds. Chu Yuli's beautiful eyes stared tightly at Mou's back. It's amazing that Master's ambition is so great. Become an immortal and cut down all evil. Can it really be done? Definitely. Master is the strongest. She looked at the stone tablet and looked puzzled. Isn't Master's name Li Feiyu? Why is this the village of Mo? Keep up. Inkbrand interrupted her thoughts and headed deeper into the village. Chu Yuli hurriedly followed, her footsteps light, like a well-behaved kitten. The 2 came to an old building made of lapis lazuli. The plaque above the building bears 4 large words, Ancestral Shrine of the Mozi Family. Pushing open the heavy stone door, a dusty, long-lost scent hit him. Inside the ancestral shrine, the tablets of the ancestors of the Maja family from all generations are enshrined. In front of the tablet, a thick layer of dust accumulated on the incense burner. Inkfeather walked over to the incense case, ready to clean up the dust. The moment he touched the centermost tablet, the space around him distorted. The 2 of them only felt a blur before their eyes, and they arrived in an unfamiliar environment. Here, it's a plain. The birds and flowers and the aura are so abundant that it is like a fairyland. Is this the secret world? Mou was a bit surprised. How could he not have expected that there was a secret realm hidden in the ancestral shrine of the Mo family? Sure enough, double the pleasure for the son of the double chakra. However, this should have nothing to do with Chu Yuli, and the odds were that this chance was his. Chu Yuli hid behind Mou. Master, what is this place? The secret realm, the place of opportunity. Mou explained as he led Chu Yuli forward. Chu Yuli was very careful, afraid of any danger dragging her back. Mou, on the other hand, looked as normal and didn't care at all. Anyway, everyone is a child of Qi and can't die. Through a thick forest of trees, the sky opens up in front of you. A huge lake appeared in front of them, its water clear and sparkling. In the center of the lake, there is a small island with green trees and flowers. In the center of the island, golden bubbles were suspended in midair, in which there was a stunningly beautiful young girl. The young girl was dressed in a white dress with snowy skin and picturesque eyebrows, eyes closed tightly, as if falling into a deep sleep. This is. Shu Yueli looked dumbfounded. She had never seen a woman so beautiful that she couldn't even put it into words, as if it has transcended the mortal world, just like the 9 heavenly maidens descending to the earth, so that people do not dare to give birth to the slightest blasphemy. Yuan Zun. Ink Feather spoke softly. Master, who is Yuan Zun? Not whoever bumped into a beautiful girl in the ancestral lands. I call that a Yuan Zun. Does Master often run into beautiful girls in the ancestral lands? Shu Yuli tilted her small head, her large eyes filled with doubt. Ink Feather. Chapter 12, The Ancestor of the Mo Clan. Suddenly, an old man in black appeared out of nowhere in front of the two. The old man's face was kind and his eyes were vicissitudes. Oh, actually came someone. Pure Yang Saint body, born with immortal bones. Not bad, not bad. He lightly stroked his beard and looked at Mou, softly sighing with emotion and then showing regret. It's a shame that the immortal bones were dug up. Miserable, too miserable. Mou was shocked in his heart, but on the surface he didn't move. Elder is truly discerning. Seeing the condition of the late generation with a single glance, one must know that even his transitional master, Yi Shimi, and the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Qin Holy Lands Mahayana couldn't see that he had ever had an immortal bone. This person is either a Mahayana powerhouse who is extremely strong and probing or an immortal. Late generation Mou. I dare to ask who Senior is and where this place is. Mou arched his hand in salute and asked respectfully. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a coolness coming from his back. Turning his head to look, he saw that Chu Yuli was puffing out her cheeks and her eyes were glaring. That look, like an angry kitten, was adorable. Ink Feather then remembered. Teased her earlier, using an alias. Interesting, little one. You're actually not afraid of me? The old man's voice pulled Mou back. He looked back, his expression bland, a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Senior is joking. What's there to be afraid of? At most it's just a death. The old man was just a wisp of a remnant soul and was extremely weak. It's also just the power of the Transfiguration God. There's spectral ghost fire. And there's Thunderbolt. The complete package. Scared less. The old man was stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed up in the air. Interesting. Interesting. Boy, I like you more and more. Truth be told, old man Mo Yuan is the ancestor of the Mo clan? Ancestors of the Mohicans? Mou's heart fluttered, and he hastily opened his panel. Name, Mo Yuan. Luck, purple. Introduction, a former strongman, trapped in the ancestral land of the Mo clan, and the money-giving boy of the son of Qi. Mou, a money-giving boy? Mou asked excitedly with both eyes glowing. Ancestor, what realm were you at your peak? Mo Yuan stroked his beard, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes, as if he had returned to that time of great power. Old me was also an 8th grade loose immortal back then. There was a hint of despondency in his voice, and a hint of pride. Immortal! Shu Yuli exclaimed in shock, her small hand covering her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Although she hadn't even learned all of the cultivation realms, she did know about the immortals. Cultivate the immortal, in order to become immortal. And this senior in front of him was actually an immortal. She couldn't help but be wary of Mo Yuan. Immortals and whatnot. It's too dangerous. Mou, on the other hand, was not worried and asked in a hurry. Does the ancestor have an immortal weapon? Mo Yuan froze slightly, thinking that he had heard wrong. It took a while to respond, his beard sticking up in anger. No, the old man has revealed his identity. As a result, you just come to me for immortal weapons. Are you being polite? Then are there spiritual treasures and immortal laws? Inkbrand continued to ask. Mo Yuan sniffed, and those deep eyes snapped wide. He couldn't believe his ears. Brat, why are you even more greedy for money than old me? Do you think these treasures are all roadside cabbages? You can have them whenever you want? Mou was a little sorry. It would be a shame not to have one. Mo Yuan took in the subtle expression changes on Mou's face, and his heart was even more furious. He was about to open his mouth to reprimand, but was interrupted by Inkbrand ahead of him. If that's the case, then what is there? And what do you want me to do? Senior? Mo Yuan was slightly stunned and swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Good boy. Not bad. Not bad. The old man likes you even more. There was appreciation in his tone. I do have something I want you to do. and there's no such thing as a free lunch. But don't worry, you are after all a member of my Mo family's bloodline, and this can only be good for you. He slowly turned back to the island, his gaze directed to the hovering golden bubble in the center of the island. See that one? That's the chance here. See? Then, Mo followed Mo Yuan's gaze, only to see that in the center of the island, the mass of golden bubbles was still quietly suspended, emitting soft light and giving people a holy feeling. What you have to do is very simple. Gain her approval, and you will be able to obtain the chance of this place. Mo Yuan slowly said. At that time, I will be able to free myself. Relief? That's right. I've been trapped here for far too long. So long that even I can't remember the passing of the years. And as long as she's still here, I'll never be able to truly die, and will have to languish here in this square inch of land. Mo nodded, his mind clear. It's just becoming a graveyard keeper. He then threw out a series of questions. Who is she? Why is she here? Why am I the one going? What makes you think I can pull it off? This series of questions directly gave Mo Yuan a whole won't. He explained patiently. I don't know who she is either. What's certain is that she's from the upper realm. A great person. She has a connection with our Mo family. So only descendants of the Mo family can have a chance to be recognized by her. Even though I can't see out, I know something. And, Mo Yuan's tone was stony. I have calculated that there will be a great calamity in the future of the Tianxuan continent. You must need this chance very much. The Great Tribulation? Mo pretended to be puzzled. Mo Yuan nodded his head, his face grave and his voice low. Within 1,000 years, there will be a great catastrophe that will sweep through the Tianxuan continent. He paused, as if weighing his words. Sooner than 100 years, slower than 500 years, this disaster will surely come. As to what exactly it is, I can't know. So it is. Mo nodded gently, his mind racing with thoughts. At that moment, there was a slight tug behind him. It was Chu Yuli, who tugged tightly at the corner of Mo's coat. He looked back up and met those clear eyes. Without words, he understood what was going through her mind. She felt that there was something wrong with Mo Yuan, though Mo felt that Chu Yuli held that thought for anyone. But this time, he agrees. The human emperor streamer quietly flew out from the system space, transforming into the size of a willow leaf and gently wrapping around Chu Yuli's fingertips. Little girl, how dare you doubt old man? Mo Yuan didn't notice Mo's small movements, but could see what Chu Yuli was thinking, and there was a hint of sulkiness in his tone. I never cared to deceive anyone. Mo gently patted the back of Chu Yuli's hand, softly soothing his voice. Don't worry, he's my Mo family ancestor. He won't lie to me. That's it. Mo Yuan hastily agreed. Chu Yuli looked at the human emperor streamer on her fingers, and after a moment of hesitation, she still slowly loosened her small hand. Mo thought about it and flew his flying sword in the direction of the island. As soon as he landed on the ground, Yan Shi's voice sounded in his mind. That Mo Yuan gives me a strange feeling. Be careful, okay, Sister Yan Shi. Inkbrand nodded slightly. He found out too. First of all, he's a pickup and not of the Murray bloodline. Second, the timing of the Great Tribulation is not right. Qinsho lived for more than 500 years. Even if there was something wrong with Mo Yuan, he still had to come over and take a look. That's a big chance. Chapter 13 Thanking Heaven for the Great Gift from Heaven. Mo Yuan's gaze burned as he locked onto Mo. As a matter of fact, he was not really the old ancestor of the Mo clan. Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan has long since fallen. He was just the embodiment of Mo Yuan's heart demon. It was also true that he did not know the identity of the people on that island. Just know that she's been here waiting for the man of her destiny. If you're not, you'll be attacked. Mo Yuan had seen too many people from the Mo family return without any success. Among them, there were many supreme celestial pride that possessed the posture of becoming an immortal. Some people's physiques were even stronger than Mo's. Immaculate body, immortal body, sword body, innate Tao body, immaculate sacred body. But even they could not gain recognition and had to leave in disgrace. It's been too long, so long that the Murphys out there have gone through several ups and downs. Eventually, when Mo Yuan went mad, there he was, and he felt that the destined one didn't even exist. It's a pit. He longed for relief, for freedom, for escape from this place of confinement. When Ink Feather is attacked, it won't die, but it will be temporarily weakened. Then he would be able to take over Mo. Mo's gaze fell on the golden bubble. Inside the golden bubble, a young girl quietly slumbers. He could see her stance clearly, but he couldn't penetrate the thin barrier with his divine sense. The system panel can only be opened if the divine sense can see it. He approached slowly. Just as he was about to touch the edge of the bubble gradually dissipated, and the figure of the young girl gradually became clear. She floated there silently, her eyes closed tightly as if in a deep sleep. Long light golden hair, emitting a faint halo of light, holy and noble. There was an ineffable aura around him, ethereal and divine, as if not belonging to this mortal world. The words of the world, in front of her all pale. Any rhetoric, it is difficult to depict 1/10,000th of her beauty. Just looking at her quietly made one's heart feel in awe, not daring to blaspheme in the slightest. Mo's heart and mind swayed, and he actually lost his concentration for a moment, as if his soul was sucked into that endless holiness. A strong desire welled up in his heart to be near her, to know her, to submit to her. Wake up! Just then, Yanxi's voice exploded in Mo's mind like a thunderbolt. Be careful, it's an illusion. Yanxi reminded again, his voice grave. Thanks, Sister Yanxi. Mo returned to his senses, his gaze once again falling on the woman, his heart's vigilance skyrocketing. At this moment, she was still stunningly beautiful, better than anything Mo had ever seen, but it won't feel like it did before. After the bubble disappeared, his divine sense could detect the young girl. With a thought, the system panel surfaced. Name, Ji Xianyao. Chakra? Favorability, 0, strange. Introduction, the daughter of the ancestral dragon, sealed in the lower realm. Mo's greatest chance, will provide Mo with a constant stream of chi? Inkfeather's eyes widened. What the hell is this chi? What? A steady stream? Infinity? It's too much. He was in ecstasy. Thank you to Tendo for the great gift. On the other side, suspicion was written all over Mo Yuan's face, his gaze fixed on Mo. What's with the attack this time? Why is it so weird? It was the first time he had seen a golden bubble dissipate. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and his gaze went to Ji Xianyao. Trapped here for endless years, he had never really seen her face. With this glance, his entire body was struck by lightning, and he froze on the spot, as if his soul had been extracted. Chu Yuli also looked curiously at Ji Xianyao. In an instant, she too fell into that chaotic and dazed state, her consciousness gradually blurring. However, right at that moment, a flash of ghostly green quietly emerged from the depths of her eyes. She jolted awake, breaking out of that strange state. She looked around, feeling her head spinning a bit, wondering what was going on. I just thought that the sister on the island was really good looking. Instead, a strong sense of crisis rose in her heart. That man must be very dangerous. She couldn't help but sweat for Mo, silently praying in her heart that he was safe. Inkbrand transmitted a message to the ring. Sister Yanxi, do you know about the ancestral dragon? Yanxi's brows furrowed lightly, as if he was trying to remember. After a moment, she shook her head gently. Never heard of it. Why? Mo's gaze fell on the sleeping stunning woman in front of him and he slowly opened his mouth. As soon as I saw her, the word popped into my head that it might have something to do with her. You brat. You wouldn't be seeing color, would you? Yanxi's tone teased. Mo smiled helplessly. Don't make fun of me. Yanxi's expression suddenly became serious and his tone was grave. This woman is indeed very good looking, even in the upper realm. I haven't seen one that can surpass her. She doesn't have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy on her body, nor does she have any cultivation, and she looks like she'll fall down at a push. But I can sense that she's very dangerous. I suggest that you leave first, and it's not too late for you to come back after you've cultivated to the level of a Mahayana. Mo looked at Yanxi, and on her face was a gravity she had never seen before. It could be said that Yanxi had never been so cautious since they met. Ever since he jumped off the cliff for the 4th time without dying, Yanxi had stopped interfering with his behaviors that seemed to be self-seeking. But this time she said it anyway. This was enough to show that in Yanxi's mind, the danger lurking in this mysterious woman had already reached an extremely frightening point. Mo smiled confidently. Trust me, Sister Yanxi, I'm endowed with great fortune. I'll never be alright. And how can you be resurrected sooner if you don't seize every opportunity to improve yourself? Yanxi gazed at Mo's confident smile and a warm current surged in his heart. In fact, you don't have to be so desperate, just to know that it's useless to persuade you. For some reason, a strange stirring fluttered in her heart, as if something was quietly sprouting in the bottom of her heart. She hastily suppressed the sudden thought. Little Feather was the one she had watched grow up. How could she have such thoughts? Mo's gaze returned to Ji Xianyao once again. If even Sister Yanxi doesn't know what an ancestral dragon is, then he could only guess. Let's pretend for a moment that he is the god of creation. He slowly raised his hand and probed towards Ji Xianyao's white and jade-like slender hand. Fingertips touched her skin for a moment. Ji Xianyao's body was surrounded by golden light and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into Mo's sea of consciousness. Mo was slightly stunned. Is this considered a pass? He hastily collected his mind and looked inward into his sea of consciousness, only to see Ji Xianyao quietly suspended in the sea of consciousness, her eyes closed tightly, still sleeping, as if she was a holy goddess. It's detected that you've successfully intercepted Ji Xianyao. the daughter of the ancestral dragon. Ji Xianyao has endless qi in her body and can promote your qi to be restored to holy dragon qi. You will lose consciousness of her. With an irresistible posture, forcefully captured into their own sea of consciousness, she is already in the palm of your hand. You can hold at will. Play to your heart's content. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, a key to restore the holy dragon's qi. Holy dragon's luck, special unique luck, high quality luck, allowing you to be invincible in the competition for chances. We're plundering MOU's fortune. We've failed. We'll replenish it automatically. Luck plus 1000. Villain points plus 1000. Recovery? Several question marks popped up on Inkbrand's head. Num. Python Sparrow Swallows Dragon. Haters plus 1. Chapter 14 Sacrifice. MOU had automatically finished brainstorming the whole thing. He was born with holy dragon chi and immortal bones, all robbed. His parents threw him into this lower world to protect him. Heaven's way of training people is still surprisingly consistent. Another withdrawal would be perfect. He stopped thinking about it and studied the sacred dragon's chi luck. There are 8 types of chi from black to colored, and there is actually an additional 9th type of special chi. This holy dragon chi luck is one of them. Black, only mediocre mortals. Gray, a small success among mortals, but ultimately unable to practice. White, the vast majority of ordinary cultivators. Green to purple, favored by heaven, tends to have a good life. Gold, guaranteed ascension. It's hard to die. Colored, ascending to the upper realms. Still invincible. Special chi, transcends the entire chi system, overrides everything, and can be invincible even if it touches colored chi. The holy dragon's chi luck could make it simpler for him to plunder the chances of the sons of chi luck, and it also has a lot of hidden effects. According to the normal process, the recovery process of the holy dragon's chi was extremely long. I'm afraid that he may not be able to transform all of it even if he ascends to immortality. But with the help of the system, it was done in a matter of moments. However, this chi system was different from what MOU had seen in the novel. By this system, even villains can be purple chakra. Soon he was relieved. Even the most shell-shocked villain has a life that is far, far better than that of an ordinary mortal. How can one be a mediocre person who can be the enemy of the Son of Heaven's destiny? At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Please make Ji Xianyao submissive as soon as possible so that she can provide you with luck. According to Ji Xianyao's favorability or submissiveness, the chi will continue to increase. The higher the favorability or submissiveness, the faster the increase. MOU couldn't help but mutter darkly. How do you add favor when she's still asleep and doesn't know when she'll wake up? Please conquer her with your own charisma. This system does not provide any means of mind control. MOU was slightly surprised. It's a pretty principled system. Of course, even if he had fine control, he would never use it. It's not like he's a villain. What's more, if even love is false, what else is real? Cuckolding? The system is still deeply in his heart in this regard. Little feather. Just, at that moment, Yan Shi's voice rang out. She entered my sea of consciousness. MOU said. I don't know why. Why did she enter your sea of consciousness? I don't know. Maybe I'm the one she's been looking for? How can anything good happen to you? Yan Shi inwardly spat. After a moment of silence, she finally said, be careful. After Ji Xianyao disappeared, Mo Yuan jolted awake. What just happened? It was as if his consciousness had been consumed by something for some time. He looked sharply at MOU. Luckily, MOU was still around. He breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment his heart was in his throat again. Where's the girl? No? This ex waited a million years for the chance that no one had taken. He hasn't been in office long enough to give it away? Could it be that he's a chakra heart demon? Then, his face sank and his eyes became resolute. Even so, he had to take over this descendant. He had his own things to do. The pure yang sacred body, immortal bones, and this chance added together would surely allow one to become an immortal, while he's still receiving his inheritance. Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw Mo Yu royal sword coming over, receiving the inheritance so quickly. Although he had the strength of a transformation god, Mo Yu was only at the Jindan stage, but he didn't have the confidence to defeat the current Mo Yu. Because of the presence of that mysterious woman's chance, he didn't dare to guess Mo Yu's current strength. At that moment, his remaining light glanced at Chu Yuli, and helplessness flashed in his eyes. His original requirements for taking over were a living person, male, special physique, and high status. Now there is only the second best thing to do, just live people. Chu Yuli was staring closely at MOU, but her afterglow kept an eye on Mo Yuan. She had already figured out how to use the human emperor streamer. Simply by injecting spiritual energy from your body, you can automatically protect your master. There is absolutely no need to be afraid of this Murray. Even though her master had given her this, she was still a little scared. It really wasn't that she doubted her master's ability. That's a fairy. It's dying, but it's still an immortal. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Right at this moment, Mo Yuan's figure moved, transforming into a wisp of black gas and lunging at her. Chu Yueli reacted with divine speed. Immediately, he injected his spiritual energy into the human emperor streamer on his fingers. The human emperor streamer instantly returned to its original form, a flag with cuckoo bubbling black. Soul streamer? Mo Yuan's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his eyes were filled with shock. But in just an instant, the shock turned into disdain. How powerful could a mere chi refinement be to utilize a soul streamer? In the world of immortal cultivation, there is also a basic law. Refining chi, it is absolutely impossible to manipulate a soul above foundation establishment. However, the next moment, Ma Yuan was completely dumbfounded, only to see a spirit transformation stage soul lunging at him. Although it was only the first level of the transformation spirit, Mo Yuan could still feel that this transformation spirit had extraordinary strength and life. Definitely a transformation god with the qualifications to become an immortal. Ma Yuan cursed angrily in his heart. You two have one Jin Dan and one chi refining. How did you catch this transformation god? You're a chi refining. And where did you get the spiritual power to control this transformation? He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly activated the secret method, burning his divine soul to forcefully raise his strength. As his power continued to climb, hope flared up in his heart again. It would only take a single breath to kill this transformation god streamer spirit. However, in the next instant, a purple thunderbolt appeared and ruthlessly struck his body. Boom! In the roaring sound, Mo Yuan's soul body became more and more transparent, as if it would dissipate into the wind at any time. How can this? Ma Yuan's voice trembled in disbelief. He turned back to the source of the thunder and lightning ink feather with a deadly stare. Heaven step thunder technique? You're actually able to execute a heavenly rank lightning technique? This is impossible. Ma Yuan lost his voice and exclaimed. The Murray family is long gone. It was only right that all the heaven rank techniques had been lost. How could anyone else be able to pull out a heaven ranked spell? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Mo's figure flashed, and in an instant, he had already arrived in front of Chu Yuli, and the human emperor streamer was collected in response. Chu Yuli looked at Mo's back, her heart filled with joy. Master is so powerful, must be hiding his strength. Maybe the master is actually an immortal. Mo did not know what Chu Yuli was thinking. He was about to make a move to completely solve this hidden danger when he heard Mo Yuan's laughter. Ha ha ha, good, very good, kid, the latter is a great man. He laughed with a hint of appreciation, a hint of relief, and more than a few unspeakably complex emotions. What's that supposed to mean? Mo frowned slightly, inwardly puzzled, but did not let his guard down. Thunder light flashed in his palm. The Tianxuan thunder method was poised and ready to respond to Mo Yuan's counterattack. Kid, I originally thought that you just got here by a fluke, but I never thought that your ability could reach such a level. It seems that the heavens will not stop me. The Mo family. Ma Yuan's voice sounded again. Mo is it? The last person of the Mo family. The rise of the Mo family depends on you. His voice was steeply high-pitched with endless expectations. Before the words fell, his entire soul body began to blaze, purple flames rising, reflecting his increasingly illusory figure. Burning souls? Boosting battle power? But didn't you burn it once? Mo was inwardly puzzled, but still didn't relax. Mo Yuan's figure is gradually becoming illusory, just like the morning mist dissipated, only that purple flame is getting more and more fiery. In the center of his body, a purple sphere slowly emerged, crystal clear, emitting rich soul fluctuations, as if it were a potion. This is the soul pill condensed from the power of my lifelong divine soul. It can help you strengthen your divine soul, allowing you to cultivate on an unimpeded path until the harmonization stage. Chapter 15. What if the apprentice rushes the master if he is not majestic? Ma Yuan's body gradually became transparent. I did have the thought of taking over you, but since you have the ability to revitalize the Mo family, the future should be handed over to the young. He had a complicated gaze. There was sadness. There was relief. There was anticipation. All kinds of emotions were intertwined together, and finally turned into a sigh. Inkbrand also understood what he meant. A man's words are good when he is about to die. An unspeakable taste welled up in his heart, and he finally opened his mouth. Unfortunately, Senior, I am not a member of the Mo family in the true sense of the word. I was abandoned by my original family to the Mo village, and your Mo family's bloodline cannot be passed on after all. Mo Yuan was slightly stunned. Then he seemed to understand something and his smile grew wider. I can't be wrong. I've been guarding this place for countless years and I've never missed it. He gazed deeply at Mo. Be careful. At the slowest 500 years, There will be a great calamity in the Tianxuan continent. His voice grew softer and more ethereal. Eventually, his words, along with his soul, dissipated. Only a faintly glowing soul elixir was left behind, quietly suspended in midair. Mo Yu sniffed, slightly out of breath. From disdain for deception? Recalling what Mo Yuan had said earlier, he murmured in a low voice. Therefore, Mo Yuan decided that he had the Mo family bloodline. That cataclysm, too, did come within 500 years. That is to say, the Mo village is actually just the place where the Mo clan originated? So he's actually a member of the Mo family from the upper world? Another classic template. Ink Feather inwardly spat. The soul elixir slowly floated in front of him, and only then did he return to his senses and reach out to gently catch it. It was cold in his hand, but a warm current surged down his palm into his body. He bowed slightly at the place where Mo Yuan disappeared. The late generation will definitely not fail the ancestors' high hopes. You stole the chance before MOU, pretended to be a member of the Mo clan, gained the approval of the Mo clan ancestor, and succeeded in intercepting his chance. Without the soul-nourishing pill, it will be difficult for MOU to help Yanxi recover his soul quickly, so you can take this opportunity to take advantage of the situation. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, Jade Box of Gathering Souls, Immortal Artifact. Jade Box for Gathering in Souls. It can absorb the power of Tai-in and naturally generate random soul-type elixirs every month, without the need for spiritual power to activate it. Failure of Luck Looting. Automatic Replenishment. Luck plus 200. Villain Points plus 200. Immortal Weapon. MOU looked at the Jade Box in the system space stunned. The Jade Box was crystal clear, with intricate patterns carved on its surface, and at the center was a Taiji pattern, with the yin and yang fish coming to life as if they were slowly swimming, emitting a faint moonlight glow. It didn't require spiritual energy and produced an elixir equivalent to the soul pill that Mo Yuan had transformed every month. The thing to do was simply to put the Jade Box under the moon. This is too much. The system gave much more in one day than he had been able to do in more than 20 years of effort. It's random, but who is he? Sons of the Air. The best thing about it is the dice roll. Cool. There's nothing wrong with that elixir. Quick, eat it. Its use is far from as simple as your old ancestor says. Yanxi's urging voice came from the soul ring. MOU returned to his senses and put the elixir into his soul ring. Sister Yanxi, this will help you even more. You refine it. Within the soul ring, the purple soul dan was quietly suspended, and the soft light sprinkled on Yanxi's body, illuminating her stunningly beautiful figure even more fantastically. She gazed at the soul dan, her ruby eyes tumbling with emotion like a tidal wave. Moved, relieved, hesitant, a mixture of feelings that eventually turned into a hint of annoyance. Feather, nonsense. Yanxi's voice raised an octave, with a hint of reproach, a hint of heartache. This soul pill contains your old ancestor's lifelong soul power. It is something that belongs to you. How can you give it to me? MOU was stunned, not expecting Yanxi to react like this, and a warm current surged in his heart. Sister Yanxi, do you remember how many times you saved me? Hell no. Who's going to memorize that? Just eat it. Yanxi said full of concern. From the very beginning when you kept me from being discovered by the evil cultivators in Mo village, you have saved me 48 times, and after 8 of those times you fell into a deep sleep. MOU said seriously. Yanxi was momentarily speechless. She didn't expect MOU to remember so clearly. Her red lips quirked. I'm doing this for me. When she finished, she realized that she didn't even believe the statement. MOU smiled. A warm, sincere smile. I know. I will definitely help you remodel your body in the future. Help you use the best materials and remodel the most beautiful body. Then he squared his shoulders. But this? I have great fortune, and I'll have a better one later. Your divine soul is damaged. This will be more useful to you. Besides, the faster you recover, sister, the better you'll be able to help me in the future. Won't you? Yanxi was momentarily speechless. His heart was both touched and helpless. With a hint of sweetness, she gazed at MOU, and that resolute face was filled with sincerity and concern, without a hint of falsehood. Her heart, as if gently plucked by a gentle hand, rippled. From the time they met until now, MOU has never let her down. Time and time again, against all odds, he had long since ceased to be the ignorant child he was. He's like a diamond in the rough, honed, and will eventually blossom into a dazzling light. An inexplicable emotion grew in Yanxi's heart. This emotion, transcending the love of master and disciple, carried a trace of throbbing that she herself hadn't even noticed, spreading in the bottom of her heart. She took a deep breath and pushed down the tumultuous thoughts in her mind. That's just it. Yanxi sighed softly. Since you insist, then I'll let you. Her veiled hand gently lifted and received the purple soul elixir. Her cherry lips slightly opened and sent it into her mouth. In an instant, the light within the soul ring flourished, and a powerful soul fluctuation swept out. Flames rose around Yanxi. Her red dress fluttered and her white hair fluttered, like a phoenix reborn from fire, absolutely beautiful and divine. Her divine soul, nourished by the soul pill, solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, radiating an even more powerful aura. In the end, Yanxi's divine soul was much more solid, like substance, than what he had seen before. She said softly, "My strength has now returned to transformation spirit, so if I control your body, even if I face return to void, I will still have the power to fight." Mou revealed a satisfied smile. Little sister Yanxi is still not at liberty to take it. Now, even without going back to shake people, they could still defeat the Qin family. His gaze landed on Chu Yuli beside him. "We should get out." "Aha." Chu Yuli nodded, a trace of doubt on her face. "Master, your old ancestor, why did he do that?" Mou was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. "Who knows? Not figured out. But afraid to die? How can that be? He sacrificed himself. But can you say you didn't know? Can't. Image matters. What if you don't establish a majestic image? What if your disciple rushes the master in the future?" Chapter 16. Could anyone really be afraid of the blue and silver winding? Inside the soul ring, Yanxi's voice came out. "That Mo Yuan is a heart demon, an obsession. If he hadn't sacrificed himself at the end, his obsession might have been freedom, but now it seems that's not the case, and it would be more apt to say that it's family prosperity. He was trapped here for countless years, watching the Mo clan go from glory to decline with his own eyes, but he was unable to do anything about it, and under the prolonged accumulation of depression, he eventually bred a demon in his heart. If you don't have the ability to defeat him, he will take over you and revitalize the Mo family himself. So it is." Mou relayed what Yanxi had said, word for word, to Chu Yuli. Chu Yuli listened and nodded thoughtfully, her gaze filled with admiration. "Master is awesome. Not only are they strong, they are also so knowledgeable." Inkbrand saw what she was thinking and was a little embarrassed. How would he know? It's just a loner. At that moment, the surroundings began to change and the two returned to the ancestral shrine of the Mozi family. Mou felt it, and that secret space disappeared forever. "Master, where are we going next?" "Use the nearest clan's teleportation array to return to the Tianxuan Holy Land." "Tianxuan Holy Land?" Chu Yuli exclaimed. Although she had limited insight and had never heard of this power, she knew that this was the Tianxuan domain. To be directly named after the word Tianxuan, one didn't need to think about it to know that it was definitely a behemoth. Mou looked at Chu Yuli's small face that was slightly reddened from excitement and smiled. The Tianxuan Sacred Land is the largest power in the Tianxuan domain and one of the 9 superpowers of the human race. You'll know the specifics when you go back. These are the introductory basic lessons. After saying that, he sent his sword, took Chu Yuli with him, and flew towards the nearest sect, which was the Xian Sword Villa. Sound of an empty stomach. Above the flying sword, Chu Yuli's stomach rumbled indisputably. "Master, I'm hungry." Chu Yuli's small face reddened, somewhat embarrassed. Inkfeather then remembered that she hadn't yet started the valley. He looked down, and below him was a lush forest of ancient trees that covered the sky and the sun. Inkfeather falls in the forest. "I didn't bring any grain-preventing pills, so I'll help you find if there are any demonic beasts in the vicinity." "Aha." Chu Yuli nodded her head vigorously. Mou's divine sense exited and probed the surroundings. Strangely enough, there were surprisingly few demonic beasts in this area. Not even a single large demonic beast. Mou was puzzled in his heart and continued to expand the range of his divine sense. Finally, at the end of his divine sense, he found a Jindan stage rabbit demon, a pair of ruby eyes with a soulful sparkle, 2 long ears, twitching every now and then, are adorable. It's delicious at first glance. Inkfeather thought so. With a thought in his mind, the flying sword shot out, carrying a harsh air-breaking sound, and sped in the direction of the rabbit demon, so fast that it was like a missile. Detecting Chi Luck. As a competent villain, you've learned to rob and kill. You kill Wu, the daughter of Luck, before she grows up. Reward, Avatar. Indestructible golden body. It's been automatically trained to perfection for you. You have successfully killed the beloved of the Son of Fortune, Tang Wan. He must be grieving and plundering his fortune. Luck +1, 000. Villain points +1000. The series of beeps made Mou a bit confused. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? Soon. However, it didn't matter to him. Just kill it. The one I just killed must be the wife of the hydrogen flow protagonist. Anyone who can be called Tang Wan must not be a good person. As for retaliation, could anyone really be afraid of blue and silver tangle? His attention was quickly drawn to the indestructible golden body. Mo closed his eyes and carefully sensed this newly acquired divine ability as a wave of ecstasy welled up in his heart. Indestructible golden body. Immune to all damage below the immortal realm for 3 seconds. Above Wonderland. It depends on proficiency. The system gave him a direct cultivation to perfection, which could immunize him from damage within 5 great realms. Again for 3 seconds. Spiritual energy consumption is almost negligible and can be used once a month. This is simply an anticlimactic technique. This world's sword cultivators were the mainstream. Sword cultivators mastered killing and striving to explode the strongest damage in a short period of time. There were even some extreme sword cultivators who could converge all their spiritual energy into a single strike, pursuing the ultimate outburst and killing with a single blow. The sword son of the sword sect was like this. Relying on his sword, he became the first contemporary Yuaning, and his fame shook the heavens. And this undying golden body was simply a nemesis for those people. Inkfeather opened his eyes and walked over to the already dead Wa and let out a long breath. Okay, it's still a rabbit. If he turned into a human, he wouldn't really know what to say. Looking at Wa, Mo fell into a deep thought. The world was so big, he was sure he wouldn't be able to find the guy called Tang Wan, if he left just like that, and Tang Wandering couldn't find him. Wouldn't it be a waste of a son of Qi? But he couldn't let Tang Wan come to him directly. That would be too passive. He then searched his mind. Soon, a perfect backstabber surfaced. Star Holy Land, one of the 7 stars, Jade Balance. The two were considered to have a small dispute, and there had been a few exchanges. And then Mo's strength fell, so there were no more exchanges. That guy had a unique set of needle-type concealed weapons, and it just so happened that when the two of them fought against each other in the past, Inkfeather had been stabbed and left a few needles behind. It's decided that it's you. He began to set up the scene, casually sprinkling a few needles on the ground to create the scene of Wa being killed by this needle. The setup was completed. Mo clapped his hands sharply. He picked up the 2 long ears of the little Wa and brought it to Chu Yuli. Today, we'll eat this. It is more or less strange for 2 sons of Qi to be together and share the wife of another son of Qi. Chu Yuli's gaze landed on the body of little Wa. Her beautiful eyes rounded. So oppressive. The pressure emanating from a mere corpse was even stronger than her family's ancestor. Master, this is a great Jindan demon? Mo gently nodded his head, and his hands had already begun to skillfully handle this rabid demon. Chu Yuli's eyes were filled with shock. A great Jindan demon could casually destroy her entire family. And now, this powerful existence was actually about to fall into her dish? This is too magical. She felt like she was dreaming. An absurdly bizarre, yet incredibly real dream. Unconsciously, she shifted her gaze to Mo's face. Master is so pretty. There should be a lot of suitors, right? I don't know if there's a couple. How high is the master's realm? When will you be stronger than master? When will? Well, eat? Mo's voice pulled Chu Yuli back to reality from her chaotic thoughts. With the help of the pure young true flame, the rabid demon was quickly processed, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Chapter 17, Suway Peak. 10 minutes later, Chu Yuli burped contentedly. Master, I can't eat anymore. It's too bloated. Mo looked at the rabid demon that had barely been moved and was somewhat helpless. A Jindan stage demonic beast was still too complimentary for a little scum like Chu Yuli at the 3rd level of Qi refining. As for himself, he only took a small taste. Very tasty, but for various reasons, he still couldn't get off his ass. Why eat rabbits when they're so cute? He has a good heart and does not eat creatures that can be transformed into humans. The system should have waited for him to finish eating before reminding him. At that moment, a doubt popped up in Mo's mind. If it's resurrect, my love, is that a double bonus? Although there was only 1 share of Qi, Tang Wandering's ceiling was only so high, but the system's rewards aren't. This time it was given to the indestructible gold body. What about next time? He decided to leave the roasted rabbit behind to give Tang Wan a chance. Cutting off a small piece of meat, he handed it to Chu Yuli. It's time to go. Chu Yuli received the meat, her stunning face revealing some doubts. Wouldn't it be a waste not to take it away? It's not delicious. It's just a Jindan demonic beast. Go back and have a better one. Chu Yuli's beautiful eyes shone with light. The Jindan demonic beast said they didn't want it. So what realm is the master? So much so that I want to become stronger than Shifu. Good, want to put the division. It's time to go. 3 days later, the Tianxuan Holy Land. The mountain gate towered into the clouds, the whole body made of an unknown kind of jade, glittering under the sunlight and emitting a faint aura. Is this place the Tianxuan Holy Land? Chu Yuli looked up at the imposing mountain gate in front of her and was incomparably shocked. Inkfeather smiled and nodded. Suddenly, an old man wearing a green-colored robe with a majestic face appeared in front of him. He had a full head of gray hair and his face was covered with signs of age, but his eyes were shining. He first glanced at Chu Yuli, then his gaze landed on Mo. Feather, is she your new senior sister? Mou smiled and said, Elder Qing Xian, this is the disciple I just took in. Li Scarlet Jade, Chu Yuli wailed in her heart. It's over. It's over. This is completely ate up. I can't believe she forgot to tell her master's father her original name. If the master knows about this in the future, he won't be expelled, will he? Mou turned his head and pointed at Elder Qing Xian to introduce him. This is the heavenly Xian Sacred Land's Supreme Elder, Qing Xian, a Mahayana strong person. Chu Yueli hurriedly retrieved her thoughts, forcibly suppressing the uneasiness in her heart, and made a deep bow to Elder Qing Xian. Greetings to Elder Qing Xian. Although she didn't know how strong the Mahayana was, she also heard her master's hint. Elder Qing Xian's face was calm, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. With a wave of his hand, a green-colored long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Above the sword body, the aura flowed and the cold light flickered. At a glance it was clear that it was not a mortal product. The clear wind sword, an extremely high-grade spiritual artifact, is considered a meet and greet gift. Extreme spirit weapon. Chu Yuli only felt her head buzzing. Extreme spiritual weapons, but which realm uses it? Haven't learned it myself yet. All in all, very, very powerful is right. Mou took the Qingfeng sword and handed it to Chu Yuli and said with a smile, Don't thank Elder Chang yet. Only then did Chu Yuli come back to her senses and hurriedly received the Qingfeng sword with both hands, saying excitedly, Many thanks to Elder Qing. Elder Qing Xian didn't care too much about these two pulling their wool over their own eyes. With a wave of his hand, a soundproof formation instantly appeared, enveloping Mou in it. What is the matter with the elder? Mou frowned slightly, having a bad feeling. Elder Qing Xian withdrew his serious expression and squeezed out a kind smile on his pale face. Little Feather, that book of yours, Martial Movements Qianquan, when exactly will you continue writing it? Ink Feather came to a realization. He also has some side business over here. Copywriting. After 3 years of no cultivation, you have to find something to do. Just hide your identity and copy a few novels from your previous life. Elder Qing Xian was one of the few people who knew his identity as a writer. He smiled shyly. Elder Chang, I can't. I've been so busy lately. I've been busy going down to the secret realm and practicing cultivation every day. I simply don't have the time to write a text. You can write 2,000 words in an hour. 12 hours a day. Can't you even squeeze out an hour? What's more, we cultivators have no problem controlling 10 pens at a time. Stop. Elder Chang, if you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to look for my master. Mou interrupted Elder Qing Xian before he could finish. Elder Qing Xian's face changed slightly, as if he was quite wary of Yi Shimi. Ahem. Just ahem. Forget I said it. Before the words fell, his figure, along with the soundproof formation, disappeared in place. Ink Feather sighed. Should have been more careful when writing the book before. Who would have thought that the heavenly Xian Holy Land Supreme Elder would actually like to read pretentious texts, and specifically used the method of divination to find him? It's also thanks to the fact that his master's father also has a relatively high status among the elders of the Supreme Elders, or else he would have to be caught bursting into more work every day. Master, are you an elder here? Chu Yuli blinked her clear eyes and asked curiously. Mou turned his head to look at Chu Yuli and shook his head. No, he explained as he led Chu Yuli deeper into the Holy Land. The Tianxuan Holy Land is roughly divided into 3 zones, the outer sect zone, the inner sect zone, and the elder zone, and we are in the inner sect zone at the moment. There are 10 main peaks in the inner sect area: Tianxuan Peak, Dan Peak, Weapon Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Formation Peak, 5 Elements Peak, Sword Peak, Body Refinement Peak, Talisman Peak, and Criminal Peak. And, which peak are we? Which is neither. My master is a Tai Shang elder, and the mountain we are on is called Shuiwei Peak. There were originally 7 people in Crestview, and you're the 8th. The peak master's name is Yi Mei, a good drinker and gambler. An eldest sister's name is Luo Su Xin. Mou was about to give a detailed introduction when suddenly, an exchange of voices from the surroundings reached his ears. Looking around, a group of female disciples of the inner sect were gathering together, discussing passionately. You guys, who is the #1 heavenly pride of our Holy Land? It's definitely Fairy Luo Su Xin. Mahayana. It's truly worthy of the name. And she's really gentle. Fairy White Frost Shadow is also very strong. I saw with my own eyes that she used only one sword to decapitate the transitional demon under her sword. It was awesome. I simply love her to death. I like Fairy Xia Ningbing. She's really cold. I like this the most. Fairy Su Meier. I've heard that she's a 9-tailed heavenly fox. That look, that body, it's simply stunning. I want to marry her. Hey, you guys are getting off topic. Who asked you guys who you like? If you ask me, The most handsome one would have to be Saint Son Mou. If it wasn't for the fact that he had inexplicably lost his cultivation, he would definitely be the #1 heavenly pride in the Tianxuan continent for the past 10,000 years. He, Saint Son. Alright, quickly wipe that saliva of yours. I think that little master Ling Wanqing isn't bad. Ling Wanqing who? Listening to their discussion, Inkbrand thought to himself, it's a good thing that best of the year wasn't me. He turned back to Chu Yuli. What they are talking about now is Suway Peak. Your several senior uncles. I will take you up the mountain first. Chapter 18. In this life, nothing is to be lost. Crested Butte. This was one of the most remote peaks in the Elder region. Off the beaten path, yet exceptionally secluded because of it. At the waist of the mountain, a small courtyard stood quietly, surrounded by ancient trees and aura like mist. Mou landed slowly with his sword, and beside him, Chu Yuli's eyes were filled with curiosity. This is where elder sister and I live, and there are extra rooms that will be your home from now on. Mou's tone was calm. Of course, if you like, you can also live somewhere else. Your master ancestor won't care. I live here, Chu Yuli crisply responded, her gaze filled with anticipation. Mou nodded and pushed open the courtyard door. In the center of the courtyard, there was a sky-high ancient tree with thick branches and leaves that covered the sky. Under the tree, a stone table and a few stone benches formed a simple resting place. Not far away, a spiritual spring gurgled, emitting a crisp sound. Chu Yuli followed closely behind Mou, curiously looking around at this new home. Suddenly, a clear voice came. Senior, you're back. A young girl in a long light blue dress rushed out of the room, still holding an unfinished array disc in her hands as she was clearly studying the array. Ling Wanqing, Mou's 6th senior sister. Mou was ranked 5th in Suway Peak. When she saw Chu Yuli, surprise flashed in her blue eyes. Senior brother, is this the new senior sister? It's so pretty. Even as a woman herself, Ling Wanqing could not help but admire Chu Yuli's appearance. Mou gently shook his head and introduced, not senior sister, she is my newly accepted disciple. As he spoke, he scrutinized Ling Wanqing. Ling Wanqing was picked up outside after he was enrolled in the Tianxuan Holy Land by his master. He had always treated her like his own sister. Ling Wanqing's appearance was considered outstanding among mortals. The combination of a clean face and soulful blue pupils gave people a girl-next-door kind of intimacy. Although not too stunning, but durable, the more you look at it, the more you feel moving. However, in the heavenly Qian Holy Land, where every person was stunningly beautiful, her appearance was a bit more ordinary, and thrown in the pile of women, it was difficult to be noticed. Temperamentally light and arguably a bit of a deadbeat. Because of this, she was not famous in the Tianxuan Holy Land, and almost no one recognized her. Inkfeather opened her panel. Name, Ling Wanqing, Flesh and Blood Puppet. Synopsis, an incredibly realistic golem. Spirit Wanqing, the daughter of luck, has been detected. You can get a reward by suppressing her. A puppet? Inkfeather was stunned. He didn't know if the puppet was realistic or not, but he couldn't really tell. It's not visible at all. Wanqing's attainments in the puppet path could definitely be described as terrifying. Elder brother, what's her name? Ling Wanqing's voice rang out, interrupting Mou's thoughts. Well, away from Himawari, Mou said. As soon as the words fell, a hint of a different color instantly swept through Ling Wanqing's blue eyes. The array disc held tightly in his hand also slipped out of hand and fell to the ground with a snap, making a crisp sound. What's wrong? Inkbrand looked at her suspiciously. Ling Wanqing hurriedly bent down to pick up the array disc that had fallen to the ground. No, nothing. I'm a bit tired from studying formations lately. Saying that, she glanced at Chu Yuli without any trace. Take care to rest. Don't get too tired, Mou said. He had planned to have his senior sister bring Chu Yuli to the identity registration, but now he could only switch to another person. By the way, senior brother, the master asked you to go to senior sister to report on the recent situation when you return. She also left something at senior sister's place. Ling Wanqing lowered her head, her fingertips wiping the dust from the array plate. Inkbrand nodded. It's been a long time since I've been back. It's time to see the master, sister, and ask the master about the marriage contract. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and asked, is master in? No, only 3rd and 4th senior sisters are there. Mou gently nodded his head, and the figures of the 2 senior sisters appeared in his mind. The 3rd senior sister, Xia Ningbing, had a perennial appearance of being unapproachable, cold as ice, unsmiling, as if a 10,000-year-old iceberg. 4th senior sister Su Meier, a 9-tailed sky fox in disguise, has a personality diametrically opposed to Xia Ningbing. Passionate, flirtatious and alluring, every knit of her brows is full of seduction. Favorite thing to do was to turn into a small furry fox and nestle in Mou's arms to sleep. Elder brother, are you eating at home today? Ling Wanqing inquired softly, like a fresh breeze brushing across the lake. Mou's thoughts were called back, and his gaze fell on his senior sister's expectant beauty. He wanted to refuse, but was defeated in front of those eyes that twinkled like stars, so he only nodded gently. It was just as well that he could also take this opportunity to get the goodwill reward on Wanqing. It's impossible to eat with a puppet, right? Ling Wanqing arched her eyebrows, her joy overflowing. Great! I'll go get ready. Tonight we'll have chicken soup. I've specially gotten Xianling color feather chicken from Spirit Beast Peak. After saying that, Ling Wanqing lightly stepped into the kitchen. Mou pondered for a moment, thinking about who to send to bring Chu Yuli to register her identity. He quickly had a candidate, and then he pulled out a summoning talisman and sent out a message. It's just as well to see if she's a daughter of Qi. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Looking back, he only saw Chu Yuli hanging her head low, looking apprehensive. Master, I'm sorry, I lied to you. In fact, I hid my real name before. My name is Chu Yuli, not Li Scarlet Jade. At that time I was worried. Mou raised his hand to gently caress her hair and softly comforted her. It's okay, it's good to be careful. But, like I said before, you can trust me, as well as my fellow disciples on Suway Peak. Chu Yuli nodded her head as if she was relieved. Aha, I know. Inside the kitchen, Ling Wanqing laid down a soundproofing array and let out a light breath. Li Scarlet Jade, the future Li Demon Zun has actually become a disciple of senior brother. Recalling Chu Yuli's stunning face, she couldn't help but murmur. Rumor has it that no living person has ever been able to see the true face of the Demon Lord, so it turns out that she was actually born so good looking. Isn't she a casual cultivator? Why would she become senior brother's disciple? Is it because one is reborn and everything is changed? In any case, she is also a future absolute powerhouse, so as long as she is guided, it won't be difficult to put her on the right path and become her own aide. In this way, the tragic fate of the previous life will not happen. Thoughts tumbled through Ling Wanqing's mind. She had a big secret. She was actually reborn back from the future. Strictly speaking, it was more accurate to say that she ate the 9-leaf destiny grass and saw the future. But her senior brother's novel called it rebirth, so she called it that as well. After the great calamity of heaven and earth, she struggled for more than 10 years. But in the end, it was hard to escape death. No, more accurately, the entire Tianxuan continent was destroyed, with no survivors. In this life, she vowed to reach the top and soar to immortality. She had lost everything once, and this time around, she didn't want to lose anything. Shaking his head, he dispersed the distractions, thinking of her senior brother. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved up in a sweet arc. She went to the stove and began to concentrate on cooking. This is a good chicken that has been carefully selected and trained for 2.5 years according to Sifu's preferences. Chapter 19. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Yanxi's voice sounded in Mou's mind. I hadn't been paying attention before, but now that my divine soul has recovered a bit I realized that there is something strange about little Wanqing. Does that mean flesh and blood puppets? Mou responded. You've noticed it too? Yanxi was quite surprised, with a hint of astonishment in his tone. One must know that she had only seen it after her divine soul had been elevated to transformation god. And Mou, but Jindan Cultivation, can also see through? Guess so. Inkbrand explained casually. He couldn't say he had a system, could he? Yanxi was even more surprised when he heard this. To be able to guess this through a little detail, this insight is truly amazing. You're progressing faster and faster. The current you, even if placed in the immortal realm, deserves the name of heaven's pride, she exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. It's all because Sister Yanxi taught me well. Mou responded with a smile. You're the one with the sweet mouth. Yanxi hummed lightly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as a few moments of pride flowed out. Right at this moment, a green-colored stream of light tore through the sky and came towards Mou in a hurry, accompanied by a clear call. Junior Master, I'm coming. The voice was gentle, like a mountain stream, with a hint of excitement that was hard to hide. The green light landed in front of Mou, and a graceful young girl appeared from it. Ink Feather recognizes the man, the very one he brought in to help. Tianxuan Holy Land intersects #1 beauty. Xian New Peak's chief, Meng Lanin. She seemed well dressed today. A white and snowy gauze skirt with delicate blue flower patterns embroidered at the hem, swaying gently with her movements, and between her walks, her 2 white jade legs were hidden. On her wrist, a string of crystal bracelets lined her skin. Her long hair was gently tied back with a silver hairband, and a few strands of broken hair fell around her ears, adding a touch of femininity. She moved lightly with lotus steps and walked in a graceful manner, her eyes flowing with a bit of shyness and anticipation, but she pretended to be calm, and there was a hint of charm in her innocence, which made people's hearts flutter. As she walked, the pair of fullness in front of her chest trembled slightly, as if they were two mischievous jade rabbits trying to break free. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. The girl of luck, Meng Lanin, has been detected. You can get a reward by suppressing her. Name, Meng Lanin. Luck, purple. Favorability, 100, adoration. Introduction. After being saved by MOU a few times, the roots of love are deeply planted. The sound of a gifted, especially good at blowing, with 9 curved linglong body. Although it has not been awakened, but it is still a superb stove tripod. We've detected that you've successfully intercepted the daughter of luck, Meng Lanin. Monroe Yum has fallen under your spell and will happily suck your dick if you ask her to. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, Immortal Artifact Soul Snufferer. You've succeeded in intercepting MOU. I'm sure he's grieving and has begun to plunder his luck. Failure of luck looting. Automatic replenishment. Luck +1. 000. Villain points +1000. System, is that a proper blowjob? Is the 9 curves the same 9 curves as the 9 curves corridor? Ink brands secretly belabored him. As expected, Meng Lanin was also a daughter of Qi. She had 100% favorability rating for herself? It surprised him a little. Thinking back to the previous scene where she was saved, it was more like, retreat and leave me alone with my chances. There's always that undercurrent that can't be seen and can only be used when no one is around. In the eyes of the other disciples, he was the one who sacrificed his life and broke his back for the sake of his companions, moving the heavens and surviving. He moved his eyes to the system space and landed on the soul suppressor. The whole body was carved by green jade, on which there was a vague flickering of flowing light. Exquisite. The body of the Shao was carved with ancient runes. Just looking at it, it made the mind and soul tranquil. It could attack, defend, suppress the soul, and assist, making it an excellent all-around magic treasure. Moreover, it is an immortal weapon. Very impressive. One must know that in the entire Tianxuan continent, there weren't even a few immortal weapons. Even if there was one, it was a treasure that the superpowers had suppressed. Unfortunately, he didn't know this way, but it didn't matter. This kind of immortal weapon, it just worked for a blowjob. While pondering, Meng Lanin had already gently pulled on MOU's arm, her cherry lips slightly pouting, with a few points of pouting and a few points of resentment. Junior Master, you're actually ignoring me, but I immediately rushed over as soon as I received your message. That voice, soft with a hint of aggravation, feeling the warmth and softness coming from his arm, MOU came back to his senses. His gaze shifted downward, his eyes inadvertently sweeping over the collar of Meng Lanin's coat. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but at this angle, he could easily peek at the scenery inside his clothes. The velvety pink neck was icy and glistening, and under the soft and charming collarbone was a deep and provocative snow-white gully, and the 2 jade peaks rose and fell slightly with each breath. The fragrant scent wafted out from the neckline, so refreshing that it even attracted a nectar-hungry bee. He averted his eyes, settled back and smiled slightly. Isn't it because you're so beautiful and attractive, Tone, that you made me look away for a moment? Listening to MOU's compliments and feeling his line of sight, Meng Lanin's heart burst with joy, but on her face, she still maintained a reserved and bland demeanor. Count on your sweet mouth, she hummed softly, her voice soft and charming. Then I'll forgive you this time. Little uncle complimented me on my good looks. Does he like me? Sure enough, Wanqing was right. One had to take the initiative to do so. Thinking about this, she straightened her proud breasts and deliberately rubbed against MOU's arm. MOU felt the soft touch and felt like sinking. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Crossing into the fantasy world without opening a harem, that's not wearing it for nothing? The reverse canon god had said, the ultimate goal of a man's life is nothing but to conquer the world and to conquer women. Conquering the world is to achieve enough height in life, while conquering women is to embellish the landscape of life. If you can't conquer the woman you want to conquer, even if you conquer the world, you are still independent and lonely peaks. Full of loneliness, Meng Lanin was even more delighted to see MOU's reaction. Junior Master must have moved on to me. If he confesses to me now, should I agree? Or should I hold back a bit before agreeing? MOU forcibly pressed down that restlessness in his heart and coughed lightly. This time, I'm looking for you because I have something to ask for your help. He secretly reminded himself that Chu Yueli was still hanging around, and he couldn't let the little kid see something bad. Dream Lanin's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of resentment, but her voice remained sweet. Junior uncle, you're being too formal. What kind of relationship do we have? No matter what you ask for, I will agree, she added in her mind, even if they had to sleep together. At the thought of this, her snow-white skin flushed a tantalizing pink color. Charming her, I have recently taken in a disciple, and I want you to help her go through the procedures of joining the sect, MOU said with a straight face. Well, okay, But until then, Meng Lanin's slender jade hand removed a jade shell from her waist, her voice becoming more and more delicate. I've learned a new tune. It's especially good. I'll play it for you. Her charming eyes were like silk, staring straight at Mou. Mou only felt a tingle as he coughed lightly. Some other time. I'm still a bit busy right now. Then, tonight? Meng Lanin was unforgiving. A pair of expectant beautiful eyes staring tightly at Mou. Tonight I'll go to your room and give you a blowjob. Okay? Chapter 20, 100. 000 levels of Daughter of Heaven's Destiny. Mou took a deep breath. Okay, tonight you, come to my room. Though he knew that Dream Lanin didn't mean it that way. But a stunning woman who was both pure and charming, and who also genuinely adored herself, said such provocative words in such an ambiguous tone. Can this Taoist heart hold up? The road to cultivation is long, and the heart of the way still needs to be sharpened. Just as the atmosphere became more and more charming, a crisp voice cut through the ambiguous atmosphere. Senior, is this the senior sister who is going to take me to do the formalities for joining the sect? Mou turned back, only to see Chu Yuli standing there, not happy or angry. Yes, this senior sister Meng Lanin will take you to receive your identity card, do the initiation test, and light the soul lamp. Mou turned to Meng Lanin again and nodded slightly. She is my disciple Chu Yuli. Trouble. This set of processes down, not a few hours to mess up. Meng Lanin was flattered. No trouble, no trouble. Her gaze then landed on Chu Yuli, and a look of amazement flashed in her eyes. This little girl was even born so pretty. Alarm bells went off in her mind and a sense of crisis set in. Such a person would actually spend time with Junior Master in the future? How is this going to work? She was able to accept Mou and Ling Wanqing living together simply because she was confident that her charisma far exceeded Ling Wanqing's. But with this little beauty, she really wasn't completely sure. The current Chu Yuli, whose appearance was only slightly inferior to her own, would still be great in the future? Her gaze inadvertently swept over Chu Yuli's chest, secretly pleased in her heart. Luckily, one has the absolute advantage in this regard. Meng Lanin loosened her hold on Mou and wore a gentle smile. Senior sister Chu, follow me. Chu Yuli did not immediately go forward. Smiled sweetly. Pair edges shallow. Senior sister Dream, what realm are you in now? Me? Broke through to Yuaning not too long ago. Meng Lanin replied with a smile. Wow. Senior sister is so powerful. Chu Yuli exclaimed. However, underneath this innocent facade, she was secretly calculating in her mind. No, the Yuaning stage was too far away. One simply couldn't reach it in a short period of time. By then, she and her master's children will have both. One has to do something. She didn't want another master's maiden. Although this woman's looks were slightly inferior to her own, her capital was really too big. It's as big as why? I'm only this much. No comparison at all. Is it so big that it really doesn't affect walking? She quietly glanced down at her underdeveloped breasts, and fumed in her heart. Must find a way to get bigger. She fixed her mind and walked obediently to Meng Lanin's side. Senior sister, let's go. Mou looked at the two who were getting along well, and his face was pleased. He reminded, by the way, you are as afraid of heights. Either you fly lower. Meng Lanin secretly said that it was not good. Junior Master Ju was so concerned about this disciple. Chu Yuli grabbed Meng Lanin's sleeve in feigned fear. Yes, Sister Lanin, I'm afraid of heights, so you mustn't fly as fast as Master. Meng Lanin fiercely grasped the key word. Junior Master flies fast. It shows that the young Master doesn't fly slow for her. Thus it can be concluded that the young Master doesn't like her. Sure enough, little Master still likes big ones like himself. This one's solid. At that thought, she unintentionally pushed up her proud breasts. Chu Yuli noticed Meng Lanin's reaction. Outwardly not moving, inwardly stealing joy. There is a saying in the art of war, show the enemy weakness and take advantage of his strength. Let her lower her guard first. There would be plenty of time to deal with her later. After the two left, Mou also went to find his senior sister to report the situation. Inside the small courtyard, everyone left. A bee flew towards the kitchen, passed through the half-covered window pane, and landed steadily on Ling Wanqing's white and slender fingers. Chu Yuli? Ling Wanqing's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She called the strange yet familiar name softly, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Chu Tianxuan, the Chu Tianxuan that millions of people admire. She couldn't help but exclaim in shock. I only felt a vague pain in my temples, and my thoughts were confused. After a moment of contemplation, it dawned on her. No wonder. It turns out that Chu Tianxuan and Li Devilson are actually the same person. She exhaled softly, calming her agitated mind. Chu Tianxuan's cultivation speed turned out to be so slow. He was clearly from the same era as his senior brother, yet he only became famous so long after his senior brother's death. Is it the lack of resources? now that she has become a disciple of senior brother. Perhaps she can help senior brother when the great calamity comes. The top of Suway Peak is surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. Inkfeather walked forward to a green stone at the edge of the cliff. Only a woman was seen sitting on her knees with her back to him, a faint cold aura surrounding her, her waterfall of green silk hanging down to the waist, a simple jade hairpin lightly pulled. More show a few points of cold and dusty. Wrapped in a gorgeous basalt-colored long skirt, the golden phoenix pattern on the hem of the skirt was vivid, spreading its wings and wanting to fly, showing all the dignity. The whole person exudes a noble and cold temperament, just like the 9 heavenly maiden descending to the mortal world. In his arms was a snow-white six-tailed fox with a fluffy tail that swayed gently. This woman was none other than MOU's third senior sister, Xia Ningbing. The six-tailed white fox in her arms was MOU's fourth senior sister, Su Meier. At this moment, Su Meier was curled up in Xia Ningbing's arms, her eyes closed, seemingly in a deep sleep. MOU respectfully saluted. Third senior sister, fourth senior sister. Xia Ningbing did not turn around. Her voice was as cold as a spring, and she faintly asked, "How are you doing these days?" Also, okay. MOU's voice trembled a little, just because. Detecting the daughters of heavenly fate, Xia Ningbing and Su Meier, suppressing them will be rewarded. Name, Xia Ningbing. Luck, 100. 000, colored. Favorable opinion, 80, regarded as a wise minister. Introduction, reincarnation of the female emperor. In his previous life as a generation of immortal emperor, domination of the immortal world. Due to the failure of the breakthrough, fall with hatred, the body of the divine phoenix, the best stovepots. Remarks, hell difficulty, although it doesn't fit the villain's style, but with your current strength, it is recommended to just run away. Name, Su Meier. Luck, 100. 000, colored. Favorable opinion, 80, regarded as a good brother. Introduction, 9-tailed fox. Illusory charming body. Excellent furnace. Remarks, also extremely difficult, or recommended to escape. Reincarnation of the Empress? 100,000 chakras? Hell of a difficulty? Suggested escape? MOU's heart shook. Lean. How can these two geeks be so fierce? No wonder they don't usually go out. If he's so fierce, why go out and find a friggin' chance? The system's voice continued. Detected that your favoritism with Xia Ningbing and Su Meier have both reached above intimate. You join the Tianxuan Holy Land, become their junior, lurk on their side, step by step, and eventually trick them into trusting you. As colored destined daughters, they are not only strong, but also disgusted with the destined villains. You must have put in unimaginable efforts. The villain succeeds against all odds. Please choose whether or not to plunder your fortune. No. Villain points plus 1,600. As a villainous system, this is the first time this system has seen a host with so much heart and perseverance, and in less than a week's time, he has already taken down 7 women of destiny. Reward, Chaos Yin Yang Technique. Chapter 21, Xia Ningbing, Heavenly Fate Comparison System. Chaotic Yin Yang Technique, capturing the creation of heaven and earth, stealing the mysteries of Yin and Yang. Divided into 2 parts, Yang and Yin techniques, which can be practiced either alone or as a dual cultivation. It can be advanced by absorbing the power of Yin and Yang, and its current level is Xian first grade. Note, the Chaos System technique can assist in the awakening of the Chaos Divine Body. Chaotic Yin Yang Duel. Immortal Technique. Inkfeather was shocked. One must know that in the entire lower realm, no true immortal grade feats existed. The system actually gave it straight. At the same time, he cried and laughed a little. System, if you want to give me something you can just say so. You don't have to make excuses. Luckily, he's still on good terms with his sisters. Let's not talk about the fact that there is a system to get rewards. Even without the system, with these thighs, you can still feed and clothe yourself. May there be trouble? Xia Ningbing's cool voice rang out, interrupting MOU's thoughts. MOU returned to his senses and put the system rewards aside for now. He took a deep breath to calm his mind and began to tell Xia Ningbing about the recent events, deliberately omitting many irrelevant details, such as what happened with Ling Chengyu, what happened in the Mo family. Then it explained the late goal to find a chance to exterminate the Qin family. Aha! Xia Ningbing quietly listened to MOU's report, gently answered and stopped moving. Brother, sister is going to help you destroy the Qin family. A lazy and charming voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. Immediately after, a white light flashed, and Su Meier in white fox form had appeared in MOU's arms. Thank you, Sister Mei. MOU gently stroked Su Meier's soft white fur. Su Meier seemed to enjoy MOU's caresses as she squinted her eyes slightly and let out a satisfied murmur. Then, her little head rubbed against MOU's arms, found a comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep. MOU looked at Xia Ningbing again. Senior sister, I recently ran into the Tai Ching Holy Maiden. Ling Chengyu, and she said that she has a marriage contract with me. Does senior sister know what's going on? Xia Ningbing's veiled hand lightly waved, and several pieces of paper lightly flew towards Mo's hands. Master left it. See for yourself. Inkbrand took it and scanned it with downcast eyes. The first one. A letter left by Yi Shimei. The handwriting is dragon-like and unruly. Roughly speaking, in recent years, she gambled with someone, helped him win a lot of good things, including beautiful women, and even on a whim, even took him as a bet. The veins at the corners of Mo's forehead throbbed. What a master! That's too much to ask. He rushed through the remaining ones. The marriage contract of the Taiqing Holy Maiden. The challenge letter of the Sword Sect's Sword Son. Assisting the desolate ancient Holy Maiden in descending into the secret realm. Refining 5th grade pills. Helping the Dacian Empire's 7th prince seize the throne. And assisting in the extermination of demons at the Jinmu Abyss. He instantly beamed with joy. Chance. Chance. All chance. Luckily, it's not just selling him out. Although they seemed troublesome, they were a piece of cake for the son of Qi. Recall the realm cultivation of those people. The closest to him was the Yuaning stage Sword Sect Sword Son, called the first person in the Yuaning stage, the first genius of the Sword Sect in a million years. He was once famous in the world by virtue of killing a god transformation stage powerhouse with a single sword. At this moment, Mou suddenly felt a tingle in his scalp. It wasn't so much fear as it was simple disgust, because in the past, he had been sparring with the second and third elder sisters, who both used swords, and was beaten into self-imposed isolation. It was well known that sword cultivators had a special ability to make people with a lower comprehension of the sword than themselves unable to draw it. After being beaten into self-imposed isolation, he used every weapon but his sword. Xia Ningbing seemed to have sensed Mou's inner unrest and opened her mouth to comfort. There's no need to worry too much. With us, even if we default, there won't be any problems. The tone was cold, domineering, and majestic, vaguely revealing a few moments of female emperor style. Thank you, senior sister. Mou arched his hand. He was about to turn around and leave when Xia Ningbing's voice sounded once again. Wait. Mou stopped his steps and looked back to gaze at Xia Ningbing's stunningly beautiful back. Is there anything else, elder sister? Xia Ningbing's jade hand gently lifted, as elegantly as flicking a flower, and removed the hairpin from between her hair. The waterfall of green silk instantly poured down, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. The hairpin came out of his hand and turned into a stream of light, flying into Mou's hand. He held the hairpin, which was cool to the touch and carried a faint fragrance. Scrutinize it carefully, with a look of surprise on his face. This was no hairpin, it was clearly a flying sword. The medium-grade spiritual treasure, which contained Xia Ningbing's sword chi, was enough to rival the strikes of a harmonization stage cultivator, and was incredibly powerful. Xia Ningbing did not explain, and Mou understood what she meant. Thank you, senior sister. Mou left, leaving Xia Ningbing alone. She opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at the sea of clouds in front of her, murmuring softly, her voice like an orchid in an empty valley. The 8th level of Jindan, the pure yang sacred body, broken and standing. A moment later, a translucent panel surfaced in front of her. Name, Xia Ningbing. Realm, 9th level of the harmonization stage. Object of comparison, Mou. Accumulated wins, 198. Rewards will be doubled after 200 wins. Countdown to comparison, 0. Destiny comparison system. It's her biggest secret. A being that even she couldn't fully understand. Ever since not long after Mou's initiation, this system appeared in her consciousness, setting this small world's heavenly destined son, Mou, as a comparison. As long as she defeats Mou in a sparring match, she will be rewarded handsomely. Over the years, relying on the system rewards, her cultivation had skyrocketed, and she had even obtained quite a few immortal weapons. Because of this, she was confident that in this life, with the system and her own heritage, she would be able to break the shackles of the immortal realm and step into that supreme realm that no one had ever reached. Xia Ningbing gently closed her eyes and silently recited in her heart, "Begin." The 199th match begins. One breath later, Xia Ningbing opened her eyes. Her eyes were calm and unperturbed. Battle 1. Accumulated wins, 199. Reward, 1 strand of Hongmeng purple chi. Countdown to comparison, 1 month. In the system space, a wisp of purple vapor that was almost transparent hovered silently, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. Rao as the state of mind has long been ancient well of Xia Ningbing, at this moment also cannot help but flood a ripple. Hongmeng purple breath. The greatest treasures born at the beginning of the heavens and the earth possessed endless wonderful uses, the most well-known of which was that they could be used to create emperor soldiers. It could be said that having this was equivalent to having an imperial soldier. It was something that was at her fingertips in her previous life, but for her now, it was a rare treasure. the newbie benefit period is over, and you will need to be at the same level as the person you are comparing yourself to for the next match. Xia Ningbing looked calm. She admitted that Little Feather was indeed a heavenly pride that was 1 in a billion. After having all of his cultivation sucked away by the remnants of the immortal realm in that ring, he was still able to return to the 8th Jindan layer in such a short period of time. This qualification, even in the immortal realm, was enough to be called a heavenly pride. However, there is a gap between the heavenly pride. She was, after all, a supreme immortal emperor who had once suppressed an era. It's easy to deal with a senior brother. Suddenly, she remembered that there seemed to be a penalty for losing. Chapter 22, The Loser's Punishment Game. That's right. Failure will result in a penalty game. Since you swore an oath with your heart to abide by the rules of the game set by the system after you were bound to the system, if you fail to fulfill the punishment game, your heart will suffer a heavy blow, cracks in the lightest case, or complete shattering in the heaviest. Xia Ningbing's eyebrows knitted slightly, then stretched. A broken Dao heart has a great impact on a cultivator. Once the Dao heart is damaged, the cultivation will stagnate or even regress, and the difficulty of repairing the Dao heart is difficult. She knew the stakes, so naturally she wouldn't joke about her path. But so what? She was a generation of immortal emperor. How could she lose to Mou? Victory or defeat? It was already predetermined. She slowly closed her eyes, covering those deep violet eyes, and continued to immerse herself in cultivation. In this life, she would hammer each realm until it was flawless, without the slightest regret. Step into that supreme realm with the utmost perfection. Mou held the petite Su-Mayor in his arms and walked down the mountain step by step. No wonder third senior sister was always cold on weekdays, so she was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Ha ha ha, Feather. A bright laugh suddenly came, interrupting Mou's thoughts. This voice is the Shine Su Zi, the head of the Tianxuan Holy Land, and he looked at the sound and stopped his footsteps, only to see an old man dressed in a metaphysical colored Dao robe float in. It was none other than Sacred Void Zi. He had a kind face, eyes gleaming, and an immortal-like appearance, exactly the standard image of a palmist in the world of immortal cultivation. On his side, a wonderful young girl was standing in a pavilion, and was curiously surveying Mou with a pair of soulful eyes. Without waiting for Mou to open his mouth, Sacred Void Zi couldn't wait to say, "Little Feather, come and take a look. This is my new disciple that I took in some time ago, Ayala." To be only 28 years old and already be at the Yuaniying stage. It's only a little bit worse than that sword son of the sword sect. The words were full of pride. Saying that, Sacred Void Son turned his head to look at the young girl beside him and said kindly, "Ayala, this is your young master uncle Mou, the contemporary saint son of our Tianxian Holy Land." The young girl sniffed and made a curtsy to Mou, her voice clear and pleasant. Ayala has met junior master. Mou's gaze fell on Ayala. She had a plain dress that outlined her graceful figure, and her appearance was as clear and elegant as a lotus flower. A pair of big watery eyes are clear as if not stained with a trace of dust, giving people a kind of girl-next-door feeling of cordiality. Mou nodded slightly and arched his hand. "Congratulations, senior brother, on gaining a good disciple." Sacred Void Son stroked his beard and smiled. "I intend to establish her as the Holy Maiden and train her as the clan's successor." Mou said, "Senior brother has finally found a successor. It's really something to be congratulated." A touch of regret surfaced on the face of the Sacred Void Son. "Although you can't be the head of the Tianxian Holy Land in the future, but you shouldn't be discouraged." He suddenly froze and opened his mouth, a little surprised. "Little Feather, you actually reached the 8th level of Jindan?" His voice involuntarily raised an octave, obviously shocked to the core. "I got some lucky breaks outside this time," Mou said. "No, I just closed the door. And you went from having no cultivation for 3 consecutive years to rising directly to the 8th level of Jindan? You're only 24, right?" Disbelief was written all over Sacred Void Son's face. One must know that even the first contemporary Yuaning, that sword son of the sword sect, he had been cultivating since birth, and had only stepped into Yuaning at the age of 24, and Mou is also 24 years old. 4 years old began to cultivate, 14 years old Jindan, after 3 years of realm fall, and now it only took 7 years to step into the 8th layer of Jindan again. Doesn't this mean that Mou is the #1 heavenly pride in the Tianyuan continent for millions of years? His monstrous older sisters were left out of the equation for the moment because there was no clear age data. However, if one pushes from their current cultivation speed, even they were afraid that they would not be as good as Mou. He forced down his inner shock, probably just got lucky with some great odds. With Ayala's careful cultivation in the Holy Land in the future, she might not be unable to match or even surpass Mou. What's more, Mou acted recklessly and was not the best candidate for the head of a clan. He consoled himself silently in his mind. Mo sized up Ayala with interest, and Ayala looked back at him unapologetically, their gazes meeting in the air. This time, the system didn't say that she was a daughter of Qi, which meant that she had nothing to do with herself. He opened Ayala's panel. Name, Knight Ayala. Luck, purple. Introduction, the holy daughter of the demon sect, ordered to infiltrate the Tianxuan Holy Land. Good at disguise. She is not a high-quality body, but role-playing is also very interesting. Ahem. When Mo saw this introduction of the system, he nearly choked on his own saliva. Feather. What's wrong? The sacred voider wondered. No. Nothing. Mo looked at the sacred voider strangely. Poor brother, kidney deficiency. If you have the energy to go out and look for an heir, you might as well do it yourself and give birth to one yourself. He glanced at Knight Ayala without any trace of emotion. It was indeed seamless and could not be seen by itself without a system prompt. Knight Ayala, on the other hand, stared straight at Mo. Is this the legendary Tianxuan continent's first pride of the younger generation? Other than that face being born a bit more handsome, there was nothing special to be seen. Sure enough, the number one in this generation should be her. Although she was slightly inferior to the sword sect's sword son on the surface, deep down, she always felt that she was superior to the sword son. Moreover, she hadn't used the devil sect's cultivation technique yet, and once she did, her cultivation speed would only be faster. She shifted her gaze back to the sleeping white fox in Mo's arms. Demon white fox. Mo's senior sister Suway heir. Strength unknown. But looking at this slouch, I don't think it poses much of a threat. Well, Feather, we're off. Sacred Void Sun spoke out to interrupt the two from staring at each other. With a wave of his large sleeve, a soft light enveloped Knight Ayala. The two figures disappeared in place, transforming into a stream of light far away. Mo looked in the direction of Knight Ayala's disappearance, pondering, when should I surprise the demon clan? It's also not clear which power specifically sent them. After thinking about it, Mo decided to put this aside for a while. The priority now was to cultivate and then go to the Qin family. It is highly likely that the Qin family is related to evil cultivators. If anything, 8 out of 10 demonic practitioners are bad. Then the evil cultivators, all 10 of them killed, have missed the net. He found a clearing on the mountain and put down Su Mayor. Sister Mayor, I'm going to make a breakthrough. Su Mayor lazily stretched her body and gently nodded her head, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. Brother, remember to call your sister when you're done with your breakthrough. With that, he curled up and fell asleep. Chapter 23, Su Mayor, Heavenly Fate Hanging System. Mo sat cross-legged, his mind immersed in the chaotic yin-yang technique. This Gong method is divided into 2 parts. Yin and Yang. Men cultivate Yang and women cultivate Yin. Yin and Yang are harmonized and complement each other. If a person practicing 2 kinds of Gongfu were to double cultivate, they would get twice the result with half the effort and travel thousands of miles in a day. He tried to induce the spiritual energy in his body, following the path described in the Gong method. In a flash, in the Dan Tian, the Jindan turned sharply and shone brightly with a golden radiance, as if it was a miniature sun that shone brightly. Within the meridians, the spiritual energy was like a runaway wild horse, galloping and roaring, and like the Yangtze River, vast and flowing. He was surprised to find that he actually fit perfectly with this Gong method. It was thought that it was because he was a chaos god body. Moreover, the cultivation speed of this Gong method was terrifying. It was 100 times stronger than the Heavenly Xian Holy Lands Town School technique, the Heavenly Xian Sacred Canon. One must know that if one were to rely solely on the Heavenly Xian Sacred Canon and break through from the 8th to the 9th layer of Jindan, even if one's natural talent was outstanding and there was no chance to add to it, one would need 2 years of hard work. And with this Kung Fu, it only takes a month. If one were to consume a large amount of resources to aid in cultivation, one would even be able to shorten this time to 7 days. 1 month was the upper limit of heaven and earth's aura, but it was far from the limit of the Gong method. In this way, becoming immortal is not a breeze. What a great catastrophe of heaven and earth that can be destroyed with only one hand. Thinking of this, the corners of Mo's mouth rose slightly. Everything he has today, he has earned through his hard work, but not later. Deep blue. Plus points. Taking the 3rd grade boundary breaking pill, the medicinal power instantly dissolved, moisturizing his limbs and bones like sweet rain. Within the Dan Tian, the Jindan was already covered with dense cracks, and the Yuaning was about to break out of its shell. In just an instant, the 9th level of Jindan became a reality. Without a moment's pause, Mo struck while the iron was hot, focusing his divine sense on top of the underworld ghost flame within his dantian. Cultivate with the underworld ghost flame to enhance the great burning sky skill and impact the Yuaning stage. Su Mayor gracefully stretched her body, her 6 snow-white tails gently swaying behind her like 6 fluffy and soft clouds. She lazily narrowed those seductive pink pupils, her eyes falling on Mo who was sitting on his knees not far away. Ninth level of Jin Dan. The little guy has gotten stronger again. It's time to work on yourself, in case you are overtaken one day. Immediately afterward, a translucent panel that only she could see emerged. Name, Su Mayor, Realm, 6th level of the Void Returning Stage. Cultivation Multiplier, 100. Reward Multiplier, 100. Destiny Hanging System. Simply hang out near a specific target to automatically gain cultivation and rewards, and that hanging efficiency is determined by the target's chi. If the target is of the opposite sex, the hanging speed is also doubled. All of the people on Suway Mountain were people with great fortune. Everyone else offers the same base multiplier, except for the youngest sister, Ling Wanqing, who is slightly worse. However, because Ink Feather was of the opposite sex, the hanging efficiency was doubled on top of the original, so she had always liked this senior brother. Sumaya recalled the time when her master brought Mou back to the mountain gate. Ink Feather was still a little boy at that time. The eyes were so clear that one couldn't help but want to take him into one's arms and love him. If not for the fact that her master had taken him as a disciple, she would have wanted to refine this little cutie into a doll to hold and hang on to every day. But there's nothing you can do about Shidoshi. You can only hang out in the usual way. She had loved sleeping in Mou's arms since he was small to ensure that her cultivation efficiency was maximized. Just now, she was surprised to find that the hang-up multiplier came to its maximum ever. 666 times. You know, usually hanging around other sisters is only a few dozen times faster. It used to be only about 100 times when you hung out on Ink Feather. Now it's actually elevated so much. Su Mayor was secretly happy in her heart, and at the same time, she was a bit regretful. If not for the fact that Mou was a senior brother, she really wanted to refine him into a doll that would always be around. She won't be able to hang on to her brother when he gets a daughter-in-law in the future. Rumble. At this time, above the sky dome, the robbery clouds rolled over and thunder rolled. The originally clear sky was quickly obscured by thick dark clouds, as if a huge black curtain had enveloped the entire Tsuwei peak. Su Mayor gazed at the sudden change, her heart setting off waves of shock. This guy, even continuous breakthrough. Jindan 9 layer is not satisfied. To now impact the baby? How dare this fool, without any preparation, be so reckless? 69 heavenly robberies are no joke. The vision over Tsuwei Peak soon caught the attention of the Tianxuan Holy Land senior management. A stream of light cut through the sky and sped towards Tsuwei Peak. Among them were the Sacred Void Sun and Night Ayala, who had just left, as well as the Supreme Elder Qin Xian. They hovered in the air. Their gazes turned to Mou. Mou closed his eyes tightly, and the spiritual energy around him surged, forming a huge vortex, crazily devouring the surrounding heaven and earth aura. Ha ha, I've never seen a person from Tsuwei Peak cross the threshold, so I'll have to observe it today. Elder Qin Xian stroked his beard and laughed. Wasn't he just at the 8th level of Jindan? He's about to cross the tribulation? Sacred Void Sun was shocked. Are you senile? You can't even see the junior realm? Isn't it obvious that this is a calamity? An elder questioned. Sacred Void is correct on this point. I've also seen Little Feather today. It's the 8th layer. Elder Qin Xian explained. For a moment, the elders present were stunned. I can't believe I've made consecutive breakthroughs. There's such a thing? Qin Xian said. There's nothing to be surprised about. Ye old fairy's disciple wouldn't be immortal like us? All of them revealed a dawning realization and nodded with deep understanding. Night Ayala's heart was filled with shock. Are all of Yi Mei's disciples like this? The devil sect has very little intelligence on Suwei Peak. He only knows that Yi Mei is addicted to alcohol and gambling, and although she is a transgressor, she does not pose too much of a threat. Its eldest disciple Luo Su Xin, the first person in the Tianxuan continent, but the ascension is imminent, so there is no need to worry about it. The second disciple, White Frost Shadow, the first person under the Mahayana, spends his days indulging in the battlefield of the Jinmu Abyss, and is expected to ascend within 200 years, so there is no need to worry about the same. Little else is known. I only know that the fifth disciple Mou, 10 years ago, inexplicably reduced to a cripple, and since then has disappeared. No more news. Who had expected that now that he had returned strongly, he would display such a terrifying talent? The Tianxian Holy Land was bound to be hiding a great conspiracy. Night Ayala's heart tightened. She had to report this matter and give up on dealing with the Tianxian Holy Land. Above the dome of the sky, the robbery clouds grew thicker and darker, as if they were going to swallow the entire heaven and earth. Gentlemen, why don't we open a handicap and bet on how many channels there are in Little Feather's heavenly tribulation? Sacred Void Sun suddenly proposed, breaking the silence. The crowd was energized and came to their senses. Good, I agree. Elder Qin Xian laughed aloud. Then, as the sect leader said, open the market. Old rules, 10,000 extreme spirit stones. The remaining few elders also chimed in. Sacred Void Son turned his head, explaining to Knight Ayala. The 6-9 heavenly thunders are the heavenly thunders that Yuaning stage cultivators have to go through. The more heavenly thunder, the greater the potential. Usually, 36 paths. That is, 1 genius in 10,000. Above 45 paths. They are even more astonishingly talented. And 54 heavenly thunderbolts are even more rare and have the potential to become immortal. Chapter 24, Transitioning the Heavenly Tribulation. Forming the Heavenly Dao Yuaning. Knight Ayala nodded slightly. These she knew naturally. Her heavenly tribulation number was 54, the same as the Sword Sect's Sword Son. This was also the backbone of her daring to compete with Sword Son. The elders all reported their guesses. 50, 53, 52. The Sacred Voider smiled faintly. I think it's 54 Dao. Uncle Qing Xian, what about you? The old man also guessed 54 ways. In the sky, the robber clouds tumbled and grew, and the thunder rumbled. Looking at the scale of this robbery cloud, I'm afraid it's more than 50 channels. This calamity cloud, it's much bigger than when I was infancy forming back then. Judging from my many years of experience, this calamity cloud is 54. Sacred Void Son's gaze was like a torch. My clan Saint Son has the qualifications to become an immortal. The crowd nodded at the words. Time, minute by minute, the robbery cloud, finally, stopped changing. It was quietly suspended in the air, as if it was a sleeping beast that would awaken at any time and rain down the might of annihilation. The crowd held their breath, waiting for the final result. On top of the mountain, Xianing Bing slowly opened her eyes and looked at the sky. In her violet pupils, a hint of a different color flashed. 6-9 in 1. She murmured to herself with her vermilion lips. Not bad. A strange silence enveloped the top of the mountain, where the gazes of the crowd converged. The robbery cloud seemed to freeze. It didn't continue to expand or rain down thunder. It just hovered silently. What's going on? This robbery cloud, why isn't it moving? Yes, according to reason, when the gathering of the calamity clouds is completed, heavenly thunder will fall. But this calamity cloud, why is there no movement after a long time? The elders were talking. Elder Qin Xian's face was grave as he stared tightly at the robbing cloud. Suddenly, his body shook and he lost his voice. Heavenly tribulation unity. It's actually a heavenly tribulation unification. How is this possible? Senior Uncle Qing Xian, what is the heavenly tribulation unification? Sacred Void Son asked in a hurry. The unification of the heavenly tribulation is the convergence of all the tribulation thunderbolts into a single one, the power of which far exceeds that of an ordinary tribulation 100 times. This kind of heavenly calamity can only be triggered by someone who is endowed with great fortune and will surely become an immortal. Although it's a great test for the cultivator, it comes with great benefits, and after being baptized by the heavenly tribulation, the cultivator will be even stronger. Elder Qing Xian's voice was so excited that it even trembled a little. Must become immortal? When the crowd heard this, they all sucked in a mouthful of cool air, which actually caused the temperature around them to rise by a few points. Knight Ayala stared deathly at the robbing clouds in the sky. Her eyes filled with panic. Must be able to become immortal. It's horrible. The Tianxuan Holy Land was going to rule the Tianyuan continent for another era. Obviously there are two, and one more to come. The old thieving sky is so unfair. The Tianxuan Holy Land was too dangerous. The unity of the heavenly tribulation is bound to be even more treacherous. Can Xiao Yuhe get through? Sacred Void Son was a bit worried while being shocked. Hard to say. Elder Qin Xian slowly shook his head. His brows furrowed. Knight Ayala's slender hand hidden in her sleeve was clenched into a fist, her knuckles turning white as she secretly prayed in her heart. Oh Heavenly Father, he must be cleaved to death. Living in the same era as this kind of demon was a nightmare. Crested Butte. Mo, you looked up at the sky. This heavenly calamity, why hasn't it struck down yet? Suddenly, Yan Shi's urgent voice rang in his head. Little feather, quick, use all your strength to resist this heavenly tribulation. All the heavenly thunderbolts combined together. If you're not careful, you'll really die. Well, what do you mean? Mou was stunned and puzzled. However, he trusted Yan Shi beyond measure and immediately did as he was told. The golden Dan within the Dantian rotated crazily, and the majestic spiritual energy surged to the limbs and bones like a drowned river. At the same time, above the dome of the sky, a sudden change occurred. A thick and incomparable golden thunder column, like a wild dragon, roared down from the 9 heavens above, wrapped in the might of destroying the sky and earth, heading straight for Mou. Wherever the golden thunder pillars passed, space distorted and emitted bursts of sound, as if they were unable to withstand this terrifying force. The air was suffocatingly destructive. Lean. Mou's heart was shocked, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Is there a mistake? This thing is a Genesis Thunderbolt? He hastily activated his divine ability, the undying golden body. The surface of his body instantly glowed with a light golden radiance. Boom! The golden thunder pillar ruthlessly struck Mo's body. For a time, the entire Suway peak was covered in golden lightning. In the distance, all the elders were staring at each other with jaws agape and horrified faces. Can this really survive? I couldn't block this blow when I was a Jin Dan anyway. Not to mention Eugene Dan. I can't even resist this blow even if I were a transformation spirit. The elders were talking. Gentlemen, it's better to prepare to ask for forgiveness from Fairy Yi, whose precious disciple was struck to death by heavenly thunder in front of us. Elder Qin Xian sighed. Obviously, he didn't believe that Mou could survive. Night Ayala directly closed her eyes, not daring to look. It was too terrifying. Not to mention his peak Jin Dan self. Even his current Yuaning stage self would definitely not dare to resist this heavenly calamity. A little aftershock can annihilate itself. I'm afraid that Tianxuan Saint Son is dead through and through this time. The Tianyuan continent had one less future immortal. They had one less future archenemy in the spectral night sect. At the top of the peak, Xianing Bing gazed at the place where Mou had crossed the threshold. Her violet pupils, which were usually ancient wells, actually had a ripple of surprise at this moment. The world says that the heavens are merciless, but the truth is that the heavens are also merciful. Humans, as the eldest of all living things, are more favored by heaven. The intensity of the heavenly tribulation, which has always been commensurate with the strength of the cultivator, leaves a ray of hope. Mou's heavenly tribulation was so strong that it even touched the limit of the 6-9 heavenly tribulations. This could only mean that the heavenly Tao had determined that he was capable of resisting this heavenly thunder. That surprised her a bit, but that's about it. This kind of strength could indeed be found in this small world without any predecessors or successors. However, in the 3,000 immortal realms, it could only be considered upper middle class. Perhaps there is a glimmer of a chance to ask for the throne, but it was not enough to defeat her in the same realm. Phew, Inkbrand took a long breath. It's scary. Luckily, there is the indestructible golden body. Otherwise you'll be in bed for at least a month. Tendo is too much. Or is it pro-life? He felt the changes in his body carefully. In the Dan Tian, the original Jin Dan had disappeared, and in its place was a small person 3 inches tall. The little man's body was crystalline and streaming, emitting a soft yet majestic glow. It was completely different from the Yuaning that Mou had seen. It's got awesome written directly on its face. Sister Yan Shi, I feel that there is something different about my Yuaning, as if it is stronger. The average cultivator of the first 3 levels of the Yuaning stage had a fragile Yuaning that could not leave the body for a long period of time. However, he was different. Even if his Yuaning left his body for a long period of time, he would not feel any discomfort. And the spiritual energy within it was even more powerful. It's the Heaven's Path Firstborn. Yan Shi's voice resounded in his mind with an undisguised excitement. Chapter 25, The Immortal Emperor's Talent. What's that? Mou was puzzled. This world Yuaning is still divided into grades? Yan Shi patiently explained. There are 3 levels of Yuaning: Heaven's Path, Earth's Path, and Human's Path. Crossing 54 thunder tribulations, one condenses the earthly Tao First Infant, while the heavenly thunderbolt unifies and achieves the heavenly Tao First Infant. The heavenly Tao Yuaning is even more powerful than an ordinary Yuaning. At the same level, a Heaven's Path Yuaning cultivator can often fight against 100 Earth's Path Yuaning without losing. And judging from the scale of your heavenly tribulation, it has already touched the limit of the 6-9 heavenly tribulations, and what you have condensed is the topmost heavenly Tao Yuaning. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Little feather, you can be considered an upper-middle heavenly pride when put into the immortal realm now, with the qualifications of an immortal emperor. Inkbrand coughed lightly. That's not a good thing to say. There's a big cause and effect, but you shouldn't be too proud. Even though you have the talent of an immortal emperor, you only have a glimmer of a chance. Back in my day, I was also a Heaven's Path Yuaning, and although I wasn't at the top, I wasn't bad either. But even so, I still couldn't even see the threshold of an immortal emperor. Although her word said so, Mou had been in the lower realm now after all. When he reached the upper realm, there was definitely more than his current potential. Mou might actually end up achieving immortal emperor. At the thought of this, she couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth turn up in triumph. Mou belabored. Clearly you are the one who is more proud. Okay. He settled his mind. It's not over yet. He can continue to break through. He took out a large amount of spirit stones from his storage ring and continued to run the great burning sky skill, absorbing them frantically. The golden light gradually dissipated. Su Meier, who was closest, saw Mou's figure and sighed in relief. It's really scary. Her beautiful eyes flowed as she surveyed Mou with some surprise. This little guy, He's unharmed? One must know that even she, who possessed the system, might not be able to receive that kind of terrifying heavenly tribulation when she was at the Jindan stage. And you actually did it. It seemed that going out more often was indeed beneficial, and one might come across some heavenly chance. Eldest sister Luo Suxin was very fond of roaming around outside, and she happens to be the strongest as well. Su Mayer was about to go forward, but she realized that Mou was actually still breaking through. Angry, very angry. This stinky brother, he's so unhelpful. She must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Sheng Suzi and the elders were ready to enter the mountain to collect Mou's body. However, they had just passed through the Suway Peak formation when they realized that Mou was actually unharmed. Still sitting there nicely, even practicing. This is still okay? The elders looked at each other with incredulity in their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. The sacred void son was first stunned, then broke out into a loud, bright laugh. The holy son of my clan has the qualities of an immortal. He will become an immortal. Night Ayala stared tightly at Mou. Her beautiful eyes were colorful and her heart set off waves of shock. It's over. You're still alive? The Tianxuan Holy Land could rule the Tianxuan continent for another 1,000 or 10,000 years. A smug smile spread across Elder Qin Xian's face. Since Little Feather is fine, then everyone, 10,000 extreme spirit stones per person. But don't forget to bring them quickly. The elders handed over the spirit stones to the duo of Qin Xian and Sacred Void Sun. Although he lost the spirit stones, his face did not show too much frustration. The fact that Mou was still alive was a godsend. Mou slowly opened his eyes. Now that he had broken through to the third level of Yuaning, his strength had increased greatly. The Great Burning Sky skill had also been promoted to the middle grade of the heavenly rank. He was confident that he could beat that sect sword son right now. Feeling it, the man he is today could be destroyed with a flip of his hand against the man he was yesterday. At that moment, he noticed that there were more than a dozen elders around. The peak masters of the Weapon Peak, Dan Peak, Sword Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, and Five Elements Peak, are surprisingly gathered here. Senior brothers, uncles, this is, the Sacred Voider smiled faintly. It's okay, we just came to check it out. He walked forward and gently patted Mou's shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. Good boy. Consecutive breakthroughs. Very good, very good. It has some of the style of the old man back then. Thanks for the compliment, senior brother. Mou responded. Then, after some thought, he continued. Fellow senior brothers, senior brother has recently taken on an apprentice. Elder Qin Xian's eyes lit up at his words. That's right, everyone. Little Feather has taken in a disciple. Those of you who are elders must show your appreciation. Mou cast a grateful look at Qin Xian. This master uncle, he's really good. Sacred Void Z pondered for a moment and said, since that's the case, then I'll give senior brother 100,000 extreme spirit stones as a congratulatory gift. This was both to congratulate Mou for accepting a disciple and to congratulate him for breaking through to the Yuaning realm. Marrow cleansing pill. It can improve qualifications and enhance cultivation potential. 10 Xianling color feathered chickens. A good ornamental spirit beast. Every day you have to use it to eat. Really. 5 elements nascent soul bracelet. A top grade spiritual artifact that can accelerate the speed of cultivation. And a good treasure for your disciple. Thunder Kong hammer. Top grade spiritual weapon. Can beat iron. Can fight. A must for fierce men. After sending off the group of elders, Mou counted the gifts and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. While the system gives better and more. That is, after all, open and shut. It has a completely different meaning than this kind of cheating on merit. Just as he was immersed in the joy of the harvest, he suddenly felt a coldness in his ears. Soft but powerful delicate fingers grabbed his ear and twisted it gently. You've grown up, haven't you? Dare to scare your sister? A coquettish, bone-chilling voice rang in his ears, tinged with anger. Sister Mayer, how could I dare to scare you? I wouldn't scare you even if I lied to my master. Mou turned around in a hurry, and what met his eyes was a flirtatious imperial sister beast ear nymphette, like waterfalls of silver silk draped over the shoulders, the pink eyes with the ends of the eyes slightly raised, flowing between the charm of heaven. Seductive. The fluffy white fox ears twitched slightly, adding a touch of delicacy. Dressed in a white light gauze dress, she outlined the delicate figure to the fullest. Delicate and fruitful. It was actually a few points larger than Meng Lanin. This was exactly what Su Mayer looked like after she took human form. It looked pissed off. Usually she didn't bother to change people. Su Mayer's pretty face came closer, the tip of her nose almost touching Mou's face as she exhaled. You, always so reckless. If you really lose your life one day, no one will collect your corpse. That said, she let go. With a flash of his body, he transformed into a fox with a snow-white body and leaped into Mou's arms. Mo Yu hurriedly reached out and caught it, gently stroking Su Mayer's silky fur and softly coaxing. Alright, I'll pay attention next time. Mayor sister, don't be angry. Su Mayer in her arms hummed softly and did not respond, just rubbing his furry little head into his arms again, as if looking for a more comfortable position. In front of her, the system panel appeared, with the hanging multiplier on it reaching 666 times. Sacred Void Sun returned to Tianxuan Peak, supported Knight Ayala, and used a communication talisman to contact Yi Shimi. Yi Shimei's figure slowly emerged. She wore a long lavender dress, and her long black hair poured down like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders. Leaning on a soft couch, posture lazy, but it is difficult to hide its absolute splendor. That face, stunningly beautiful, as if it had gathered all the aura of heaven and earth. Every part of it was just right and flawless. When Sacred Void Z saw this woman, his originally straightened waist instantly bent. His knees went weak and he fell to the ground. His voice choked with a thick sob. Elder Ancestor. Chapter 26 Yi Shimei, Heaven's Destiny Disciple Acceptance System. An old man with white hair was on his knees crying in front of a woman who looked no more than 2 decades old. This scene, any way you look at it, is eerie. Moreover, this old man was also the patriarch of the Tianxuan Holy Land. If outsiders knew about it, their jaws would definitely drop in shock. Didn't I say, don't call me old ancestor? It sounds awkward. Let's talk about something. Don't dawdle. Yi Shimi's willow brows frowned lightly. Her red lips slightly opened, and there was a hint of displeasure in her voice. Old ancestor, I beg you for one thing. You must promise me. Sacred Void Sun choked. Have a fart. I'm busy. Yi Shimi faintly opened her mouth. Her slender jade hand picked up the wine gourd on the side and gently shook it. Please, let Little Feather be the next patriarch. Our Tianxian Holy Land can't live without him. The sacred voider burst into tears. Luo Suxin, Bai Xuanying, Xia Ningbing, and Su Mayer are all unwilling. If you don't let Mo Yu agree, we'll have no one left to succeed us. Yi Shimi put down the wine gourd, and a trace of doubt flashed in those eyes as clear as autumn water. What the hell is going on? Suddenly so agitated? Little Feather's heavenly tribulation. Is the 6-9 harmonized heavenly tribulation? That's it? That's the only reason you came to me for this? Yi Shimei sounded impatient. Obviously, as an elder ancestor, she knew more and had more insight than Sacred Void Sun. More than that, the power of his heavenly tribulation was strangely incomparable. Even back then at the god transformation stage I couldn't carry it, but he was unharmed. Sacred Void Sun said. No kidding, Yi Shiomi, I snorted. The power of the heavenly tribulation is based on the strength of the cultivator, and it's impossible to go through a heavenly tribulation without injury. Old ancestor, what I said is true. Everyone saw it. Not only was he not injured, he also broke through a few minor realms in a row. Yi Shimei was silent. After a long time, she spoke slowly. I'll go back in a while. Old ancestor, you haven't promised. Sacred Void Sun wanted to say something else, but Yi Shimei's virtual shadow had already disappeared. Meanwhile, in the Taiqing domain, the Taiqing Holy Land, inside a room that was elegantly decorated and filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance, Yi Shimi lazily reclined on the soft couch, her slender white fingers gently tapping on the desktop, making a crisp sound. Why would he cross the tribulation without injury? Could it be that the limit of 69 heavenly thunders couldn't even hurt him? The system, you know? It's not surprising that the son of heaven's destiny, who is endowed with great fortune, possesses any talent. Yi Shimei thought about it. Indeed, her several disciples, one more demonic than the other, would not be surprised to do anything shocking. New Destiny's Child detected. Shu Yuri. Location, Tianxian Holy Land. Please take him as a disciple as soon as possible. When Yi Shimei heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up and her original lethargy instantly disappeared. Number 7. It finally showed up. She's finally going to ascend. The Divine Order Acceptance System. You can get stronger by taking on an apprentice. As long as one collects all 7 heavenly fate sons, one can directly ascend to the immortal realm. Become an immortal emperor. One step to heaven. The system had given her an endless lifespan, but she had never been able to break through to Mahayana, no matter how much she cultivated. Today, she has taken in 6 children of the Divine Order. All that's missing is the last one, and it will be complete. Over the years, she had also met quite a few sons of Qi. For example, a kid named Don Wrecker has been taking care of his able-bodied father since he was 2 years old, but the system doesn't see it, and says, don't be a villain. There was also the big brother of the small clan, who cared for his sisters and sisters so much that he was almost as worried as an old mother. The system still doesn't see it and says, no turtle man. And then there are the virgins in the women's pile who say, no eunuchs. If she hadn't taken in an ink feather, she even suspected that the system just didn't want a male. Now that the seventh son of heaven's destiny had finally appeared, how could she not be excited? Yi Shimei quickly got up, ready to go back now. Just then, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Going away? A woman dressed in a gorgeous purple robe stepped in, closely followed by Ling Chengyu. The visitor was the patriarch of the Taichung Holy Land, Ling Yunxue. She exuded an unruffled aura around her, graceful and dignified, with an extraordinary temperament. She was also Ling Qingyu's master teacher and foster mother, and the two were as close as a true mother and daughter. Let's go. I'll catch you for a drink some other time. Before Yi Shimei's words fell, her figure had already disappeared in place, leaving behind only a faint fragrance. Ling Yunxue snorted coldly. It's best to never come over again. After Yi Shimei left, the room fell into a short silence. Ling Qingyue suddenly opened her mouth, her voice as clear and cold as the moonlight. Master, disciple has a favor to ask, and I hope that master will fulfill it. What is it? Ling Yunxue's gaze fell on Ling Qingyue. Ling Qingyu's shell teeth lightly bit her vermilion lips and hesitated for a moment before she slowly said, Disciple wants to break the marriage contract with Tianxuan Saint Son. Why? Ling Yunxue frowned slightly. She did not understand why Ling Chengyu, who had always been well-behaved and understanding, would suddenly make such a request. Although it is true that master and your Anchi bet against each other and exported you, but as you know, our Taichung Holy Land is not in a good position right now and needs the help of the Tianxuan Holy Land. And the heavenly Xian Saint Son is no longer an invalid since 7 years. Besides, he is good-looking and has a powerful senior sister, even if he is a waste. It's not because of that. Ling Qingyu interrupted Ling Yunxue. The scene when she was in the Yin Yang sect's secret realm unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Maybe it was moving on to that stranger in a way it shouldn't have. Perhaps he didn't want to tarnish the reputation of the Taichung Holy Land. Or perhaps it was the fear of causing a great war between the two holy places. In any case, the marriage is off. Disciple has already lost her body and has no face to face the Tianxuan Saint Son again. Ling Qingyu calmly said. When Ling Yunxue heard this, that graceful and luxurious face instantly turned cold as ice. Her aura around her changed abruptly, and a powerful pressure swept out like a tidal wave. What the hell happened? Ling Qingyu told him what happened to her that night. There was no hiding, no adding to the story, just a calm narration, as if telling a story about someone else. At the end of her sentence, she added with a slight droop of her eyes. Everything is because of me, and I have not left the means to find that person. So please do not blame that person. Master. Ling Yunxue listened quietly. Her expression shifted. Anger, disbelief, and concern intertwined on that demure face. Eventually, she let out a long sigh, her voice filled with helplessness and heartache. You should have killed that person at that time. I just hope he doesn't affect your subsequent cultivation. That person who had defiled her disciple was definitely nowhere to be found. To find a qi refining cultivator in the incomparably vast Tianyuan continent was simply a fool's errand. The marriage contract would certainly not work either, as the Tianxian Holy Land was the #1 power in the Tianyuan continent. How would it allow its own holy son to marry a defiled person? Eventually, she let out a long sigh. That's just it. I'll go with you to the Tianxian Holy Land and return this marriage. Chapter 27. Yi Shimei cannot be trusted. The night was low, and Suway Peak was bathed in the hazy moonlight. Here comes the chicken soup. A crisp, pleasant voice broke the silence. Mou raised his eyes and Ling Wanqing came in style, carrying a steaming bowl of chicken soup in her hands. She was still in the same familiar outfit, not unlike the golem she had seen before. I don't know if it's a real person or not. He opened the panel. Name, Ling Wanqing. Luck, 10,000, gold. Favorability, 100, absolute trust. Introduction, adopted by Mou since childhood. Delusional. Believes that everything in the world cannot be trusted. Never show their true colors. Innate tire of the Tao. As a stove can strengthen the understanding of the great Tao, it turns out to be a steady stream of protagonists. Inkfeather's mind was clear. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. You don't know what this girl looks like, do you? He thought about it. Indeed. She's so ordinary looking, so ordinary it's like it's intentional. There are no obvious flaws and no obvious strengths. A little overly cautious, I guess. You're defending your own brother? Ling Wanqing's complete submission to you has been detected. This system does not promote orthopedics, but respects your preferences. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, immortal level formations, talismans, alchemy, refining senses, and matching immortal weapons. Immortal artifacts, heavenly pivot array plate, seal spirit glow pen, divine casting Qian Ding, immortal flame Dan furnace. In an instant, a huge flood of information surged into Mou's mind. Formations, talismans, artifacts and alchemy. Countless arcane knowledge intertwined and collided in his sea of consciousness, eventually blending together. His attainments in these fields instantly reached the peak of the lower realm. He mentally checked the system space. Sure enough, there was an extra square array disk, a spirit pen, a precious tripod, and a Dan furnace. But, why is a pot used for smithing? When he was puzzled, information about these immortal weapons also flooded into his mind, and he understood. The Heavenly Pivot Formation Disc and the Rune Seal Spirit Radiance Pen were both auxiliary class immortal artifacts. The function is relatively conventional, aiding in the deployment of formations and drawing of charms. The other two are different, fully automated immortal weapons. The ingredients are thrown in and the finished product comes out automatically. For example, the Godcast Shinkuan tripod. Just throw in the silk threads. Think of the dress in your head, and out comes a dress. Although the smithing senses included skills such as blacksmithing and tailoring, he still preferred to produce a finished product with a single click like this. And you can make those clothes from your previous life. Stockings, JK, maid outfit. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but blush in his old face. The system's voice continued. Whether or not to loot luck. No, the luck of the draw remains unchanged. Villain points plus 1000. You realized that taking down this kind of protagonist-level character was much more rewarding than taking down a supporting character. This time there were enough 4 immortal weapons. He opened his panel. Name, MOU. Realm, 3rd level of Yuaning stage. Physique, Chaos God Body, 1%. Puriating Kidney Body. Techniques, Tianxuan Sacred Cannon. Great Heaven Burning Technique, middle grade of the Heavenly Order. Upgradable. Chaotic Yin Yang Decree, upgradable. Spells, Undying Gold. Fabrics, Human Emperor Streamer. Jade Box of Gathering in Souls. Soul Suppressing Jiao. Special, Immortal Bone, Remnant, Underworld Ghost Fire. Luck, 15, 200, Holy Dragon. Villain points, 8,600. With the cultivation of the Chaotic Yin Yang Decree, his Chaotic God Body had also developed to 1%. During this time, his villain points also came to 8,600. You can go to the mall and have a good splurge. Right now, his divine soul could crush a heavenly pride of the same realm. However, it was still a bit short in terms of spells, physique, and stance. Only top notch. Can't do crushing. You can buy something related to body refining. Elder brother, aren't you going to eat? Ling Wanqing's sweet voice woke him up from his contemplation. Mou returned to his senses and picked up a piece of chicken and brought it to his mouth, chewing it carefully. The chicken was tender and juicy, melting in your mouth with a light aura that lingered in your mouth. I'm eating it. Wanqing's cooking has improved again. When Ling Wanqing heard this, her pretty face slightly reddened, revealing a sweet smile. It's good that senior brother likes it. Chu Yueli carefully pinched a piece of meat and put it into Mou's bowl. Master, try this. Thanks. Mou nodded, his gaze turning to Su Meier in his arms. Doesn't Sister Mei eat? No, just eat yourselves. Su Meier said lazily. Eating at the table will affect her efficiency in hanging out. The small courtyard is full of laughter and joy. A peaceful scene. Ling Wanqing looked at such a cozy scene and was filled with joy. Judging from today's calamity lightning, senior brother has become stronger again. Tendo Genesis. And it was even more powerful than the Heaven's Path Yuan Ying in his last life. If the senior sisters cultivated a little slower, they should be able to stay and help senior brother as well, right? Unfortunately, in this life, the senior sisters cultivated faster. Suddenly, Chu Yuli blinked her big curious eyes and asked, what kind of person is Shifu? Ink Feather said bluntly, unreliable bumpy woman. Su Meier added lazily, liar, not a word she says can be trusted. Chu Yuli's pair of bright eyes stared round. Is Master Zhou that bad? Ling Wanqing smiled sweetly and softly explained. Actually, Master Teacher is very nice. However, it's best not to listen to what she says, and it's best not to agree to her requests. Ink Brand nodded. Just take what she says as fart, or you'll be sold one day. So, Chu Yuli's eyes dripped and gently nodded. If Master Teacher's credibility was 100, Ling Wanqing was 60, Su Meier was 30, and Master Teacher was 10. After the meal, Mou returned to his room and placed the jade box of Gathering in Souls on the windowsill. The moonlight was like water, spilling down on the jade box and flooding it with a faint ghostly light. In this way, one divine soul elixir can be generated every month. The immortal weapon given by the system was plain and unassuming, and it had already recognized its owner, so there was no need to worry about others coveting it. What is it? Su Meier in her arms raised her eyes lazily and asked curiously. Picked up in the secret realm. It can be used to store divine soul pills. Mou explained. Su Meier nodded her head slightly. The color of suspicion flickered, and then she stopped pursuing the question. Mou said, Senior sister, I'm going to sleep. Although cultivators could stay awake, he retained the habit of sleeping. In my last life, I worked overtime until 12 o'clock every day. In this life, if you still don't sleep, won't you wear it for nothing? Just sleep on your own. Don't worry about me. Su Mayer narrowed her fox eyes, a few hints of flirtation in her tone. But Mon Lanin said she'd come here and blow me. Headache. What? You have a problem with that? No, I'm fine with that. With no other choice, Mo could only sit on his knees, still holding Su Mayer in his arms. Nothing today, but couldn't listen to the music. Mo secretly sighed, and with a thought, opened the system mall. Physique, feats, spells, magic treasures, and elixirs are all available. That's when he noticed a limited time offer. Good lord, you're playing this marketing game too, aren't you? He clicked in. Divine Elephant Jailbait Power Up. Original price, 100,000, 5% off, 5,000 villain points. Immortal Binding Rope. Original price, 30,000, 1% off, 3,000 villain points. Void Immortality. Original price, 10 million. 1 discount, 1 million villain points. Ink Feather's eyes glowed. I can't believe I'm giving such a high discount straight away. This had to be bought now. Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, Top Body Refining Technique. Anyone who's read the novels knows how awesome this stuff is. Chapter 28 picked up sister and gorged on her. You did not hesitate to buy it. Instantly, vast knowledge flooded into the mind like a tidal wave. The human body contains 840 million particles that can be awakened into a giant elephant. Giant elephants transformed into dragon elephants. Dragon elephants transformed into Yuan elephants. And Yuan elephants transformed into divine elephants. If one were to cultivate all the particles in their entire body into divine elephants, they would be enough to shatter the entire universe with pure physical strength alone. Although the previous chapter could only be cultivated up to giant elephants, it was enough. Once he had perfected the last chapter, he thought he would be able to save up enough villain points for the follow-up. As for the last two, no plans to buy them for now. The void is indestructible. The powerful aptitude. The consciousness is indestructible. And the true spirit lives forever. But can't afford it. The Immortal Binding Rope. A powerful control immortal weapon. But because it was an immortal weapon, the spirit power couldn't support it. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Immortal Spirit Power Loan. Every time you use the Immortal Binding Rope, the system will automatically replenish the missing immortal spirit power for you. Limited to once a day. 600 villain points. How dare you, system, try to drain me of my remaining villain points? But this is chicken at first glance. It's all a play on words. The need to drain one's spiritual energy was not to mention the fact that it was limited to this one immortal weapon. He is just dying to buy this service. Much less a bundle of fairy tales. Inkbrand turned his attention to the general mall. Among the dazzling array of goods, an elixir caught his eye. Jade Lotus of Creation. 10,000 villain points. Can be for the cultivator to reshape the physical body. All evils do not invade. Anti-poison and cold. Can resist a variety of soul-capturing spells and magic treasures, together with other medicinal herbs into a potion. But also for the cultivator to shape the physical body after the birth of the... There are now 3,600 villain points left. Next, save up villain points to buy this and help Sister Yen Shi remake her flesh. Junior Master, can I come in? I've come to suck your dick. Oh. Outside the door, a soft call interrupted Mo's thoughts. It's Mon Lanin. Mo lowered his head. Su Mayer in his arms was gazing at himself with a smile and a flirtatious voice. It seems as if I'm interrupting your rendezvous with your little lover. Mo nodded his head like garlic. Yes, it's time for you to go. How dare you nod your head? Su Mayer's tone steeply changed. Chilling. With a flash of her body, she transformed into a human form and stood by the bedside. Her pretty face containing frost as she gazed at Mou. Mou shook his head like a rattle. No. Sister, listen to my sophistry. Su Mayer let out a light laugh that was crisp and pleasant, but carried a hint of palpitating danger. She was in a delicate position and slowly bent down. A pair of frosty and snowy arms wrapped around Mou's neck like a snake, and his mouth exhaled a burst of fragrance. Brother, is sister beautiful? The voice was so coquettish that it could almost drip water, and between the flowing waves of the eyes, the pink light flickered. Seductive intent seducing the soul. Mou only felt a fragrance coming from his nose. In front of her eyes was Su Mayer's exquisite and flawless face. Her skin was snowy and glowing. Not only that, from his angle, the two full snowy whites, as well as the deep, bottomless gully, were all in view. And she was casting a charm. Mou hurriedly operated his Gong method, fixed his mind, and spat out a word with difficulty. Beautiful. Su Mayer was a bit surprised. This little guy, now he could actually resist his own charm? Interesting. She brought her face closer, almost touching the tip of Mo's nose, exhaling like an orchid. So, who looks better compared to your little lover sister? Mo screamed in his heart, sending in a proposition. Before he could respond, the delicate voice of Meng Lanin once again came from outside the door. Junior Master? Are you in there? Su Meier's veiled hand lightly lifted, and a pink light flashed and shot towards the door, locking it shut. Her beautiful eyes flowed as she stared at Mou, waiting for an answer. Meier's sister is naturally the best looking. Mou gazed at the flawless face in front of him. The brain races. Su Meier is not Meng Lanin. If it's Mon Lanin in front of you now you can just stay up. But this demon fox, if we do get hit by the charm, who knows what will happen tomorrow. I remember once, I was controlled by her charm, naked to find the third senior sister Xianingbing. That time, the two were almost cut to pieces by Xianingbing. Since your sister is so good looking, how about the fact that you're still making her sad by having rendezvous with other mistresses? Su Meier's voice was sultry, with a hint of petulance, tingling to the bone, making the heart and mind swirl. Mou's mind gradually lost its grip. He hastily urged the underworld ghost flame to protect his mind. The eyes gradually regained their clarity, as calm as the deep night sky. When Su Meier saw this, her heart was even more surprised. One should know that the average spirit transformation cultivator should be obedient under this charm technique of hers. This little guy is still acting like nothing happened. Do you have to step it up a bit yourself? Su Meier was now at the return to void stage, and with her racial and divine body advantages, she would be affected even at the harmonization stage when she exerted her charm technique at full strength. Suddenly, she felt a pair of strong arms wrapped around her slender waist, and the warmth of the touch made her shiver. Mou's deep eyes gazed at Su Meier, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile. Then, how about senior brother and Meier sister have a rendezvous today and spend a good night together? Su Meier was slightly stunned, and then a flirtatious spring color swirled between her eyebrows. She pouted with a hint of teasing. My brother has grown up and dares to molest his sister. Before the words fell, Mou only felt an irresistible huge force suddenly attacking him. A heavenly rotation, in the blink of an eye, had been pressed by Su Meier and collapsed on top of the soft bed. Waterfalls of silver silk poured down, landing on her face and bringing a tingling, unbearable touch. Elegant fragrance lingers in the nose, seemingly tugging at the heartstrings. Worthy of being a return to void stage demon, this terrifying power was completely impossible to fight against. The two warm bodies clung to each other. An ambiguity filled the air between their interlocking breaths. A conversation suddenly came from outside the door. Are you looking for elder brother? He just had something go out. The voice was soft. It was Ling Wanqing. In that case, I'll go back and come back another time. Wait, you're coming with me. What I told you before, I'm giving it to you now. Silence then returned to the door. Su Meier jade finger gently picked Sideburns' hair. Hands and feet show all the enchanting charm. Mou asked with a straight face. Senior sister, what exactly are you doing? Of course it's to punish you for making senior sister worry. Su Meier's voice was soft. Do you know, I almost freaked out today. What should I do if something really happens to senior brother? Believe you, damn it. Inkbrand secretly belabored him. When the future cultivation is accomplished, I will definitely make a snowfall, and press this vixen under the body to teach her a good lesson. Brother, do you like your sister? The delicate voice rang in her ears like a compelling magical sound. Su Meier's beautiful eyes glowed with pink light as the power of seduction surged. Even with the protection of the underworld ghost flame, Mou still felt that his mind was in a trance and his will was gradually loosening. He gritted his teeth and said, fine, in that case, senior sister won't blame me. Oh, then what does brother want? Su Meier raised her eyebrows lightly. If you dare to take another step forward, the sky will turn upside down. Su Meier let out a light laugh, as if she had heard some funny joke. She slowly bent down and brought that stunningly beautiful face close to Mou. The two were close enough to feel each other's breath. That plump softness is even directly pressed on Mou's chest. The eyes were full of teasing. Mou's heart crossed and he went out of his way. His arms fiercely exerted force, holding Su Meier tightly and nibbling towards her tantalizing cherry lips. Chapter 29, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength. The soft and warm touch instantly fills the lips and teeth with a sweet and tantalizing aroma that is intoxicating. Su Meier's beautiful eyes widened as she looked incredulously at this senior brother whom she usually teased casually. Taking advantage of her daze, Mou pushed hard, burned his essence blood, and summoned his flying sword. The roof cracked in response to the flash of the sword. Performing the blood escape technique, he rushed up into the sky as a blood-colored stream of light. Senior sister, save me. Su Meier slowly came back to her senses, her slender fingers gently caressing her lips and wiping away a touch of crimson. She narrowed her foxy eyes, the corners of her mouth curving dangerously. That's a real bite. Not honest at all. Looks like I'll have to tie you up next time. She opened her panel. Name, Su Mayer. Realm, 7th level of the Void Returning Stage. Cultivation multiplier, 2. Bonus multiplier, 2. Her cultivation level had increased by 1 level from this morning. One must know that each level of the Return to Void stage requires decades of hard cultivation. What's more, she was still of the demon race, and her cultivation speed was already much slower than that of the human race. She had just molested Mou, but not just because she was angry. She found that while in human form and in contact with Ink Feather, the cultivation multiplier could go up to 777 times, especially when Mou bit her earlier. The multiplier actually reached 888 times. As for the first kiss, she did not care much. After all, he had kissed little Mou before, and the demon race was not supposed to value these as much as humans did. Sort of a cheap shot at that kid. She grunted softly. Let's see what I'll do to you next time. Su Mayer pondered for a moment and decided not to look for Mou for the time being. If he went any further, the little guy was afraid that he would escape from the clan. A different person today. Ling Wanqing's room. Mang Lanin held a small wine jug in her hands, her face curious. Is this what you were talking about before? Ling Wanqing nodded her head gently. That's right, immortal drunk. With just 1 drop, even a loose immortal can get drunk. Mang Lanin's eyes instantly shone, and she hurriedly held immortal drunk in her arms. Thanks. She bounced excitedly out of the room, the image of her youngest uncle collapsing into her arms already floating in her mind. When she left, Ling Wanqing revealed a wry smile. There's more than just immortal drunk in this immortal drunk. In fact, she added hopscotch. To be more secure, a fairy dose is still used. It couldn't be helped that in his previous life, senior brother's physique was just as strong. This life would only be more exaggerated, and she wasn't comfortable without a strong dose. Elder brother. Ah, elder brother. In your last life you were devoted to the Tao and maintained your virginity until death. In this life, even if the Tianxuan continent is destroyed once again, you'll still be able to taste this ultimate happiness on earth. Ling Wanqing smiled like a flower, just like a lotus flower. Just then, the door of the room was gently pushed open, and a familiar and teasing voice rang out. Little Wanqing, senior sister has come to play with you. Ling Wanqing's face changed slightly when she heard this voice. Where's my formation? Why isn't it working? She hurriedly turned around and saw Su Mayer's expression as usual, which made her slightly relieved. It seems that senior sister didn't hear what she just said. What's the matter? Senior sister? Ling Wanqing tried her best to make her voice sound calm and natural. Su Mayer, however, did not answer, but walked straight to her. The slender jade hand gently covered Ling Wanqing's face and kneaded it. Junior sister, this puppet of yours is getting more and more like the real thing. Senior sister really likes it. The touch is awesome, he said, looking towards Ling Wanqing's twin peaks. Ling Wanqing hastily slapped her hand away and protected her hands in front of her chest. What is senior sister talking about? What puppet? Junior sister is really misbehaving. The same as your senior brother. Worthy of being brought up by him. I don't know what senior sister is talking about. Then again, senior sister, this puppet of yours, is it really exactly the same as a real person? All the places are the same? Same down there too? Wouldn't that be? Senior sister, please get out. Soon after, Ling Wanqing had a displeased look on her face, holding a 6-tailed white fox in her arms. The level of her puppets and formations was still too poor, and she was actually seen through all of them, and her true body was directly pulled out. It seems that more effort is needed. Su Mayer curled up in her arms, her thoughts reeling. It turns out that in the future that Wanqing saw, her brother died? The top of Crestview Peak, Mou collapsed to the ground. His body felt like it was falling apart, and a sharp pain came from all his limbs. The side effects of the blood recluse are just too great. He unconsciously licked his lips, taking away the remaining blood. It had to be said that Su Mayer's taste was indeed great, and her blood carried a faint fragrance. You forcibly kissed Su Mayer and gained her first kiss. Although the process was slightly passive and the ending was slightly miserable, you still inflicted damage on her across 2 major realms. Reward, Avatar, Locked Spirit and Forbidden Element. Villain points plus 400. A great deal of information flooded into the mind. Locking the spirit and forbidding the elements was a unique natural aptitude of the Skyfox clan. It can seal off spiritual power or magic treasures, forcibly blocking the flow of a person's spiritual energy so that they cannot mobilize their spiritual energy to cast spells for a short period of time. A very powerful ability. If Su Mayer had just used this on him, it would be impossible for him to escape. You are really bold. Even your senior sister dares to kiss. Sister Yan Shi, it was she herself who insisted on coming over. If I don't up, won't it look like I can't do it? Fair enough. Yan Shi laughed softly, his voice soft. However, let me remind you that even if the two of us combined, it would be difficult to escape in front of her. So be careful. Her tone turned serious. This time, after her divine soul was restored, she truly realized that the people on this small hill were all of unfathomable strength. It was thought that they had only been cultivating for a longer period of time and in a higher realm, but now it seemed that even if they were put into the immortal realm, they could be considered phoenix-like heavenly prides. Got it. Yanxi's mom. Ink Feather teased. She won't really kill me. Yanxi hummed lightly and didn't say anything else. A warmth welled up in her heart, but at the same time there was an inexplicable sense of loss. Unspeakable, unspoken. At that moment, a ray of blue light gently fell on Mo. Warm spring-like spiritual energy flowed throughout his body, instantly soothing the trauma caused by burning his essence blood. Mo stood up, patted the dust on his body, and looked over at the person who had healed him. Naturally, it was third senior sister Xia Ningbing, who was still sitting on the edge of the cliff with her back to herself, noble and cool, a basil coat gently swaying in the wind, just like an exiled fairy in the dust, beautiful beyond compare. Thank you, senior sister. Mo arched his hand in salute. Elder sister. Mayor sister. She wants to kill me. Can I stay with you for the night? Xia Ningbing did not respond, seemingly taking it for granted. Mo was not polite and directly sat down on his knees. It's not the first time this has happened anyway. Every time once he finished fighting with the fourth senior sister, he would come here to look for the third senior sister. Su Mayor always had to find an excuse to bully him, his senior brother, every once in a while, and he was used to it. He closed his eyes and collected his mind as he began to cultivate the divine elephant prison suppression strength. The aura around him surged and turned into a vortex, pouring into his body. A particle successfully awakened. A majestic force, like a flood, awakened in the body. It was as if a giant elephant that had been sleeping for ages opened its eyes. Every cell in the body cheered. Mo continued to push his Gong method to awaken more particles. 2, 3, 10, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Chapter 30, Fourth level of Yuanying. The power within Mo's body continued to climb. Each particulate awakening brings about radical changes. The strength of the physical body rapidly increased. Bones, muscles, and meridians were all undergoing metamorphosis and being tempered to become tougher and tougher. Gradually, around Mo's body, a layer of faint golden light emerged. That was a vision that would only appear if the flesh body was strong to a certain extent. Golden light flowed, reflecting him like a golden god of war, mighty and imposing. The cultivation movement grew louder and louder, and the aura vortex continued to expand. The wind is rising and the sand is flying. To the side, Xia Ningbing slowly opened her eyes, a hint of surprise flashing through her purple pupils. She could sense that Mo was cultivating an extremely powerful body refining technique. The visual grade was extremely high, and even among immortal emperor feats, it was considered top-notch. This senior brother of his own has quite a lot of chances, but that's about it. She didn't think that, in a month's time, Mo would be able to outsmart herself. After all, the difference between the two was too great. She also practiced the body refining technique. This would only allow Mo to last a little longer in the comparison fight. More importantly, her divine phoenix body was far, far stronger than the pure yang saint body. Even if one cultivated the same level of techniques, it was not something that the pure yang sacred body could defeat. Xia Ningbing closed her eyes and continued to cultivate. Time passes. In the end, within Mo's body, 30,000 particles awakened. He slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of golden aura burst out from his pupils. A majestic aura exploded from within him. Like a sleeping giant elephant awakening, it pressured the four directions. He could clearly feel that by looking at the power alone, he was more than hundreds of times stronger than before. When he raised his hands and threw his feet, they all contained terrifying power. It was as if a single swing of his fist could blow up Suway Peak. A single slap would have killed yesterday's self. At the same time, his cultivation was about to break through. The fourth level of Yuanying was close at hand. On the way to cultivation, remember to sharpen the heart of the Tao. Xia Ningbing's clear and cold words rang in her ears, like the orchid in an empty valley. Mo froze, then arched his hand. Thanks for the reminder, senior sister. This was Xia Ningbing reminding herself that there was no benefit to cultivating too quickly. He was still at the fourth level of Jindan a few days ago, now approaching the fourth level of Yuanying. The Taoist mind is the realization, perseverance and pursuit of the Tao. If the perception of the Tao cannot keep up with the realm advancement, it will cause many problems. For example, the foundation is unstable, the cultivation becomes slower, the battle power is weak, the mind demon is breeding, and so on. However, he had no concerns about it. Believe in the ways of heaven. Tomorrow you will set yourself up for a chance on the heart of the word. Breaking, the fourth level of Yuanying. Inside the Dantian, the original Yuanying villain, which was only the size of a fist, grew rapidly and became childlike. Pink sculpture, clear eyebrows, very cute. The second stage of the Yuaning stage, infant formation. Mo only felt that his body was soothed. His five senses became sharper, and his sense of heaven and earth aura became clearer. He gave a satisfied smile. He was confident that even if he faced an ordinary god transformation cultivator, he could easily kill him. Xia Ningbing sensed Mo's breakthrough and remained the same iceberg expression that remained unchanged for 10,000 years, without much fluctuation. What's to be said is said, and that's his choice. People only grow up when they go through it themselves, and it's something that doesn't have much of an impact, except that it will take longer to pay off the debt later. Cultivation completed. Mo lay on the ground and looked up at the starry sky. The stars are shining brightly and the Milky Way crosses the sky in a magnificent way. Recall the Qin family to be dealt with. Sort of half a magic cultivator family. Based on Qin Shou's memories, it appeared to be more than that. Even in the future he had not seen the Qin family in its entirety, and also soul refining streamers. One must know that even the demonic cultivators, there were fewer who would go to refine the soul streamers. Could it be that the Qin family is actually an evil cultivator family? As this thought came together, the tragic situation of the destruction of Mo village couldn't help but float in his mind. The screams of the villagers, the thick smell of blood, the collapsed houses. A scene cuts through the heart like a knife blade. Senior sister, Mo suddenly spoke. Is it true that righteousness, devilry, and evil have existed since ancient times? And what is the difference? After a few breaths, Xia Ningbing's clear and cold voice rang out, like ice springs dripping down. Since the beginning of time, demons, who turn demonic breath with aura, take it alone without returning it, and fish for it with all their might, resulting in a scarcity of aura in future generations. Evil, using his life to support his own cultivation, harming others and benefiting himself, routing out the grease, and eliminating the flourishing of the new talent of the current generation. Both are liable to upset the mind and lead to murder, and are rejected by the world. Inkbrand froze for a few moments before he fully understood what she meant. Swallowing aura and not returning it is a devil, and taking human life to cultivate is evil. The proliferation of demonic cultivators will destroy the future environment, and the rampant evil cultivators can kill off the contemporary human race. Can you talk without being so literal? Mo slowly sat up and gently shook his head, no longer thinking about that. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Leaving the roasted rabbit directly in the forest. What if it was eaten by another demonic beast? But soon, he smiled again in relief. Tang Wandering was a son of Qi. Either that or he's already happened to pick up Wa. Either that or even without a body, he could find a way to revive her. To be honest, he had never seen a way to resurrect people until now, and I don't know if it can be done or not. Meanwhile, a forest at the border of the Tianxuan domain. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, the silver light spills down, and the trees are in shadow. The silence of the night sky was suddenly torn apart by a sharp bird cry. A huge-sized Qingxian bird demon was frantically chasing a teenager. Damn it! How dare you chase me? The teenager roared, a fierce color flashing in his eyes. You already have a way to die. The teenager was none other than Tang Wan. He clutched the body of Wa tightly, and with the wind at his feet, he flew through the dense forest. Roar! Several wind blades whistled, slicing through the air and pushing straight into Tang Wan's back. Tang Wandering jerked to the side and managed to dodge. However, he was still grazed by a wind blade, and was instantly drenched in blood. Damn it! Tang Wandering gritted his teeth and screamed in his heart. It was simply impossible for him to defeat this great Jindan stage demon now. He had come to find what today, only to find that what actually. He vowed to find the man who had roasted the little wren. That arrogant guy. He actually left evidence. One day, he'll find the owner of these needles. The aroma emanating from the body of the little what attracted the demonic beast. Although Tangrecker had reached the peak of Foundation establishment, he was still unable to defeat the Jindan demonic beast. Roar! The Qingxian bird demon attacked again. Several powerful wind blades whistled, directly sending Tang Wan flying. Tang Wandering struggled to get up and glared angrily at the bird demon, sparks of hatred bursting from his eyes. You're forcing my hand, he growled, viciousness in his voice. He looked down at Wa's body, his eyes filled with resignation and pain. Wa, I promise you that I will avenge you. I won't spare anyone who hurt you. After saying that, he swallowed all of the roasted rabbit in a few bites. In a flash, a majestic force erupted within his body. His breath climbed upwards, instantly breaking through to the Jindan realm. Chapter 31, Crying Sister Mei Mei. Chaos Starfield. Star City. Mo walked out of the teleportation array holding the six-tailed white fox. After settling Chu Yuli, he came straight over, giving all the magic treasures given by the elders to Chu Yuli, and handing her over to Ling Wanxing to bring. Godao Ryu and Mortal Ryu are expected to get along. Su Mayer didn't say a word about being bitten yesterday, as if it never happened. The two continue to get along well, with no hint of awkwardness. Speaking of which, Mo still felt a bit guilty for taking her first kiss after all. Elder brother Mo. What a coincidence, a clear voice suddenly came, interrupting Mo's thoughts. Ink Feather looked up. He only saw that the visitor was handsome, gentle, and had an extraordinary temperament. He instantly recognized the person's identity, Yu Hong, Fon Yin Xiao, one of the 7 stars of the Star Holy Land, a reserve sovereign training target. It's the one he used to take the fall. It's the same Yuaning stage as him. A coincidence indeed. Mou responded blandly. A trace of astonishment flashed through Fon Yin Xiao's eyes. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for several years. Not only did elder brother Mo solve the problem of regressing his cultivation, he even reached the Yuaning stage. Congratulations. Ink Feather nodded gently. It was just a fluke. Fon Yin Xiao smiled gently. I wonder what elder brother Mo came to our chaotic star region for. Someone has offended me and come to kill. Mou's tone was flat, as if he was talking about family matters. Fon Yin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. I see. Elder brother Mo is quick to honor his enemies, when he is truly a great man. Mou nodded slightly. The man really knows how to talk with his eyes open, and how to talk about Jarius as being quick to anger. Fon Yin Xiao's gaze turned and landed on the 6-tailed white fox in Mou's arms. I believe this is Senior Su, right? Su Mayer didn't even raise her eyelids, obviously too lazy to take care of it. Seeing this, Mou faintly spoke. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Fon Yin Xiao to respond, he turned around and left in large strides. Fon Yin Xiao watched Mou go far away, a brilliant light flickering in his eyes. What are 2 of the 5 heavenly pride of the Tianxuan Holy Land coming to the chaotic star region for? Or have they discovered something? At that moment, a black shadow appeared at his side as silently as a ghost. My lord, shall we spy on them? There's no need. The Tianxuan Holy Land is the righteous path and won't do anything out of the ordinary. Let the others go to the trouble. Mou walked straight towards the center of the city. The streets are lined with stores and bustling with pedestrians. Signs of all colors glistened in the sunlight and the air was filled with fireworks. Su Mayer in Mou's arms suddenly spoke. What do you think of that, Yu Hong? Well, mannequin. Why do you say that? Su Mayer curiously pursued. I hate it when the ones who wear that mild expression no matter what are either extremely deep in the city or turtles. Mou commented nonchalantly. Turtle? Su Mayer was puzzled. The city was extremely deep, she could understand. What did the turtle mean? Two-faced turtle. No. It's worse than a two-faced turtle. It's like a boiling goat. Su Mayer was even more confused. What is this all about? Ink Feather explained. It's the kind of stupidity that likes to make people regret and forgive when they've been betrayed and say love her and forgive her. Su Mayer sniffed and couldn't help but laugh softly, as pleasant as a silver bell. If anything can be forgiven, then he deserved what he went through. Ink Feather nodded repeatedly. Su Mayer's words changed. I think Tam Ame is the former though. The city is deep. Sister is strong in recognizing good and evil. Yo, the man wasn't evil, but he wasn't as good as he appeared to be. Ink Brand nodded. That's what he thought. After the 2 of them bought a map of the chaotic star region, they headed towards the Broken Star State. In the Broken Star State, deep within the Qin family residence, a hidden cave. The smell of blood was sickening. In the center of the cave, a pool of blood rolled over. Countless grievous souls struggled and hissed, and their mournful wails were unceasing. Beside the blood pool, Qin Jun sat cross-legged, his body surrounded by black gas and his face was hideous. A Yuaning stood respectfully at his side. Old ancestor, tens of thousands of infants have been captured as you commanded. These babies, all of them, have been carefully selected according to your request. Each one, born in a cloudy year, month and hour, is born with an extremely heavy grievance. Murdering their parents when they are just conscious further catalyzes the resentment within them. Very good. Qin Jun looked at the grievous souls tumbling in the pool of blood, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. Not far away, within a hidden formation, Mou took it all in and frowned. And kill your parents. By that standard, it doesn't seem to work to find pregnant women to run evil factories, does it? He muttered in a small voice. Su Mayer didn't respond to his tirade. Inkbrand was puzzled and called out softly. Sister May? Still no response. Mou lowered his head and realized that the white fox Su Mayer in his arms was curled up into a ball, her petite body trembling slightly. Get off that thing. Su Mayer's voice was tinged with sobs, obviously terrified. Mou followed Su Mayer's gaze, only to see that at his side, a semi-transparent PPO was floating there silently, without the slightest sound. So it's a ghost, Ink Feather said in his heart, and then he was shocked. Ghost. Then it felt wrong. He's a monk. What the hell is he afraid of? Fixing his eyes. It turned out to be a disgruntled spirit with no cultivation. It looks like it was just accidentally shut in here when the formation was set up. His heart moved and he instantly understood that Su Mayer was actually afraid of ghosts. Thinking of this, the corner of Mo's mouth unconsciously hooked up a bad smile. Sister Mayer, are you afraid of ghosts? Su Mayer shrank tightly in Mo's arms. The tiny fox head was buried deep in his chest, just not daring to look up. Her muffled voice came from Mo's arms. You get rid of it. Jia. Mayer sister, if you don't bully me in the future, I'll get rid of him. Okay, I promise. This is too insincere of you, but if you said so, I'll promise you. Well, get it out of the way. Hearing this, Su Mayer then slowly poked her little head out of Mo's arms. However, as soon as she raised her head, she saw that translucent Afe was floating in front of her, with two empty eyes staring straight at her. Ah! She let out a miserable scream, and if it wasn't for the formation's ability to soundproof, I'm afraid that the entire Qin family could hear the shriek. Su Mayer quickly shrank back into Mo's arms, her body trembling even more. Get him out of here, she pleaded with a sob, her voice full of fear. The heart is a demon. I don't know how it got there, Inkfeather murmured in a small voice. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Villain points plus 200. He was slightly startled. I can't believe there are villain points. However, he didn't continue to scare Su Mayer. At this moment, Su Mayer's body surface was emitting a faint pink light. Inkfeather had the feeling of approaching death. If it continues, this area will be in ruins. Gently patting the trembling little fox. Don't be afraid. Raising his hand, he coalesced a cluster of ghostly flames and sent that innocent, resentful soul to be transcended. Okay, this time it's really gone. Oh, you bad brother. You actually bullied me. Chapter 32. One punch to break a transformation god. Mou was a bit helpless. The current Su Mayer was completely different from the flirtatious and enchanting vixen from last night. It's really gone. No kidding. Su Mayer probed out her divine sense and carefully scanned her surroundings, confirming that the resentful spirit had disappeared before she breathed a sigh of relief. But she was still shrinking in Mou's arms, her voice carrying a few tremors. Let's just go back, okay? She stretched out her small furry paw and pointed to a soul streamer not far away. Mou looked over and saw that above the soul streamer, countless grievous souls were struggling and wailing in it, eerie and terrifying. Then he realized that it was fear. This is too much, isn't it? But he looked at the human emperor streamer in the system space. The corners of his mouth unconsciously quirked up with a touch of playfulness. I don't know if the returning Mayer sister can beat her human emperor streamer wielding Yuaning stage self? The thought of it gave him a dark feeling in his heart. Jia. It's finally time to turn over a new leaf. Let this bullying vixen taste what it's like to be pressed to the ground and ravaged. You be careful, don't play yourself off. Yen, she reminded slyly. Mou nodded and turned his head to look at Su Mayer. Mayer sister, don't worry, but it's just a few transformation spirits in the district. I'm sufficient alone. Just watch from the sidelines. Su Mayer managed to calm down and rolled her eyes at the words. Don't brag. You just reached the Yuaning stage yesterday. How could you possibly defeat them? I've just looked at it. The Qin family has 3 transformation spirits, plus 33 Yuaning. Since we've all seen that they're evil cultivators, we can just find the Star Holy Land to deal with them directly. This is their territory. Mou confidently said. Just don't worry, I'm awesome now. He also wanted to take this opportunity to test the results of his cultivation during this period of time. Then, if you can't beat me, I'll take you to escape. Although Su Mayer said this on her lips, her body remained honestly shrunk in Mou's arms, not daring to look out. Inkfeather nodded gently. Suddenly, Shi's voice suddenly sounded in the bottom of his heart. A mere 3 transformation gods. I'm ready, let go of my mind. Inkbrand froze, and then realization dawned on him. He hurriedly explained. Sister Yen Shi, I don't mean that. I really want to fight them on my own. Can you do it? Yen Shi questioned. Knowing that the current Mou was only at the 4th level of Yuaning, how could she defeat 3 transformation spirits without relying on her strength? It's not too late for you to help me when things go wrong. That's fine. Mou cast his gaze towards Qin Jun, who was cultivating not far away. At the 2nd level of the transformation spirit, it should be simple to beat. A flash of cold light in his eyes, Mou's figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he had appeared behind Qin Jun. The right fist was clenched, wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning, and ruthlessly smashed into Qin Jun's back. Qin Jun was immersed in his cultivation. How could he have expected that someone would dare to sneak attack here? Boom! With a loud bang, Qin Jun's back was directly pierced through. and blood and flesh flew everywhere. His body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings, crashing heavily into the cave's protective formation and instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist. Mo raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. That's it? Am I too strong? Or is he too weak? I can't believe I got busted up in one punch. However, he didn't stop. He turned around and blasted his fist at that yuaning dead man, directly blasting him into pieces. The only remaining wisp of Qin Jun's residual soul was suspended in midair, and it seemed that it had not yet returned to its senses. When he finally realized what was happening, he immediately let out a wailing scream. Ah, rats! I can't believe I'm sneaking up on you. He really couldn't figure out why an enemy would sneak in here. What was even more unbelievable to him was that a yuaning stage cultivator was able to punch out his own transformation stage physical body. Qin Jun was horrified in his heart, but he knew very well that he was in no way a match for Mo in his current state. He made a snap decision and instantly left the cave with his soul streamer. Inkbrand noticed him leave and didn't go after him right away. Instead, he used the underworld ghost flame to transcend all the resentful souls in the entire cave. In his mind, Yanxi's shocked voice rang out. Your flesh, actually so strong? Although she had witnessed Mo cultivating the divine elephant prison suppressing strength yesterday, she had never thought that this technique was so amazing. The remnants of the body refining technique that you picked up when you were sleeping earlier. I didn't expect it to be quite powerful, Mo said casually. Yanxi opened his mouth. For a moment, I didn't know how to answer. It's more than awesome. It's scary, okay? Even she had never seen such a domineering technique in the immortal realm. This is at least at the immortal emperor level. Su Meier was still shrinking in Mo's arms, her fluffy tail wrapping herself up tightly, oblivious to everything that was happening in the outside world, confirming that the grievous souls were cleared. Mo unhurriedly came over the Qin family. At this moment, there were already two more figures beside the Qin clan ancestors Yuan Shen. On the left side was Qin Li, the Qin family's grand elder, with black robes, a withered face, and beady eyes. On the right side was Tianxuan, the second elder of the Qin family, with a green robe, a majestic face, and a calm and steady aura. Both of them were at the first level of God transformation cultivation. Tianxuan was slightly surprised to see Mo. As soon as he heard the commotion, he rushed out. And that's it? A yuaning fourth level, hugging a timid fox with no realm. Wouldn't it mean that he had burst Qin Jun's physical body with just one hand? Old thing. You can't even beat a yuaning junior. Tianxuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Li followed suit and taunted. Don't say sneak attack. Even if I stand still and just let him hit me, I won't be blown away. With that, he let out a loud laugh as well. Qin Jun's face was as gloomy as water and he did not say a word. He really wanted these two old things to taste that punch from Mo. That punch, even now he still had palpitations when he thought back on it. Can he take that punch hard if he's facing it? He has no confidence. The corner of Mo's mouth curled up in a playful manner. Since you two are so confident, why don't you just stand and let me try? Arrogant little child. You think old man is a little cutie, can't you? Qin Li put away his smile and his expression suddenly became grave. After so many years in the cultivation world, he knew that underestimating his opponents was the most foolish choice. The three goddess of transformation powerhouses stood in the air, with a grandiose aura that pressed down on the four directions. The cultivators of the entire city felt the amazing aura and looked up into the sky. Isn't that the three god transformation ancestors of the Qin clan? Why are they all out? Who is that person? How dare he confront the Qin clan's ancestor? Hiss. Look guys, it looks like old man Qin Jun's flesh has been blown up. What? How is that possible? Old ancestor Qin Jun is a strong person at the second level of the transformation spirit. Who can injure him? What the hell is that guy's deal? Shocked murmurs rose and fell as everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. Chapter 33, One Against Many. A great war breaks out. Mo's gaze swept over the three god transformation powerhouses. Qin Jun was injured and only his soul was left. His strength was greatly reduced and he was not enough to be feared. The other two were nothing more than the first level of the unusual transformation spirit. There's nothing special about it. The heavenly Xian sword technique instantly unfolded, and the sword intent rushed to the sky. In the next instant, heaven and earth changed color. Countless sword lights were like the Milky Way hanging upside down, enveloping the sky toward the three transformation gods. The terrifying sword power swept across the entire city, and the void trembled as if the heavens and earth were resonating with it. Little Yuaning, how dare you be so arrogant? A hint of anger flashed in Qin Li's eyes. Two of you, let's see me capture this fawn with one strike. He sacrificed a purple-black gourd with a demonic aura. This was a mid-grade spirit weapon that he was proud of, and he didn't know how many Yuaning cultivators he had killed. However, when the sword light shrouded down, the light on the surface of that gourd was instantly dimmed, as if all its spirituality had been drained away. How is this possible? Qin Li's pupils shrunk. The three transformation gods were instantly startled. How the hell can this be a baby? A spell to nullify a medium-grade spirit weapon? In a panic, the three of them offered up defensive magic treasures, but Yamou's sword momentum was as continuous as a rainstorm. Each sword light contained the power of destroying the sky and the earth. The void was constantly trembling under the sword energy. Put! Qin Li was struck by the sword light and spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly paling. Night, old man! Tianxuan roared as he counterattacked with his imperial sword. Mou sidestepped and dodged, slapping out a backhanded palm. The power of 30,000 giant elephants erupted. Between the whistling of the palm wind, a violent force blasted at Tianxuan's flying sword. Click! With a crisp shattering sound, the flying sword unexpectedly cracked. How is this? How is this possible? Tianxuan's face was ashen and his voice was trembling. This was his original magic treasure, and it was even cracked by his palm strike? Even if the spells were strong, the physical body was also so powerful. A palm breaks a spiritual weapon. What kind of monster is this? Countless cultivators in the city were shocked when they witnessed this scene. For a Yuaning realm cultivator to suppress three transformation spirits with his own strength, this simply overturned their perceptions. A flash of shock flashed through Qin Jun's eyes. Three transformers joined forces, but they weren't even a match for that youth? How is this possible? He forced down the shock in his heart and snapped. Quickly, activate the grand formation. Summon all the Yuaning elders. With his order, the entire Qin family instantly boiled. A magnificent large formation slowly rose up, enveloping the entire sky, and spiritual energy fluctuations surged like a tidal wave. 32 Yuaning powerhouses arrived from all directions, joining the battle with vigor. Kid, you're dead. Qin Jun let out a sardonic laugh. Even if you have heavenly powers, you can't escape death. When the cultivators in the city saw the scene, they shook their heads and sighed. It's a pity that such a great power can't defeat the Qin family's underpinnings after all. Thought someone would be able to destroy this demonic cultivator family. Yeah, 3 transformation gods plus 33 Yuaning. Alas. On the other side, in a remote courtyard of the Qin family, Moroni knelt down on one knee, her long ink-like hair pouring down, covering half of her face. The other half of her stunningly beautiful face was hidden. His chest was heaving violently, and traces of blood remained at the corners of his mouth, clearly not lightly injured. Bitch, you dare to sneak up on me? Qin Shen looked at her condescendingly, contempt and anger in his eyes. He was about to make his move and kill this slave girl who had sneaked up on him. A sudden burst of sword light swept across the entire city like a galaxy hanging upside down. Sword chi was so strong that it took the heart of the people. Feeling the sword momentum, Moroni's eyes lit up, and there was a sudden realization in his heart. She raised her hand violently, and her long sword was instantly sheathed. The sword light is like water, soft with hard, actually vaguely has a few points of the divine charm of the Mou sword technique. This can't be. Qin Xian's face suddenly changed, and he panicked as he swung his sword to parry it, retreating back and forth. How could you have such a sword power with your mere chi refining cultivation? What the hell are you? He stared at Moroni incredulously. Moroni smiled morosely. The one who killed you. Not only you, but all of your Qin family must die. The sword light became more and more intense. Qin Xian dodged in a sorry state, his clothes being scratched and torn. Seeing that he was about to be killed by the sword, he finally lost his temper and yelled, "Dragon Protector, help me!" A black shadow flashed by as the sound of breaking air rang out. Moroni's chest was in severe pain, and his entire body flew out like a kite with broken strings, falling heavily on the ground. Blood was spilling from the corners of her mouth, but she was still holding herself up and trying to get up, the battle spirit in her eyes not diminished in the slightest. How dare a mole cricket show off? Protector Long spoke coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. I want you to live as if you were dead. Qin Xian took the opportunity to step forward and stomped on Moroni's abdomen. He forcefully ruffled Moroni's long hair, revealing the other half of her face. It was different from the half that was usually exposed. This half of the face was covered with black sarcomas, like a twisted centipede, hideous and disgusting. He was shocked at first, and then a cruel smile appeared. It's ugly, and since you're only half disfigured, I'll help you with the remaining half, said the man, taking out a small knife, ready to destroy the other half of her face. Moroni just looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. Right at this moment, the entire Qin family compound shook violently. What happened? Qin Xian panicked. Don't worry, young master. A thief broke into the Qin family and the old ancestor activated the clan protection formation. Protector Long said in a deep voice. Poof. Qin Xian looked at Moroni anew, the tip of the knife resting against half of her clear cheek. He wasn't the slightest bit worried that provocative clown could threaten the Qin family. Their Qin family had been able to stand here for so many years, and countless self-proclaimed righteous people had come to sneak up on them. And who had actually succeeded? Mo held the human emperor streamer. His aura was like a rainbow as he confronted the entire Qin clan's grand formation. Qin Jun's face was gloomy. Evil cultivator? Mo laughed coldly. Not quite an evil cultivator. Compared to you guys, it's still far worse. Qin Jun suddenly laughed wildly, his laughter filled with sarcasm. Your soul streamer's bane is so weak that it's only a substandard item when put amongst the evil cultivators. Before the words fell, the soul streamer in his hand violently unfolded. In an instant, the shadowy wind whistled, and the terrifying baleful chi surged out like a tidal wave, as if the entire heaven and earth had fallen into eternal night. The temperature around them plummeted, as if winter had descended. I was wondering who you were, but now it seems you're the one who killed my family's shower. Qin Jun's gaze was stern and his killing intent was revealed. Today, I will make you taste the pain of 10,000 souls devouring your heart. Mou's expression was bland. I'm waiting for my spiritual energy to recover. And what are you guys waiting for? Waiting to die? The last spirit stone in his hand was completely absorbed, and his originally empty spirit power returned to fullness. The human emperor streamer waved, and the transformation god streamer spirit appeared and pounced directly on Qin Jun. Out of your depth! Qin Jun shouted angrily, and his hands flew to pinch and activate the clan protection formation. The soul streamer in his hand violently unfolded, and the countless patterns of stern ghosts embroidered on it seemed to come to life, emitting mournful hisses. In an instant, the ghastly wind roared, the ghosts cried and the gods howled, and countless grievous souls roared out from the soul streamers, blackening the sky and covering the sun, as if they wanted to devour the entire world. Kid, let's show you what a real soul streamer is. However, as soon as he spoke, a strand of white flame suddenly fell into the resentful soul. Chapter 34, The New Daughter of Luck. Mu Rong Yi. In an instant, the sea of fire was overwhelming. Originally unbeatable resentful souls in front of the ghost fire of the underworld, just like ice and snow meet the sun, have issued miserable screams, turned into green smoke and dissipated. Shocker! This was the first reaction of all the Qin clan powerhouses present. Click! The grand formation was also blasted out by Mou's transformation spirit. There was also a gap between the transformation gods, and the streamers given by the system were naturally the top of the line. The human emperor streamer took advantage of the situation and rolled up, taking in all 30 or so Yuaning powerhouses of the Qin clan. With the loss of the strongest person, the large formation quickly dissipated, making it difficult for it to be formed. The three god transformation powerhouses were once again shocked. Qin Jun lost his voice and cried out, "Why do you know the weakness of my Qin clan's grand formation? This little broken formation. One look and you're out," Mou said casually. With the immortal grade formation, this kind of formation was a breeze for him. When the people in the city saw the large formation dissipate, their eyes were filled with shock. Qin, the Qin family, is all gone. That man really wiped out the Qin family. God damn it. Someone has finally exterminated this devilish family. Cheers rose and fell, and it was clear that most of the people had been harboring grudges against the Qin family for a long time. Mou did not pay any attention to the clamor around him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the sword light in his hand poured out like the Milky Way, instantly shattering the physical bodies of the two transformation gods. At this moment, only the souls of the three Qin clan powerhouses were left floating between heaven and earth. Thunderlight surged in Mou's hands, and the Tianxuan thunder method was ready to be launched. Wait, you can't kill me if... Boom! Thunder exploded, and the three divine souls instantly went up in smoke. Can we just say it's worthy of being biological? Even the last words before death are exactly the same. Mou spat. Since then, the 36 strongest members of the Qin clan were all defeated by Mou. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible force was twisting heaven and earth. Alarm bells were ringing in Mou's mind, but his body was out of control. He only felt the sky spinning and his body suddenly becoming lighter. Looking down, Mou froze. Su Meier, who was originally held in her arms, unexpectedly came underneath herself. Little short legs, tender little hands. He actually turned into a child himself. Asterisk. Careless. The knowledgeable Mou instantly recognized the spell. An evil spell used by evil practitioners who cultivate with babies. The infant transformation spell doesn't affect the battlefield. It doesn't hurt much, but it's extremely insulting. Ha ha ha. Feather, you're so cute now. In the ring, Yan Shi was shaking with laughter. Sister Yan Shi, don't laugh. Tell me what to do. It can't be solved. Yan Shi said while laughing. This thing needs to be transformed into a god to be solved. Seek help from your senior sister. Or you can wait for a few days and change back on your own. Ink Feather tries it. It's so hard to solve. All he could do was drop his gaze to the little fox curled up in a ball underneath him. Su Mei seemed to have shielded most of her senses and was still shivering. Take him on the run with you when things go wrong. That's it. Real problems aren't all dead. Wait. It seems like everyone in the Qin family combined can't seem to break the fox spirit's defense. That's okay. He reached out a small hand and patted the fox on the head. Mayor sister, save me. Is the fight over? Su Mei cautiously poked her head out. At this time, the wind was calm and the sun was shining. She was a little surprised. You actually did beat. That's when she noticed she had a cute little doll on her. She froze, puzzled. Brother? Well, after the fight, I got backstabbed by them. Su Mei first used her divine sense to probe the entire Qin family to make sure that there were no ghosts at all before she breathed a sigh of relief. She then focused her attention on Inkbrand. Tiny. So cute. So much cuter than grown up. Inkfeather was a bit unnerved by the look and prodded. Mei's sister. Help me. Su Mei turned into a white light and transformed back into her human body, holding Mou in her arms. Geez, it's so cute when my brother turns back into a kid. She caressed Mou's tender face and smiled like a flower. This is so good. Sister can love you well. Saying that, she forcefully embraced Mou in her arms. Mou was immediately surrounded by a fragrance that was soft to the touch. He looked at Su Mei's face, her soul stirring, foxy eyes, and for a moment, he was in a trance. Returning to his senses, Mou hurriedly struggled. Stop it, untie me now. Su Mei let go of Mou and winked playfully. Don't want a fun brother to have like that. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. This spell should be able to be found right here. I'll go look for it. With that, he disappeared. Mou was instantly shocked. If he really gave her the chance to learn that spell, he might never be able to change back. No way. I must train hard and surpass the vixen within 3 years. He doesn't want to be a kid forever. Mou casually grabbed a member of the Qin family and executed a secret method to mark all the Qin family members around with divine sense. Confirm that it's an evil cultivator family and you can kill them all. Now, open kill. In the Qin family's side yard, the smell of blood filled the air. Tianxuan wiped the blood from the blade, his eyes flashing with morbid excitement. He looked down at the huddled figure on the floor. That's the right way. There is no such thing as being inhuman like you were before. How smooth it is to become a ghost completely. Don't you think so? Moroni closed her eyes tightly, half of her face hidden under her messy hair. The exposed half of his face was full of hideous wounds, and blood was still slowly oozing out. In her hand she clutched a dark green bead that was gradually getting hotter. It was something she had found in the Qin family not too long ago. TCH, dead? How boring. Qin Xian raised his foot and kicked at Moroni. Remember in your next life. What makes your 10 years of bitter cultivation comparable to the accumulation of several generations of my Qin family? Suddenly, he felt a coldness in his neck and the sky spinning. He saw his headless body. Your family has finished enjoying the blessings you have saved for generations, and you have labored to suffer for the sins you have created. A childish but icy voice rang out. Mou took a short step and walked over, with a coldness on his face that didn't match his age. The shadowy dragon protector was stunned. Who was this child that, in just a moment, had killed his master? If the Qin family executives knew, wouldn't he be dead? However, he didn't need to worry about those. A cold light appeared, and he also fell to the ground in response, his pupils lax. Mou glanced at the half-dead young girl on the ground. Hiss! He couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air and burn Qin Xian's corpse in his hand. Are these big families so idle? Takes pleasure in disfiguring people. Mou casually threw a yuan nourishing pill into her mouth. He can't see the suffering of the people, so try not to look at it during the week, but when you really see it, you'll still help if you can. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. The daughter of luck, Morong-yi, has been detected. You can get a reward by suppressing her. Name, Morong-yi, luck, 10,000 gold. Introduction: acquiring a chance to awaken the physique, and then become ugly. Cultivation is slow and highly discriminated against. Etching the heart of the poisonous body, the stove tripod, is not recommended. Mou sized up the woman in front of him with interest. This is the first time the system has said it's not recommended to be a furnace. Thought the system was coming to the rescue. Getting closer to observe. The half of the young girl's exposed face had been restored under the effect of the yuan nourishing pill, and she was indeed born with a stunning appearance. Curious, he reached out and lifted the green silk that covered the other half of his face. Chapter 35: Immortal Level Poison Technique. Inkfeather was stunned, and it's a good thing he has a strong heart, or he would have thrown up. That half of his face looked like it was covered in black lymphatic flesh. Hideous. Inkbrand dropped her green silk and thought about it. This is the same as Chu Yuli. Go through the process once and put it in the sect to raise it. Anyway, The Tianxuan Holy Land was recently lacking a reserve sovereign. Moroni slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a face as cute as a porcelain doll's. "You're awake?" A childish voice rang in her ears, and Moroni braced herself and looked around. There were several corpses lying on the ground, including the headless Qin Xian. Who saved me? Moroni opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. "Of course I am," Mou said. Moroni couldn't help but smile. This childish tone, paired with that cute little face, made people want to rub his head. Wait a minute, why are there kids here? Had he really saved himself? She released her divine sense to probe, but found that she couldn't see through the other party at all. There are only two possibilities. Either he is an ordinary person with no cultivation, or his strength is far above himself. But by the looks of him, he couldn't be mortal. Thinking about this, Moroni was stunned. It was rumored that there were people in the great powers who refined Qi in 3 days and built foundations in 100 days. But I didn't think it really existed. Envy. Thanks a lot. She braced herself to rise and bowed solemnly. You're welcome. Mou waved his hand and opened the door. Girl, I see that you have amazing bones. You are an immortal cultivation wizard. Would you like to be my teacher? Bones amazing. Moroni froze, suspecting that he had heard wrong. Worship you as a teacher? Why don't you send Rudraksh? She couldn't help but spit inside. Moroni looked Mou up and down. A child who looked no more than 6 or 7 years old wanted to accept himself as his disciple? It's a strange world. You are younger than me? Right. How can you be my master? Age has nothing to do with strength. And what you see is not always true. Mou spoke faintly, a powerful aura emanating from him. Moroni only felt that the air around her froze. An invisible pressure enveloped her, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her mind was appalled. This son's strength is as terrifying as it is. More powerful than that dragon protector. Could it be a Jindan old boy? But how is that possible? Seeing this expression on her face, Inkfeather smiled faintly and gently waved her small hand. In an instant, the imposing Qin family mansion on the side was neatly split into 2 halves. The fracture is smooth as a mirror and the cut surface is flat. Moroni's pupils suddenly shrunk and her delicate body shook. This sword power. She recognized it. It was the same sword momentum she had felt earlier. This person was actually that kendo expert. Previously, it was by relying on Mou's sword power that she was able to make a breakthrough and defeat Qin Xian. Suddenly, clarity welled up in her mind. Hastily closing his eyes, he held his breath and concentrated on the remaining sword momentum on the cut. Inkbrand looked jaw-dropped. No, dude, can we do a little bit of the opening? You're going to realize the power of the sword just because I came by? Sword power was a realm of the sword Tao, which was followed by higher levels such as sword intent and sword mind. Even Mou only comprehended sword momentum at the foundation establishment stage. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he hadn't stayed in the Qi refining stage for a long time. A moment later, Moroni opened his eyes, and the essence in his eyes flowed, obviously harvesting a lot. She got up and bowed deeply towards Mou. Respectfully, Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Inkfeather nodded gently. However, the expected system beep did not sound. System, she's my disciple now. Not yet. Worship is based on bowing. Moroni's current favor, 70. Villain points plus 700. Amount. What a lot of pussy. Mou looked at Moroni anew. On our side of the world, to worship a master is to bow down. Moroni sniffed. Her eyebrows knit slightly, and her face showed a difficult expression. After a moment's silence, she raised her head, her gaze clear, her tone light but not overbearing, and her voice loud and clear. I'm sorry, Master. I, Moroni, kneel to heaven and earth and my parents, but for me to kneel to you, a kid I've only known for less than a day, I can't do it. So classic. Inkfeather sighed inwardly. Are you sure you don't want to kneel? He inquired again. Okay, do you know what it means not to kneel? I know. Moroni nodded. But I have my principles, and they won't change. Very good. A trace of appreciation flashed in Mou's eyes. In that case, don't blame me. Superintelligence tells me it's time to use superpowers. A powerful pressure once again enveloped Moroni. It was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Moroni only felt a lofty peaked mountain pressing down on him. The legs began to tremble and he could barely stand. Mou was a little excited at this point. After being a son of Qi for so long, I finally get to experience what it's like to be a villain. Moroni clenched her teeth and desperately resisted. Her legs were bent and her body was shaky, but she still didn't kneel. I don't kneel. She squeezed a few words through her teeth, each one filled with stubbornness and defiance. The corners of Mou's mouth rose slightly, increasing the strength of the pressure. I can help you undo the poison in your body, help you awaken the eroded heart poison body, give you resources, and teach you. To find someone to teach you to cultivate, as long as you kneel down. Morong-yi only felt that the pressure on his body was increasing, and his bones were cackling as if they would break at any moment. She clenched her teeth so tightly that blood seeped from her gums, but she still didn't kneel. I am to be immortal forever, but I will never kneel down to a child like you. This is my dignity. This woman was a match for herself, worthy of being the daughter of Qi. That said, isn't he afraid to die? Mo thought in his heart, and the strength of his hand increased again. Click! A crisp bone crack sounded. Morong-yi's body trembled violently, and his knees fell heavily to the ground with a dull ringing sound. Mo did not stop there. His body moved and leapt in front of Morong-yi, grabbed her loose green silk and pressed her head to the ground with a gentle force. Bang! Completed the bowing ceremony. You use violent means to forcefully take Morong-yi as your disciple. Under your future coaching, I think she will submit to your feet. Reward, immortal poison technique. You! Morong-yi droned. She fought to get up, but the tiny hand pressed against her head, preventing her from moving. Inkfeather spoke slowly. Without strength, you are not even qualified to refuse to kowtow to me. Dignity? Bottom line? Pride? But it's all just a joke. In front of absolute strength, these things, meaningless. As he spoke, he observed Morong-yi's reaction. It was logical that something more or less had to happen at this point, like suddenly coming out with some kind of plug-in that goes against the grain, or great enlightenment and an unobstructed path of subsequent cultivation. Looking at the kneeling, miserable and pitiful Morong-yi in front of him, Mo suddenly felt a pain in his heart. One shouldn't be so direct with one's hands. It's the former. Poisoned. Erotic poison. Chapter 36, Heart-Eating Poison. Mo withdrew his hand and urged his spiritual power to undo the heart-etching poison. A minute ago, the poison might have been a little tricky for him, but now, with the immortal level poison technique, casually, at that moment, Yanxi's voice rang in his head. When did you know how to poison? Mo smiled slightly and said seriously, Sister Yanxi, I was planning to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was your suspicion. No more pretending. I'm the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. I'm showing my cards. Put. Yanxi couldn't help but laugh like a silver bell. I'll believe it if you drop a few more realms. Immortal emperor. Do you know what immortal emperor means? If you were an immortal emperor, could you not even pull out your sword in front of those two senior sisters of yours? Sister Yanxi, before, I was not awakened, but now that I have awakened, they can be destroyed with the overlapping hands. Mo said, well, my little feather is the reincarnation of an immortal emperor. Yanxi smiled dotingly, as if he was coaxing a child. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see a dark green aura suddenly erupt around Morong-yi, spreading in all directions. Mo quickly gathered a spiritual power shield to resist. She's actually really a heart-eroding poison body? Yanxi exclaimed in shock. You know all this? Could it be that you are really the reincarnation of the immortal emperor? Before, when Mo said that this girl was a heart-eroding poison body, she thought it was just a casual remark. I didn't realize it was actually true. Just kidding. How could I be the reincarnation of an immortal emperor? I just obtained the knowledge inheritance of an immortal emperor before. Inkbrand explained with a smile. Nothing explains the system better than the immortal emperor's legacy. Oh, good luck. Yanxi nodded his head in disbelief. Although immortal emperor inheritance sounded more reliable than immortal emperor reincarnation, but she always felt the latter was true. At that moment, the aura shield emitted a ZZ sound. That poisonous gas could actually corrode spiritual energy. A moment later, the poisonous gas weakened, and Mo withdrew his shield. Morong-yi slowly rose and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I understand. Without strength, you're nothing in this world. I'll try to become stronger. Morong-yi's current favor, 80. Villain points plus 100. Mo nodded slightly. This daughter of the air looks okay. It would be a problem if you accidentally played fetch and kill. Now that her physique had awakened quite a bit, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for her to fully awaken. Morong-yi looked around, only to see that the ground was pitted and corroded everywhere. A shock went through her, and she vaguely realized that it was of her own making. Under her internal vision, she realized that there was an additional green bead inside her body. Just now, under Mo's pressure, the bead actually merged into her body. Her body absorbed a lot of the power that escaped from this bead. I'll take care of the poison on your face. Inkfeather floated to her and raised his hand to ruffle her long hair. Wait! Morong-yi grabbed his wrist in a panic. Master, my face is scary. This face, it's her biggest pain in the ass. She didn't want the only person close to her to see her at her ugliest. It's okay, I've already seen it. Inkbrand gently broke away from her hand, his fingertips glowing faintly. With the help of immortal level poison techniques, He easily saw through the nature of the toxin. It was the very same mind-eroding poison that she had yet to fully control. The toxins returned to her body under the guidance of Inkbrand. When the last trace of green dissipated, Morong-e trembled and took out the bronze mirror. A flawless face was reflected in the mirror. With skin like gelatin and white as jade, she stroked her smooth cheeks incredulously. 10 years of nightmares, just like that. Only after a long time did she come back to her senses, excitedly picking Mo up in a hug, with an uncontrollable tremor in her voice. Master! She suddenly pounced on Mo and hugged him tightly, her voice choking. Thank you. 10 years of discrimination and ridicule. 10 years of ugly, shady faces. All the painful memories fell apart in this moment. Although she found a cure, it will be at least a couple of decades before it is actually realized. But it was easily diffused by Mo. In this moment, she felt a warmth and gratitude she had never felt before. Mo deftly broke free from Morong-e's arms and landed lightly on the ground. It was even if he couldn't beat Su Mayer. How can I let you, a chi refiner, hold me at will? Morong-e stared blankly at the tiny youngster in front of him who had a childish figure but a calm demeanor. Is Master really only 6 or 7 years old? She couldn't help but ask. Master, I have a question. I don't know if I should say it or not. In that case, don't tell. Master now. Morong-e froze. Why don't you follow the rules? Let's go. It's time to go back. Mo turned to leave. Wait, Master. Morong-e hurriedly called out to him. Take a look at this. I found it in the Qin family. Mo turned around, only to see her holding a ghostly green bead in her hand, slightly dull in color. He took it and scrutinized it. After your persuasion, Morong-e offered her 9 specters poison bead, but it has been completely fused with her, so you need to kill her to use it. Reward, eroded heart poison. Eroded heart poison, ranked top 100 in the list of strange poisons in the immortal world. It has a strong corrosive effect on spiritual energy and can stimulate the cultivator's heart demon. Note, with this poison, Morong-e is also an excellent cauldron for you. Mo directly ignored the system's hearth and cauldron theory. He scrutinized the 9 specters quenching poison bead. Poison attribute immortal weapon fragment. Amazingly toxic. It was indeed exactly as the system said, completely bound to Morong-e. And there are divine sense markings on it. We're being watched. With that, he casually threw back the poison quenching bead. Morong-e caught it in a panic, with a bewildered look on his face. Ha? What do you mean? Ink Feather explained. The owner of this bead has set a mark on it, which will be triggered as soon as the poison inside is absorbed. Behind the Qin family, there are greater forces. This bead is an immortal artifact fragment that works perfectly with your physique. Immortal weapons. My physique. Morong-e's brain buzzed as he listened. Mo didn't care if she could understand or not, tugged up Morong-e's hand and rose up in the air with the imperial sword. Just then, a voice as majestic as thunder came from the 9 heavens above. Both of you, please also leave my things behind. Mo raised his eyes and saw a young man in white clothes standing in the air. His sleeves were hunting, as if he was an exiled immortal in the dust, and a suffocatingly powerful aura emanated from his body. The upright pine-like figure exuded a proud aura of looking out of the world. Couldn't tell the realm, but it was definitely strong. I wonder who your excellency is. Mo said. You're in no position to know who I am. Hand over what I have or die. The white-clothed youth's tone was overbearing to the extreme. Morong-e hid behind Mo and surreptitiously surveyed the uninvited guest. It's a good-looking guy. But aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for acting like this? Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as a cold aura flashed in his eyes. There's never a reason to give back what's come into my hands. Chapter 37, Arrogance. It needs a backstage. Inkfeather opened his panel. Name, Jun Woohan. Luck, purple. Introduction, Morong-e's big stumbling block on the way to rise. Except in terms of chi. Not worse than the unusual son of chi. Jun Wushan? Sounds familiar. Mo searched quickly in his mind. And soon, it dawned on him. Jun Woohan. One of the 7 stars of the Star Holy Land. The Heavenly Pivot. Devil Cultivator. Ensemble stage powerful. It is rumored that he will become immortal. This alone could prove that his gold content, which was no worse than that of an unusual son of Qi, was not bad. In that case, I will have to take it from both of your corpses. Jun Wuxia said indifferently. He slowly raised his right hand and gently waved it, and a giant palm instantly condensed in the void. The huge palm covered the sky, carrying the might of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and slapped down fiercely towards Mo and Morong-e. He didn't recognize who the kid in front of him was and didn't care. A mere yawning mole cricket can be destroyed with his hand. Wait! Hands off! Just as Jun Wuxia was about to strike, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his movements. Mo and Jun Wuxia simultaneously looked for the sound. Only one person slowly walked out from the void. The man wore a white robe with a special star mark set on it, which was the symbol of the elders of the Star Holy Land. Looking at his breath, at least returning to the void, Jun Wuxia recognized the outsider and asked indifferently, Lu Zhu, give me a reason to let them live. Lu Shu said, he is the holy son of the Tianxuan Holy Land. Jun Wuxia frowned slightly. When did the Tianxuan Holy Land have a holy son? His eyes turned to Ink Feather, the child who appeared to be no more than 6 years old. So you've been hit by the infant transformation curse? Give me back my things and this matter will end, he said indifferently. Morong Yi was greatly shocked. This awesome coaxer, once he heard the identity of his own master. I can't believe I just went soft. What's the master's story? Embrace this thigh and go straight through a few thousand years less, right? I also wonder if master will hand over this immortal weapon fragment? After all, looking at the scene, it seemed a bit dangerous not to deliver. Like I said, there's never a reason to give back what's in my hands. Mou's tone was flat. This item originated from the evil Cultivation family. You said it was yours. Could it be that you are also an evil cultivator? The heavenly pivot of the Star Holy Land colludes with evil cultivators. Can I assume that you have a great conspiracy that is unknown to you? Ha! What a big hat! Jun Wushang snorted coldly as a monstrous demonic aura surged around him. Even if it is, so what? I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the stuff, or die. Mou's expression grew grave. The Star Holy Land had always been neutral, with room for devil cultivators and ordinary cultivators alike. Although the devil cultivator is not as heartless as the evil cultivator, he acts without any taboo. However, he wasn't afraid. To be a demonic cultivator, one must be prepared to kick down the iron plate at any time. I'm standing right here. I've got the stuff on me. Cut me down to get it if you can. Mou pointed to his neck in a provocative manner. Morong Yi looked shocked. This little master, looking harmless, didn't expect to be a life-threatening master. With this kind of power gap, shouldn't we find a way to run for our lives? Master said the stuff was on him. Did. Master, when you die, I'll kill him to avenge you. Morong Yi secretly made up his mind. Add Jun Wusheng to the must-kill list. Then you die. Jun Wuxia said in a cold voice and was about to strike. Right. I forgot to mention that Luo Su Xin is my senior sister. Ink Feather added slowly. Jun Wuxia's movements jerked as if he had heard some great terror. The originally gathered monstrous aura instantly collapsed. Lu Ju, who was on the side, hastily agreed. Yes, Lord Heaven's pivot. Saint Tianxian is indeed Luo Suxin's senior brother. Morong Yi was a bit curious. And what is this Luo Su Xin? Jun Wuxia forced down the shock in his heart, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a grim smile. Oh, is this what you're relying on to be so arrogant? Tianxian Saint Son? Arrogance requires a backstage, and I happen to have it. Mou said indifferently. He turned and patted Morong Yi on the shoulder. In the future, when you go out and run into trouble, report your senior uncle Luo Su Xian's name. Tianyuan Continent's #1 Mahayana. If the Lucy mortals don't come out, they are invincible, old and powerful. Morong Yi's beautiful eyes widened. The first Mahayana. So awesome. 10,000 years less to go. Superb legs. This life has it. No chance. None of you will leave alive today. Jun Wuxia shouted angrily. Before the words fell, a huge hand of spiritual energy coalesced in the sky, carrying a destructive force that pressed down on the two. The air seemed to freeze, and the void all made an unbearable trembling sound under this pressure. Mou turned back to look at the scene, still with a bland face. Just as the huge palm of spiritual energy was about to fall, an invisible force suddenly appeared, stopping it hard. Jun Wuxia frowned and without thinking, he swung his palm and blasted into the void. Boom! The raging aura scattered in all directions, obscuring the crowd's vision. A sound like a silver bell rang out with a clear and pleasant laugh. Jun Wusheng, you actually dare to make a move against my senior brother. Is your Star Holy Land trying to start a war with the Tianxin Holy Land? The person who came was none other than Su Mayer. This was the reason why Mou was not panicking at all. Although he didn't know why Su Mayer didn't show up, she must be nearby. She came to Mou's side in an instant, her charming fox eyes carrying a few hints of resentment. She had wanted to see the scene where Inkbrand was scared and then begged herself to come out. How do you know this guy looks like he's not afraid of anything? I don't know how I survived this long. Morong Yi was surprised. No wonder Master wasn't afraid of anything. So someone was nearby. I can't believe it's still a beast-eared lady. Tianshu, what the hell are you doing? Seeing Jun Woman strike, the Star Holy Land Elder's face changed drastically. Saint Tianxuan's son has brought people to destroy the forces affiliated with my Star Holy Land. He should be executed. The demonic chi surged around Jun Wushang, condensing into a pitch-black lance that emanated a berserk aura-like substance. The gun came out like a dragon, breaking through the air and aiming straight for Su Mayer's face. Su Mei's pupil shrunk slightly, and with a wave of her slender hand, pink spiritual energy surged, transforming into a barrier. The long spear struck the barrier, erupting with dazzling light, and the strong impact caused Su Mei to take several steps backward, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth. Worthy of being a heaven's pivot, the strength is really strong. She lightly licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, and the battle spirit rose in her eyes. But that's not enough. As she droned, a huge heavenly fox silhouette appeared behind her, its 6 tails spreading out, and its terrifying pressure caused the heavens and earth to change color. The aura gathered crazily, forming a huge vortex in the air. Jun Wuxie's face was grave, the lance in his hand trembled, and demonic chi surged out like a tidal wave. In an instant, a huge black dragon rose up from the demonic chi, spreading its teeth and claws and roaring as it rushed towards Su Mei. The tail of the heavenly fox void behind Su Mei swept gently and met the hideous black dragon. Boom! The giant dragon collided with the heavenly fox, erupting with a shocking roar. The entire space trembled as if it couldn't withstand the terrifying impact. The two figures crossed paths above the sky dome, as fast as lightning. Each collision was accompanied by terrifying energy fluctuations. Pink spiritual energy intertwined and entwined with black demonic chi, erupting with palpitating might. Chapter 38, Murong-yi the Crossed. Master, do you think that sister can win? Murong-yi asked nervously. Don't worry, she's a 9-tailed heavenly fox. Fighting across the ranks is as simple as eating and drinking water. Mo consoled, but his eyes were fixed on the battlefield. Although Su Mei currently appeared to be fighting Jun Wushang, but after all, there was a large realm difference, and after time, she was afraid that she would fall into a disadvantage. One must know that the gap between a merged body and a returning void was immense, and the domain alone could press down on the returning void to the point where it could not move. Tianxuan, you're crazy. Do you really want to go to war with the Tianxuan Holy Land? Elder Lu Su cried out sharply, trying to stop the fight. Jun Wuxie snorted coldly. So what if we go to war? What does my star Holy Land have to fear? Jun fury. As his words fell, Mou only felt a chill down his spine, only to see a sword chi chopping from the void. The sword energy was swift, tearing through the air and emitting ear-piercing whistles. Mou's figure sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the sword chi. The sword chi grazed his cheek and flew past, bringing up a harsh wind that caused his robes to hunt. Mou's eyes flinched as he looked in the direction where the sword chi was coming from. In the void, a black-robed figure slowly emerged. His face was cold, his eyes were shady, and he exuded a hauntingly powerful aura around him. It was clearly a return to Void Stage powerhouse. Master, Murong-yi exclaimed. Don't be afraid. Mou softly comforted, his tone calm. A mere yuaning, to be able to dodge my strike. It's a bit interesting. Jun Fury opened his mouth, his voice icy cold, but that's as far as it goes. He raised his hand and chopped out another sword chi. The sword chi was even more powerful and faster than before, almost instantly arriving in front of Mou. Mou's eyes stared, his body's spiritual energy surged madly, and he used his body technique to skillfully dodge. The sword chi flew past the soles of his feet, cutting a deep gully into the ground. Tianxian sword technique. Countless sword chi lingered around Mou, like an impenetrable net enveloping Jun Sha. The sword chi crisscrossed across the board, each one containing a shocking killing power. Sculpture. Jun Sha snorted coldly, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, a huge sword-on appeared out of thin air, easily tearing through Mou's sword net. The sword-on went unabated and continued to chop towards Mou. Mou's eyes stared, and his body twisted strangely in the air, narrowly avoiding the sword. The sword blade grazed his body and flew past, cutting off a strand of his hair. Mou was shocked in his heart. It was also thanks to the fact that he was now smaller in size. Otherwise, that cut would have hit. The strength of the return to Void Stage was too strong, and he was no match at all. Kid, some strength, but unfortunately, you're still going to die under me. Jun Fury sneered coldly as he simultaneously began to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, preparing to deliver his strongest strike. Brother! Su Mei was so anxious that she lost her color, but she was held back by Jun Wushang and could not get away to help. Murong-yi hid to the side, her eyes filled with worry. She secretly prayed that Mou would be able to make it through. Mou's expression was grave. It's a strike that can't be dodged, but if you take it hard, you will surely die. He had no choice but to take out a hairpin. This was exactly what Xianingbing had given him earlier. How dare you arrogantly wander around without some cards? The spiritual energy that Jun Sha condensed turned into a huge black dragon that roared towards Mou. Die! Jun Fury laughed. Mou didn't panic and offered the divine casting Tianxuan tripod, blocking it in front of his body. Buzz! The giant dragon crashed into the cauldron. When the smoke cleared, the crowd was shocked to find that both the mysterious cauldron and Mou himself were unharmed. Before they could react, Mou had already injected spiritual energy into the hairpin. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. A palpitating sword chi burst out from the hairpin, and wherever it passed, the void was torn apart. No good. Jun Wushang's face changed drastically, but at the moment, he was entangled by Su Mei and was unable to dodge at all. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the clouds as Jun Wuxia flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, crashing heavily on top of a distant mountain peak. The majestic mountain instantly collapsed, splashing debris and filling the air with dust. Junshir was shocked at the sight and could not be bothered to tangle with Mou any longer as he turned into a stream of light and flew towards Jun Wushang. Inkbrand breathed a sigh of relief. This time, you'll be crippled if you don't die. Moroni's beautiful eyes opened roundly, her small mouth slightly opened, and her face was filled with an expression of disbelief. This little master of his own family had actually defeated that person who looked particularly powerful. If she wasn't mistaken, the heaven and earth power that Jun Wushang fought with was at least at the return to Void Realm. I can't believe it just took seconds. This master of his own. He couldn't be the son of this world's Qi, could he? But the son of Qi should be himself. The traveler, right? Could it be that she's actually just a drag queen? That kind of thing. Absolutely not. Su Mei lightly breathed a sigh of relief as her figure flashed and landed beside Mou. I was too flustered just now, and I actually forgot the life-preserving magic treasure that third senior sister had given to senior brother. With third senior sister's strength, that guy must be dead through and through. Elder Lu Shu was dumbstruck. The heavenly hub was actually defeated, although he and Jun Wuxia were not of the same faction. But now, Jun Wushang had been sent flying in front of him, and if anything really happened, he could hardly be blamed. The top of Suwei Peak is surrounded by clouds. Xia Ningbing sitting on a smooth as a mirror on top of the green stone, surrounded by a layer of light purple halo, like a goddess in the dust. The frosty expression that remained unchanged for 10,000 years was still present on her face that was so beautiful and beautiful. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. A flicker in her eyes. A sword chi left on Mou was triggered. A spirit transformation family, unexpectedly, appeared to be unable to solve the trouble even for the fourth senior sister. Is it the Star Sanctuary? She immediately activated her spell and used the magic treasure left in Mou's to construct an out-of-body incarnation. It will take a little while, and in the meantime, I hope there are no surprises. Jun Wuxia was spitting blood from his mouth and his breath was wilting. Young lord, are you alright? Jun Sage appeared at his side. Jun Wuxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pulled out a broken copper mirror from his pocket. The Heart Protector Mirror, a medium-grade spiritual treasure, was actually directly shattered. No harm done. He looked in Su Mei's direction, and his battle intent did not diminish in the slightest. Now that they no longer have the means to deal with me, you go deal with that Saint Son and leave that fox to me. Jun Fury was about to speak out to stop him, but Jun Wuhan had already rushed up into the sky. Fight again. Mou's eyes widened as he looked at Jun Wushang, who had once again killed him, and his heart was stunned. Can't you do it? I can't believe I didn't kill this guy in seconds. Is the $100,000 of luck just for show? Su Mei's fox eyes narrowed slightly. Brother, you go first. I'll hold them off and come find you later. Before the words left her mouth, she had already transformed into a pink phantom and rushed straight into the clouds. Mou frowned slightly. Himself would indeed affect Su Mei's play. With Su Mei's strength, if she went all out and played her cards to the fullest, defeating Jun Wushang would be no problem. But she also had a distraction to protect herself. However, a return to void is just a single one. With so many immortal weapons on one's body, even if one were to use a smash, one would still be able to smash to death. Morong-yi, on the other hand, came to a realization. Little Master is indeed the son of Qi. Now it's time for the classic team sacrifice session, right? Oh no, I'm not going to die here too, am I? Chapter 39, 4 Elephant Formation. Xuanwu Formation. Su Mei and Jun Wuhan faced each other in the air, swords drawn. Jun Wuxia's gaze turned to Lu Xiu. Now that the battle is inevitable, Lu Zhu, do you really want to stand by and watch? Lu Zhu showed a difficult face, pondered for a moment, and said, I'm offended. With a movement of his body, he flew into the air and stood shoulder to shoulder with Jun Wuxia. Jun Sha's figure also appeared in front of Mou, blocking his way with killing intent. Mou's expression was grave. Now it's going to be really bad. There was another returning void on the opposite side. Moreover, as far as he understood, the 28 star hosts of the Star Holy Land were at least at the high level of returning to the void and close to the conjugation stage. That is to say, that Luja's strength is not to be underestimated. Right at this moment, Jun Wuxia let out a cold laugh. Where are the others? You guys just watch? As soon as the words fell, the void in the sky suddenly twisted and rippled, 3 figures emerged from different directions, each emanating a terrifying aura close to that of Jun Wuxie. Mou's heart sank. It's all ing ensoulment. Although their battle power might not be as good as Jun Wushang, they were all solid harmonized cultivators. Su Meier's figure flashed and blocked in front of Mou. Senior brother, you should leave. They are all at the harmonization stage. Your presence here will affect my play. Before Mou could respond, Morong Yi had already grabbed his arm tightly. The young girl's whole body trembled, and her voice was desperate and tinged with sobs. Master, what do we do? Is this hopeless? Mou did not reply, but looked up at Jun Wuxie with a slight smile. The Star Holy Land really thinks highly of me. I don't even have such a high profile in my own home. 7 subdivisions and 5 have come? I've heard that each of your veins is at odds with the other? He wasn't flustered, and the smile at the corner of his mouth didn't diminish. Death is definitely not dead. 3 sons of Qi, even if the entire Star Holy Land came, it was impossible to really kill them. But what to do now is a real problem. Can you escape? Can't. Jun Wuzhen's mark was still on Morong Yi. Leaving Su Meier wasn't so bad as to die, but being half mutilated was possible. The people of the Star Holy Land were all a bit surprised by Mou's reaction. To be so calm even at this time, this Tianxuan Saint Son, is not simple. One of the 3 newcomers stepped forward and slightly arched his hand towards Mou in a rather polite manner. I've long heard that Saint Tianxian lost all his cultivation 10 years ago, but when I see him today, he's still like a dragon among men. I won't participate in this matter, but I also ask that in the future, when immortal Luo destroys the Star Sacred Land, she will leave my heavenly power lineage behind. Before the words left his mouth, his figure shifted and he had disappeared without a trace. At those words, Morong Yi's gaze unconsciously fell on Mou's hand. Unique rings, plus the loss of cultivation. Lu Ju frowned, his face showing hesitation. He's right, really take these guys out. What about Luo Su Xian's side? Wouldn't the Star Holy Land have to bear Luo Su Xian's wrath? But to his surprise, the other 2 did not hesitate much and sided with Jun Wushang on the same front. He waited slightly and also said, then I'll also take my first step, and I'll ask Fairy Luo to stay in my Tianxian lineage in the future. Jun Wuxie snorted coldly. Ha, stupid. Escape does not have any meaning. This world, weak is the original sin. Only their own strong, is the basis of standing. His gaze was like a torch, looking straight at Mou. I'll say it for the last time. Hand over my things and leave you alive. Otherwise, die. Mou was moved to hear his words. At this point in time, can you still give a way out? That's pretty good. He was embarrassed to them. Morong Yi slapped his head as if he was waking up from a dream. How could she have forgotten about it? The opposite side just wants that immortal weapon fragment. Just hand it over. She gently tugged on Mou's sleeve, a hint of hope in her voice. Master, let's give that back to him. Her gaze inadvertently swept over Inkbrand's feet. Only there was an astrolabe there. It turned out that the flying magic treasure had already been prepared. Su Meier's gaze flowed and landed on Mou. Whatever choice Mou made, she supported it. Mou shook his head helplessly. Then I'm really sorry. Did you say that bead? It's completely fused with me. It can't be taken out. And the only way it can change ownership is if I die. Morong Yi was struck by lightning and froze in place. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Master. Her voice trembled, and she could barely utter complete words. In a moment of sudden realization, Morong Yi only felt a sourness in her heart, and her eyes blurred with tears. This immortal weapon fragment had fused with itself. The only way to get it out is to die yourself. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, Master was looking out for her, in order to protect her. At this moment, Mou's small figure became incomparably great and tall in her eyes, like a lofty and majestic mountain. It sheltered and guarded her. Su Meier looked back at Jun Wushang and said in a cold voice, what you want is out of the question. We can give you other compensation. How about a top-grade spiritual treasure, in exchange for that thing of yours? Jun Wushang frowned slightly, obviously a little surprised that Mou was able to fuse the poison hardening pearls. However, soon after, he condensed a pitch-black lance in his hand and pointed it straight at Mou. Hand him over. We have a way to take out what I have and keep him alive. Mou laughed softly and shook his head. Like I said, what comes into my hands is mine. It's impossible to give it back. Morong Yi eagerly took a step forward, from taking out that 9 specters quenching poison bead and cupped it with both hands. I have the stuff. Fuse it with me. I'll go with you. You let them go. Inkbrand yanked her straight up and pulled her behind him. Don't around. Master. Morong Yi wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Mou. Spiritual light flashed, and the spiritual energy turned into ropes, binding Morong Yi in a knot, like a dumpling, and then threw her behind him. What's yours is mine. Even you are mine, how can I give it back? He didn't even know that this disciple could be so naive. How can you believe this crap? He wouldn't even dare give himself up. Hell knows what will happen then. Moroni struggled desperately, but was unable to break free from his spiritual bonds. It just felt like my body was getting tighter and tighter and I could barely breathe. Tears welled up and swirled in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do but let them slide down his cheeks. Is even she the master's? It's not impossible to wait for master to grow up. Damn. At such a dangerous time. Moroni, you're actually thinking about this. She cursed herself in her mind, shame mingling with self-loathing. In that case, I'll take it from your corpses. Jun Wuxie's face sank down, killing intent surging in his eyes. Gentlemen, after all this chatting, it's time for you to see what I've just mastered. Mou slammed the ground. The heavenly pivot array plate under his feet shone brightly, and dazzling light rose up to the sky. For elephant formation, Xuanwu formation, rise. Chapter 40 Heavenly Pivot Array Plate, Soul Suppressor, Counterattack. As Mou's words fell, the earth began to shake violently. A gigantic and incomparable Xuanwu shadow slowly emerged. It roared up to the sky, its voice shaking the 9 heavens, and a majestic and vast aura instantly swept across the entire scene. Jun Wuxie's face suddenly changed. A sixth-order formation? Jun Sha was also horrified. He had never expected that Mou would still be a formation master. What is the concept of a sixth-order formation? A formation that can fight against the return to void stage. A Yuaning stage cultivator was able to set up a return to void stage formation. How on earth did he do that? Just the spiritual power to set up an array is not something a Yuaning stage cultivator can provide. Besides, he's still only 24 years old. What about later? And how strong should he be? A strong scorn and even a hint of fear welled up in Jun Sha's heart. The other 2 harmonization stage star Holy Land elders glanced at each other, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Moroni was bound into a dumpling, unable to move, but still staring wide-eyed. She couldn't read it, but was greatly impressed. Anyway, Master is awesome, worthy of being a son of Qi. Su Meier was also a bit surprised. She remembered that Mou used to know nothing about formations. He would even get lost in Ling Wanqing's maze. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to set up even such a high-quality formation now. This enlightenment, it's horrible. Sister Meier, proceed. Mou's voice suddenly rang out. Su Meier subconsciously reached out, and there was an additional array disc in her hand. It had the 7 stars of the Big Dipper painted on it, and only the one at the end of the spoon was bright, emitting a faint starlight. That's the array disc of this formation. Although it's only of the 6th rank, the Xuanwu formation is extremely powerful, more so than some 7th rank formations. Ink Feather explained. If senior sister uses it, she should be able to defeat them, right? Naturally. Su Meier responded confidently. She could definitely achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2 by using this formation. However, when she probed her divine sense into the array plate, her face changed slightly and a strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes. Immortal weapons. No wonder Mou was able to set up such a formation. It turned out to be assisted by immortal weapons. In that case, it makes sense. Jun Wuhan noticed the array disc in Su Meier's hand and came to a sudden realization, snorting coldly. It's just a matter of relying on external forces. But that's all. The long spear in his hand flew out violently, transforming into a black stream of light that struck directly at the Xuanwu formation. The tip of the gun flashed with a cold, chilling aura, as if it was going to tear everything apart. Jun Sha and the 2 harmonization stage elders were also slightly relieved when they heard this. I thought that I was really a 6th order formation master, but it turned out that I was just relying on a magic treasure. That makes it less scary. They all individually sacrificed their magic treasures and attacked the Xuanwu Grand Formation. The light of various magic treasures intertwined together. The roaring sound was endless, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart. Su Meier also immediately activated the formation. The Xuanwu silhouette instantly became more solid as it raised its voice to the sky, sound waves rolling out as it collided with the 4 people's attacks. For a time, the 2 parties were evenly matched, and no one could do anything about it. Mou took out a large amount of spirit stones and energized the formation. Then he sat down on the floor, somewhat deflated. After all, he was only at the Yuaning stage, and it wasn't easy to set up this formation. Still, it took teaming up with Sister Yan Shi to accomplish it. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Morong Iki has been detected submitting to you. Morong Yi's favor, 99. Though she is still distant from you, she is ready to give her all for you, including her life. Please keep up the good work. Villain points plus 200. Reward, Immortal Artifact Heavenly Poison Pearl. Celestial Poison Bead, possesses the strongest poison and purification power. Ink Feather's heart was happy, yet a little puzzled. Just 99? Is it that easy? Was it touched by yourself? He quickly checked the system space, and there was an extra green bead inside. Poison is well understood to poison. The power of purification is used to detoxify. All very useful. It just really doesn't come in handy right now. With that, he took out the hairpin given by Xia Ningbing. At that moment, the hairpin was emitting a faint and warm glow. Third senior sister should be here soon. Ink Feather murmured. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the glow, his intuition told him it was support. There's nothing more reassuring than having a protagonist in the house. They might like to jam points, but it certainly saves lives. Ooh-hoo. Just as Mou was lost in thought, a slurred whimper came from beside him. He turned his head to look, only to see Moroni looking at him with wide eyes, a pleading look in her eyes. Mou casually unsealed her mouth. Master. Phew. Can finally talk. Moroni took a long breath and then asked nervously, do you think we can really get back in one piece? She was skeptical about the safety of her own life, even though she knew that Mou wouldn't die. It can. Mou said calmly. He took out a jade shao and handed it to Moroni. Here, try blowing on it. Moroni froze, not knowing how to react for a moment. At this hour, you've got a lot of time on your hands, having no choice but to reach out. Master, my hands are still tied by you. Oh, Inkbrand responded, but did not have any intention of helping her untie herself. He stood up and patted the dust from his robes. Moroni's eyes widened. Master, you can't do this. Mou ignored it and turned to close his eyes. Sister Yan Shi, help me. I really don't know where you got so many immortal weapons. Yan Shi's voice sounded in Mou's mind. In the next moment, Mou's eyes began to glow red as Yan Shi took over his body, picked up the soul suppressor and gently blew. In the sky, Su Meier gradually fell into the wind. Although she had the assistance of a powerful formation, she was still only at the return to void stage after all. It couldn't be defeated by 3 harmonized stages joining forces. Just then, a melodious musical sound rang out, flowing over the battlefield like a clear spring. Su Meier only felt her body lighten up, and her originally stagnant spiritual energy once again operated smoothly. Her speed, strength, and reaction were all greatly improved. She couldn't help but look for the sound, only to see that Mou was playing a jade shao. This little guy. Su Meier's heart surged with a warm current, and at the same time, she was also a little surprised. What a monster! The divine soul strength of the god transformation stage. And, again an immortal weapon. At a glance, she could tell that Mou was not proficient in sound, and was only forcing himself to blow with his powerful divine soul and the might of his immortal weapon. But even so, the sound of the music was enough to have a huge impact on the battlefield. With the addition of the music, Su Meier gradually turned the tide of battle and began to gain the upper hand. On the contrary, on the side of the Star Holy Land, a few people only felt that this musical sound was like a demonic sound that filled their ears, causing them to be disturbed. The operation of their spiritual energy became sluggish, and their bodies moved sluggishly as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Damn it! This brat is actually proficient in the way of sound, using it to interfere with us. Junshi's face turned blue. A Yuaning cultivator can affect our minds. How on earth did this happen? The other harmonization stage elder was in a state of shock and anger, his eyes filled with disbelief. Jun Wuxie's gaze landed on Mou and instantly understood everything. High-ranked magic treasure. So it is. He turned his head to look at Su Meier, his tone calm. Looks like I won't be getting my stuff back today. Chapter 41, Support at the Card Point. Su Meier sneered. Does Lord Tianxu still want to keep holding out? It won't be long before someone from our Tianxian Holy Land should come too. Tianxian Holy Land? Jun Wuhan smiled playfully. But don't forget, this is our chaotic star region. Luo Suxin is in the immortal secret realm. White Frost Shadow is in the demon suppression abyss. And if the other elders of your Tianxian sacred land come over, our star sacred land isn't a vegetarian either. However, today's matter will be put to rest for the time being. His gaze turned and landed on Moroni, threateningly, but you'd better be careful and pray you don't fall into my hands. Seeing this, Moroni hurriedly hid behind Mou and spat her tongue out at Jun Wuxie, making a face. Master, that guy is really annoying. He's obviously lost, but he's still so arrogant. Mou did not respond to Moroni's words, but only stared closely at Jun Wushang. Almost there. Almost there. Just as Jun Wu Trace was about to turn around and leave, a voice as cold as ice suddenly rang out, like a sharp blade of cold ice, cutting through the sky. Where do you want to go? Before the words fell, a figure had already appeared above Mou. She was dressed in a gorgeous Xian clothes, and her body exuded an extremely cold aura, as if she was an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. Those purple pupils, moreover, were like 2 deep, bottomless cold pools, making people shudder. The person who came was none other than Xia Ningbing. Mou breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of his visitor. Sure enough, It's here. It's still the jamming point. Jun Wuxie's pupils suddenly shrunk as a chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He felt an unprecedented pressure from Xia Ningbing. This pressure came not only from strength, but also from her cold and merciless temperament. It was as if she was an ice and snow empress who had descended from the 9 heavens above. Cold, majestic, and unquestionable. Jun Wuxie forced down the scorn in his heart and said in a deep voice, "It was you people from the Tianxuan Holy Land who took away my things. I'm the one who suffered. Don't bully people too much." "So what?" Xia Ningbing's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Jun Wuxie's heart was burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't have the confidence to defeat Xia Ningbing, although it was only an avatar. Its strength was still not to be underestimated. Although you're about to take that step, you're ultimately only at the stage of ensoulment. Do you really think you can stop me with just one incarnation? A hint of viciousness flashed in Jun Wuxie's eyes. You can try. Xia Ningbing's tone remained flat. Jun Wuxie took a deep breath and his eyes signaled Jun Sha and the other 2 Star Holy Land elders. The 4 of them simultaneously activated their spiritual energy and prepared to break out. Xia Ningbing gently waved her jade hand. In an instant, a terrifying cold aura swept out, like the cold winds of the 9 ghosts, instantly enveloping the 4 people. Their spiritual energy was instantly frozen, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't function in the slightest. Jun Wuxie only felt a bone-chilling coldness come over him, as if it was going to freeze his soul. He desperately urged his spiritual energy to resist, but the cold aura was like a maggot attached to his bones, constantly eroding his body. Ah! A miserable scream came from Jun Shi's flesh, instantly bursting apart, turning into a cloud of ice mist that dissipated in the air. Immediately after that, the other 2 elders followed in his footsteps. Although Jun Wusheng was stronger, he was just barely holding on. On the surface of their bodies, a thick layer of frost had formed, and their movements became sluggish. Jun Wuxie was horrified in his heart as cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He couldn't understand how he could be so strong to such an extent when he was clearly just an incarnation at the ensemble stage. Do you really want to drive out the whole world? Jun Wuhen said grimly. Xia Ningbing did not respond. Her jade hand gently clasped. Jun Wusheng's body instantly exploded into a cloud of ice mist and dissipated into the air, leaving behind only an unwilling roar. Master! Master! Morongyi looked at the scene in front of him, shocked and speechless. Who is that senior? It's also too powerful. With just a gentle pinch, he killed them all. All! Mou also came back from his shock. He settled down and explained. That's your master's uncle. But, they're not dead. Even he was deeply shocked by Xia Ningbing's strength. He knew she was strong. After all, she was the reincarnation of the Empress. However, he did not expect that just an avatar would be so strong. That's too scary. Wasn't it pinched? Morongyi cocked his head with a puzzled expression. Su Meier landed lightly on Mou's side. Their divine souls escaped, and although senior sister is very strong, she can't manage to defeat them with just her incarnation. She explained patiently, her voice flirtatious and appealing. Besides, we're still in the chaotic star region, so if we really kill it, it'll be hard to go back. Inkbrand nodded. That's true. If you kill it, you can't get it back. Being hunted doesn't matter. But once the cross-domain teleportation array is shut down, you can only physically cross the Great Domain. It's torture to think about. It was indeed troublesome for Jun Wuxie to run away. The only thing he can deal with Jun Wusheng is a heavenly poison pearl. It's so difficult to practice that you die before the poison is done. It's better to wait for eldest sister to come out of the secret realm. Jun Wuchen of the Tianxu lineage. The other 2 were unknown. Looking at their clothes they looked like Tiangui and Kaiyang's. Ink Feather made a silent note. Only then did Morongyi come to his senses and nodded his head as if he understood. Xia Ningbing also slowly fell. When she saw Mou, ripples appeared in her cold purple pupils. The corners of his mouth then rose slightly, revealing a shallow smile. The smile was faint, but it was like ice melting in spring returning to the earth. Mou's entire body was stunned. Normally, third senior sister was as cold as ice, like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. But now she was actually smiling? Wait, she's not laughing at herself, is she? Senior sister, you laugh at me too. Quickly help me change back. Mou said with some annoyance as he looked back. It's just turning into a child? What's so funny? Xia Ningbing withdrew her smile and resumed her cold and indifferent expression, as if the smile she had just seen was just an illusion. She shook her head gently, her voice cool. Not laughing at you, just remembering something funny. She explained lightly, then gently waved her hand, and a soft light enveloped Mou. Inkbrand only felt a rush of warmth through his body. Immediately afterward, he felt his body growing rapidly, and that long-lost familiarity returned once again. He looked down at himself, finally changing back. It's really too hard to do anything with a smaller body. Morong Yi was stunned. Her eyes glazed over. The master who was just a tiny one has suddenly grown up. What kind of magical spell is this? And, master is too handsome even after he's gotten bigger. She surreptitiously sized up Mou and couldn't help but feel a deer in the headlights in her heart. It should be normal in the immortal cultivation world to punch a division, right? That's how it's written in the novels. Xia Ningbing's veiled hand lightly lifted, and the 4 rings fell into Mou's hands. Seeing this, Su Meier was instantly unhappy. She twisted her delicate body and came over to Xia Ningbing, pouting. Senior sister, you're going too far. There's still me. You're being biased. Xia Ningbing faintly said, and you usually don't go down the mountain again. With that, her figure slowly disappeared. Seeing this, Su Meier could only stop. She brought her head to Mou's side, her fluffy fox ears twitching. Quick, what's in there? Chapter 42. There are still apprentice robbers these days? Crested Butte. Xia Ningbing's consciousness returned to her body. She slowly opened her eyes, a trace of complex emotions flashing through her purple pupils, and gently exhaled as if to exhale all the waves in her heart. Immortal weapons, and more than one. A lower realm that actually has so many immortal weapons, plus little sister's 9-leaf destiny grass. She pieced things together roughly. There was a great catastrophe in the Tianxuan realm that was enough to destroy the world. Then he threw his weight around and dumped all his accumulations. Most of it went to Mou, and some of it was distributed to others. Even so, under the Heavenly Tao's projection, defeat was still assured. Thus, the Heavenly Tao allowed Ling Wanqing to foresee the future, lent her a hand to unite the people in the crisis. It was a pity that from her experience, this level of calamity was not something that could be solved by people from the lower realms. However, she was an immortal emperor in her previous life, and even the Heavenly Tao of the Tianxuan realm was unable to deduce her future. In that case, it was up to her, as a senior sister, to help them. After all, after living together for so many years, the people on Suway Peak had long been family to her. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a shallow smile, like ice melting in spring returning to the earth. Feather was really cute when she was little. Tianxian Hall. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The Star Holy Land is bullying people too much. It actually dares to touch our people. Sacred Void Son shouted angrily, his voice echoing within the great hall. His usually amiable face was now covered with anger, his eyes rounded. Several elders were also filled with righteous indignation. So much for peer competition. The Heavenly Pivot has taken it upon himself. Little Feather has only been cultivating for a few years? If they're all like this, does the clan even want a legacy? That's right, it can't just be left alone. Sacred Void Son forced down his anger. I'll go to the Star Holy Land to demand a statement. He rubbed his fists together, a cold glint in his eyes. Those people were on the verge of forgetting that not only did the Tianxian sacred ground have this generation's Luosu Xin, but back then, he was also the one who suppressed an era. At that moment, Qing Xian, who was standing in the corner, suddenly spoke. Old ancestor is back, and I just saw her. The Sacred Void Son froze, then commanded, I'll go to the Star Holy Land first, and you guys immediately tell the old ancestor about this. Inside the deacon's hall, sandalwood incense curled up. The sunlight filtered through the window pane, casting dappled light on the floor. This is Chu Yuli. The deacon elder introduced himself, his gaze landing on Chu Yuli. Chu Yuli lowered her head, the plain face after disguise hiding the real stunning color. Twisting his fingers restlessly, he was apprehensive. He himself just took on the task of minding the herb garden. It's just a few herbs that sneak by. How did this elder deacon catch you in the act? She really didn't mean it. She was just poor and scared. Seeing that there is no one in the medicinal garden. Only, just accidentally passing away a few plants. On the main seat, Yi Shimi sized up Chu Yuli with interest. This girl acted cautiously, with a toughness in her eyes. It gives you a little wanching feeling. The deacon elder added with appreciation in his tone. This is the true disciple that Lanin girl personally sent to me. I think that there must be something outstanding in order to become a true disciple of Xian Nu Peak. Chu Yuli quietly raised her head and gratefully glanced at the deacon elder. It's clearly a plea for mercy. Wrong identity though that is. Luckily, Suway Peak had few people and didn't have a special prodisciple token. No one knows who their master is, or else you'll really lose face. The son's disciple goes to the herb garden to steal vegetables. It didn't matter to her, but the master was probably not ashamed to go out and meet people. Yi Shiomi nodded. That little girl from Xian Nu Peak was also quite discerning, and at a glance, she saw the uniqueness of this Chu Yuli. But this apprentice, she'll take it, no one else. She stood up and cleared her throat in mock seriousness. Chu Yuli's heart sank. Done. Or are you going to be punished? I hope this never gets out. Chu Yuli, Yi Shimi spoke, her voice majestic. Are you willing to be my disciple? Chu Yuli froze. She glanced up at the woman. Purple sari, plumpness, and a mature flavor in her hands and feet. And I don't know who it is? It's actually bigger than Man Lan Yin's. Wait, now is not the time to think about that. Thank you Senior for your kindness. Senior already has a master. Chu Yueli hurriedly bowed respectfully with a firm tone. I know. I'll talk to your master on her end. Yi Mei's tone was flat, but inside she was very annoyed. What a pain in the ass. In theory, the entire Tianxuan Holy Land was her disciple. But the system says it must be an apprentice or it doesn't count, and it has to be willing. She felt a bit of a headache. Of the several disciples, it was only Mou and Ling Wanqing who were a bit more frugal. The rest, it took a lot of effort on my part to get it right in the first place. Chu Yueli's brain was in chaos at the moment, buzzing. There are still apprentice snatchers? This person's status was clearly higher than that of the Xian Nu Peak Master, and much higher. It must be a figure at the level of a Taishan Elder. The status of the Supreme Elder is higher than that of the Master. And Master Yi Mei doesn't care, but she thinks she's a Dream Lanin sister. Various thoughts tumbled through her mind, stirring it into a mess. No, we can't panic now. Play dumb for now, and wait to go back and ask Wanqing what to do about Little Master. She immediately changed her expression to one of adoration and looked blearily at Yi Mei. Senior, Junior's master is very powerful. He saved my life. No matter what, I won't betray him. I won't agree to it unless the master speaks to me personally. Yi Shimi raised her eyebrows, sizing up the young girl in front of her with interest. This little girl, she's quite principled. Do you know who I am? Your master's father? Even if she came before me, she would have to be respectful. The deacon elders also helped out. Yes, Chu girl, this opportunity doesn't come to everyone. You have to seize it. Chu Yuli firmly said. No matter what, I will not betray my master. Yi Mei saw that she was so persistent, so she no longer forced herself. That's just it. I'll go talk to your master first. After saying that, her figure shifted and she disappeared in place, leaving behind only a faint fragrance. Originally, she was heading to Xian Nu Peak. Suddenly, she frowned slightly and reversed her direction, rushing towards Tianxian Peak. When Chu Yuli saw Yi Shimi leave, she hurriedly ran away and returned to Suway Peak. Mou probed his divine sense into the ring and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I've never seen so many spirit stones in my life. As far as the eye can see, there are mountains of top-quality spirit stones, and a rough count shows that there are more than 100,000 of them. In addition to spirit stones, there were also a large number of magic treasures, techniques, pills, and heavenly materials. Among them, there were even 3 spiritual treasures: a devil's spear, a mid-grade spiritual treasure, a knife, a sword, a lower-grade spiritual treasure. These magic treasures were all on the path of demonic cultivators though, and were not very suitable for Mou to use, but it would surely be a fortune to sell it. How is it? What's good? Su Meier couldn't help but ask when she saw Mou freeze. Almost 800,000 extreme spirit stones. Mou returned to his senses and answered truthfully. Chapter 43, Fierce Beast Compass Eagle. Mou left behind those heavenly treasures and spirit stones, which were worth about 200,000 extreme spirit stones. The rest were all handed to Su Meier. Meier's sister, we 3 points. You are the main force. You 3 He was about to voice out the distribution plan when a pain came to his ear before the words left his mouth. Pain, pain, pain. Su Meier didn't know when she had already come to his side, and her slender jade hand was gripping his ear with a slight force. Brother, what does sister see in this little thing of yours? Mou turned his head to look at Su Meier, only to see that her eyebrows were slightly knitted, and that pair of soul-stealing foxy eyes was actually showing a hint of resentment at the moment. Weren't you the one who said third senior sister was biased? Mou muttered in a small voice. How dare you talk back? Su Meier sniffed and increased the strength in her hands. Nope, not daring to. Mou begged for mercy in a hurry. You're strong. You're the reason. You're right about everything. Su Meier let out a soft grunt, which loosened her hand and turned to throw out a storage ring. This is what the Qin family found. Not much but one very interesting thing, she said mysteriously. Mou took the ring and his divine sense probed into it. There really weren't many good things inside, and when converted into extreme spirit stones, it wasn't even 1,000. His eyes swept within the ring, eventually resting on an unassuming black vial in a corner. The bottle was lying there quietly, but it was emitting an extremely strong fury that sent chills down the spine of people's hearts and made them shiver. Mou's heart moved and he took out the black vial. Sister Mei, is this it? That's right, brother, it's a funny one. Su Meier smiled coquettishly with a hint of mystery in her voice. Ink Feather opened the lid. In an instant, An intense baleful aura surged out like a dike-breaking flood, rushing straight into his mind, causing him to be unsteady. A streak of pink flowing light flew out from Su Meier's fingertips, turning into a barrier that firmly protected Mou and Moroni. What is this? Mou asked in awe. Blood of the Compass Eagle. Su Meier and Yan Shi's voices sounded at the same time. Compass Eagle? Mou was puzzled. I know. It's a ferocious beast. Moroni, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth, his voice excited. There is a beast in the water, whose name is Compass Eagle, whose shape is like an eagle with horns, and whose voice is like the voice of a baby, and who is a cannibal. That's right. Su Meier glanced at Moroni with some surprise and nodded her head gently. Mou looked at his young apprentice in shock, not realizing that she was so knowledgeable. I don't know which bookish family came out of it. Himself, a wild child from a mountain village, was a far cry from her. Moroni slightly raised her delicate little face with a proud expression. She had read a lot of books in her previous life, and her memory was far beyond normal, so this knowledge was just a snap for her. She enjoyed showing off her talents in front of these aboriginal people, especially since this person was also his master and a big handsome guy. Su Meier looked at the two and continued to add, this isn't actually the blood of a real Compass Eagle. It was synthesized using a secret method. As she said this, a hint of a sigh appeared on her face. I didn't realize that there was such a wonderful secret method in the world to refine the blood of a compulsion eagle. It's just a pity. She shook her head, her face full of regret. This Compass Eagle's blood hasn't been completely refined yet. Otherwise, it could allow the human race to obtain the Compass Eagle bloodline. Senior, since the Qin family made it, they have that secret method. So wouldn't it be fine if we find that secret method and make it ourselves? Moroni's eyes were glowing with excitement. Mou sniffed and also looked at Su Meier expectantly. Su Meier looked at Moroni and sighed in admiration. Little girl is so smart. In fact, I've already found that secret method. She smiled faintly and took out a tattered ancient book from her storage ring. The cover of the ancient book was tattered and torn, giving off an ancient aura. The two of them stared closely at the ancient book, their hearts filled with curiosity. Suddenly, the ancient book in Su Meier's hand ignited without fire and instantly turned into ashes. Moroni's eyes widened in disbelief. She didn't understand why Su Meier wanted to destroy this secret method. Mou frowned slightly and said, this is an evil technique? Su Meier nodded. This secret method, in order to obtain pure Compass Eagle blood, requires the sacrifice of 9 trillion human babies. Her voice was calm, but there was a flash of disgust in her eyes. Mou and Moroni were stunned. 9 trillion? What a horrible number this is. Were there so many people in the previous history of mankind? Moroni's heart was filled with shock and anger. She couldn't imagine sacrificing so many innocent lives to gain power. Su Meier continued, it's naturally impossible for the tiny Qin family to get so many babies, so they're aiming for the worst class, 10 million babies. But even so, they are still a long way from that goal. With that, she sighed softly. No wonder Mei's sister burned it. Mou took a deep breath and suppressed the anger inside. Su Meier continued, so this thing is just interesting. It doesn't do much for us, but it's kind of a big problem for the place that we can find it now. Inkbrand nodded. It was assumed that this was Chu Yueli's chance, only that they had come early. But that's fine. 500 years. And I don't know how many more babies will die in that time. These were things that Qin Shou actually didn't know in his previous life as a transformation god? It's really weird too. Just then, the system's voice rang out, detecting that you've successfully destroyed the chance of the Daughter of Fortune. Chu Yueli, now that the scrolls of Compass Eagle refining blood have been destroyed, and the blood of the Compass Eagle has fallen into your hands, Chu Yueli will no longer have a chance to obtain the Compass Eagle's bloodline. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, Fierce Beast Compass Eagle bloodline. Villain points plus 1000. Implantation of bloodline begins. Unlike the fusion of the pure yang kidney body, the fusion process of the Compass Eagle's bloodline was silent and without any ripples. Mou closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body, but his brows furrowed slightly. How come it seems like hasn't changed much? Nope. He quieted his mind and concentrated even more, finally noticing a hint of difference. Now he can hide himself better. Under his full concealment, his breath was converged and his figure was illusory, as if he had become one with his surroundings. Even some void-returning stage cultivators might not be able to easily spot him. This is a great ability to use for assassination. With this, together with the heavenly poison pearl, he would have the confidence to shade Jun Wusheng to death. Sure enough, it did seem like Chu Yueli's chance. There seemed to be some other abilities, just that his current cultivation level was too low to reveal them yet. Just then, Yan Shi's voice sounded in his mind. That Compass Eagle bloodline might be useful later. It can stay. Mou nodded and put the bottle of blood into his storage ring. Going back could be given to Chu Yuli. and I guess it would be useful in her hands. Chapter 44, The Claims. Mou turned his head, wanting to ask Moromi more about the compass eagle, but she saw her eyes reddening and trembling slightly. Unable to help himself, he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Moromi raised her hand to wipe away the teardrops from the corner of her eyes, her voice choking. "No, it's fine, just a little emotional." Mou probably guessed what was on her mind and gently patted her shoulder in comfort. "This world is like this. Strength is honored. There will always be people who will do anything to become stronger. Just mind your own business and don't touch those things." Su Mayer lightly raised her eyebrows. "There can be a lot of this kind of stuff, so it's good to see more of it, but it's just some people who died." Mou also said, "That's right, no need to be too sad." Moromi took a deep breath, calmed his emotions and said slowly, "I'm sorry, Master, I was a little out of line." She paused to explain, "I have sworn an oath to save the suffering of all containing spirits, but those evil cultivators will do anything in order to cultivate evil skills, refining living people into puppets and sucking their essence, blood and souls just to enhance their cultivation. I once witnessed a village being slaughtered by evil cultivators. Old people, children, no one was spared." Speaking here, Moroni's voice already carried a noticeable tremor as she bit her lips tightly, as if she was trying to restrain her emotions. "Master." She raised her eyes to look at Mou, and her originally dull eyes suddenly lit up. "What do you say to making the world a better place?" Mou was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "You're from a medical family?" In the chaotic star region where one could still be so kind and universally save the suffering of the contained spirits, basically only the healing way was left. Moromi shook her head. "No, I just learned the art of healing from my mother. In her previous life, to be precise, the oath she made when she passed on her teacher's medical skills. First, we will have great compassion and vow to save the suffering of the spirits, relief for every soul's pain." Made a vow. "This is troubling," Mou murmured. "It's fine if it's an off-the-cuff vow, but something like this can be remembered to this day. This can affect the practice." He analyzed. "This is the chaotic star region, where aura is scarce. Only about 20% of other regions. Cultivators do whatever they can to cultivate. Plus the Star Holy Land never cares about these things. That's why the evil cultivators are rampant. As for the settlement," Mou threw a look of help to Su Mayer. "These disciples, why did each one of them net like to give him these difficult problems?" Su Mayer just looked at him with a smirk, a look of watching a good show. "Oh, I see. What Master means is that it can be solved by eliminating the Star Holy Land and then replacing it with a reliable power on top right." Moromi suddenly became excited. A pair of starry eyes flickered with light and stared tightly at Mou. Mou subconsciously nodded, not sure how she came to that conclusion, but maybe, works? That person who wants to capture me is also from the Star Sacred Land, right? So as long as I destroy the Star Sacred Land, I'll be able to kill two birds with one stone. Moromi became more and more agitated as he spoke. Inkbrand nodded again. "Pretty smart to come up with an answer without having to say anything yourself. I don't know if it works though." Suddenly, he remembered the words that Jun Wuxia had said, "There's no point in running away." Indeed, even if he hadn't just messed with Moromi, with her character, sooner or later, she would also seek out the Star Holy Land, the Star Sanctuary. The smell of blood filled a dark chamber. Jun Wusheng slowly walked out of the blood pool, each step carrying the sound of blood dripping down. "Tianxuan Holy Land," he murmured, looking grim. Remodeling the physical body was not difficult for harmonization stage cultivators, but it's not a good feeling. He raised his hand and a paper crane appeared out of thin air. The lips moved slightly, as if they were saying something to the paper crane. Then with a flick of his fingers, the paper crane transformed into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the secret room. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the darkness. "Tianxu, what exactly is it that you placed in the Qin clan that you want to get at the expense of fighting with the Tianxian Holy Land?" Jun Wuxia exhaled. "That stuff is important to me, and it's only a matter of time before the crossfire is over." Right at this moment, the entire Star Holy Land began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Jun Wuxia frowned slightly as he gazed through the heavy obstructions to the outside world, only to see that above the dome of the sky, the sacred void sun stood in the air, his body's spiritual energy surging, and his berserk aura sweeping in all directions. He was attacking the Star Holy Land sect protector formation, Tianxian Holy Land, sacred void sun. At the same time, inside an ancient hall, an old man in a black robe was sitting alone at a stone table, holding a chess piece in his hand and gazing at the game. His face was thin, his eyes were deep, and he revealed a transcendent aura between his hands and feet. Suddenly, a big, burly man strides in. He wore a basalt-colored battle armor. His face was rugged, and he exuded a strong aura. It was the Xuanwu Star Sovereign of the Star Holy Land. "Your Holiness," The sacred void sun is causing trouble outside and wants us to give a statement. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign said in a deep voice while handing over a paper crane. The black-robed old man took the paper crane, and with a gentle shake, the paper crane transformed into a ball of flame, burning up in the air. A few lines of writing floated into the air as the flames went out. Mou, Su Mayer, and Xia Ningbing, are suspected to be absolute heavenly pride. Mou at the 4th level of Yuaning, and Su Mayer at the 7th level of Return to Void can defeat 3 harmonization stages. Xia Ningbing can kill 3 harmonized stages in seconds with just her incarnation. The black-robed old man gazed at the handwriting in the air, his eyes flickering. Then, his eyes fell on the chessboard, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the 3 white stones lit up. Your Holiness, what is an absolute heavenly pride? Seeing that the black-robed elder was silent for a long time, the Xuanwu Star Sovereign couldn't help but ask. Currently, in the entire history of the Tianxuan continent, only Luo Suxian and Bai Shuangyang are confirmed to be absolute heavenly prides, the black-robed elder said indifferently. No emotional fluctuations could be heard in his tone. When the Xuanwu Star Sovereign heard this, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and a look of shock appeared on his face. So, should we keep them? He hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to ask. They were naturally referring to Mou and Su Mayer who were still in the chaotic star region. No, they're not important. The black-robed old man shook his head, his gaze still resting on the chessboard. In the center of the board, a white piece shines the brightest, as if it were a rising star. At the edge of the board, the other white piece is second brightest, but it also shines and cannot be ignored. The 3 white pieces that have just been illuminated are in the second tier with several other white pieces on the board of similar brightness. The black-robed old man gently waved his hand, and several black pieces appeared out of thin air, surrounding the 2 most dazzling white pieces, as if he wanted to completely devour their light. At that exact moment, the Great Hall shook once again, and the original chess game was instantly destroyed. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign frowned slightly. What about the Sacred Voider's side? It doesn't seem like it's going to be that easy to get rid of this time without a statement. The black-robed old man gently waved his hand, and the originally scattered pieces flew back to the board and resumed their original state. You go and deal with him and just agree to whatever he wants. Chapter 45, It's a Bully. What can you do? Inside a magnificent hall in the Tianxuan Holy Land, Elder Qing Xian's face was grave as he bowed his hand to Yi Shimi above him. Old ancestor, this is how it happened. Little feather, he was bullied outside. Yi Shimi nodded slightly, signaling that she already knew. She lightly sipped a mouthful of fragrant tea and leisurely asked, do you know where the Xian new peak master ran off to? Elder Qing Xian froze, obviously not expecting Yi Shimi to suddenly ask about this. Old ancestor? Your disciple is being bullied. He couldn't help but remind. I know. First you tell me where the Xian woman peak master has gone. Yi Shimi's tone remained flat, although Elder Qing Xian was doubtful in his mind. He still answered truthfully. She went out for shelter not long ago, saying she had a bad feeling. But that's not important. What's important is Little Feather. They're still in the chaotic star region and haven't returned. He was a little anxious. Yi Shimi gave him a helpless look and sighed softly. I'll be at the transition stage. It's useless for you to look for me. Do you want me to go against the pressure of a bunch of their loose immortals and capture Jun Wusheng? Elder Qing Xian was dumbfounded. That's right. The old ancestor's strength is limited, and the sect has long since been fully handed over to the patriarch to take care of. Then are we going to go to war with the Star Holy Land? Qing Xian asked hesitantly. You ask me? Ask the Sacred Voider. He's the patriarch. As soon as the words fell, Yi Shimei's silhouette dissipated like smoke without a trace in the great hall. Elder Qing Xian stood dumbfounded, looking at the place where Yi Shimi disappeared, his mind in a daze. You can suppress it now, but don't really start a war for now. Wait for Susumu to come back. The air was filled with Yi Shiomiai's last voice. Yes. Qing Xian reacted and hurriedly said. On Suway Peak, inside Ling Wanqing's room. You say a strange woman wants to take you as her apprentice? Ling Wanqing sat at the table, playing with a delicate teacup in her hands as she asked suspiciously. Shu Yuli nodded gently. She seems to be very powerful, completely disregarding the Xian woman peak master. Ling Wanqing frowned slightly. A woman who doesn't take the Xian Nui peak master seriously and is still active outside? It's only master, right? What did the woman look like? She asked. Shu Yuli recalled the woman's appearance and said slowly. Purple dress, great body, a very serious look. Seriously? It wouldn't be Yip Sher Mei. It was well known that the master was an alcoholic and did not go well with seriousness. It's probably whichever Taishan elder has just come out of the mountain. Ling Wanqing understood in her heart, so she no longer cared. Don't worry about her. Remember, you are our Suwei Peaks person. You don't have to be afraid of anyone. Chu Yuli nodded her head obediently. At that moment, Ling Wanqing suddenly changed her words. In the future, if you want to go to the herb garden to steal vegetables, you don't have to take a special quest. Just steal them directly. We're all like this anyway. No one will say anything. Shu Yuli's cheeks were slightly flushed, like March peach blossoms. Delicate. He was actually caught by his young master stealing vegetables. Wait, so they do this a lot? Chaotic Star Domain. Star Holy Land. Sacred Void Sun stood in the air, his spiritual energy surging around his body, like a god of war, with a mighty pressure that covered the world. The Star Holy Land, in vain of the rules set up by the 9 Holy Lands, strikes out at juniors. Today, a price must be paid. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable majesty that echoed through the air. In the next moment, the Xuanwu Star Sovereign appeared outside of the Sect Protector formation, confronting the Sacred Void Sun across the sky. Sacred Void Sun, don't give an inch. Sacred Void Sun collected his breath and calmly said, out, little snake turtle. Thought you were going to stay cooped up in your turtle shell? 3 lives, not 1 less. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's face changed when he heard this. The Sacred Void Sun was naturally referring to Jun Wuhan as well as the other 2 elders. Jun Sha had already died at the hands of Xia Ningbing. Jun Wuhan and the 2 harmonization stage elders, on the other hand, returned to the Star Holy Land. No way. The Xuanwu Star Father flatly refused. Is your Tianxuan Holy Land going to war with us? If we start a war, then we'll start a war. My Tianxuan Holy Land doesn't fear anyone. Sacred Void Sun said indifferently. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's heart sank. He knew that Sacred Void was not joking. Jun Wusheng cannot die. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign gritted his teeth. He's one of the 7 stars hand-picked by His Holiness. If you kill him, His Holiness won't let you go. An enemy of your Holiness? Sacred Void Sun laughed. It's just an old thing that's half in the ground. What's there to fear? Well, in that case, I'll take a step back. Jun Wuhan can stay alive. But, Sacred Void Sun smiled faintly. I'm going to chop off his heavenly soul tire light. What? The Xuanwu Star Sovereign was shocked when he heard this. The heavenly soul fetal light was the most important of the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a cultivator. Once chopped off, it's almost impossible to repair later. Not only would the cultivation level drop drastically, but there would never be an inch of progress again. You bully! The Xuanwu Star Sovereign was furious. His eyes red. Deceiving? Sacred Void Sun sneered. I am. What can you do? Killing intent surged from his body, and a terrifying aura swept out, pressuring the Xuanwu Star Sovereign to gasp for air. Good. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign laughed back in anger. Sacred Void Sun, do you really think I'm afraid of you? In that case, let's fight. He growled, his voice rolling out like muffled thunder. Before the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from Xuanwu Star Sovereign, going toe-to-toe with Sacred Void Sun. However, Sacred Void Sun merely flicked his hand, and Xuanwu Star Sovereign flew out backwards. He was spitting out blood, his face as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. How is it possible? The Xuanwu Star Sovereign was horrified in his heart. How can your strength be so strong? He couldn't understand why he had been defeated in a single move when he was clearly the same Mahayana. How can a frog in the bottom of a well know the size of heaven and earth? Sacred Void Sun stood with his arms folded and his clothes fluttering. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by a voice. There! This voice came from the depths of the Star Holy Land, majestic and ethereal, as if it came from the 9 heavens above. Sacred Void Sun, I agree to your conditions. When the Xuanwu Star Sovereign heard this, although his heart was filled with unwillingness and anger, he could only helplessly lower his head. Immediately afterward, 3 silhouettes flew out from the Star Holy Land. It was none other than Jun Wusheng and the 2 elders. Jun Wuxie's expression was somber. He guessed what the Sacred Voider was thinking. The heavenly pivot lineage is the devil's way. There is only using and being used. There's no such thing as something as outrageous as being invalidated and still being a saintly son. Without the sanctuary of the Holy Land, the next time he met Su Mayer, he would surely die. The Sacred Void Sun gently waved his hand, and the 2 elders instantly turned into pieces and dissipated between heaven and earth, not even having the time to let out a miserable scream. Then, he stretched out his finger and gently tapped it on Jun Wusheng's brow. At this moment, Jun Wuxie felt a wave of indescribable fear surging through his heart. He tried to escape, but couldn't move. Ah! A mournful scream pierced the sky. His body trembled violently. Veins rippled on his forehead, and sweat fell like rain. Pain. Endless pain. He felt his soul being torn into pieces, his consciousness fading, trying to struggle, trying to resist, but unable to move. One could only watch as the soul was torn apart bit by bit and could do nothing about it. The pain was 1,000 times more intense than any physical torture. It was as if he had fallen into an endless abyss, surrounded by darkness and only endless pain and despair. A moment later, the sacred voider withdrew his finger. Jun Wuxia had collapsed to the ground like a dead dog whose bones had been drained away, his body twitching and his eyes lifeless, like a living dead man. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign noticed Jun Wusheng's condition and his eyes widened as he angrily questioned. Wait, Sacred Void Son, you clearly said that you would only abolish his heavenly soul fetal light. Why did you abolish the earthly soul sharpening spirit as well? Chapter 46, Confess to Junior Master tonight. Sacred Void Son replied indifferently. I am very happy that you have agreed to my conditions, but you just had an attitude that the old man didn't like. His voice was flat, but it carried an undeniable majesty. You, Sacred Void Son, you are not true to your word and are not a member of the righteous path. Wasted as the leader of the righteous path. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign roared. Sacred Void looked at him calmly. The right way? To you? Are you worthy? The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's face was gloomy to the extreme. Well, that's the end of the matter. The faint voice sounded like an oracle from the depths of the Star Holy Land, making it irresistible. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign had no choice but to bow his head in response. The Sacred Void Son turned to leave, his figure fading away, leaving only one sentence echoing in the air for a long time. If it's within the rules, you guys can play however you want. If it is to be violated, don't forget, the rules protect you. As the last word fell, his figure completely dissipated. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. He picked up Jun Wusheng, who was paralyzed on the ground, and then a voice reached his mind. The 7 prana are still there. You know how to use them. Notify down the line and reselect the celestial pivot. The Xuanwu Star Sovereign's heart tightened, but he still said, yes, the Tianxuan Holy Land. The sun was shining brightly. Inside MOU's compound, the lights swayed. Inside the house, the heat was steamy and dense. Master, I'm a little nervous. Don't be afraid, Yui, just relax. Well, but, I still have some. It's okay. Then, Master, take off your clothes. Moroni's voice was petulant and her cheeks flushed. Outside the door, Menglanin's footsteps stalled and her breath caught. Nervous? Undressing? A man and a woman sharing a room and saying such shy things. Have they been? It's only been a little while, and not only have you taken on another disciple, but have you even progressed to taking off your clothes? Menglanin's mind was in waves, with all sorts of unpleasant thoughts coming and going. She could even see a little MOU in front of her, calling herself senior sister. No way. Absolutely not. Jealousy tumbled in her chest. Menglanin's lips were bitten white, and her nails pierced her palms. She raised her hand and was about to knock on the door. At that moment, another voice came from the room. Well, Yui, you're so good with your hands, so skillful. Have you done it often before? No, yet this is still the first time. Master, you're really strong. How does it feel? Is it comfortable? The heat is so hot and soothing all over. It's like being electrocuted. Then I'll put in extra effort to tire Master out and get a good night's sleep. Then a slight gasp came out of the room. Ambiguous. Menglanin was struck by lightning and froze on the spot. They were actually doing that kind of thing. Doing this kind of craft work in broad daylight. Woohoo. It's too much. What's wrong with Junior Master? Menglanin's eyes were moist, tears welling up in her eyes. No way. It can't go on like this. Tonight, she was going to take down Junior Master. She turned her head and left the yard on her long legs. Suddenly, she turned back, bit her lips lightly, took out her jade shao, and blew. Inside the room, candles flickered. Phew, Moroni was panting. Her cheeks were red, and she was dripping with fragrant sweat. Her fingers roamed over MOU's back, the silver needles flickering faintly. How's it going, Master? Now there's sleep. She reached up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. But you're in such bad shape that you'll have to lie down for at least 7 days to fully recover. To be so seriously injured. To have your mind damaged so badly. She didn't even know how Master had managed to pull through like it was nothing. The thought that Master was doing it for her moved her to tears. Don't worry about it. It's a minor injury. You're really good at this acupuncture. Inkfeather flopped down on the bed, not caring in the slightest. Forcing the soul-suppressing Jiao and the heavenly pivot array plate. A little bit of backlash was just a little bit of backlash. It's not as bad as jumping off a cliff normally. Moroni carefully twisted the silver needle in her hand and slowly injected her spiritual energy into MOU's body. Ancestral secret method that not only restores the mind, but also allows one to sleep more comfortably. This was the first time she'd ever done this for someone. She'd tried it with mannequins before. Inkfeather was in a state of total comfort. He felt that the meridians in his body were being nourished by a warm energy that was indescribably comfortable. Suddenly, a bleak piping sound drifted into his ears, melodious and melodious. For some reason, Mo you actually thought of Phoenix. Obscure. Master. Someone is playing a tune A. Morong-e was surprised. Mo you shook his head. Don't worry about it. It's probably one of the Supreme Elders. Yui, tell me about that compass eagle. I'm curious. What are some of his abilities? His eyes narrowed slightly and his voice was lazy. Compass eagle? Morong-e stopped paying attention to the blowjob outside. Thinking for a moment, while applying the needle, he said, compass eagles live in the water and are good at sneaking around. There are two forms, the leopard and the eagle. The eagle form, the feathers are indestructible. The leopard then, I am not sure. Aha. Inkbrand responded softly. The compass eagle bloodline had at least one ability to increase defense in addition to sneaking. He left the Star Holy Land and came straight back. I heard that the Sacred Void made a big fuss over there. Jun Wushang and those two elders were dead. Originally, Jun Wushang was only half-wasted. It's a shame that the Devil's Sect doesn't raise wastrels. Otherwise, he wanted to try the assassination ability of the Compass Eagle bloodline. This time, fighting with Jun Wushang, he realized that he had a major flaw. There is no proper means of attack. Although the formation could be used for combat, it had to be prepared with plenty of time. The Human Emperor Streamer, Soul-Suppressing Jiao, and Heavenly Poison Bead, although powerful, were not pure enough. They are too versatile and not perfect at killing, and poor viewing. He likes special effects enough. There are now two options in front of us. For one thing, fire, fusing his 3 fires to create a powerful spell of his own. Secondly, weapons. Master left him a challenge with the Sword Sect's Sword Sun. The bet was a flying sword, a medium-grade spiritual treasure. Now that he was at the Yuaning stage, he could already go and answer the battle. Both can be done at the same time. Working on spells while preparing for battle. Thoughts faded into a blur, and Inkbrand fell into a deep sleep in comfort. Seeing this, Morong-e gently wiped away the sweat from his forehead. Phew, so tired. Outside the house, Meng Lanin held the jade shao as the last note dissipated in the air. She bit her lip and turned away. Tonight, we'll use the immortal drunkenness to strengthen our courage. Confess with little master. Morong-e looked at Mou's strong body and a bold idea suddenly surged within her. Touch it. Her cheeks flushed slightly and her heart raced. This is a master. How can you think like that? But, master's skin looks so good. It's nothing like a girl's. She couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Inkbrand's back. Wow! Morong-e exclaimed in shock and hastily retracted her hand, as if she had been electrocuted. A boy's hand is really different from his own. It's hard and bouncy. She shyly lowered her head, blaming herself in her heart. How could she do such a thing to her master? Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Morong-e apologized in a small voice, as thin as a fly. She hurriedly covered Inkbrand with a blanket and prepared to leave. That's when a book on the table caught her attention. The Book of Joan of Arc? Morong-e blinked. She knew the book. An indescribable masterpiece from a previous life. But how in the world? How about to see what it says? Hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but be curious and turned the pages. Author, Cape? Morong-e froze. Isn't the Cape that indescribable form from a previous life? Is it really written by a traveler? She continued flipping through. Suddenly, a book next to her completely stunned her. Martial Arts Tianxuan. How is this possible? Chapter 47, Withdrawal of Marriage. Arriving as late as possible. Martial Arts Tianxuan. Pen name, Tenya. Ling Qingyu gently flipped through the beautifully bound book in her hands, her voice clear and cold. The pages of the book in her hands emitted a faint scent of ink, intertwining with the cool aura of her body to form a unique flavor. Qingyu, you've been standing here looking at this for a long time. Are we still going to go back to the wedding? Ling Yunshua's voice came from behind her with a hint of helplessness. I know, it's true that Tenaya writes good books, but you don't have to be so obsessed, do you? Ling Qingyu closed the book and turned around, her cool gaze looking at Ling Yunshue. Master, I just think there's something interesting about this book. Ling Yunshue walked over to Ling Qingyue's side and looked at her outstanding disciple. A complex emotion surged in her heart. Qingyu, are you still thinking about that man? Do you think it's possible for him to overcome all the difficulties to come to you like the protagonist in a novel? She asked softly, her tone worried. That incident had a great impact on Ling Qingyu, and she was worried that Ling Qingyu would develop a heart demon as a result. Ling Qingyu was slightly stunned, then shook her head. Master, you're being overly concerned. I'm not that naive. Her voice was indifferent, no emotion audible. Ling Yunshue sighed and said in a serious tone, Qingyu, I know that you feel bad in your heart, but you have to understand that there's no way that person is qualified to enter our Taiqing Holy Land. He's just a loose cultivator in the Qi refining stage, while you're the holy maiden of the Taiqing Holy Land. The gap between you is like the difference between clouds and mud. If you can't stop thinking about him, it will only breed demons in your heart, which will be detrimental to your cultivation. And you are the Xianin sacred body. Even if you lose your body, there are many. I know, Master. Ling Chengyu spoke out to interrupt. Her clear and cold eyes did not have a single ripple. Teacher's teachings, Xingyu bears them in mind. Seeing this, Ling Yunshua's heart was a little more at ease. It's good that you understand. She paused and asked again. And what are you going to do about withdrawing from the marriage? I just received news that the Sacred Void Sun made a big fuss in the Star Holy Land. It's rumored to be because Su Mayer was attacked by Jun Wu Sheng in the chaotic star region. At that time, the heavenly Qian Saint Son was also present. Ling Yunxue spoke while observing Ling Qingyu's expression. Ling Qingyu's expression was calm as she continued to listen. She doesn't seem to care about these things. Ling Yunxue continued. Moreover, Su Mayer won. You have to know that she's only returned to the void, and she was able to beat the mergent stage Jun Wu Sheng. Hearing this, Ling Chengyu remained calm. Ling Yunxue felt bored at once, so she stopped selling the story. I think that the heavenly Qian Saint Son played a big role in this as well. He is so powerful. Plus the sacred void sun is extremely protective. Ling Yunxue shook her head, her tone helpless, and did not say any more. Ling Qingyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of a different color when she heard this. All the more reason to back off in that case. The Tianxuan Holy Land is so powerful. It's even more unlikely that it won't accept a defiled woman. What's more, the sacred void sun is so protective. If we conceal it, being discovered will certainly not end well. Ling Yunxue nodded. That's true. That's just it. Withdraw from this marriage. Tianxuan Holy Land. Within MOU's compound, Moroni was holding the Against the Gods of Evil Plus edition and reading it with great interest. Her cheeks were lightly flushed, and her heartbeat rose and fell with the plot of the book. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, pulling Moroni back from the world of books. She was so startled that the book in her hand almost fell to the ground. Moroni hurriedly hid the book behind her back, and like a child who had done something wrong, she sheepishly walked to open the door. Junior Master? Seeing the person standing outside the door, Moroni was a bit surprised. Ling Wanqing smiled faintly and asked in a gentle voice, Yui, where is your master? Moroni turned back. Mou was still lying quietly on the bed, immersed in dreamland. It's been a lot of wear and tear from setting up and blowing, and I haven't recovered from it yet. Master, he is still sleeping, Moroni whispered, afraid of waking up Mou. Ling Wanqing nodded. Ling Qingyu has come to withdraw from the marriage. Go and call you. Speaking here, she suddenly frowned slightly and looked into the room to make sure that Mou hadn't heard the conversation just now before she said, Don't tell your master what I just said. I'm going to the clan hall. A message had just come from the sacred void sun that Mou had been withdrawn from the marriage because he had been cuckolded. Luckily he didn't know about the engagement yet. She was about to leave when Moroni called out to her. Master is resting, and I want to go check it out. Ling Wanqing gave her a puzzled look, but still nodded. Inside the kitchen, the heat was on. Chu Yuli stood in front of the stove, a wooden spoon in her hand, gently stirring the soup in the pot. When she heard the conversation outside, her clear brow furrowed slightly and a wave of displeasure welled up in her heart. That Ling Chengyu, she actually couldn't look at her master, and even dared to withdraw from her master's marriage. It's really outrageous. When she cultivates to Mahayana later. No, it's immortal. She must kidnap that person to be a furnace for her master. Chu Yuli swore in her heart, and the wooden spoon in her hand stirred even harder. After thinking about this, she refocused her eyes on the soup in front of her. She carefully threw in one of the herbs. These were the very same herbs she had shunted from the herb garden. Each one looks quite extraordinary. This time, Master returned, looking very tired. She was going to use these herbs to make a pot of great tonic soup for her master. Master must be very happy. He. The corners of Chu Yuli's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sweet smile. At the same time, in Mou's sleep, the system's voice rang out. Change in world line detected. Re-envisioning chance. Deduction complete. Because of your existence, Chu Yuli willingly scrapped her 4th grade elixir, and without such a chance, it will be incredibly difficult for her to build her foundation. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, Heaven's Way Foundation Building Pill. Heavenly Dao Foundation Building Pill aids Qi refining cultivators in perfecting the Heavenly Dao Foundation building, and also makes up for past regrets. Villain points plus 300. Chapter 48 The Perfect Program. Tianxuan Holy Land. Tianxuan Peak Great Hall. The atmosphere was solemn and solemn, and there was an air of gravity in the air. Ling Wanqing and Moroni stepped into the large hall and found a corner to sit in. On both sides of the main hall, people from the Taiching and Tianxian sacred lands sat opposite each other. In the Taichung Holy Land, Ling Qingyue and Ling Yunxue looked calm. On the side of the Tianxian Holy Land, The faces of the people were gloomy, and an unquenchable anger coalesced between their brows. Elder Qin continuously pinched his hand, his brows locked as if he was deducing something. For a long time, no one spoke. Morong Yi couldn't hold back any longer and came to Ling Wanqing's ear, asking in a small voice, "Junior Master, what's going on?" Ling Wanqing made a gesture to silence her voice, and with a gentle movement of her fingertips, a soundproof formation instantly coalesced, enveloping the two of them. Ling Qingyue, the holy daughter of the Taichung Holy Land, wants to withdraw from senior brother's marriage. Morong Yi turned his head and looked at the expressions of the two parties, probably already guessed everything. Isn't this just a rehash of the doujinshi withdrawal? It's too much. A surge of anger welled up in her heart and she asked again, "Does master like that Ling Qingyu?" Ling Wanqing recalled the past. In his previous life, Mou's evaluation of Ling Qingyu was, "She's a lump of ice. It's a lot of work to melt her. If nothing special happens." It was absolutely impossible for him and Ling Qingyu. He didn't have the patience for that. In the end, it was true that even if his senior brother fell, he and Ling Qingyu were just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? There's absolutely no way they can be together. Ling Wanqing said with certainty. "I see." Morong Yi's eyes were furious and her gaze towards Ling Qingyu was filled with hostility. "This guy is really bad. I can't believe he wants to withdraw from his master's marriage." She surged forward, bursting out of the formation. As soon as she came out, she attracted everyone's attention. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. It is not you who have come to withdraw from the marriage today, but I have repudiated. On behalf of my master. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Wanqing had already quickly struck out, a spiritual force sealing her mouth. Woo woo woo. Morong Yi struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Ling Wanqing smiled apologetically to the crowd. "I'm sorry. This is senior brother's new disciple. He's still young and doesn't know any better." She was a bit agitated when she saw her master being withdrawn from the marriage. "So I beg your pardon." The elders looked at each other, their faces filled with helplessness. The sacred voider waved his hand. "There's no harm in it. Children's words are reckless. We won't bother with the juniors." With that, he looked meaningfully toward the side of the Taichung Holy Land. Ling Yunxue and Ling Qingyue also nodded slightly, indicating that they did not care. Ling Wanqing hurriedly pulled Morong back into the soundproofing formation, her voice lowered but urgent. "What are you doing? I didn't mean that." She withdrew from the marriage because she lost her virginity, not because she looked down on senior brother. Morong Yi felt her brain buzzing. "Lost your virginity? Why didn't you say so?" She just wanted to find a crack in the ground right now. It was so embarrassing. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm her insides. "In that case, return it. What's the point of keeping it? It's not like elder brother has any feelings for her anyway." Ling Wanqing said softly, "Take it easy. More than unemotional. In fact, neither knows the other at this point. Even when they walk together, they don't know that the other person is engaged to them. In his previous life, Mou also learned that he had a fiancé only after many years. This life, however, was over before it began. And I don't know what happened. The 9-leaf destiny grass. The variables brought about were too great." Elder Qin Xian's tightly locked brows stretched, and the movements in his hands finally stopped. The sacred void son hurriedly asked, "How is it? Have you counted that person who made girl Qinyu lose her virginity?" Qin Xian's old face flushed. "You guys were just waiting for this? Or what?" The sacred voider asked rhetorically. "Are you kidding? How could I count a refined she? Where would you let me put this old face of mine?" Elder Qin Xian said righteously. Of course he wouldn't admit he had failed. It was as if the man was shrouded in a layer of mist, impossible to peer into. There must be a great power who was skilled in the art of divination to protect them. He asked himself that he had already attained a very high level of attainment in divination. I didn't expect to fall on a refining chi. In these decades, he had only used the divination method 3 times. One time it was divining the identity of Tianya, or Mou, and it worked. A few years after that, he stumbled across a marvelous book titled The Cultivation of Fairies and was so amazed that he tried to find the author, Cape Hype. However, he didn't want that person to actually look like he had anticipated it and used a secret method to block his divination. I didn't realize it was only a few years. Today, he unexpectedly fell on a junior in the chi refining stage again. The sacred void son frowned slightly. Elder Qin Xian's series of movements just now was clearly the use of divination, but he didn't point it out. Even Qin Xian couldn't find that person, which could only mean that not many people in the entire Tianxuan Holy Land could find him. At this moment, Ling Chengyu opened her mouth, her voice as clear and cold as a mountain stream. "I also ask all seniors to grant Qinyu's withdrawal." The sacred voider nodded slightly. There was no way they would agree to Mou marrying someone who had lost her innocence. Even if Mou was really interested in Ling Qingyu, there was no need to take the path of marriage. Sacred Void's son nodded and looked at the crowd, asking, "None of you have spoken to Little Feather about the marriage contract yet, have you?" The elders shook their heads. Suway peak. Normally they couldn't even enter, let alone care about MOU's business. The Sacred Void said, "I agree to break off the engagement. Are there any objections?" The Great Hall was silent. Spirit Beast Peak Master Su Chiyun's gaze landed on Moroni and thought. Seeing that no one objected, Sacred Void's son was about to open his mouth to announce the result. Wait! Su Chiyun suddenly stood up, his face serious as he interrupted Sacred Void Z's words. "The matter does not seem right to me." He paused and said, "When Immortal Yi fixed this marriage contract, we had put in a lot of effort and resources for the Taiqing Holy Land. Nowadays, when it comes to retreat, where is this good?" Ling Yunxue couldn't help but let out a light sigh as she heard this. She elegantly straightened her sleeves, her tone calm but not intimidating. "We can return as much of the previous aid as we can. However," Su Chiyun waved his hand and looked at Ling Yunxue with a meaningful smile on his face. "No, there's no need for that. I have a better program." Chapter 49, Marrying a Son-in-Law on Behalf of a Daughter. "Oh?" Ling Yunxue sniffed and raised her eyebrows with interest. "Tell me about it." Su Chiyun cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Since Qin Yu girl has already, then this marriage contract naturally can't continue. But this marriage contract, which was made by Immortal Yi herself, can't be easily voided." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "So, I have a perfect method. It can maintain the relationship between the two holy places without making things difficult for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter." Sacred Void Son's eyes lit up. "Oh, come on, how exactly is that perfect?" Su Chiyun smiled faintly, his eyes darting over Ling Yunxue and Ling Qingyue, finally settling on Ling Yunxue. "How about, let the Taiqing Patriarch marry on behalf of his daughter and marry Little Feather as a Taoist couple? How about that?" The moment these words came out, the Great Hall was instantly silent. Everyone was stunned by the amazing offer. Marrying your daughter? Is that human? Although everyone knew that Ling Yunxue and Ling Qingyue were only mother and daughter in name, even Ling Yunxue is still single. But this is also ridiculous. The smile on Sacred Void Son's face froze. His own clan. There was actually someone so outrageous. Recall the previous Moroni's substitute teacher to repudiate his wife. When he ascends in the future, this holy land, what to do? Moroni was stunned. Is the immortal cultivation world so open? You can still play like that? However, that woman is really good looking, and it's not impossible to be a teacher's wife. Ling Wanqing was excited inside. Blood money. It would be better to waste time on Ling Qingyu, an ice cube, than to take down her master. If she had thought of it earlier in her previous life, elder brother wouldn't have been single for the rest of his life. Elder brother will absolutely love it. She remembered what her senior brother had said. He didn't have a particular fork chop. He liked it as long as it looked good. Ling Yunxue, the number one beauty of the Tianxuan continent in the generation of the Sacred Void Son, not inferior to Ling Qingyue. Ling Chengyu, on the other hand, stared at her beautiful eyes, her face full of disbelief. The Tianxian Holy Land would actually make such an outrageous request. Let the master marry on her behalf? It was worse than killing her. Ling Yunxue's brows furrowed slightly as she elegantly picked up her teacup and took a light sip to hide the fluctuations within her heart. A playful smile was already on his lips as he set down his glass. Spirit Beast Peak Master really loves to joke around. She leaned back in her chair lazily, her voice soft and melodious. "I don't know if this statement is serious or if it's just teasing me." Sacred Void Son coughed lightly, his face showing embarrassment. He was about to open his mouth to deny this absurd proposal. Su Chiyun, however, jumped the gun. "Hold your horses and hear me out." He looked at Ling Yunxue with a sincere gaze. "This marriage contract was originally an agreement between Fairy Yi and you. It's also a proof of the friendship and cooperation between our two holy lands, and now that the Qingyue Sacred Maiden has had an accident, it's only reasonable for you, as her master, to fulfill the marriage contract on her behalf. Moreover, Little Feather, as the disciple of the Supreme Elder, is of the same generation as us, so it would be inappropriate to marry Qinyu like before." Ling Yunxue frowned slightly and asked in return, "Isn't he the Holy Son? In the future, he will surely succeed the position of Patriarch, and he is similar to Qinyu, so what's wrong with that?" Su Chiyun hurriedly gave Sacred Void Z a wink. Sacred Void Z understood and explained. "Little Feather has no intention of taking the position of Patriarch. The next Patriarch is." His gaze scanned the crowd and finally locked onto Moroni, its Feather's recently adopted apprentice. Everyone's eyes turned to Moroni in unison. She was stunned. "You become a candidate for sovereign in a strange way?" The crowd didn't linger on her for long, though. "She's not the centerpiece of this drama." Su Chiyun continued to speak eloquently. "See, there's no problem with the generation. It fits perfectly. Ling Yunxue realized that this reason was useless and asked instead, but I'm already too old. How can I be the Dao couple of Saint Son Tianxuan? Su Qiyun was unimpressed. Sovereign Tai Ching is joking. You were the #1 beauty of the Tianyuan continent back then. Although Ling Yunxue wasn't young, the years hadn't left many traces on her. Instead, it added a bit of sophistication to her. That graceful and noble face, but also well maintained. The skin is as white as jade, and can be broken. A pair of beautiful eyes, looking around, showing the unique flavor of a mature woman. The gorgeous white robe, moreover, perfectly displayed her concave and convex figure. The full breasts, the slim waist, and the upturned buttocks made for a blood-curdling picture. When she stood there, she was a beautiful sight to behold. Ling Yunxue was silent. She hadn't expected it to come to this. Let her marry in her daughter's place? Ridiculous. But, they, the Taichung Holy Land, did need the Tianxian Holy Land as an ally. This was how she convinced Ling Qingyu to agree to the marriage contract in the first place. It's impossible to reject it when you meet it, right? What will Kiyotsuki think then? If she can become a Taoist couple with Saint Tianxian, it would be able to firmly tie the Tianxian Holy Land to the Taichung Holy Land. It was something she couldn't refuse. Together with Tianxian Saint Son, both appearance, talent are superior. Thinking about this, Ling Yunshue's heart actually flooded a ripple, vaguely some intention. She raised her hand and gently brushed it across her smooth, delicate cheeks, which were still as firm to the touch as ever. She is still beautiful and graceful. Ling Yunxue already had a plan in mind. She turned her head to Ling Qingyu and softly asked, "Qingyu, what do you think?" Ling Qingyu hastily shook her head and said eagerly, "Master, never. How can you marry in my place? This doesn't make sense." Her voice was shaky and she was obviously in a hurry. This was the first time in all her years of cultivation that she was so excited. Ling Yunxue shook her head and turned to Sacred Void Z. "I agree to fulfill the marriage contract between Qingyu and Tianxian Saint Son instead." The Sacred Voider froze. "You can even agree to this kind of thing? Can we have a normal person?" Still, he nodded. "In that case, so be it." Luckily, you didn't even know about the engagement, even if it had changed. Just then, Ling Qingyu's voice rang out. "I disagree, Master. You can't promise them." Her voice was not loud, but unusually determined. "You are the patriarch of the Taichung Holy Land. My master, how can you?" Ling Yunxue looked at Ling Qingyue and sighed softly. "Kiyuki, I know what you're thinking, but you have to understand that there are some things that are not in our hands. When we are in this position, we have to take responsibility for it. For the sake of the future of the Holy Land, sometimes we have to make some sacrifices." Ling Qingyue's petite body trembled slightly when she heard this. She clenched her lips. "But, no buts," Ling Yunxue interrupted. "The matter is settled. Mastermind." Ling Qingyu wanted to say something else, but Ling Yunxue had already turned away and stopped looking at her. "I agree to this marriage, and I also ask you all to convey this matter to the Holy Little Feather. From now on, he's my fiancé." Chapter 50. Tone is here for a blowjob. 3 days later, Ink Feather woke up leisurely. The setting sun's rays poured into the house, coloring everything with a golden hue. "Detected that you have successfully broken MOU and Ling Qingyu's engagement. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, Purine Xian Ice. Automatic replenishment of 500 luck points. Villain points plus 500. MOU was slightly stunned. What's going on? You slept on it, and the engagement is gone?" With that, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. It seems that Ling Qingyu truly believed that she would go to her one day. That's so nice. After all, the identity of Tianxian Saint Son didn't recognize the other party at all. The fact that she took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage indicated both that the previous incident had some effect on her, and that she did not want to deceive herself as the Tianxian Saint Son. As for the relationship between the two, just go to the Holy Land of Taichung and look for her when the time comes. Inkbrand got up and stretched. In all his years, he had never felt so refreshed. Yui's acupuncture really worked. Much of the mind lost from the previous array and blowjob had also been restored. Open the system space. An elixir emitting a soft glow was quietly suspended there. Perfect Heaven's Way Foundation building pill. It was pretty easy. Random rewards. As for the medicinal herbs that Chu Yuli had broken, MOU didn't really care. A 4th grade spirit medicine was just that. It wasn't something precious. The Tianxian Holy Land had plenty of them. Inkbrand pushed open the door to his room and walked out. In the courtyard, Ling Wanqing was standing under an ancient tree, quietly looking into the distance. At the sound of movement, she turned around, a sweet smile on her face. "Elder brother is awake?" The voice was as clear and pleasant as an aureole. She was wearing a light green colored long dress today, with a few delicate orchids embroidered on the hemline. making her look extraordinarily fresh and elegant. Inkbrand asked with a nod. Where's Jade and Yui? Ling Wanqing sighed helplessly. Yuli is busy cooking in the kitchen. As for Xiaoyi, she was called away by Peak Master Su Qiyun? Ink Feather wondered. What does he want with Morong Yi? It couldn't be because he stole his chicken last time. So he asked Yui to work for compensation, right? Su Qiyun, Spirit Beast Peak Master, notoriously old and unorthodox, and exceptionally petty. He was often catty over a few chickens. Ling Wanqing nodded. That's him. He said he's going to pick a suitable spirit beast for Xiaoyi. She thought back to what had happened earlier. Originally, she and Morong Yi were about to leave, but they were stopped by Su Qiyun. The two of them met and talked to each other. As it turned out, Su Qiyun had been inspired precisely by Morong Yi's words. If you can repudiate your wife on behalf of your teacher, what is wrong with marrying on behalf of your daughter? At the same time, he was deeply impressed by Morong Yi's youthful frivolity and bravado, so he decided to give her a spirit beast as a gift. Inkbrand nodded slightly. Looks like a meet and greet gift. Ling Wanqing continued. Senior brother, in a month's time, it will be the Sword Sect Sword Trial Conference, and third senior sister has asked you to go and see it as well. A sword test? Good. You agreed with alacrity. Not only that, but third senior sister also said that you have another match with Sword Son, and that you should defeat him at the sword test conference 10 years from now. Good. You confidently responded. A mere Yuaning stage swordsman. What is there to worry about? Don't even have to wait 10 years. You can win the fight now. Ling Wanqing nodded seriously. Your current swordsmanship is too poor. Senior sister wants you to practice, so don't lose when the time comes. You frowned slightly. Wait, sword fighting? Testing swords on? You want me to compete with him in a sword fight? Yes. Ling Wanqing had a face that took it for granted. No kidding? He even has a sword heart, right? I don't even have a sword intent right now. Letting me compete with him with a sword? Ink Feather spat. The Sword Test Conference. That is an event organized by the Sword Sect, which brings together sword cultivators from all over the world to exchange ideas together. In the Sword Test Conference, all cultivators fought with the sword using only their own cultivation, to select the strongest swordsman in each realm. To put it bluntly, this was the occasion that the Sword Sect used to show off. After all, what the Sword Sect excelled at the most was sword arts, and even the 9 great sacred grounds would find it difficult to compete with the Sword Sect in terms of sword Dao. He was idle to take his mediocre one to compete with someone else's strong point. There's still 10 years to go, Ling Wanqing said without a care in the world. In his previous life, elder brother was the one who defeated swordsman after 30 years. This time, elder brother is stronger. Spend 10 years to comprehend a sword intent plus a sword heart. And it's not easy to beat up Sword Son? Inkbrand nodded. Got it. Anything else? Ling Wanqing winked. And, be sure to go to the sword trial next month. Oh, there is a big surprise. Surprise? What surprise? It wouldn't be a surprise if I said it. Ling Wanqing intentionally sold out. She had prepared something special for Ling Yunxue, something elder brother had designed before, and he absolutely loved it. Inkbrand didn't press the issue either. As Wanqing said, surprises aren't surprises when they're known in advance. Master, you're awake. A crisp voice interrupted their conversation. Mo turned his head to look, only to see Chu Yuli walking over with a plate of soup. Come and try some of the soup I just made. Mo's eyes fell on the bowl of soup and froze. Calls this stuff soup? The bowl was filled with emerald green liquid, and although it looked like a fairly nice color, he could smell the bitter, herbal-like smell from a distance. Based on his extensive knowledge of both the Dan and poison paths, it was a reaction between the elixirs that produced a bitter substance. Even among elixirs, this bitter elixir was of inferior quality, let alone a soup. Master, although it may indeed smell a bit bad, but this is after all yours intention. Chu Yuli's voice became a little low as she looked at Mo pitifully, those clear eyes filled with expectation. Mo's heart melted when he saw her in this I see you look. Bang! Dodge back to his room and weld the door shut. It's better to have your heart melted than your stomach melted. Is that human food? Chu Yuli was helpless in her heart. She also knew it wasn't good. She turned her head to look at Ling Wanqing. Senior uncle, do you want to taste it? Ling Wanqing looked at the bowl of soup and sighed in her heart. Losing a puppet is just a small problem. Not long after, Ling Wanqing finally digested the soup, which was considered poisonous, with her puppet. At this time, the courtyard door was gently pushed open, and Morong Yi walked in carrying 2 brightly feathered chickens with an excited smile on her face. Come and see. The spirit beast Peak Master sent me chickens. When Ling Wanqing saw the chicken in Morong Yi's hand, she was slightly stunned. These 2 chickens were actually Xianling color feathered chickens of the Jindan stage. One must know that it was incomparably difficult for the Xianling colored feathered chicken as an ornamental spirit beast, to grow to the Jindan stage. Perhaps, just these two on Morongi's hand were older than even Su Qiyun's age. Even if they usually went to steal, the ones they went along with were only in the refined Shi stage. This time, Su Qiuyun had made a bloody effort. Morongi looked at Ling Wanqing's surprised expression and felt a little smug in his heart. She smiled and said, "This chicken looks delicious. Let's stew them someday." Outside the courtyard, Su Qiyun, who had just sent Morongi back and hadn't gone far, stumbled on his feet and almost fell. If you're not from One Peak, you don't enter One Peak. Why are they all the same? The Xianling-colored feathered chicken is an ornamental spirit animal, not for eating. Nightfall. Inside the room, Mou sat cross-legged and was cultivating intensely. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. "Is Junior Master here?" The voice was delicate and moving, with a hint of anticipation. It was Meng Lanin. Inkbrand got up and opened the door. Meng Lanin's original slightly disappointed expression instantly became full of vigor. She'd thought that Inkbrand was away again. "Tone's coming for a blowjob." Oh. On her slender jade hand, a crystal-clear jade shell appeared out of nowhere. Mou's heart rejoiced and he hastily sidestepped. "Come in." Before Meng Lanin entered the door, she also poked her little head out of the door like a wary kitten and looked from side to side, making sure no one was around. He stepped into the room with confidence, closing the door softly behind him. Chapter 51, This is not wine at all. Mou welcomed Meng Lanin into the room, his gaze lingering for a moment on the jade shell in her hand. This jade shell was crystal clear and emitted a faint spiritual qi. At a glance it was clear that it was not a mortal product. Noticing Mou's line of sight, Meng Lanin smiled sweetly and handed the jade shell to him. "Junior Master, this shell is called Clear Heart. It was given to me by my master. It has an excellent tone. Do you want to try it?" Mou received the jade shell. His hand was slightly cool and delicate to the touch. "Nice cock," he marveled. "It's good that Junior Master likes it." There was joy in Meng Lanin's voice as she walked over to the table and sat down, placing the jade shell to her lips. "Then I'll start." Mou nodded and also sat down on the side, waiting quietly. Meng Lanin took a deep breath and slowly blew. The sound of the shell was melodious and gentle, flowing like a clear spring in every corner of the room. Inkbrand closed his eyes and listened quietly. Meng Lanin's blowjob skills were truly exquisite, each note handled just right and mesmerizing. When the song ended, Mou opened his eyes and heartily marveled. Tone is really good at blowing it. Meng Lanin's cheeks flushed slightly. "Junior uncle is too kind." She stood up, walked over to Mou, and handed him the jade shell. "Junior Master, will you try?" Inkbrand shook his head. "No, it's okay, I can teach you." As Meng Lanin said that, she took the initiative to pull up Mou's hand and shoved the jade shell into his hand. When she touched Mou's warm palm, she couldn't help but move slightly inside, a strange feeling surging through her heart. She took Mou's hand and placed his fingers on the blowhole, gently instructing. "Junior Master, you press, like this." Mou followed Meng Lanin's instructions and tried to blow. However, the sound he blew out was intermittent and out of tune, causing Meng Lanin to burst into light laughter. "Junior Master, you're so stupid," Meng Lanin ranted, but her eyes were filled with laughter. Mou laughed. "It seems I'm not very talented at this." "It's okay, take your time," Meng Lanin comforted as she held Mou's hand once again and patiently guided. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and Mou could even feel the faint fragrance coming from Meng Lanin's body. When Meng Lanin felt Mou's breath, her cheeks became even more flushed and her eyes became a bit mesmerized. "Little Master," she called softly. Today, someone confessed to me again," Meng Lanin said suddenly, her voice so low it was barely audible. Mou froze, then laughed. "I guess you must have refused." Meng Lanin nodded gently, her voice proud. "That's natural. How could I possibly look at him?" A good silence ensued between the two. Meng Lanin suddenly pointed out the window. "Junior Master, look, the moon is so beautiful today." Mou followed her finger to look. There was only a thick layer of clouds outside the window. Where was the shadow of the moon? Well, he was about to say something, but was interrupted by Meng Lanin. "Little Master, close your eyes. Ener gives you a gift." Inkbrand closed his eyes as he was told. "Okay, open up." What came into view was the young girl's clenched fists, petite and white. "What's inside?" Mou asked curiously. Meng Lanin slowly opened her hand, and a bright white light gradually rose up, floating in her palm, soft and bright. "This is the moon that Ener gave to Little Master." Her voice was as gentle as water. The white light gradually rose and coalesced into a hazy full moon within the room, emitting a bright light that illuminated the room like a fairyland. Mou looked at the flawless face of the young girl in the moonlight, those bright eyes reflecting the moonlight as if they were full of stars. Meng Lanin smiled faintly, revealing two shallow dimples. Beautiful and touching. Mo looked a little lost in thought, and his heartbeat unconsciously sped up a few points. Did Junior Master like Tone's gift? There was a hint of apprehension in her voice. Inkbrand returned the favor and nodded, not mincing words of praise. Love it, as long as it's a gift from Tone. Manglanin's cheeks flushed slightly, and a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. She pulled out a delicate little box from her bosom and opened it, containing a few delicate treats, which were dotted with dots of golden yellow osmanthus flowers, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Junior Master, this is the cinnamon cake I made with my own hands. Try it. Mo looked at the several pieces of osmanthus cakes and smelled the faint osmanthus aroma, which was also mixed with a hint of wine, making people smell intoxicated. Okay, I'll taste it, Mo said, picking up a piece of cinnamon cake and urging the heavenly poison pearl to purify the impurities inside. There's so much booze in this that a microbrew is just fine. He brought the osmanthus cake into his mouth, and with a gentle bite, the osmanthus cake melted in his mouth, sweet and delicious, with a rich osmanthus aroma and wine flavor. Excellent taste. It melts in your mouth. Sweet and flavorful. Excellent taste. Tone's handiwork is really good, he quipped, clearly able to sense that many precious ingredients had been used in it, and that it blended perfectly with the aroma of the wine. It was so much better than Chu Yuli, that girl who only spoiled the elixir. Manglanin watched Mo eat the osmanthus cake, and anticipation flowed from her beautiful eyes. It's good that Junior Master likes it. I can make it for Junior Master every day in the future, she whispered, a hint of petulance in her voice. However, Mo ate cinnamon cake after cinnamon cake without any abnormalities. Manglanin's heart sank with some disappointment. In this osmanthus cake, she had added the immortal drunkenness given by Ling Wanqing. But why is he acting like he's fine? Miscalculation. Manglanin was secretly chagrined. How was she supposed to proceed with the next step of her plan when Little Master wasn't drunk? Junior Master, can you feed me one? Manglanin suddenly spoke. Had to go with the backup plan. Borrowed the guts of wine and confessed. Inkfeather nodded gently. He picked up a piece of cinnamon cake and brought it to Manglanin's lips. Manglanin opened her small mouth and gently bit down, eating the cinnamon cake. Her cheeks quickly blushed and her eyes became mesmerized. Mo was a bit surprised that this wine was so strong. Little Master. Manglanin's eyes were mesmerized and her cheeks were crimson, as delicate as a peach blossom in full bloom in March. Mo looked at the young girl in front of him. Her normally clear and bright eyes were as seductive as if they were covered in a layer of mist at the moment. It's a drunken haze. He was about to help Manglanin to rest on the bed when he saw her take out a wine jug and slam a gulp. Still drinking? You don't have to get up for 3 days. Mo reached out to support Manglanin's soft body so that she wouldn't fall. Suddenly, Manglanin inclined her head and kissed his lips. A faint scent of wine filled their lips and teeth with a hint of sweetness that was intoxicating. The sweet-smelling liquor slid down the young girl's cherry lips and onto her tongue. It's not even wine. Chapter 52 Dreamland Sound Blowjob. Who's a good person who mixes acacia in his wine? Mo couldn't help but stare at the young girl in front of him. Her cheeks flushed. Her eyes water vapor dense, as if containing a spring water. Ju lips slightly open. Exhale like orchids. Breath seductive. With a trace of sweet and greasy wine fragrance. Junior Master. I like you. I really like you. Manglanin's cherry lips left with a drunkenness and a soft voice. Before he finished his words, he tightly hugged Mo, the softness of his chest pressing against his chest. Immediately after, she stood on her tiptoes, cherry mouth lightly pasted on Mo's earlobes. First a light peck like a dragonfly, followed by a light bite of the teeth, delicate rubbing. Inkfeather only felt a surge of electricity jumping up her spine to the top of her head. Breathing more and more rapidly, his hands subconsciously clenched Manglanin's waist. Manglanin became more and more bold. She hooked her hands tightly around Mo's neck and leaned forward, her entire petite body almost hanging on him. Then, slightly tilting her head, her eyes gazed at Mo with affection. Slowly approaching, lips lightly trembling against each other. First touching, followed by rolling, grinding, soft and warm, with the unique sweetness of a young girl's scent, sometimes lightly pursed, sometimes lightly pressed. Inkfeather's body gradually turned over with heat. This stupid girl actually put such a strong drug into the wine. Now it's good. People are confused. But how pointless is the acacia poison? It's only natural to be in a sober state for this kind of thing. The heavenly poison pearl was unleashed, and the acacia poison in the two men's bodies instantly unraveled. As the poison unraveled, Manglanin's brain went straight down and blank. How did you just do something like that yourself? I'm sorry, Junior Master. I didn't mean it. I was drunk. She panicked and broke away from Mo. Her cheeks so red that they could drip blood. Her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Spinning around, she secretly regretted it, chagrined in her heart. What are you doing down here? Such a good opportunity to clearly take down the young master. Just then, a pair of strong arms took her by the waist and pulled her back into that warm embrace. You just lit a fire and you want to run away. Where's the good in that? Meng Lanin raised her eyes shy and watery. Little master. Mou did not speak again and directly kissed Meng Lanin's lips. His lips pressed down heavily, rolling over and over, preying on her breath. Meng Lanin wooed, completely sinking into the fiery kiss. Mou's hand slowly slid down her waistline, gently rubbing at her waist, then exerting a slight force, pressing her body tightly against his own. After a long time, their lips parted. Meng Lanin was panting, her eyes were mesmerized, and her cheeks were scarlet, as if she was a ripe peach. Mou's gaze slid down her flushed cheeks and rested on her slightly heaving chest. His fingers gently hooked the sash of Meng Lanin's collar, and his eyes looked at Meng Lanin questioningly. Meng Lanin's heartbeat accelerated rapidly as she closed her eyes slightly and gently nodded. The corner of Mou's mouth rose. His fingers gently pulled. The sash loosened. The shirt slowly slipped down, revealing snow-like skin. Mou couldn't hold back any longer. He picked up Meng Lanin and walked towards the bed. Red candles swayed. The tent hung low, and the light was mottled. A room of charming, springtime colors. Who? Little master uncle. You're so bad, Meng Lanin pouted, her voice lazy and satisfied. Ink Feather teased. So, do you like it? Meng Lanin let out a light hum, seemingly disgruntled and pouting. Don't like it, you just know how to bully. At this moment, she was lying on her side on top of the bed panting, her soft and delicate body slightly undulating. After resting for a few moments, she reluctantly lifted her tender jade foot and gently pointed it on Mou's leg with a few teasing touches. Junior master. It's still early. Mou felt the heat surging through his body. Indeed, the night was still long, and he needed to continue to maneuver. Moroni tiptoed to Mou's door and gently pushed the doorway. The door was locked and didn't fight. She was secretly chagrined. Today, I actually accidentally slipped Master's book away. In case Master knew about it, wouldn't that be bad? She looked to one side of the window. And I wonder if I can get in through there? Just then, Mou's voice came quietly from inside the house. Yui, what are you doing sneaking around out there? Moroni's body stiffened. No, why? Master, I left something in your room. Can I come in and get it? Well, see, your needle. As soon as the words fell, a box of silver needles flew out of the room and landed steadily in Moroni's hands. Moroni received the silver needle and, as if relieved, turned around and slipped away in a hurry. It's a good thing the master didn't find out. But, how did Master's voice sound strange just now? Like being electrified. Inside the room, Mou also breathed a soft sigh of relief. Luckily he locked the door in time. At this moment, Meng Lanin was sitting on her knees in front of him, her eyes full of tenderness and dependence. Early in the morning, the sunlight poured through the window pane and poured into the room, bringing a slight warmth. Mou slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that his arms were warm, soft and slippery to the touch. He looked down, and Meng Lanin was curled up in his arms, her sleeping face serene. A wave of tenderness welled up in Mou's heart. The nine-curved Linglong body, although not yet awakened, was indeed a nine-curved corridor. It is also true that they are good at blowjobs, as if they were born with it. It's a great way to get the soul and the flavor back. Meng Lanin wooed and slowly opened her eyes. She raised her eyes and was met with Mou's deep eyes, which were filled with tenderness. Little master uncle. Her voice is soft and melodious with the huskiness of just waking up. Awake? Meng Lanin nodded. Her cheeks flushed. She remembered last night's madness, and with shyness in her heart, she buried her head into Mou's arms, not daring to look at him. Mou laughed lightly and reached out to hold her close. What? Shy? Hate it. Junior uncle is so bad, Meng Lanin scolded, but her tone was full of sweetness. She raised her head, her eyes meeting ink brands again. Those eyes seemed to be full of starlight, sparkling with love and attachment. If young master uncle has another woman in the future, will he still like Ini? Mou gently caressed her hair. Naturally, Iner will always have a place in my heart. A sweetness rose in Meng Lanin's heart as she sniffed. She rolled over gently, her shirt instantly covering her delicate form. Then I'm relieved, she smiled playfully. But now I have to go. Master has gone out and I'm going to help manage Xian New Peak. I'll give little master uncle a blowjob some other time, she winked mischievously. Or, it's okay if little master uncle comes to me. With those words, he disappeared into the room. Mou looked in the direction she disappeared in, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, the system's voice rang in his head. We've detected that you've successfully intercepted the daughter of luck, Meng Lanin. You have made Meng Lanin completely submissive by using means of immortal drunkenness or harmonization. The villain succeeds against all odds. Chapter 53, Nurture is not a bad idea. Reward, immortal grade sound. Automatic replenishment of key. 3,000. Villain points plus 3,000. God damn him for using immortal drunkenness. Harmony. That has absolutely nothing to do with him. Still, MOU was quite satisfied. Now he's up to 9,800 villain points. The chi is also up to 18,700. It's kind of rich. With a thought, he opened the connection to the soul ring. Yanxi's stunningly beautiful figure appeared at his side with a few hints of anger. Little Feather is really something. Finding a new girlfriend and not letting me. The master. Take a look. Sister Yanxi, is this kind of thing something you can look at? MOU said helplessly. After the two of them joked around for a while, Yanxi stopped joking around and returned to the soul ring. MOU summoned Chu Yuli and Moroni. He took out the Yin secret of the chaotic Yin Yang technique and handed it to them. This is something I found by chance in a secret realm. An immortal level technique. Both were shocked. Chu Yuli's eyes widened with incredulity. One must know that as far as she knew, the entire Tianxuan Holy Land, and even the entire Tianyuan continent, did not have any true immortal level techniques. The master actually had it and gave it back to himself. A warmth welled up in her heart and she was touched. She would definitely repay her master properly. Moroni was also excited inside. Master is indeed a son of Qi. One could casually find this level of technique in the secret realm. Now that she had such a backer, she could do whatever she wanted as long as her master didn't sacrifice her to heaven. Day after day, I have no problem giving my master acupuncture. The two of them received the chaotic Yin Yang technique. Chu Yuli hung her head, her cheeks flushed, her voice like a mosquito. Master, you give us this kind of Gong method. Isn't this a dual cultivation technique? Master actually wanted that. She was shy, but with a few moments of anticipation. Moroni's eyes flickered. Dual practice. It's not impossible. Despite this thought, she was a little shy. Inkfeather squared his shoulders. Although this is a dual cultivation technique, it can also be cultivated normally, and it's much better than the technique of the Tianxian Holy Land. I don't think that way about you guys. Don't worry. Now that the chaotic Yin Yang technique had been upgraded to the immortal second grade, the cultivation speed had accelerated even more. Chu Yuli and Moroni both nodded, which made them realize that they had misunderstood and fled as if to leave. When they left, Yanxi appeared at his side, his eyebrows slightly raised with a few moments of surprise. Immortal level techniques? Where did you get that? Of course it's from the Immortal Emperor's inheritance, MOU said. Yanxi was momentarily speechless. It was also true that since there was an Immortal Emperor level body refining technique, it didn't seem strange to have another immortal level technique. Does Sister Yanxi still remember our previous bet? MOU teased. Yanxi was slightly stunned. Then she reacted as she let out a light hum. Naturally, I remember. Isn't it just washing your feet? What I said naturally counts. But, show me that kung fu of yours. She reached out her hand, palm up, and stopped in front of Inkbrand. She was curious as to what kind of Gong method could cause those two young girls in their prime to show that kind of delicate expression. MOU didn't care and directly handed the Yin secret to Yanxi. Yanxi took the married law and carefully flipped through it. At first it was quite calm. Gradually, her bright red pupils showed a shock that was hard to hide, and she muttered under her breath. How in the world can there be such a strange Gong method? An immortal second grade technique. The cultivation speed can actually reach such a level? And that's only half of it. She snapped her head up to Inkbrand, her voice urgent. Feather, is there another half? MOU nodded and took out his Yang skill and handed it to Yanxi. Yanxi received the Yang skill and read it carefully, the shock on his face growing more and more intense. After a long time, she slowly spoke. Little Feather, I can be sure that this Gong method is definitely more than immortal second grade. It can be higher. She gently shook her head and returned the 2 feats to MOU. I also don't know what the requirements are for the advancement of this Gong method. At that, she sighed softly. If you can find a way to advance, this technique is definitely more powerful than the Great Burning Sky technique I gave you before. MOU nodded gently and turned to ask, is Sister Yanxi going to cultivate this technique? After all, the Divine Soul can also cultivate it. Yanxi's petite body was slightly stunned, and her beautiful eyes flowed with a few points of anger. Good boy. Now you're actually hitting on Master's idea. This is a pure dual cultivation technique. She raised her slender hand and took the Yin secret handed over by MOU, her tone teasing. Since you have cultivated the Yang technique, then I will study this technique for you, and it will also be convenient to guide you in your cultivation in the future. MOU smiled faintly. Then thank you Sister Yanxi. Looking at MOU's smile, Yanxi only felt his heartbeat accelerate slightly. You don't think so? Did she really have feelings for Feather? She's watched MOU grow up, but it's not like, can't be raised that way. Maybe one day she'll actually have to teach dual practice herself? For the next month, MOU's life was full and busy. During the day, he practiced the swordway with Xia Ningbing, and at night, he would fight with Su Meier on a daily basis, and occasionally, he would discuss the way of the blowjob with Meng Lanin. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was the eve of the sword sect sword trial. Mou stepped onto the spirit boat with his 2 disciples and Ling Wanqing. Master, so many disciples. Are they all going to the sword trials? Morongyi blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Mou nodded. The sword trial is the Tianxuan continent's grandest sword Dao conference. Tianxian Holy Land will naturally send disciples to participate. The group settled down on the spirit boat. Mou's gaze fell on Morongyi. This time you're going to take part in the Qi refining stage sword trial. It's a very rare opportunity. Make good use of it. After all, the masters hadn't been in the refining expectations for very long. Morongyi nodded vigorously. Don't worry, master. I'll definitely help you come back with a first. Mou nodded in relief. His gaze then turned to the front of the spirit boat and landed on that cool figure. This sword trial was led by Xia Ningbing and the transitional sword peak master. Sitting at the bow of the boat, Xia Ningbing also attracted the attention of many disciples. After all, they rarely had the chance to see this cold as ice and frost, stunningly beautiful senior uncle on weekdays. Xia Ningbing sat cross-legged, her eyes closed tightly, immersed in cultivation. At this moment, there was only 1 day left before the second 100th comparison of the system, 100 times the rewards. Even nowadays, she was still very excited. It was a reward she was bound to get. After all, from what she had taught Mou this month, there was absolutely no way he could defeat himself. Strong physique, strong spiritual energy reserves, but lacks offensive means. He didn't even have the chance to fully utilize his physical and spiritual strength advantages in a true expert duel. This was also the reason why she had been urging Mou to practice her sword during this period of time. When the means of attack came up without flaws, only then would they be considered qualified, and only then would they be able to have a place in the world in the future. Mou withdrew his gaze, when a small snow-white fox lightly jumped into his arms. Is Sister Meier going to test her sword too? The little fox nodded softly, her voice fluffy to the bone. You all went. I can't stay there alone, but there's no room for me here, so I'll just have to sleep with my brother tonight. Chapter 54, Followers of the Holy Sun. Brother, look over there. Su Meier pointed in a direction with her fox tail. Inkbrand looked in the direction she was pointing, only to see that Meng Lanin was walking quickly. It was followed by a youth in a white robe, and a few juniors followed behind the youth, looking aggressive. Your little daughter-in-law is being harassed then. Su Meier's tone teased. Inkbrand recalled the man, the true disciple of Sword Peak, Zhang Ruifeng. It was now at the first level of Yuaning, the same realm as Meng Lanin. Mou recalled that he had been on a mission with him when he was still a Jindan, but it's been too long to remember much. Thinking about it this way, he hadn't walked around the inner gate of the Tianxian Holy Land for many years, and I'm afraid that many people no longer recognized him. Meng Lanin walked over to Mou's side and gently took his arm, turning back to Zhang Ruifeng. I already have someone I like. You need to leave me alone. She turned to Inkbrand again, her voice aggravated. Junior Master, it's this person who comes to confess his love to me every now and then, and I've said no, but he still won't listen. After saying that, she obediently leaned her head on Mou's shoulder and looked at Zhang Ruifeng indignantly. Zhang Ruifeng's gaze landed on Mou and was slightly stunned. Mou wrapped his arms around Meng Lanin's waist to show his attitude. Wow, there's actually someone who can get the favor of senior sister Meng? Say, who is he? I don't know. I haven't seen this character before, but he's quite handsome. Shu, keep your voice down. Can't you see that senior brother Zhang's face has changed? The few disciples behind Zhang Ruifeng began to whisper. Mou realized that these disciples actually really didn't recognize him, so he said in a loud voice, I, Mou, the Holy Son of the Tianxian Holy Land. I'm sure you've all heard of me. He swept his gaze over the people in front of him. Einer is my person, no matter who it is. It's best to stop hitting on her. Saying that, he gently took hold of Meng Lanin's slender waist and brought her towards his arms. Leave now and I can forget about what just happened. The moment these words came out, the surrounding disciples were in an uproar, their voices filled with surprise and doubt. What? He's that legendary Holy Sun Lord? Isn't he already? How did he show up here? It's a shame. I used to worship the Holy Sun. It's been 10 years since I've seen him. I thought he quit the clan. The crowd murmured, looking at Mou with both shock and regret in their eyes. Their memories of Mou were still stuck in 10 years ago, that genius who had lost all his cultivation and had been reduced to an invalid in one day. Meng Lanin snuggled in Mou's arms, listening to the surrounding discussion. A wave of anger couldn't help but well up in her heart. Mou felt the trembling of the person in his arms and gently pressed her hand, signaling her to be at ease. Zhang Ruifeng also came back from his shock at this moment. He strides forward, his voice trembling a little from excitement. Junior Master, it's really you. Do you still remember me? Inkbrand frowned slightly and nodded. Impressed. We know each other, but why are you so excited? And how is the script different? Zhang Ruifeng said excitedly. Junior Master, you still remember me. Do you still remember? 10 years ago, we were on a mission together in the Sunset Mountain Range when we were attacked by a demonic beast, and you were seriously injured in order to save us. He turned his head to look at Meng Lanin, his eyes filled with anticipation. Senior Sister Dream was also there at that time. Senior Sister Dream must remember it as well. Mon Lanin nodded. Of course she remembers. That time, she had seen with her own eyes her senior uncle fighting a powerful demonic beast in order to protect them. Disregarding his own safety, his figure left a deep imprint on her heart. That's when she fell head over heels for Little Master. Inkbrand also recalled what had happened before. There does seem to be that one thing. That was his first and last mission when he had just reached the Jindan stage. At that time, it was that demonic beast that was guarding a spirit herb that he just happened to use. But not wanting to expose his cards, he let the others escape first. In the end, it took quite a bit of effort to take care of that demonic beast. When he went back, he was pretty badly hurt. Later on, it was drained of its spiritual power by Sister Yan Shi, turning it into a dead otaku just like Wan Chang. Zhang Ruifeng continued. After that, Junior Master's magnificent figure has been imprinted in my mind. In the past, I heard that Junior Master often sacrificed himself for others, sacrificing his life to save his fellow disciples. And at the time, I was dismissive, thinking it was a lie. Only later did I realize how ridiculous I was. Zhang Ruifeng's tone was filled with admiration and self-reproach. Meng Lanin gave a happy smile. That's what she thought at the time. Now, she had become the first person to take down the young master. However, although everyone looked up to Little Master, that was a different matter from what was being talked about now. She hummed lightly and said to Zhang Ruifeng, in that case, I'm the youngest masters, so don't you ever bother me again. Zhang Ruifeng sniffed and hurriedly waved his hand to apologize. I'm sorry, Senior Sister Dream. I actually wanted to find you to inquire about Junior Master's news. I didn't want to harass you. He paused and continued to explain. I gave up when you first rejected me before, and when I heard later that you often get to meet Junior Master, I wanted you to introduce me. He scratched his head, his face full of embarrassment and apologies. It's just that I didn't know it would be misunderstood by you. Meng Lanin's eyes widened. She had always thought that Zhang Ruifeng was stalking her. Ever since she was first confided in by him, she had always found him annoying and avoided him whenever she saw him. As a result, he actually wants to find the Little Master uncle? Worthy of being a Junior Master. He actually let a person follow him for 10 years. Inkfeather was surprised. In the past, Meng Lanin would pamper herself from time to time, and so came to her again to confess her love. Feeling like it's not Meng Lanin you're looking for, but yourself? Zhang Ruifeng carefully took out a storage ring from his bosom and handed it to Mou with both hands. Junior Uncle, the cultivation you lost earlier to save us. I've searched through the ancient books over the years, and these elixirs more or less have the effect of repairing spiritual roots, so please accept it. Junior Master. Mou was momentarily speechless. Save him from losing his practice? There is indeed a rescue for him, but his cultivation was sucked away by Sister Yan Shi. He waved his hand. There's no need. What happened before has nothing to do with you. I'm now Junior Master. Please also take it. Zhang Ruifeng interrupted Mou and bowed deeply, his body trembling slightly. He was inwardly incredibly touched. The young master uncle was so good. At this time he still considered his feelings, afraid that he would blame himself. Mou said helplessly, my cultivation has been restored now. With that, he slightly displayed his aura, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy instantly spread out. Yuaning 5th layer. Zhang Ruifeng raised his head violently, his eyes filled with shock. It wasn't just him, all the disciples around him were stunned. Chapter 55, Brother, let me have a puff. The Holy Sun's cultivation has been restored. Not only have you recovered, but you've also reached the Yuaning stage. 24 years old at the 5th level of Yuaning, Lord Saint Son is still the #1 person in the Tianxuan continent even when he reaches the Yuaning stage. Shock, ecstasy, all kinds of emotions are intertwined in the faces of the people. The self-sacrificing, gifted Holy Son of the past is back, and even more powerful. In just 10 years, he broke through from the 1st layer of Jindan to the 5th layer of Yuaning. One must know that even that Jianzi, who was known as the #1 Yuaning person of the current generation, had only managed to reach the 1st layer of Yuaning at the age of 24. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed is this for a Saint Son? It's unheard of. Zhang Ruifeng was so excited that he was in tears. He looked at Mou and choked. Great! Junior uncle. Your cultivation has been restored. Mou laughed. It's long since recovered. Don't worry. Zhang Ruifeng nodded as if he was relieved, the joy in his eyes overflowing. Then he seemed to remember something and couldn't wait to ask. Junior Master. I'm here for the sword trial this time. Are you too? I'm sure Junior Master must be trying to beat Jianzi and take the title of the #1 person in the contemporary yuaning stage. Mou shook his head and his gaze turned behind him, landing on Morongyi. I'm bringing my disciple, and she's attending. Let him hit the sword on the test sword. Are you kidding me? Swinging a sword around with your fist? While the rules allow it, it is certainly criticized. Maybe the next time I come, the rules will be changed because of this. So, he might as well simply look at it. Incidentally, let's see if we can fulfill that bet of masters. Medium-grade spiritual treasure, plus the system reward. There must be something good. Me? Morongyi's thoughts were pulled back to reality by this sudden roll call. She had just been soaking in the shock that her master had other Taoists. The senior uncle Su Mayer who slipped into master's room every night, and that Ling Yunxue who had a marriage contract. And now there was actually another one. Zhang Ruifeng's gaze then turned to Morongyi, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. Worthy of being a junior master, even as an apprentice, he is a talented person. Not only was he born beautiful, but his temperament is extraordinary, and at a glance, he has the qualifications of a sword immortal. Morongyi was slightly pleased. Since being saved by her master, she had already been praised by many for her good looks. It was all thanks to the master, who had saved himself from the abyss. Zhang Ruifeng then pulled Mou to exchange pleasantries. He seemed to have endless things to say, and he didn't stop until Meng Lanin left. In the end, Mou hinted several times before he left reluctantly. Mou looked at his departing back and sighed softly. Little fanboys and all that, what a pain in the ass. On the side, Chu Yuli hung her head, her delicate body trembling slightly. Lost, she actually lost. Completely defeated by Meng Lanin. Master actually admitted his relationship with Meng Lanin in public. I can't believe I didn't take advantage of the opportunity when I was obviously so close. They must not have done that kind of thing yet. It must not have been. There's still a chance for yourself. It's going to win. The night is falling and the stars are shining. The huge spirit boat slowly flew in the sky, emitting a slight buzzing sound. Inside the spirit boat, a spacious room was brightly lit. Sister May, is this what you call sleeping? Or what? I'm stressed out when you're like this. You don't think you're feeling that way about the sister you grew up with, do you? What a little pervert. Su Mayer's voice was teasing and flirtatious. At this moment, Su Mayer was lazily lying on top of Mou. Her body was soft and warm, and her long, snow-white jade legs were rubbing restlessly. Mou sighed helplessly. May's sister is beautiful and sexy. Any man would feel it. Su Mayer laughed lightly. Thank you brother for the compliment yet, but don't ever touch your sister with your there. Or, I'll strip you naked and throw you in your little apprentice's room. Yo, you don't want to turn into a pervert who preys on his disciples. Mou's eyes widened. What a vicious heart. If this happens, it's definitely a social death. He settled down and squared his shoulders. What's the reason this time? To make you angry? Make you worried? Or make you scared? Su Mayer commiserated, her voice sultry. I've gone to find you to play several times before, only to see you hanging your 10,000 soul streamer at the door. Now I realize that you're secretly playing with your own little daughter-in-law. You're like this. Sister is very sad. Mou seriously said. Sister Mayer, if you have itchy hands and want to fight, you don't need to find a reason. If you want to experiment with Chimera, I'll be happy to do so as long as you don't do anything too outrageous. Su Mayer's eyes flowed in a flirtatious manner. You're so boring. She let out a light rant and brought her nose close to Mou's cheek, sniffing gently. That little girl is no longer a virgin. But your body hasn't changed much. Do you have any special physique? Ink Feather was shocked in his heart. Can you even tell? He answered truthfully. Pure Yang Saint body. Well, so that's how it is. Brother, our Skyfox clan has a spell to suck Yang Qi. Since your Yang Qi is so abundant, how about sucking a little bit for my sister? Su Mayer said as she stretched out her pink tongue to gently lick over her red lips, her pink pupils swirling with a tantalizing luster. Suck it how? To do that kind of thing? Inkbrand asked nervously. Su Mayer laughed lightly and raised an eyebrow. Thinking is quite beautiful, of course not as long as you inhale a mouthful through the air. The yang energy will come out. She slightly opened her cherry lips and made an inhaling motion. At first glance, it's even better than Mon Lanin, but Inkbrand desperately shook his head. Not spaced out. Yes, spaced out. No, he wasn't going to do this kind of losing. Is it good? Su Mayer pouted, her voice soft and melodious. Just let your sister take a puff, and rest for a day at most, and then she'll make it up to you. I have to fight Kenzie tomorrow. Mou had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt a coldness in his wrist. Su Meier didn't know when she had grabbed his wrist and exhaled. This is still my sister's first time. Don't worry. She will take charge and take care of you on the day you get weak. Mou was about to urge the human emperor's haki to resist, but found that there was no response. One's spiritual energy was actually completely solidified as if one drop could not be mobilized. Heavenly Fox Avatar. Locked spirit and forbidden element. Is there anything that can save your life without using psychic powers? Mou's brain raced. The undying golden body? You can only use it once in January. Blood loss. The heavenly poison pearl? It's just for fun. It's too much to use this. Immortal spirit power credit. He hastily opened the system mall. And both the immortal binding rope and the immortal spirit power loan were still there and at a discount. Consumes 3,600 villain points. A thin golden thread appeared in his hand. As long as the mind moved, it could turn into a long rope and bind Su Meier. The immortal spirit power credit from the immortal binding rope is limited to once per day for 10 seconds. Hard control any enemy below the immortal realm for 10 seconds at the cost of draining one's remaining spiritual energy. With this bottom card, Mou was suddenly full of energy and looked straight into Su Meier's seductive eyes. Su Meier noticed Mou's change and flirtatiously raised her eyebrows. It seems that my brother is ready, so my sister will start. Suddenly, Mou thought of a question. Wait, senior sister, is this sucking in yang qi counted as harvesting yang to make up for yin? Chapter 56, Reversal of Yin and Yang. Su Meier's eyebrows knitted slightly as she lightly laughed. At a time like this, senior brother is actually thinking about cultivation. What a good learner. Then before sucking your yang qi, senior sister will give you a good explanation. Then, Su Meier began to patiently explain to Mou. It was just that she was still lying on her back on Mou, in an ambiguous position, which was really a bit indecent. It gave Inkbrand a feeling of watching a high math class on a P station. Almost fell asleep. One incense stick later. So, my sucking in yang energy is also considered a kind of harvesting yang to supplement Ino. Finally, Su Meier ended her impromptu lecture and refocused her attention on Mou. She was a little annoyed as she watched Inkbrush drift off to sleep. Really? Sister is lecturing you so seriously, and you're actually dozing off here. Mou instantly sobered up, secretly chagrined. Buying things you don't need. The pure yang kidney body will not be harvested for Yin. Seeing that he was still lost in thought, Su Meier gave him a blank look without any good reason. Stinky brother, it looks like you won't remember until you're taught a good lesson. I'm going to make you weak for 2 days. Mou returned to his senses, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bad smile. He could use the immortal binding rope to give Su Meier a good lesson, letting her know that she wasn't easy to bully. Just at the moment when Su Meier was about to absorb the yang qi, golden light appeared. The immortal binding rope wrapped around Su Meier's delicate body like a spirit snake, binding her firmly. What's this? Panic flashed in Su Meier's beautiful eyes. She had never seen such a bizarre magic treasure before. Her spells, soul, and body were all suppressed in all aspects, and she was completely unable to put up any resistance. Intuition told her that this was an immortal weapon. Mou looked at the bound Su Meier and a sense of mischievous pleasure surged in his heart. He gently hooked his finger, and Su Meier was immediately hoisted up by the immortal binding rope, gently swaying in mid-air. She was posed in an extremely humiliating position by the bondage ropes. Full marks for rope work. Binding ropes? That smells good. Meier's sister. Scared? Mou laughed lightly. It was just me giving in to you before. Su Meier was bound in a difficult manner. Her delicate body twisted continuously as she tried to break free from her bonds. However, the immortal binding rope was getting tighter and tighter, deeply strangling into her delicate skin, causing her to gasp, and her originally white skin was flushed with a faint reddish color. Stinky brother, let go of sister. Mou looked at Su Meier's appearance and was secretly pleased in his heart, but time is running out. With a thought of his mind, the immortal binding rope turned Su Meier around and turned her back to him. Those plump, firm buttocks were naturally pouting high. This posture is really making people's blood boil. Mou raised his palm and gently slapped it towards the roundness. Snap! A crisp ringing sound echoed in the room, and Su Meier's delicate body trembled as she let out a wooing sound from her mouth. Stinky brother! You dared to hit my butt? Su Meier was shy and angry. With time running out, Mou hastily dodged and escaped. He had to find Xianingding to seek refuge. Mou just rushed out of the room. The golden light of the binding immortal rope converged and instantly fell, and Su Meier regained her freedom. Her figure shifted and turned into a pink residual shadow, appearing in front of Mou and blocking the way. Stinky brother, you run. Why don't you run? Su Meier's charming eyes were like silk, and the corner of her mouth hooked up with a touch of teasing. Mou dryly laughed. Senior sister, I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Joking? Su Mei approached Mo step by step, her body exuding a tantalizing body fragrance. Sister, I'm serious about it. Mo backed up until his back was against the wall and there was no way back. Elder sister, what do you want? Su Mei's lotus steps moved gently, her slender jade fingers picking up Mo's chin. Her red lips slightly opened and she exhaled like orchids. What do you say? Of course it's sucking your yang energy. Before the words left her mouth, she picked up Mo and threw him on top of the bed. Su Mei leapt lightly and straddled Mo's body. Can you use that immortal weapon again now that your spiritual energy is empty? Mo shook his head and said seriously, Senior sister, if you suck my yang qi, you will regret it. Regret? Su Mei let out a light laugh as her fingers gently traced over Mo's cheeks. How dare you spank me? I'll regret it if I don't teach you a lesson. She slowly lowered her head and her red lips moved closer to Mo. Warm spit brushed his face, interspersed with that distinctive body odor that was so haunting. Ink Feather's heart raced and her throat went dry, but she couldn't move at all. Then a stream of hot air gushed out of his mouth, and halfway through, it came to an abrupt stop. Su Mei's pretty face instantly lost color, and panic surfaced in her beautiful eyes. A powerful suction force erupted from Mo's body and backfired, as if it was going to suck her yuan dry. How is this possible? She tried to break free, but she was limp and weak. Mo sighed. Senior sister, I just warned you that you would regret it. Su Mei's body trembled, her breathing was rapid, and a stream of warmth uncontrollably surged from her body to Mo. No, don't, stop. She bit her red lip and tried to suppress the moan that was about to come out of her mouth, but she couldn't control it after all. Ah, chanting sounds echoed in the room, and Su Mei's body trembled violently. More energy surged into Mo's body. He directly broke through to the 6th level of yuaning. He was a little nervous. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking back to the introduction of the pure yang kidney body given by the system, it seemed like one would not be able to suck it up again if one agreed to it. He hastily let go of his mind and accepted the other party. Then, Su Mei collapsed softly into Mo's arms, her body weak and drenched in fragrant sweat. The blush still lingered on her face, and she was incredibly beautiful. Brother, how did you? Su Mei asked weakly, her voice trembling. I told you, you can't suck it. You're the one who insisted. Su Mei hummed softly, shy but more surprised. The Divine Fox clan's divine ability would actually be countered. Stinky brother, you really impressed your sister, she gasped, a complicated look in her eyes. Seeing her weakness, Mo hurriedly injected his aura into her body. His own aura was depleted, and all of this was sucked from Su Mei. Feeling Mo's concern, Su Mei's heart warmed. She raised her head and looked at Mo's handsome face and suddenly reached out and pinched his cheek. Don't think it's over like this, Su Mei pouted. When sister recovers, she'll definitely thank you properly. Ink Feather smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'll wait. But before that, Mayor-san should get some rest. I'll take good care of you for the 2 days you're weak. Su Mei snuggled into Mo's arms and closed her eyes. Her breathing steadied and a peaceful expression came over her face. Ink Feather exhaled softly. What's with the reaction to being taken from the yin to make up for the yang? Almost couldn't hold it. At that moment, the system's voice sounded in his head. Detecting your use of a ploy to lure the enemy into a deeper hole with your excellent acting skills, and picking up Su Mei, the villain succeeds against all odds. Chapter 57, The Method of Simmering in Battle. Reward, The Law of Simmering Battle. The method of simmering battle, baby beautiful girl with yin and yang. Lead and mercury are cast together to divide the sun and the moon. The dragon and the tiger are harmonized, and the turtle sucks out the blood of the golden crow. Villain points plus 3,000. The method of simmering battle? Ink Feather was stunned. Isn't this the one where Inuyasha fought 7 spiders with 1 against 7, leaving the 7 spider spirits gasping for breath and mentally exhausted? Then, a great deal of indescribable knowledge flooded into his mind. Even the well-read Mo did not fail to blush in his old face. If you cut his head open right now, it would be yellow inside. This feat could add to the pleasure and make Meng Lanin happy, as well as increase the staying power of the battle. Here's the proper fight. Of course, immodesty is fine. Very useful. At that moment, Yan Shi's surprised voice sounded in his head. You've grown up. You actually beat your senior sister? I've watched you being bullied since you were a child. It's rare to win once. From now on, I'll beat her every day. The corners of Mo's mouth were slightly raised with confidence. The immortal binding rope could only be used once a day, but it would allow him to win for at least 10 seconds. Yan Shi couldn't help but smile as he listened. She didn't believe Mo's big words at all. Just blow it off. Yan Shi shook his head. If she didn't suck your yang qi, you'd definitely be no match for her. But, she paused, her tone marveling. I didn't realize that your physique is actually a rare mutant physique. It's worthy of being a person of great fortune. All of your physiques are different from the average person. Mutant physique? Mo was puzzled. Yen she patiently explained. That's right. Your physique is a variant of the pure yang sacred body, causing you to possess the ability to resist harvesting. There was a hint of delight in her voice. It had been a while since Inkbrand had asked her a question in that time. Even in terms of alchemy, there was no problem. And she was on the verge of feeling like she didn't exist anymore. And her daily role was to chat. Inkbrand nodded thoughtfully. I didn't realize that without even having to explain himself, Yen she had already automatically brainstormed it. He carefully laid Su Meier down and gently covered her with the quilt. There was a sudden knock on the door. Mo walked over to open the door and found Ling Wanqing standing in the doorway. Ling Wanqing opened the door. Senior Sister Xia asked me to tell you not to fight with Senior Sister Su these days. She has to focus on her cultivation and doesn't have time to care about you guys. If something happens to you, she won't heal you. And Senior Sister Su, if she bullies you again these days, Senior Sister Xia will throw her out. After saying that, Ling Wanqing probed and looked into the room. Elder sister, do you hear me? Mo subconsciously blocked the doorway, but was still a step too late. Ling Wanqing had already seen Su Meier on the bed. The flush on her face hadn't faded, and she looked as if she'd been made to gasp for air and was mentally exhausted. Ling Wanqing blinked her bright eyes and looked at Mo in surprise. Would you believe me if I said nothing happened to us? Mo said helplessly. I believe it. I won't tell anyone else. Ling Wanqing nodded seriously. I didn't expect that in this life. Senior brother would actually take down fourth senior sister directly. Elder brother is really too good. The two have been fighting since they were kids, and now they're finally fixing things. And it's so hard. Mo looked at the smirk she couldn't hide on her face and knew she didn't believe it at all. But it's not a big problem. Wanqing won't go around talking about it. Ling Wanqing turned around and left in a happy mood. Her footsteps light. Elder brother took another one. On the second day, the sword sect, a huge stone monument stood silently. The monument body broke off from it, and the break was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been severed by a blow of some supreme greatness. In the distance, the sword peak master Lu Qianwan introduced to the crowd. This is a sword tablet, nurtured by heaven and earth, which can measure the level of sword intent. The deeper the sword mark, the stronger the sword intent. He paused, a flash of reverence in his eyes. 50 years ago, your senior uncle, Bai Xuanying, once split this monument in half with a single sword, and since then, she has been recognized by the world as the strongest sword cultivator in all of history. Lu Chanshan gently stroked the long sword at his waist, and the sword emitted a low humming sound, resonating its owner's complex emotions. My sword intent can leave marks on it for 7 feet and 6 inches. Any disciple with sword intent can give it a try. Xia Ningbing looked at the stone monument in the distance. The severed sword monument still exuded a stern sword intent at the break, as if it was telling of the earth-shattering nature of that sword back then. Her expression was calm, but her purple pupils flickered with points of starbursts. Usually, sword intent was divided into 3 levels, heaven and earth and human, but above that, there was the extreme sword intent that surpassed the heavenly level. The only way to cut through this sword monument born of heaven and earth was to use extreme sword intent. What exactly is White Frost Shadow? The reincarnation of the sword immortal from the upper world? The corners of her lips lifted slightly. Since White Frost Shadow could do it, of course she could as well. With a tap of her toes, Xia Ningbing's figure drifted and turned into a purple stream of light as she swept toward the sword monument. Zhang Ruifeng walked to Mou's side and eagerly said, Junior Master, let's try together. Mou shook his head. I don't have sword intent. Zhang Ruifeng's heart tightened. Junior Master's talent was outstanding. He himself had already comprehended the sword intent. How could he not? I'm sure it's because I've been busy restoring my cultivation over the years, and I've deserted the sword path. He solemnly said, Junior Master, I will not forget your favor. I'm going. Mou looked at Zhang Ruifeng's distant back and was filled with confusion. What's going on here? Meng Lanin and the other disciples above the Yuaning stage also followed. Mou gently stroked the little fox in his arms. Is Sister Mei going? The sword tablet was only detecting sword intent. It didn't require much energy and wouldn't be a burden on Sister Meier. Su Meier weakly said, not going. At this time, Moroni walked over to Mou's side. Master, I'm now a small success with my sword power. Mou nodded slightly. A month of small success. Not bad. Each sword Dao realm could be categorized into introductory, slightly successful, greatly successful, and perfect. For sub-realms, Moroni was initiated when he first saw his sword momentum, and now he has become a small success in January, which is considered to be very good in the entire Tianxuan continent. Moroni didn't continue this topic too much as she looked towards Su Meier. Senior, Why do you look so weak? Do you want me to prescribe you some medicine to regulate you? Su Meier sniffed and nodded gently, her voice soft and feeble. Good. Then take your human form to make it easier for me to take my pulse. Su Meier leapt out of Mo's arms and turned her body around, transforming into a stunningly beautiful woman with great poise. Seeing this, Mo quickly reached out to help her. Su Meier's face was as pale as paper, her body trembled slightly, and she leaned weakly on Mo, her voice as light as a gnat. Thanks. Morongi took a step forward. Her delicate fingers gently rested on Su Meier's wrist, gazing at her pulse. A moment later, her eyebrows were knitted and shock was written all over her face. Isn't this the pulse of excessive intercourse? Subconsciously, he blurted it out. Inxiu? Then she hastily covered her mouth, realizing she had said the wrong thing. But the disciples around them heard it. The disciples who stayed here were all around Foundation Establishment and Jindan. And even if they hadn't received any favors from Mo back then, they had heard of his great name and admired him. At this moment, the gazes they looked at Mo were filled with admiration, the meaning of which was self-evident. It was just yesterday that he had announced his relationship with senior sister Xian Nu Peak. Today, my own sister is yingst. This is too fast, isn't it? The Holy Son is mighty, a model for my generation. The disciples exchanged words, whispered and talked. There was a subtle atmosphere in the air. Chapter 58 Revenge. Nod. Moroni hurriedly explained. Senior brothers and sisters have misunderstood. Yin deficiency is not only caused by excessive intercourse. For example, staying up late, working hard, overthinking, and even eating poorly can lead to Yin deficiency. Senior Su is probably too tired from his recent cultivation. The surrounding disciples looked at each other in disbelief. And although they didn't continue the discussion, the skepticism in their eyes was obvious. Mou was about to open his mouth, but Su Meier leaned her entire delicate body against him. She came to Mou's ear and exhaled, her voice charming to the bone. Brother, you're not going to try to renege, are you? On the surface, her voice was small, as if she was speaking to Mou, but everyone present could hear it clearly. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, then a low gasp and a whisper erupted. The Holy Son deserves to be the Holy Son. How can we reach such lustful fortune? Everyone's gazes were focused on Mou, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. In the face of this sudden situation, Mou did not panic in the slightest. He calmly wrapped his arms around Su Meier's slender waist, his gaze looking straight into her soul-stirringly beautiful eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked into a provocative smile. Su Meier's petite body slightly trembled, but she did not show any weakness. Her foxy eyes looked straight at Mou. The atmosphere between the two grew more and more ambiguous. A sigh rang out around them. The Holy Son went too far, showing love in front of everyone. Moroni looked at the scene and suggested in a small voice, "It's all like this. Why don't we just kiss one?" It was as if the words had flipped some switch, and the disciples around them were up in arms. Right, give me a kiss. The voices rose and fell, getting louder and louder. Sword Peak Master Lu Qianduan stood to the side, his gaze sweeping across the field. Seeing that the Suway Peak trio had no intention of stopping them, he also had the sense to remain silent. Mou wrapped his arm around Su Meier and teasingly looked at her as he transmitted his voice. Sister Meier, it's hard to ride the tiger and play with fire, isn't it? Su Meier's foxy eyes looked straight at Mou. A warning flashed in her beautiful eyes. Mou looked at her overwhelmingly beautiful face and a mischievous impulse rose in his heart. He slowly lowered his head towards those delicate red lips. As the distance shortened, Su Meier's breathing couldn't help but increase sharply. She originally just wanted to tease Mou, but she didn't expect that this guy would actually dare to kiss her in public. Seeing that the two of them were getting closer and closer, Su Meier could even feel the warm nostrils spraying on her face. She subconsciously wanted to back away, but she was unable to move as Mou tightly wrapped his arms around her waist. Su Meier's heart crossed and she took the initiative to come up instead. Standing on her tiptoes, her pink lips gently pressed against Mou's lips. A warm, soft touch came, and Inkbrand froze slightly. He was just trying to scare me. Why did he really kiss? A cheer instantly erupted around them. But Mou could no longer care less. Wet, soft, sweet, all sorts of feelings came to mind, before he could savor it. However, there was a sudden sharp pain in his lips and the smell of blood filled his mouth. Su Meier actually bit off a piece of his flesh viciously. Mou hurriedly turned his head away and urged his spiritual energy to recover his wounds. When she looked at Su Meier again, her red lips were stained with blood and her eyes were full of provocation. This is pure revenge. The system duly sounded a prompt. Detected that you forced Su Meier to kiss yourself in public, causing her to lose face. The villain succeeds against all odds. Villain points plus 2000. Anyway, you don't lose out. You've kissed them all, and you've earned villain points. Mo smoothly used a spell to wipe away the blood on Su Mei's lips and let go of her waist. Then he turned to those around him and said, "All right, break it up." The disciples also had the sense to leave. Ling Wanqing stood at the side, a smile of understanding hanging at the corner of her mouth. Lu Chanchen looked away in embarrassment. Times have changed, and youngsters today are much more open-minded than they were back then. Su Mei, however, turned into a white fox and leaped into Mo's arms as if nothing had happened. She looked to Morong-yi. "Are there any medicines that can regulate this?" Morong-yi looked back at Mo very seriously. "Equal parts of Cornus officinalis, mulberry, coscuta, Hisho Wu, Shisandra, and epimedium, or use the corresponding elixir for each herb, but there can't be too much of a gap in the grade. Mix and grind to a powder. Use a small amount of white wine as an introduction, and take it 3 times a day, so it will be an aphrodisiac." Mo was helping Su Mei memorize the prescription when he suddenly reacted. "Wait, aphrodisiac? Isn't that a yin deficiency? Master's wife's open separately. This pair is for master." Morong-yi showed a look of "I know everything." Ink feather. Now it's too late to jump into the Yellow River. To the side, Chu Yuli clenched her hands, her body trembling slightly. "It's too much." A second one appeared. "And do that kind of thing directly to your face, even in deficiency. Woohoo." But soon, Chu Yuli adjusted her mind. What storms hadn't she seen over the years? Even if you can't be first, try to be second. It's going to win. She silently memorized the yin deficiency remedy prescribed by Morong-yi. It's bound to come in handy someday. The crowd was quiet as they waited for the other disciples to test their sword intent. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Mo turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged man and a youth walking this way. The sword sect patriarch, Lingyun Jianzun, and the sword son, Chu Deluyan. Swordfather Lingyun's gaze swept over the crowd of the Tianxuan Holy Land, finally stopping on Lu Chanchen. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile. "Elder Lu, it's been a long time. You still have the same elegance." Lu Chanchen nodded slightly. "Sect leader Lingyun, goodbye." The two men exchanged pleasantries. Mo didn't pay much attention to their conversation, but instead looked at Chu Deluyan. This person, is his own chance this time? Medium-grade spiritual treasure. Chu Zhouyan seemed to have noticed Mo's gaze as well. He raised his head, his eyes meeting ink brands in the air. "I believe this is the heavenly Qian Saint Son?" Lingyun's swordfather's voice rang out at the right time, interrupting the stare-down between the two. Mo bowed slightly and bowed to Sword Exalt Lingyun. "Late generation Mo. I have met Senior Lingyun. Early on, I heard that the heavenly Qian Saint Son had lost all his cultivation, but now that I've seen it, it's even better than before without breaking. At only 24 years old, he is at the 6th level of Yuaning. It's not too much to say that he is the #1 person in cultivation speed in the current Yuan continent." Swordfather Lingyun looked Mo up and down, his eyes filled with appreciation. Mo laughed. It was just a fluke, slightly gaining a billion points of chance. Jin Zichu Delusion looked at Mo with some surprise. At this age, to reach this realm is astounding. Swordfather Lingyun didn't say any more and extended his hand, signaling the crowd to follow. "Everyone, please follow me. The seats are already prepared, and the disciples of the Sword Monument leaving trace will also be led by someone later." The group followed Swordfather Lingyun as they walked towards the location of the sword test. Walking on the road, Swordfather Lingyun suddenly spoke. "Peak Master Lu, I don't know if any talented disciples in the field of sword Dao have appeared in your sword peak in the last 10 years? Chapter 59, The Holy Sun Loves Beauty. Lu Qianwan's expression was grave, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. During these 10 years, it was true that their sword peak didn't have any outstanding sword Dao geniuses. Zhang Rui Feng barely counted. However, he and Jin Zichu deludedly said that they were of the same generation, and pushing him out would be a bit self-defeating. When Swordfather Lingyun saw this, a smug smile appeared on his face. "I won't hide it from Elder Lu, but I picked up another good seedling while traveling outside recently. From the very beginning of the sword power initiation, after I slightly instructed him for 3 months, he has already reached the sword power minor achievement realm. Although it's still not as good as my sect's sword son, it's still a decent heavenly pride." Ha ha. Lu Chanchen remained silent, but his brows frowned tighter. Even in the sword power realm, he didn't have any talents to hold. Ink Feather followed the line quietly. This step took him about 10 days back then. After all, it's hard to be fast when you're forced by 2 perverts to practice your sword. When I learned a mixed bag of things later, I slowed down, and I don't have any sword intent until now. I can't help it. Collector's fetish. I always feel an itch when I see a fun weapon and don't practice its potential. At this time, Morong-yi quietly came to Mo's side and whispered, "Master, that person is so good at pretending. It's only been a month since I went from initiation to minor accomplishment. Although the voice was small, it was clearly audible to the cultivators present. The Lingyun swordfather stood violently, his body stiffening as the expression on his face instantly froze. Lu Qianduan's eyes lit up and he instantly reacted. Ha ha, look at my memory. I just forgot to introduce myself. This is our Tianxuan Holy Land's candidate saint daughter, one of the future clan heirs, and the disciple of the contemporary Saint Son, Mu Rongyi. It's also a sword Dao genius who was only taken under the Saint Son's tutelage a month ago. Under our Saint Son's tutelage, in just 1 month, he has already reached the realm of a minor accomplishment in sword power. Ha ha, Swordfather Lingyun's face instantly became brilliant, as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. All he could do was cough lightly and try to change the subject. Since the disciples of the Holy Sun are all so powerful, I think, they must be. Boom! Before he could finish his words, a loud bang suddenly came from the distance. Interrupting him, the crowd followed the sound, only to see that the towering sword monument, which had originally been split into 2 halves, at this moment, a silver slash had unexpectedly appeared on one of the halves again, and was slowly extending. The upper part of the sword monument slowly slid down along a diagonal line and eventually crashed to the ground with a loud bang. The scene happened so quickly and seemed to be stretched into eternity. Everyone present held their breath, their eyes staring unblinkingly at the sword monument in the distance, the same question echoing in their minds. Who on earth has such terrifying strength? Mou stood in the crowd with a calm expression. Who else could it be if not Xianingbing? Swordfather Lingyun froze in place, his wide eyes filled with incredulity. Only after a long time did he come back to his senses and turn his head to Chu Deluxe to command. You take them to the bleachers and I'll go over there. Before the words fell, he turned into a stream of light and sped towards the direction of the sword monument. The people of the Tianxuan Holy Land present were also talking. Zhu Zhuyan stood in place, his gaze never leaving the sword steel that had been split open. A shocked look first appeared in his eyes, then turned to admiration, and finally, he even ignited a strong desire to fight. However, he quickly collected his emotions and led Mou and the others to the sword trial grandstand as instructed by Sword Sovereign Lingyun. The group arrived at the grandstand and sat down in the exclusive area of the Tianxuan Holy Land. At this moment, there were only a dozen or so people scattered on the stands, and it was obvious that most of them had been attracted over by the vision of the sword monument. Inkfeather looked around. The ones that had arrived now were the desolate ancient Holy Land, the Taichung Holy Land, the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Star Holy Land, and the host, the Heaven Casting Holy Land. This was the Cast Heaven domain, and the Sword Sect was a subsidiary force of the Cast Heaven Holy Land. At that moment, Morongyi's voice sounded next to him. Master, why are we sitting so far away? And why is Junior Master setting up formations around us? Is it to do something unseemly? Mou pondered for a moment and found a reasonable reason for Ling Wanqing. Your young master is cautious by nature, so it won't be easy for others to sneak up on him, and it's also convenient to keep an eye on other people's movements. Morongyi's eyes lit up in realization. I see. Are we going to prepare for a sneak attack on the Star Holy Land? Inkbrand shook his head. I've checked. The ones that fought ours last time were the Tianxu, Tiangui, and Kaiyang veins. The 2 that are gone are from Tianxian and Tianquan, and have no ill will towards us. The Jade Balance and Shaking Light veins didn't come. Their positions are unknown. Now that the person from the Star Holy Land is here, it looks like the costume is from the Jade Balance lineage. Morongyi listened attentively and nodded. Understood. There is a right and a wrong. Without waiting long, Xia Ningbing elegantly walked over. Her complexion was as calm as water, and she could not tell that the earth-shattering sword just now came from her hands. She looked around the room and eventually took a seat in front of Inkbrand. After sitting down, with a wave of her delicate hand, several streams of light flashed by, reinforcing the original formation by a few more points. Inkbrand understood her thoughts at a glance. There was too much commotion just now and wanted some peace and quiet. The other forces arrived one by one, and the sword trials began. However, Ling Qingyu never showed up. After all, this kind of occasion was only of interest to specialized sword cultivators. Soon, Mou noticed a figure. Ling Yunxue, the patriarch of the Taichung Holy Land, had actually come here in person. Mou was slightly surprised in his heart. It was rare for the head of a clan to be present in person on such a small occasion. Ling Wanqing seemed to notice Mou's gaze as she came closer and whispered, Elder brother, look, Auntie Shui is here too. She's dressed so nicely today. Mou's eyes fell on Ling Yunxue, dressed in a wraparound cheongsam. She wrapped that perfect figure in a way that was both conservative and sexy, especially the pair of fullness in front of her chest, holding up obvious folds on the cheongsam, which was 1 point larger than Su Meier's. Mou was slightly surprised in his heart that Ling Yunshua's figure was so material. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze. After all, Ling Yunxue was not only Master's sister who had hugged him when he was a child, but also his mother-in-law. He wouldn't dare to be the least bit blasphemous. He calmly said, "Well, Auntie Snow looks good no matter what she wears." Ling Wanqing pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. Ling Yunxue's gaze slowly swept across the stands and eventually noticed Mou. The child who had called Auntie Xue in his arms back then had actually grown this handsome and upright now. She clutched the books in her hands. Her mind doubled in pressure. This was what Ling Wanqing had given her. The Ink Feather Raider book. She hesitated for a long time, but in the end she didn't dare to go forward. It's better to be more prepared. Eventually, she found a fallen Foundation establishment disciple of the Tianxuan Holy Land, cast a spell, and inquired, "Is there anything your holy son particularly likes?" The disciple's eyes were mesmerized as he searched his brain, thinking about the events of the last 2 days. He answered with certainty, "The holy son loves beauty." Chapter 60 How to Capture a Man's Heart Fast. Xia Ningbing noticed Ling Yunxue's behavior. I didn't hear what she asked, but I didn't bother too much. She knew Ling Yunxue and knew that she wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary. Just now, chopping that sword tablet wasted a bit of effort, but it was also quite rewarding. The sword dowel that White Frost Shadow had left behind at the sword tablet there had actually allowed her sword dowel realm to go up a level. What exactly is she? Xia Ningbing couldn't help but have this doubt floating in her mind. Cultivate the way of the sword to the extreme to impact the supreme immortal emperor? There were specialties in the arts, and even she couldn't compare herself to White Frost Shadow on this path of the sword path. No, it's not just her. Even all the immortal emperors of her epoch were unable to compare to the second senior sister in terms of sword dao. Then she inquired about comparing cooldowns. Cooling time, one incense burner. The other side. Ling Yunxue was slightly stunned. Love of beauty? It was also in line with Mou's age. She gently waved her hand and lifted the spell on the disciple. The disciple's face was full of confusion, completely unable to remember what had just happened. Ling Yunxue's lotus steps moved gently, elegantly walking to sit beside Mou. A wisp of fragrance wafted out as she moved, elegant but not cloying. Mou had just watched Moroni go to test her sword when she turned her head and saw Ling Yunxue's dignified figure, somewhat surprised, and feeling a little stressed. After all, this is his mother-in-law, Aunt Snow. What brings you here? He greeted calmly. Why, can't I come and see you? I haven't seen you in years. Ling Yunxue responded, her voice soft but with a hint of nervousness. Mou hurriedly said, "Yes, of course." Ling Yunxue slightly sidestepped and inclined her body towards Mou's direction, as if nothing had happened. He flipped through the book in his hands. How to Capture a Man's Heart Fast. One of the strategies given to her by Ling Wanqing. Mou sensed her proximity, smelled the wisp of fragrance if any, and moved to the side without a trace. Ling Yunxue focused on the book in her hands. Preferences have been inquired about and finished. Love the beauty. Next, show yourself off. Simply put, seduction. She bit her red lips lightly with her shell teeth, struggling internally for a moment, thinking that the two of them already had a marriage contract. She secretly gritted her teeth and cast a spell to make the Cheongsam split extend to her waist. But noticing that Mou didn't pay immediate attention, she adjusted her sitting position, leaning her body back slightly and elegantly crossing her legs. This action finally caught Mou's attention. His gaze subconsciously shifted over. Slim condensed smooth legs were on display. The skin was covered with a layer of slim black stockings, and the high heels on her feet shook slightly, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. He had never seen Ling Yunxue dress like this before. On weekdays, she always dresses conservatively and unassumingly, and at the moment, the Cheongsam is high open with black silk long legs and high heels. Simply, but why would there be stockings and high heels in the cultivation world? He settled down and tried to avert his eyes. Can't look. She was Ling Qingyu's foster mother, her own future mother-in-law, and her own master's sister. Definitely don't hold bad thoughts. Ling Yunxue frowned slightly. Why didn't Feather look at herself? Is one's own charm not enough? With her heart in her mouth, she cast the spell again. What had been a conservative neckline instantly became a deep V neckline. The pair of fullness in front of her breasts popped out halfway, and the white blossoms were dazzling. That deep career line, set off by the V-neck, looked particularly tantalizing. As she breathed, the fullness of her chest quivered slightly, as if it was about to jump out. Ink Feather was once again shocked. Large, white, round and deep. Aunt Snow, what are you doing? He couldn't help but ask. Ling Yunxue's cheeks had long been scarlet. She didn't think she would ever make such a bold move. Hearing Mou's inquiry, she was even more ashamed and could not wait to find a crack in the ground. She stammered, unsure of how to answer, and had to make up an excuse off the top of her head. It's a little hot. When she finished, she couldn't help but feel a little annoyed inside. She's all over this cutie. Can't you see what's going on? No wonder Ling Wanqing wanted to give herself a strategy. It turned out to be a real iron lump. Ink feather. That's a reason that might as well not be made up. Cootie. It's all audible falsehoods. But since no one else said anything, he couldn't guess what it meant. So he just have to assume she was hot. Does this Auntie Shui of yours still want to seduce herself? Never. Ling Yunxue continued to flip through the books in her hands, satisfying a man's desire for conquest. Ling Yunxue was thoughtful. It suddenly occurred to her that Mou had always called herself Auntie Snow. Does he like this forbidden love? What a little pervert to have such a preference. It wasn't written in the other book Wanqing gave, the Elder Brother Raider's Manual, either. Also, there's something wrong with this Wanqing. Who in their right mind would specialize in writing a manual on how to get rid of a senior brother? Just as her heart was in turmoil, Mou's heart was also in turmoil. What sane person in the conservative world of immortality would wear such an astringent dress? It was the Tai Fox still sleeping in his arms that wouldn't dare to dress like that. And where the hell did those black silk heels come from? Suddenly he recalled that he seemed to have drawn these before, and only Ling Wanqing had seen them. Mou subconsciously looked at Ling Wanqing, who returned a smile. At once, he understood everything. It must have been Ling Wanqing who made those drawings into physical objects and gave them to Ling Yunxue as a gift. At this time, Ling Yunxue pretended to move her body without thinking, and her neckline revealed more snowy whites. Mou's breath hitched slightly. He admitted that he was indeed attracted. Ling Yunxue's beauty, with the charm of a mature woman, is like an aged wine. The more you taste it, the more flavorful it is. But he quickly collected his thoughts and secretly admonished himself not to be mesmerized by beauty. A person who cultivates the way should have a mind like still water and not be moved by external objects. But on second thought, he thought he was overdoing it a bit. My generation of monks should be from the heart. If you like it, you like it, and if you appreciate it, you appreciate it, so why hide it and deceive yourself? He raised his head and his gaze fell openly on Ling Yunxue. At this moment, he felt that his mind was on a higher level. He realized that Auntie Shui was the chance given to him by the heavenly Tao regarding the heart of the Tao. Ling Yunxue was flustered by his look. Her cheeks flushed, like peach blossoms in March. Delicate. She was secretly happy and a little hesitant. Xia Ningbing was still here. She couldn't do anything more out of the ordinary. Chu Yuli was originally watching Morongyi's battle on the sword test stage when she suddenly accidentally noticed Mou. Is my own master actually looking at that auntie? What's even more outrageous is that ant is way too big. It's as big as a person. Mou looked at it for a while and suddenly remembered that he still had the system. Then he opened Ling Yunshue's panel. Name, Ling Yunxue. Luck, purple. Favorability, 70, complex. Introduction, one of Mou's future harem. Chao Lu Huayu body. Excellent stove. For short lines bring an explosion of information. Research the most important ones first. System, is the morning dew and flower rain the one I understand? Chapter 61, choices are for children. I want them all. Yes. Mou fixed his mind and asked again. The ingredients are complex. What exactly are they? The ingredients are overly complex, with a predominance of family love, a small amount of romance, and some inexplicable emotions. Ink Feather was stunned. Love? Then one of that harem can be explained. But he was her nephew and son-in-law. Forbidden love. Does Auntie Shui still have this kind of hobby? I didn't realize it was so immodest for someone so old. However, it's not impossible. That's not true. Does Ling Qinyuan know about this? Mou only felt that his thoughts were like numbness and his mind was in chaos. He forced himself to calm down, racing his brain, trying to sort this out. Ling Wanqing was definitely in the know, and I'm afraid that this so-called surprise was planned by her. Those ambiguous costumes were the props she gave to Ling Yunxue to rate herself. Even Dream Lanin's immortal drunkenness earlier was her handiwork. Adding a ferrying dose of acacia sand to a mortal drunk. This kind of thing was only something she could do. Mou's gaze inadvertently swept over Ling Wanqing. She was gazing intently at the sword test platform, her expression calm, with not the slightest hint of weakness. The marriage was already backed out and Ling Yunxue still did this for obvious reasons, trying to maintain the relationship between the two parties through himself. I just didn't realize it was the patriarch himself who made the sacrifice. Yet neither of them realize that they are the real culprits in breaking this engagement. Feather. Ling Yunshue's soft voice suddenly rang out, pulling Mou back. Inkbrand responded. Ling Yunxue smiled faintly. Auntie Shui recently practiced a new leg technique and accidentally injured her meridians. Little you, can you help Auntie Shui rub it? Before the words fell, she had already turned on her side and rested her slender jade leg on Mou's thigh. Mou only felt his legs sink. The touch was cool and smooth yet warm and full of elasticity. His eyes couldn't help but fall on those legs that were beautiful enough to drive anyone crazy. Slim, straight, wrapped in a layer of cicada-like thin black silk. Even more seductive. What? Unwilling? Ling Yunxue asked in a soft voice. How could it be? If it's anti-Shui, it's naturally fine. Mo laughed. He reached out and gently took hold of the bouncy, firm and slippery slender legs, kneading the beautifully shaped feet with his fingertips. It was slippery to the touch, and the ankle that was held in his palm was as soft as bone. Inkbrand spoke as he massaged. Anti-Shui, actually you don't have to be like this. As soon as the words fell, Mo felt the jade leg in his hand suddenly tense up, but he didn't stop moving his hands. Master actually didn't tell me that I have a marriage contract with Qinyu. Auntie Snow is so smart. She must know why. When Ling Yunxue heard this, her petite body shook slightly, instantly knowing what Mo meant. The marriage contract was fake, and using the name of the contract to help their Taiqing Holy Land was real. Instead, it was her who misunderstood Yi Mei's true intentions. She raised her eyes to look at Mo, only to see him lowering his head and concentrating on massaging himself with a serious and gentle expression. For a moment, both men fell silent, a subtle atmosphere filling the air. Suddenly, Mo spoke. Anti-Shui, can you tell me what happened in the Taiqing domain? Ling Yunxue sighed lightly, her voice tired. The Devil Realm passages guarded by the Taiqing Holy Land. From top to bottom, the passages of each realm are almost unable to hold up. Ah! She suddenly let out a soft cry, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. Be gentle. Mo's hands lurched and he hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Anti-Shui. I'll be gentle. Ling Yunxue stabilized her breathing and continued. Our Taiqing Holy Land can no longer contact the old ancestor in the immortal world, and the Taiqing Holy Land is now down to the last of the 8-tiered dispersing mortals who will soon pass away, and after he passes away, the strongest person will only be 5-tiered. Perhaps before the Demon Realm passage falls, the Taiqing Holy Land will be divided up by the other Holy Lands first. Even if Yi Shimi is the Supreme Elder, she certainly can't sway the entire Tianxuan Holy Land, so I have to make some sacrifices. She raised her eyes to look at Mo, her gaze complex and difficult to understand. Feather, do you understand? Mo didn't answer immediately. Yi Shimi couldn't sway the entire Tianxuan Holy Land? Just so far, he had never seen an elder who was not respectful in front of Yi Mei, but what exactly he wasn't sure. He looked up, his tone gentle. It's okay, Auntie Snow. You don't have to be so hard on yourself. When I become stronger in the future, I will definitely help you guys. As Ling Yunxue listened, a gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then thank you, Feather. Even with the help of Mo alone, what could be changed? However, these words were the words that unconsciously made her acceptance of Mo much higher. Really with him, and not as resistant as before. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Mo's head. Ling Yunshua's current favor, 80, close. Automatic replenishment of Qi, 800. Villain points plus 800. Please keep up the good work. Mo smiled faintly as the movement in his hands continued. Suddenly, there was a strange touch on her fingertips, hot and wet and sticky, with a faint, sweet, nectar-like scent. He couldn't help but look at Ling Yunxue. Only her eyes were tightly closed, and her originally fair and jade-like cheeks were tinted with a layer of scarlet, like ripe peaches, tempting to be picked. And yet there was nothing to explain. Inkbrand only felt a dryness in his throat and forced himself to remain focused on the massage. The slippery stockings on her beautiful legs were soaked and clung to her fragrant muscles, bringing a peculiar touch. At that moment, Yan Shi's voice rang in his head. I didn't expect it to actually be the morning dew flower rain body. It's a pity. Mo asked in his mind as he ran his spiritual power to massage. Sister Yan Shi, why is it a pity? Yan Shi let out a light laugh. Naturally, it's because, since you've already had sex with that little Qinyu girl, you won't be able to take her in anymore. Inkfeather was shocked in his heart and couldn't help but ask a rhetorical question. Is it that exaggerated? This morning dew and flower rain body. Yan Shi said, you naturally don't understand in this tiny lower realm. Those who possess this type of physique will secrete an essence from the skin of their entire body. The morning dew, a supreme treasure made from the combination of heaven and earth's spiritual qi and the yuan yin of the morning dew flower rain body, has many uses. To be able to couple with this physique is a beautiful thing that ranks 74th on the immortal realm cultivator's pursuit list. She paused enchanted in an aria tone. There is a saying, the morning dew is sticky and slippery and dries instantly, and the spiritual body is like oil and rhyme like orchids. The best stove is a smooth path to immortality, and it is a happy dream to be on the love list. Mo was momentarily speechless after hearing this. You immortal world people really can't comment. Is this something you can use to build a list and make a poem? But it does. Exactly as the poem says. He exclaimed. So wet. So wet. Immediately, his words changed. But there's one thing Sister Yan Shi is wrong about. Yan Shi raised an eyebrow. Kids make the choices. I want them all. This sentence made Yen Shi freeze for a moment, and then let out a pft and burst out laughing. Is the situation in the Holy Land of Taiqing that bad? Xia Ningbing listened to the conversation between the two behind her and pondered in her heart. It was indeed Yi Shimei's intention not to inform Little Feather about the marriage contract. If he hadn't taken the initiative to ask, it might have taken decades to find out. The problem with the Taiqing Holy Land was not a big deal. In the future, we will find a time to destroy those few demonic passages. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Cooling complete. Chapter 62, System, how can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air like this? Restatement rule, you will be suppressed to the same realm to enter the comparison space to fight the target. Comparison space will duplicate 100% of all abilities possessed by the target. Victory will be rewarded and failure will result in a penalty game. Rewards can also be earned through the punishment game. You can start comparing anytime. Xia Ningbing didn't rush the moment, but analyzed Mo's strength. After all, this was the first real fight. Immortal Emperor level body refining techniques. She also had them. No need to worry about it. Formation immortal artifacts and sound immortal artifacts were difficult to use in this kind of battle. A moment's thought leads to a conclusion. Little Feather. She's no match for her. She closed her eyes and murmured in her mind. Begin. 200th comparison begins. Entering comparison space. In an instant, Xia Ningbing's consciousness descended into a pure white space. Not far away, Mo stood silently, like a statue, with a cold face. Battle begins. The system's words just fell. Xia Ningbing instantly summoned her flying sword with the intention of a quick battle. The sword light was like a rainbow, and it went straight for Mou. However, the void in front of Mou trembled slightly. An ancient and simple cauldron suddenly appeared, its body engraved with complicated and mysterious runes, emitting a palpitating pressure. Immortal weapon. Xia Ningbing's heart fluttered. Another immortal weapon. Although it was not a combat-type immortal weapon, its power was undoubtedly devastating in this Yuaning stage realm battle. The great cauldron smashed straight at her with unrivaled might. Space seemed to shake under this force, and terrifying fluctuations swept through the 8 directions. Xia Ningbing was an immortal emperor in his previous life, and had experienced countless life and death battles, so how experienced was he in battle? She instantly judged that this ink feather strike had obviously used up all her spiritual energy. With his current cultivation, urging an immortal weapon was barely enough, let alone a full force strike. After this strike, he would definitely fall into a weakened state and would no longer be able to fight back. It's really in keeping with his usual reckless style. This strike was incomparably powerful, and no ordinary transformation god could resist it. Unfortunately, met her. Xia Ningbing sighed in her heart, but her hand movements were not slow at all. She quickly changed tactics and switched from offense to defense. The sword light flowed and transformed into a layer upon layer of sword screen barrier, meeting the great cauldron. However, just at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Golden light flashed, and a golden rope sprang out like a spirit snake, instantly tying itself around her waist. This seemingly simple tangle caused Xia Ningbing to stiffen. She was shocked to discover that the spiritual energy, divine soul, body, and even all the power within her body had been completely sealed, and she was unable to use a single bit of it. The sword curtain defense that had just been condensed, under this strange golden rope, like ice and snow meeting the sun, dissipated without a trace. At this moment, Xia Ningbing was like a mortal with no hands, and could only watch as the cauldron smashed into him. Boom! With a loud bang, the cauldron ruthlessly smashed onto Xia Ningbing. Without any suspense, she was instantly killed in seconds. Battle failure. Xia Ningbing's consciousness returned to her main body, a trace of bewilderment still lingering in her eyes. Lost? She was surprisingly defeated, and the defeat was so complete and so swift, not even a chance to resist. Why is that? Xia Ningbing's brows were knitted, her mind as confused as a hemp. Why did Mou still have the spiritual power to activate the second immortal weapon? Without the power of an immortal spirit, it was impossible to truly activate an immortal weapon, let alone activate 2 at the same time. However, she was, after all, a female emperor who had once stood at the top of the immortal Tao, with a tough mind and extensive insight. After a brief moment of confusion, she knew the cause. The place where the battle is taking place is system space. The ink feather is a disposable item, a puppet that can burn everything without fear. This fight is very different from reality. Ink feather consumes all of its spiritual energy the first time, and burns its life the second time. Do whatever it takes just to beat her. She, on the other hand, continued to think along the lines of real-life combat, trying to win the battle with minimal losses. In that case, how can we not lose? Xia Ningbing sighed softly, her heart already enlightened. Next time, do your best to kill Mou in the shortest possible time and you will win the battle. Thinking about this, Her originally dull eyes rekindled their wariness. Like stars shining. The world is so vast. Who can remain invincible? After failing, it is only right to find the cause and get back on your feet immediately. Just then, the system's voice rang in her head. Punishment game, kissing MOU on the cheek. Limited to January. Xia Ningbing snapped back to her senses, and her ancient, wave-free mind rippled and swirled with layers of ripples. Kissing Feather's face? This, how could she do such a thing? You will receive this reward upon completion of the punishment game. The system will shut down all functions if not completed. Note, don't forget the oath you made with your heart. As the system's words fell, a slight cracking sound rang out, like porcelain chipping. A crack appeared in Xia Ningbing's Dao heart. Deep down, she had already made her choice. She was not willing to do such a thing. At least not right now. Detected that you have caused a crack in the heart of the daughter of fortune. Xia Ningbing, as the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. Xia Ningbing's fortune, talent and strength are far superior to yours. You crossed 3 great realms and broke her heart. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, invincible sword intent. Ink brand? System, how can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air like this? The drugs that Ling Wanqing and Meng Lanin put down earlier. You said that I put them down. And I put up with it. Su Meier and Morong egged on the kiss. And I tolerated it when you said I forced it. Now, I haven't even touched Xia Ningbing in the past few days. And I was even cut down by her for a month while practicing my sword some time ago. Who are you to say that I did that? Ah, you lighten up. Ling Yunxue couldn't help but pout as she felt the sudden increase in force on her legs. The voice was gentle and moving, like an oriole crying. Sorry, Auntie Snow, I'll be gentle. Mou sniffed and hurriedly collected his mind, reducing his strength and moving gently. Tested and cleared. System response. Ink feather. All please refer to the system test result. Mou sighed helplessly. All right, it's whatever you say it is. I'm not losing out anyway. You can't just say I did it and Xianingsher will come over and bite me. Can you? He raised his eyes and looked away, his eyes landing on Xia Ningbing in front of him. She stood quietly, her back was slender and upright, and her body exuded a coldness that rejected people outside of 1,000 miles. Just like an ice sculpture, it remained in its usual posture, ancient and unruffled. But since the system had said that, it meant that something might have really gone wrong with her Dao heart. It definitely couldn't be because of himself though. It should have been stimulated by seeing White Frost Shadow's sword intent when he had just split the sword monument. Although he did not know the exact strength of senior sister Bai, but she cut a sword tablet in half, and Xia Ningbing just cut half of the sword tablet in half. The two are high and low in comparison, so then they feel they have lost. The invincible Dao heart, too, ruptured. Yeah, that must be it. It has nothing to do with myself anyway. Inkbrand didn't care too much about it. Whoever did this is going to be consoled. Moreover, for this kind of reincarnation of an empress, a broken Taoist heart or something like that, a night of meditation would be fine. Now, since he also had sword intent, it's natural to go to the sword trials. Get your hands on the mid-grade spirit treasure from Chu Jiuyan's place. Chapter 63, Invincible Sword Intent. Mou gazed inwardly, and a sense of mystery surged through his heart. Is this the invincible sword intent? As soon as he moved his mind, that sword intent flowed out from his dantian and instantly traveled through his limbs and bones. It was as if every cell had been transformed into a sharp and unrivaled sword, wanting to cut through everything. His body was filled with power, which did not originate from spiritual power, but from a belief, an invincible belief. As long as he believed that he was invincible, this sword intent would continue to grow. The sword intent realm had reached perfection, and there was no need to spend time honing it on one's own. He checked up on the system. Invincible sword intent. If the Tao is strong, then the sword is strong. If the faith is invincible, then the sword is invincible. The normal rank is extreme sword intent. As the system explained, Mou also automatically knew what extreme sword intent was. It's just an awesome sword intent that only people from the upper realms have. Having this placed in the upper world is also genius. This invincible sword intent goes quite well with him. He dared to fight with the transformation god when he was a Jindan, and he dared to call out the merging body when he was a Yuaning. So how can he say it? He is also considered to be letter invincible. As for what level exactly, you'll know when you go to the sword monument and chop it up. Mou gently patted Ling Yunxue's thigh. Auntie Shui, I'm going to participate in the sword trial. Okay, there you go. Ling Yunxue's delicate body trembled slightly, and she hurriedly retracted her long legs and straightened her clothes. She resumed the neckline and hemline opening, her face flushed with a faint blush of beauty. Inkbrand couldn't help but laugh a little when he saw her like this. He handed the little fox in his arms to Ling Wanqing, and with a flash of his body, he leaped out of the maze. Chu Yuli saw Mou go out and her hanging heart finally dropped. She was also worried that MOU would do something shy with Ling Yunxue in the formation. It's only 3 spectators here. But it can't be like that. An inexplicable emotion suddenly welled up in her heart. So much so that I wanted my master to press my legs. But that seems a bit treasonous. It's okay to press it for your master yourself. MOU stepped out of the formation and cast his gaze towards the sword test field. The sword test is divided into 2 stages. The first stage was a ring system, with 100 rings selecting the top 100 sword cultivators. The second stage will then be a ranked battle. However, as long as one obtains the top 100, one will be given a chance to comprehend the sword intent left behind by the sword sect's successive generations of ancestors. The battleground was arranged in another space. With a sweep of his divine sense, MOU took in the situation in the field. 100 rings, arranged in order from high to low, and the strengths of the participants were roughly so distributed. Only the first ring was a bit special. By all rights, this should be Chu Jiuyan's position, but he wasn't in the ring right now. It was another cultivator in the ring. Without caring too much, MOU's body moved and he entered the ring space, appearing on top of the first ring. Opposite him was a Taoist in grey robes. The Taoist sat cross-legged, his breath internalized like a rock. The grey-robed Taoist sensed MOU's arrival and opened his eyes, slowly rising. I didn't think that fellow Taoist would also dare to compete with Swordson for this first place. As the words fell, his aura around him climbed steeply, and an overpowering sword intent burst out from his body, flowing around him. Above the stands, Ling Wanqing looked at the grey-robed Taoist and murmured softly, I didn't expect it to actually be a heaven-grade upper-grade sword intent, and it has already reached the realm of sword intent perfection, and is only one step away from sword heart. Originally, I thought that he chose that position because he saw that no one dared to compete with the swordsman, but now it seems that he has some skills as well. It's just how he feels a little familiar. Chu Yueli was puzzled. Senior uncle, what is heavenly rank sword intent? Ling Wanqing explained. Sword intent, with the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humans, is divided into 3 orders, and each order is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Chu Yueli cocked her head. Why is there a division between upper, middle and lower when there is a division between heaven, earth and man? Why weren't there 9 grades in the beginning? Ling Wanqing faintly stared, then laughed. Whatever it is divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and in the beginning there was only heaven and earth and man. Then people of the same rank realized that there were also gaps between them, and they were divided into a few more ranks. If we really want to pursue this, there's actually a breakdown. And there's even someone who specifically made a sword intent ranking list to give all sword intents a specific ranking. But this kind of thing can't be made to count. It still depends on the person who uses it. Even the most mundane sword intent can unleash terrifying power in the hands of senior brother. Chu Yuli nodded. That's so. Master is awesome. MOU felt the powerful sword intent around the grey-robed Taoist. His expression remained calm as he responded. Chu Chuanin has been the first person to be a Yuaning for so long, and now it's time for me to do the same. When the grey-robed Taoist heard this, he was first stunned, and then he laughed up in the air. Good. Not bad. Can you leave your name? Tianxuan Holy Land. MOU. Ink Feather responded faintly. At the same time, the sword intent in his body was unreservedly released. When this sword intent came out, it was as if even the entire space trembled, carrying an aura of looking out of the world. The grey-robed Taoist froze for a moment, not knowing if it was because of MOU's name or his unique sword intent. He silently took out a jug of wine and tilted his head back to pour it into his mouth, the wine sliding down the corners of his mouth, making it even more unruly. Then do you know who I am? MOU summoned his flying sword and spoke bluntly. I don't know. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist. I didn't expect you to have even heard of my name. The grey-robed Taoist laughed wildly. You're famous? Inkbrand was puzzled. The grey-robed Taoist slowly turned around, his back to MOU, and let out an emotional sigh. Well, that's great. As the words fell, he rose up in the air with his sword and disappeared into the sky as a stream of light. Luckily, I don't recognize myself. Slipped. Ink Feather, can we not talk about goons in such a refreshing way? He then took a seat in the ring and waited for the next challenger. On the stands, Ling Wanqing looked at the fleeing grey-robed Taoist and her eyes lit up. She remembered. Wasn't that the Frostwatch swordsman? This escape pose is practically identical. In his previous life, after Elder Brother had defeated Swordsman, the Frostflower swordsman made a big deal about how Elder Brother was nothing more than that, and even threatened to challenge Elder Brother. As a result, he had a few chance encounters with his senior brother later on, and each time, he was beaten half to death by a blow from his senior brother. Only, in this life, how did he become such a wimp? After the Frostflower swordsman fled, he was relieved to see that MOU didn't catch up. In the future he was chased and cut down by Mo after merely saying a few bad things about him. He said it was a chance encounter, but no matter where he fled to, he would always be coincidentally bumped into by Mo. 10 times. 10 times. He was brutally beaten by Mo a full 10 times. It's better not to mess with this kind of people who hold grudges. He was still a little uneasy in his mind. Thinking about it, he decided, the frosty swordsman is dead. From now on, he'll be the green blade swordsman. Suddenly, he remembered that a secret realm would be opened in the desolate ancient domain soon. Inkfeather will be there in 30 years or so. Go over early and see if you can go along with Mo's chance to avenge your past life. Chapter 64, Challenging Sword Sect Sword Son. Inkfeather sat quietly in the ring, eyes closed. On the bleachers, the heads of the people were packed, and there was a lot of chatter. And finally many people's gazes landed on Mo. Quickly look. On the Yuaning stage's sword trial stage, someone actually dares to challenge Sword Son. So it's the holy son of the Tianxuan Holy Land, so it doesn't seem strange, but it's a pity that he's too young. Sword Son has been practicing for almost twice as long as he has. On the stands, Chu Chuanin looked at Mo, the battle intent rising in his eyes. He didn't recognize the words of those people. With the current Mo alone, he definitely had the strength to fight with himself. He vaguely felt that the sword intent that Mo had just emitted was a bit stronger than himself. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already reached the sword heart realm, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be a match for Mo. However, he wasn't in a hurry to challenge Mo. It's kind of been an unspoken rule that key battles are placed in the second stage. Chu Zhuyan's body moved and turned into a stream of light flying to the second ring. 3 breaths later, only to hear a loud bang. The original ringmaster of the second ring, Chen Jianfeng, fell heavily to the ground. All the spectators were in awe and the clamor increased. Sword Son actually entered the second ring. Doesn't this mean that he thinks that Tianxuan Saint Son has the ability to fight him? How old is the Tianxuan Saint Son? 24, right? Sword Son is over 40 years old. That Chen Jianfeng is also an expert who comprehended the sword heart not too long ago. But I didn't expect to lose in front of Sword Son after only 3 breaths. Jinzi is so much stronger than he was 10 years ago. Mo's expression was calm, turning a deaf ear to the surrounding comments. Just then, a figure landed in front of him. Chen Jianfeng, the sword cultivator who had just been defeated by Chu Deluyan in 3 breaths, was currently looking at Mo with an indignant expression. He was holding an anger in his heart and was worried that he had nowhere to vent it. If you can't beat Kenzie, is it possible that you can't beat this kid who came out of nowhere? It's just a matter of being in your 20s and getting that top 100 on your own. Which one of those who could hold this top 10 ring was not a veteran powerhouse at the 9th level of Yuaning? This Mo. Again. On what basis? The more Chen Jianfeng thought about it, the more angry he became, and he disdainfully said, a mere Yuaning 6th layer, and you dare to sit in this seat. I really don't know who gave you. Before he could finish his sentence, he only felt a coldness in his throat. A chill instantly spread throughout his body. He lowered his head, only to see a sword at his throat. The sword emitted an icy cold light, as if it could take his life at any time. Moreover, on that sword, it actually carried a sword intent that made him feel terrified. Jianfeng Chen's body instantly stiffened, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He could even feel a stabbing pain coming from the tip of the sword. Go down there yourself, or should I? Mo did not know when he had already appeared in front of him, retrieved his sword and faintly said. Chen Jianfeng was like an amnesty and hurriedly took a few steps back. Thank you, senior, for being merciful. He turned around and ran, no longer having the arrogant flair he had before, and his back appeared to be in a sorry state. It was too terrifying. No wonder even Sword Son recognized his strength. In the stands, the audience was dumbfounded and talking. This is a good, strong and terrifying sword intent. Chen Jianfeng was actually defeated by a single move? So, who will win in the end? Him or Kenzie? Ling Wanqing was all a bit surprised. Has senior brother already reached this level so soon? It looked like there was already a 98% chance of winning against that swordsman. I just don't know if the current senior brother can cut through the sword tablet. But then, she thought it was unlikely. Time is too short. Even in his previous life, elder brother had only realized his own extreme sword intent from reading the sword intent of many seniors. In this life, senior brother hadn't seen many powerful sword intentions besides the 2 senior sisters, so how could he have comprehended the extreme sword intent? The current senior brother, to cut through the sword tablet, counting the clinical breakthrough, the probability was only 80%. What's the difference between chopping off the sword tablet at 80% and making a fool of yourself? Xia Ningbing quietly watched Mo's figure. Her gaze, instead of being as clear as usual, was tinged with a bit of cloudiness. She could tell that the means little feather had just used was none other than the mid-grade extreme sword intent. Invincible sword intent. although not yet solid enough, had taken shape. Even in the immortal realm, this belonged to an extremely powerful sword intent. The advantage is a high ceiling. The disadvantage is that it requires the user to be extremely strong inside. Little Feather has no problem now, but on the contrary, it's himself who has run into big trouble. Without the system, she didn't have the confidence to break through to that legendary realm. There is a gap in the heavenly way, and the path to heaven is broken. Legend has it that the path to the Supreme has been completely cut off. At the same time, she promised the system that she would follow the rules of the game. The system also promised to find that path for her. In this life, even if she recultivated once, she would only be following the same old path as before. The deeper she thought about it, the more confused she felt, and the stronger her doubts about herself grew. The problem of the crack in the heart of the word is getting worse. It's already starting to ramble. If we don't fix it soon, sooner or later something will go wrong. Xia Ningbing closed her eyes and operated her gong method in an effort to calm her mind. Wanqing, she called softly. Ling Wanqing turned back at the sound. Is there something wrong with senior sister? Help me find where the Dao heartfruit might appear. Well, good. Senior sister, I'll go back to check, and let you know as soon as I find it. Ling Wanqing answered. Although I don't know what the third elder sister wants to do with the Taoist heartfruit, but she remembered that soon, right in the desolate ancient domain, a secret realm would appear. In his previous life, that's where elder brother obtained a Dao heartfruit. It's a little early, but it should be there. Xianingbing's taut nerves relaxed slightly. Since Ling Wanqing had agreed, it meant that there was. After all, he had eaten the 9-leaf destiny grass and seen the future. Take Feather with you when you go. The probability of success is much higher when you bring the native destiny. There's really no alternative to the punishment game. It's back to rambling. Since beating Chen Jianfeng, no one had come to challenge Mou. Unable to do anything else, Mou could only turn his gaze to the second ring. And no one says that the ringmaster of the first ring can't challenge the second ring. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Chu Chuyen. Chu Chuyen slowly opened his eyes, and the battle intent in his eyes rose. Since you can't wait either, let's get started now. He summoned his flying sword, and a stern sword intent erupted from its circumference, as if it was going to tear apart everything around it. Chu Delusion. Yuaning 9th level. Heavenly rank upper grade. Delusion breaking sword intent. Sword mind small completion. Please enlighten me. Mou smiled slightly. Don't rush. He tossed the challenge. Remember the bet you made with my master. Medium grade spirit treasures. Chu Chuanin caught the challenge with one hand and didn't even look at it. Master said it. Naturally remember. Provided you win me. Chapter 65, The Cold Dark Sword. Bleachers. Swordfather Lingyun took out an azure-colored flying sword. The sword's body flowed with color and emitted a forced cold aura. This sword is called Cold Dimming, a medium-grade spiritual treasure. Born in the ancient far north in the land of severe cold, naturally birthed by the cold underworld Qi, the cold and dark aura it emits is incredibly powerful, and ordinary cultivators are simply unable to resist it. With that, he probed his hand to the sword. A surprising scene occurred as ice crystals appeared on Swordfather Lingyun's fingers, spreading down his arm. Lu Qianduan slightly side-eyed, surprise showing in his eyes. One must know that Lingyun's swordfather was in the late stage of the fairy, not far from being a Mahayana. The fact that the sword could affect him by itself alone was extraordinary. Swordfather Lingyun withdrew his hand and continued his introduction. In addition to this dim cold gas, this sword also has the effect of quenching the body and nourishing the soul. As long as you carry it, both the soul and the body will slowly become stronger. Especially for some soul damage has a miraculous effect. At first, your clan's elder you took a glance at it and said that this sword was perfect for that little disciple of his. We'll use this sword as a wager. If Saint Tianxuan can win against my sect's sword son within 100 years, this sword will belong to her. Otherwise, she will have to give my sword sect a top-grade spiritual treasure. Feather won't lose. Lu Chanshan just quietly looked at the sword test platform, his tone calm and unquestionable. But he remembered that Mou liked to use fire, and this sword didn't suit him in any way. Swordfather Lingyun was slightly stunned at his words, and then he burst out laughing. Elder Lu really has confidence in his own saint son. His words changed, and a hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes. But I'm also very optimistic about my disciple. He's already a small success with his sword heart. To be able to achieve a small success of the sword mind at the Yuaning realm at the age of 40-something, there is no need for me to say more about this kind of talent. Lu Qianduan nodded slightly. Chu Zhuyan's sword Dao talent was indeed very high. The only ones who could steadily suppress him were White Frost Shadow and Xia Ningbing. However, he still didn't think that Mou would lose. He was also present when Mou crossed the threshold. That terrifying heavenly tribulation. Mou was able to remain unharmed. His strength could be imagined. However, He couldn't be sure if Mou could defeat Chu Yuyan. Defense is one thing, attack is another. At this moment, a white-robed old man next to him suddenly spoke. Why don't all of you guess which of the two of them will win? Bai Su, an elder of the Yu Hong lineage of the Star Holy Land, was notoriously greedy for money. This was the location of the 9 holy places, and those who could stand here were all rich and powerful. Elder Xiaotian from the heaven-casting sacred land, Fairy Inha from the Yaoqi sacred land, Elder Barbarian Wind from the desolate ancient sacred land, and Sword Venerable Thousand Dust from the Tianxuan sacred land. Elder Xiaotian disdainfully bristled. Is there any suspense? Could it be that Tianxuan Saint Son can still win against our Sword Son? Fairy Silver Lotus lightly nodded her head in agreement. Tianxuan Saint Son's talent is indeed good, but it's clearly impossible to defeat Sword Son right now. Elder Barbarian Wind, on the other hand, let out a rough laugh. Since you all favor the Sword Son, then I'll bet on the Tianxuan Saint Son. 100,000 extreme spirit stones. Elder Biju's eyes flashed with brilliance and he immediately followed. Then I'll bet on Kenzie. $100,000. The others were dumbfounded. Did you say anything about betting on spirit stones? Are you two out of your minds? To come to a once-in-a-decade junior sparring session and still have to pay back 100,000 top-quality spirit stones? Ling Yun's swordfather opened his mouth to dissuade him. There's no need. Before his words fell, Elder Xiaotian jumped ahead of him. Good. Since that's the case, then I'll also bet $200,000 on Delusional Kid to win. Those present were all the top figures of the major powers, and at a time like this, face could not be lost. Upon hearing this, Swordfather Ling Yun could only swallow back his unspoken words. His own superiors have spoken, and it doesn't cost him any money anyway. Silver Lotus Fairy also lightly opened her vermilion lips. Jianzi, 100,000. Lu Qianwan swept his gaze across the crowd, sneering in his heart. Isn't this a big pit? As a matter of common sense, how could Mou, who had cultivated for 20 years, beat Chu Yuyan, who had cultivated for more than 40 years? However, they were destined to miscalculate. Ink feather is not something that can be measured by common sense. Just based on the terrifying thunderbolt he saw that day, it was impossible for Mou to lose. Isn't it just $300,000? I'll follow, Lu Qianwan said indifferently. Even Barbarian Wind dared to offer 100,000 to support Mou. So what wouldn't he dare? Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. What's the point of betting on this amount of spirit stones? Since you all want to gamble, why don't you gamble a little bigger again? The crowd followed the sound of the voice and the color of amazement flashed in their eyes unanimously, only to see a woman coming slowly. Her posture was elegant, her temperament noble, and she showed extraordinary splendor between her hands and feet. Fairy Taichung. The crowd rose and bowed respectfully to the visitor, their tones reverent. The person who came was naturally Ling Yunxue. At this moment, she no longer had the shyness she had just had, and had recovered her old gracefulness and splendor. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd. I'm betting on Tianxuan Saint Son. 1 million. The moment these words came out, the crowd's expression suddenly changed. 1 million extreme spirit stones is not a small amount. Even if they were all elders of the various holy lands, they couldn't just casually take out such a huge amount of spirit stones. Elder Xiaotian laughed dryly. Fairy Taiching is joking. This is supposed to be a small bet for fun. Any more than that would be bad and hurt the peace. Elder Bijou also hastily agreed. Yes, this is just a game. Why should Fairy Taiching be so serious? You guys are scared? Ling Yunxue laughed playfully. Or do you guys actually think that the Holy Sun can win as well? At the same time, the battle on the sword trial stage also entered white heat. Sword chi was spread out and the aura shone. Mou realized that he was perfectly capable of winning this bout easily. Maybe it's the heavenly Dao Genjutsu, or maybe it's the invincible sword intent. He realized that he could defeat Chu Chuanin with just a little more strength. But he didn't. If they really took care of Chu Chuanin quickly, wouldn't the fun of the group above be gone? He's watching the fun now. Raise them all. Raise them hard. Thus, he only used a slightly weaker strength than Chu Deluxe's. By the way, he borrowed Chu Deluyan as a whetstone to sharpen his sword intent, and Chu Chuanin's battle spirit was high at this time. Mou's strength was much stronger than any opponent he had met before. It overwhelmed him. He vaguely sensed that his strength would soon be able to go further and break through the bottleneck. That's right, it is indeed afraid, Elder Xiaotian said frankly. Although their caste heaven Holy Land was powerful and far stronger than the Taiching Holy Land, but he was just a tiny transitional stage elder. How could he dare to provoke Ling Yunxue, the patriarch? Don't look at Ling Yunxue's good looks. Cultivating to this realm. Which one is not a devil that eats people without spitting out bones? What about you? Ling Yunxue's gaze turned to Baijiu. Elder Bijou nervously watched the battle on the field. From the current situation, Mou had absolutely no chance of winning, and Chu Deluyan had a clear advantage. But that's what scares him. Ling Yunxue wasn't a fool. Although the Star Holy Land was not weak, it was definitely one of the poorest. $1 million? That's not something you just take. If he really loses, he's afraid he'll have to lose even his coffin money. He was about to refuse. However, just then, a sudden change occurred. The atmosphere on the entire sword test platform suddenly changed, and the originally strong Chu Chuanin's aura actually climbed again. The entire ring was enveloped in an ocean of sword intent as sword chi spanned across and aura overflowed. Swordfather Ling Yun exclaimed. Delusion actually broke through. Chapter 66, No Use in a Pre-Gambit Breakthrough. Lu Chanchen frowned. Chu Zhuyan had comprehended a deeper level of sword Dao during the battle, and his sword heart was greatly accomplished. This kind of talent, if not compared to certain monsters, could be said to be extremely terrifying when placed among normal cultivators in the Tianxuan continent. Now, Mou's situation was even more dangerous. The words of refusal that Bijou had originally reached his lips were instantly swallowed back by him. His eyes glowed with excitement and he shouted, "I'm with 1 million. Fairy Tai Ching shouldn't back out, right?" Now that the Tai Ching Holy Land had long since lost its former glory, and he had the Star Holy Land at his back, what did he have to fear? That's 1 million extreme spirit stones. If you miss this one, I'm afraid you'll never get another one. Naturally, I won't back out. Ling Yunshua's voice was still clear and cold, but her gaze unconsciously turned to the direction where Mou was, worry showing in her beautiful eyes. 1 million extreme spirit stones were indeed nothing to her. What she was really worried about was whether or not Mou would get hurt because of this. Although she didn't say it, she had now acquiesced that Mou was her fiancé. In the distance, Xia Ningbing similarly watched the battle in the ring with an indifferent expression. Although Chu Deluyan had made a breakthrough on the verge of a breakthrough, Mou hadn't used his full strength to the very end. Invincible sword intent. Keeping an invincible heart, one can be strong when encountered. The gap between extreme sword intent and heavenly ranked sword intent was like a mote in the sky, and could never be made up by a small realm. Not to mention, Mou also possessed an immortal emperor-level body refining technique. Chu Yuli stared tightly at the battlefield, tension written all over her delicate little face. "Senior uncle, do you think Senior can win?" 10%. Ling Wanqing said indifferently. That's right, after Chu Deluyan's clinical breakthrough, Mou's chances of winning were even greater instead, because she knew her senior brother too well. Whenever Mou showed this kind of expression that looked like he was under pressure during a fight, it meant that he hadn't used his full strength at all. Chu Yuli was slightly surprised. 10% chance of winning? It turned out that Master was actually so much stronger than she had imagined. She had such a shallow understanding of her Master. At such a critical moment, she would even doubt her Master's strength. There must be an opportunity to get to know the Master more deeply. On the sword test stage, sword shadows were interlaced, and spiritual energy stirred. Mou's body was floating in fluid, and the long sword in his hand swung freely, like a swimming dragon. Chu Zhuyan's breakthrough was only a slight increase in interest for him. The invincible sword intent was strong and unrivaled, and the breaking delusion sword intent was like a child wielding a sword in front of it. No threat at all. With the addition of the divine elephant prison suppressing strength, Chu Chuanin had even less chance of winning. Mou still used Chu Delusion to polish his own sword intent. Chu Zhuyan, on the other hand, was getting braver and braver as his sword became more and more powerful. After his sword heart became a great success, his sword intent became even more pure. The two of them battled back and forth, each exchange stirring up bursts of spiritual energy fluctuations. Finally, Chu Chuanin gradually realized that Mou hadn't put out his full strength at all, like he was teasing himself. At this rate, sooner or later he would lose, and he would lose badly. Chu Zhuyan decisively retreated and pulled away from Mou. Taking a deep breath, the spiritual energy in his body worked crazily, and the long sword in his hand emitted a burst of buzzing. One sword breaks the delusion. As the words fell, he transformed into a swordlight and flew towards Mou. This was the strongest strike he could currently execute. Mou watched as Chu Zhuyan attacked. With his current stance, it seemed like he couldn't dodge the blow. In that case, let's do it the hard way. Battle intent erupted in Mou's eyes. An invincible sword intent instantly swept across the entire field. With a swing of the long sword in his hand, he met Chu Deluyan's swordlight and chopped away. The two sword lights collided in the air, erupting with dazzling light. The entire sword test platform shook. The light dispersed and the two figures were revealed. Mou's long sword was against Chu Yuyan's brow, and with just a gentle send, he could take his life. Chu Zhuyan's long sword then stabbed at Mou's arm, cutting through his clothes but failing to injure him in the slightest. The winner is already decided. How is this possible? Elder Bijou lost his voice and exclaimed. Chu Yuyan actually lost? A breakthrough in the field and you lose? 1,000,001. This spirit stone was not a small amount for him. It was killing him. The Lingyun Swordfather's face was filled with disbelief. Sword Heart Great Perfection actually lost to Sword Intent Perfection? That's completely out of character. And, when that terrifying sword intent erupted at the last moment, even he was vaguely suppressed and his heart and mind trembled. This feeling had only been felt once by the sword intent left by Shuangying and Xia Ningbing on the sword monument. In that case, let's just say that delusions of grandeur didn't lose. For the Tianxuan Holy Land to produce 3 such powerful sword cultivators in a row was truly terrifying. When Lu Qianchen saw this, he was also quite surprised, but he soon revealed a pleased smile. Rather, he was overthinking it. This sword intent of MOU already had the same feeling that White Frost Shadow had given him back then. A faint smile also surfaced on Ling Yunshue's stunningly beautiful face. Gentlemen, don't forget the bet you just made. The first person in the Yuaning stage, this fiancé, is not bad. Elder Xiaotian's brows furrowed slightly as he responded in a deep voice. Naturally, I won't forget. As he said that, he also gave Bijou a purposeful glance. Luckily, he hadn't impulsively continued to gamble, or it would be too late to cry now. And don't use your own head to think it through. Is the inside of someone else, immortal Tai Ching, comparable to that of us, a small holy land elder? Elder Barbarian Win suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, I could tell at a glance that this son was extraordinary, and now that I've taken a look, it's true. Silver Lotus Fairy, on the other hand, pouted and muttered with some displeasure. What the heck? Your Tianxian Holy Land actually secretly hid a genius for so long. It's really meaningless. Chu Yuli cheered excitedly. Senior has won. Now Master Teacher is the #1 Yuaning in the Tianyuan continent. The little face was beaming with pride as if she was the one who had won. Ling Wanqing nodded slightly. She wasn't the least bit surprised that MOU could win. Or rather, it would be strange to lose. You actually have such strength. I didn't lose unjustly. Chu Zhouyan looked at the marks on MOU's hand that had been rubbed by the sword and felt heartfelt emotion. That was the trace left by his all-out strike, which was discharged with a lot of power, but merely grazed the ink feather clothes. Not even a trace of blood was left. The difference between the two is just too great. However, even if MOU's physique wasn't as strong as this, he was clear that he was still not his opponent. That invincible sword intent was too terrifying, and even if he broke through to the sword heart grand completion, it would be difficult for him to match it. MOU retrieved his long sword and spoke faintly, while practicing the sword. Incidentally, there is body refining. Chu Deluxe said sincerely with a deep bow to MOU. Thanks for the guidance. I've benefited greatly from this battle with you, and I've made a lot of progress. At first, he didn't understand why MOU had to hide his strength and tangle with himself for a long time. It wasn't until the fight was over that he realized. MOU had long since seen that he was about to break through his bottleneck, which was why he deliberately suppressed his strength to fight against himself. Take this opportunity to nudge yourself and help you break through to the sword heart realm. This favor will be remembered. Chapter 67 Another Immortal Flame Plu. Points? Ink Feather wondered. It's your own enlightenment. He didn't want to instruct Chu Chuanin. He just simply wanted to sharpen his own sword intent. Being enlightened is only part of it. Your guidance is the key. Chu Zhuyan had a serious face and his tone was filled with gratitude. Seeing how stubborn he was, Ink Feather stopped talking and turned to walk out of the ring. Chu Zhuyan looked at MOU's upright back, his heart in admiration. In just 20 years of cultivation, one could reach such a state. How fortunate to be born in the same era as this kind of heavenly pride. He gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, his heart burning with battle intent. He wouldn't be discouraged by his failure. Instead, he would cultivate even harder, striving to surpass MOU as soon as possible and become a true Sword Dao powerhouse. In the stands, it was still noisy. Sword Sun breaks through the Sword Heart Grand Completion and actually still loses. That sword intent was too terrifying. Just now I wanted to draw my sword to feel it, but my sword didn't want to come out. Is it because you don't want to? It's because you don't dare to. This sword intent is too terrifying. That air of looking out of the corner of the world. I almost had to worship it just now. What do you guys say? Can the heavenly Qian Saint Son cut through the sword tablet? This doesn't work, right? He is still far from the white sword immortal, right? And hasn't someone already chopped it off once today? How come 2 such powerful characters come out in one day? I do think there's a few hopes for him. Maybe he'll be able to do it if he cultivates for a while longer. Ink Feather returned to the edge of the stands. Suddenly, a beautiful woman in Yaoqi Holy Land clothing appeared in front of him, with a pretty face and graceful body. It was a few points prettier than most female cultivators in the Tianxian Holy Land. Of course, it still couldn't be compared to an extremely beautiful woman like Meng Lanin. Little Gongzi, are you interested in coming to our Yaoqi Holy Land? Silver Lotus Fairy's voice was delicate, and her eyes were flowing in looking around. Our Yaoji Holy Land can be full of beautiful sisters. She purposely lengthened the end of her voice, her tone ambiguous. Mou's eyes lit up at the words. The Holy Land of Yaoji was a place that all male cultivators could only dream of, because it does not accept male monks. It is an all-female sanctuary with beautiful women. Their Yaoji secret technique was a top-level technique sought after by female cultivators across the continent. What's more, there is also a special ceremony in the Yaoji Holy Land, Yaoji baptism. It is said that if you bathe in the Yaoji, you can wash your body and mind and enhance your cultivation. If he had the chance, he would like to go in for a Mandarin duck bath with Meng Lanin. Well, if you come to our Yaoji Holy Land, you'll be the only holy son yo. Seeing that Mou seemed to be somewhat moved, Fairy In he once again tempted. Mou shook his head no. Thank you senior for your kind words. The Tianxuan sacred ground has treated me well. How could I betray the sect? What the Tianxuan Holy Land gave was simply too much. Entry as the son of the Holy Spirit not to mention. Cultivation was abolished and still managed to maintain the treatment of the sacred son status. On weekdays, the status is the same as the peak master. And you can do whatever you want. Where can you find such outrageous treatment? Like Jun Wushang, who had only had his 2 souls abolished, and hadn't even dropped to the bottom of his cultivation level. He had been directly abandoned. It might have been refined into a magic treasure, a puppet or something. Seeing that Mou was not moved, Silver Lotus Fairy was a little disappointed, but she was not annoyed. If the Holy Son changes his mind, the Yaoji Holy Land is always welcome. Oh, she was supposed to be trying it out, not getting her hopes up. Just then, a cool aura enveloped the area. Ling Yunxue appeared in front of Mou at an unknown time, blocking his view, her clear and cold eyes, but at this moment, they were tinged with a bit of annoyance as she looked straight at immortal Silver Lotus. What is the meaning of your Yaoji Holy Land? She just left for a few moments, and someone was digging in? If Mou really moved his heart and was abducted by this demonic woman to the Holy Land of Yaoji, what would happen? Just thinking about this, an inexplicable irritation surged in Ling Yunshue's heart. The Silver Lotus Fairy looked at the two and winked. Elder Tai Cheng. That's true. The Saint Son isn't a disciple of the Tai Ching Holy Land. Why are you in such a hurry? Ling Yunshue's heart was in awe, but her face did not move. His master and I are close friends. What's the problem? Silver Lotus Fairy smiled sweetly. Her sight bypassed Ling Yunxue and landed on Mou. Remember what I said yo, we're always welcome at the Yaoji Holy Land. After saying that, immortal Silver Lotus floated away, leaving Ling Yunxue and Mou behind. Ling Yunxue turned around, her gaze landing on Mou, her tone serious. Little feather. In the future, less contact with the people of the Yaoji Holy Land. They are not good people. Inkbrand felt as if her words carried a bit of personal emotion in them. With a wave of Ling Yunshue's slender jade hand, an exquisite storage ring appeared out of thin air and hovered between the two. This is the 1 million extreme spirit stones I just won from betting against them. Now, it's yours. Mou's heart shook as he heard the words. That's no small amount. One must know that the assets of the 3 harmonization stages of the Star Holy Land combined were only 800,000 extreme spirit stones. He quickly waved his hand. Auntie Shui, how can I want this? Ling Yunxue smiled gently and slipped the storage ring into Mou's hands. If you're told to take it, you take it. What your Tianxian Holy Land has given me is much more than that. The ring had just reached Mou's hands when the system's voice rang out. You have successfully intercepted Mou's chance. 1 million top quality spirit stones. Reward, 10 million top quality spirit stones. Automatic replenishment of chi. 200. Villain points plus 200. Ink Feather was shocked in his heart. There's a reward for that? Or 10 million? Never seen so much money in my life. The system really smells. Mou looked towards Ling Yunshue's eyes that were filled with concern. And after a slight hesitation, he still accepted this storage ring. This was, after all, Auntie Shue's intention, and he could repay her later. When Ling Yunxue saw Mou accept it, the corners of her lips rose slightly, revealing a pleased smile. The two returned to the center area of the stands. Swordfather Lingyun gazed at Mou with complicated eyes. There was appreciation, emotion, and a few unspoken emotions. He slowly opened his mouth. The Holy Son has outstanding natural talent and is the best in the world. It's no exaggeration to say that he's the number 1 person of the younger generation in the Tianxuan continent. He took out the cold dimming sword, a slight reluctance showing in his eyes. This is the bet your master and I set back then. The cold dimming sword. Mou's gaze landed on the cold dimming sword, only to feel a chill come over him, lifting his spirits. The sword was about 3 feet long, with an ice blue fine line at the spine, like a sleeping ice dragon. The sword was pristine, but emitted a palpitating coldness. Good sword. Right at this moment, Yan Shi's voice sounded in Mo's mind with an uncontrollable excitement. This sword is not simple. It will be of great benefit to you and me. Mo's heart fluttered and he asked in a hurry. Sister Yan Shi, what's so special about this sword? This sword was birthed from the purest and purest cold dimming chi in the heavens and earth. And this cold dimming chi has an incredible miraculous effect on repairing damage to the divine soul. Doesn't that mean that with this, Sister Yan Shi's divine soul will be able to recover quickly? Not only that, but we can also use this sword to find the place where it was born, where the cold dimming immortal flame definitely exists. Chapter 68 Immortal Armament. Frost Sword. Cold dim immortal flame. Mou exclaimed. Yan Shi explained. That's right, that's the coldest and purest ice attribute immortal flame in the heavens and earth. Not only is it infinitely powerful, but it also has the miraculous effect of tempering the flesh and nourishing the soul, making it an unparalleled treasure for you. Mou sniffed and his heart was on fire. He stretched out his hand and took the cold dimming sword and said respectfully, "Many thanks to Senior Swordfather for his generous gift of a sword." The moment his fingertips touched the hilt of the sword, a bone-chilling coldness penetrated straight into his heart, revitalizing his spirit and making him want to take the sword into his pocket. However, the cold dimming sword did not move at all. Swordfather Lingyun's hand tightly gripped the hilt of the sword, obviously extremely reluctant to part with the sword. "Senpai?" Mou reminded in a small voice. Only then did Swordfather Lingyun unwillingly let go of his hand. "This sword, I expect you to make good use of it." Mou received the cold dimming sword with both hands. "Detected that you have successfully intercepted Mou's chance. The cold dimming sword." With the loss of the cold dimming sword, Mou not only lost a powerful means of attack, but was also unable to obtain the cold dimming immortal flame, and at the same time was no longer able to restore Yan Shi's divine soul. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, Immortal Artifact. Frost Sword. Frosty Sword, containing the ultimate ice. It can even freeze space and time, and has a great restraining effect on filth and lewdness. Automatic replenishment of chi. 1000. Villain points plus 1000. Mou hurriedly checked the system space. Only on top of the mountains of spirit stones, a long sword with a crystalline body was silently suspended. The sword emitted a soft, moonlight-like glow, cool and holy, yet with a hint of palpitating chill. This sword, even purer and colder than the cold dimming sword, was as if it could freeze one's soul just by looking at it. Above the sword, the starlight was dotted like the twinkling stars in the night sky, mysterious and deep. The frosty sword seemed to sense Mou's gaze and gently trembled, emitting a crisp sword chime as if responding to his call. This sword, it has a spirit. Mou was ecstatic in his heart. The power of this frosty sword definitely far exceeded the cold dimming sword. While he was getting excited, Lingyun's swordfather's reminder pulled him back. At that times there will also be a trip to the sword mound to realize the sword Dao. Don't forget. The Lingyun swordfather looked at Mou with mixed feelings in his heart. This is his treasured sword for many years, just like this to give out. Say not heartache that is false, but after all, he was the head of a clan, with one word, and since he had lost the bet, he naturally had to be willing to accept defeat. Good. Thank you, Elder. This sword is really great. Mou hurriedly responded, his tone unable to hide his excitement. This frost sword can be too strong. This was a heartache within Swordfather Lingyun's heart. Don't mention the pot calling the kettle black, okay? Mou put the cold dimming sword into his storage ring. Just then, a light footsteps reached his ears. Raising his eyes, he saw that Ling Wanqing was assisting Morong-yi to come. Morong-yi's face was pale, with blood remaining at the corners of his mouth, obviously suffering from a light wound, and his breath was weak. Master, Morong-yi weakly called out, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Mou's heart ached and he quickly stepped forward, asking with concern, how is the injury? With your strength, how could you be beaten like this by a chi refining cultivator? As soon as the words left his mouth, Inkbrand felt nothing strange again. Competition. Injuries are inevitable. The son of Qi hadn't grown up yet, and when he met the top disciples of other great powers, he really wouldn't necessarily be able to win. Ling Wanqing handed Morong-yi to Mou. She's not much of a problem. It's just, she frowned and didn't continue. Mou smoothly supported his disciple and was about to ask a question when suddenly, an angry shout came. This girl child is so vicious. How dare she openly kill my Star Holy Land disciples in the ring? Bai Jiao walked in large strides, his eyes widened in anger, staring at Morong-yi, the anger in his eyes almost devouring her. Ling Yunxue protected Mou and the others behind her with a displeased expression. Bijou, what do you mean? Swordfather Lingyun's brows furrowed slightly as he also stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Elder Bijou, please also be careful with your words. Don't jump to conclusions. This ring was left behind by my sword sect's ancestor and can teleport a cultivator out when he is on the verge of death to keep him alive. In all these years, There has never been a case of someone losing their life in the ring. At this time, Lu Chanshan also arrived and protected Mou and the others behind him. With a wave of Baizhou's hand, a disciple appeared in front of the crowd. He was eerily green and eerie. Inkbrand saw his condition at a glance. The poisoning is so deep that the heart is failing and the gods can't save it. Although he was able to undo this heart-eroding poison, there was nothing he could do about the damage the heart-eroding poison caused to the heart. It's like a person who drinks paraquat, which cleans up, but the pulmonary fibrosis can't be reversed. The crowd was silent. It's not dead, but it's no different from being dead. This kind of damage can only be saved by a master healer. But this was a sword cultivation event. Where would a medical expert come from? Bijou's roar broke the silence. This is a disciple of the Jade Balance lineage of my star Holy Land. Zhou Tong. I sparred with her in the ring, but she assassinated me with poison, and now I will surely die. There are rules for sword trials. You can only use your cultivation and sword Dao realm against your enemy. This little girl doll must be severely disciplined for doing such a thing now. Morong-yi clenched her lips, staring dead at Bijou, and retorted sternly. He was clearly the one who used a concealed weapon in the first place. Impossible. There's absolutely no way he could have used a concealed weapon. I had expressly forbidden the use of concealed weapons before we set out, and there is no way he could have committed such an act. Elder Bijou roared angrily, not giving Morong-yi a chance to defend himself at all. Although our Yuhong lineage uses concealed weapons, we are frank and open and honorable, and would never do such despicable and shameless villainous deeds. At that moment, Mou heard subtle sounds coming from the surroundings. I saw it, and it was indeed the woman who used the poison. That woman looks quite good looking, but I didn't expect her to be so vicious. I almost thought that the Star Holy Land was targeting her. At first, no one knew what was going on. After all, not many people were interested in the battle of refining Qi. However, as the voices in support of the Star Holy Land rang out, such voices grew louder and louder, spreading rapidly like a snowball. In the end, the voices in favor of Morong-yi were completely drowned out. From some subtle murmurs, Mou also knew that this Jotong was Baizhou's illegitimate son. No wonder he's so protective. Morong-yi coldly looked around at those who had slandered her with anger in her eyes. Eventually, she looked to Bijou and was about to speak. Inkbrand interrupted her. My disciple would never use poison for no reason either. Baizhou's expression was gloomy as he pointed at Jotong on the ground. Your disciple doesn't use poison? Then how do you explain what happened to Jotong? Now it's his favorite son who's dead on the ground, and it's definitely not going to end that easily. Mou said without a care in the world. What explanation do you need? If you're dead, and you have no proof that it wasn't your disciple who used the concealed weapon in the first place. Bijou was shaking with anger at Mou's words and was about to speak. Lu Chanshan's aura violently erupted and pressed towards Baizhou, causing the words that had just reached his mouth to be stiffly held back. Chapter 69, Heart Control Compulsion. Seeing that the scene was becoming more and more chaotic, Swordfather Lingyun raised his hand to stop the crowd from arguing. Well, our sword sect has a retrospective spell formation, so it's easy to see which is right or wrong. He waved his hand and a light screen appeared in front of the crowd and began replaying Morong-yi's battle. All of them collected their own auras and looked at the light screen. In the light curtain, above ring number 1, Morong-yi's figure stood proudly, opposite Jotong. He is one of the most outstanding disciples in the Qi refining stage of my Star Holy Land's generation. Elder Bijou's voice rang out. Once defeated a foundation establishment stage cultivator at the Qi refining stage. Saying that, he glared viciously at Morong-yi. Morong-yi hid behind Mou and poked his little head out, returning an equally fierce look. On the screen, the battle has begun. The two of them, Morong-yi and Jotong, fought back and forth, their figures interlacing and their swords flashing. Suddenly, Jotong's stance changed, and his long sword took off his hand and went straight for Morong-yi's face. Morong-yi's pupils shrunk and his body leaned back, narrowly avoiding the sword. However, just then, a sudden change occurred. The flying sword actually exploded in the air, turning into countless tiny fragments. The debris attacked Morong-yi from behind like a rainstorm. This was clearly a special magic weapon. Morong-yi dodged sideways, but there were still quite a few shards stuck into her body. Jotong obediently bullied his way up. A short knife appeared in his hand at some point and stabbed Morong-yi straight in the chest. Morong-yi tried her best to dodge, but the blade still stabbed her in the abdomen. Right at this life and death moment, Morong-yi's body was filled with green light and a powerful force erupted, shocking Jotong out. Eventually, both men fell to the ground at the same time and were teleported out of the ring. The replay ends and the truth comes out. How is this possible? Elder Bijou's face turned white as he looked at the light screen in disbelief. He could not have imagined in any way that his son, who he had high hopes for, would do such a thing. Elder Bijou looked at the dying Jotong and lost his voice in pain. Confused. Tonger, Why are you so confused? Silver Lotus Fairy laughed softly. Elder Bijou, you believe in your son like this? It's truly a father-son relationship. Savage Wind laughed and clapped his hands. This little girl, looking delicate, moving to really not ambiguous, this kind of desperate situation can turn the tide. Interesting. The surrounding disciples also began to talk. I remember that Zhou Tong is quite nice. I didn't expect that he would do something like this. In that case, it seems that he purely deserved to end up in this situation, and that he did it to himself. Swordfather Lingyun looked at Elder Bijou, his eyes sharp. Now, what else do you have to say? Elder Bijou opened his mouth but was speechless and could only lower his head in dismay. Tong or he may have been confused. For a moment. Enough. Lu Qiqian stood up violently. His aura erupted. After all this, shouldn't you give a statement? Bai Shu's old face was suffocated red. His mouth opened and closed and opened. But he could never squeeze out a complete sentence. Just as the atmosphere was tense with swords, Ling Wanqing walked lightly to Zhou Tong's side, carefully observing something. She looked up and called, "Senior." Inkbrand approached at the sound of his voice. What's wrong? The mind control compulsion. He was controlled by someone. Ling Wanqing looked grave. This statement instantly drew everyone's eyes over. What? You're saying that someone used evil magic to control my son? Bijou exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Ling Wanqing nodded gently. I've dabbled a little in compulsion, and I would never be wrong. It's exactly the heart control compulsion. Inkbrand looked at her with some surprise. Even though it was only a puppet in front of him, he still had such a keen sense of observation. It's worthy of being an innate Taoist fetus. Lu Qianwan's brows tightened as he murmured. That is to say, someone secretly planted a compulsion on Zhou Tong and manipulated him to assassinate Morong Yi, with the intention of using this to stir up a dispute between the Tianxuan sacred ground and the Yu Hong lineage? Elder Bijou's face was horribly gloomy. His fists clenched. He already had a few guesses in his mind. A few days ago, someone from the Star Holy Land did come to the door, wanting to pull in the Yu Hong lineage against the Tianxuan Holy Land, but they refused. I didn't realize that such despicable tactics were now being used to pull him into the army. When he returned to the sect, he would definitely investigate this matter thoroughly, and pull out the black hand behind the curtain and break it into pieces. Silver Lotus Fairy walked to Mou's side in a graceful manner, exhaling her breath like orchids. Well, so it seems that there are quite a few people who miss your Tianxuan Holy Land. Little brother, do you want to consider switching to a safer sect? For example, our Yaoqi Holy Land? Mou smiled bashfully. Fairy is joking. Ling Yunxue glared fiercely at Immortal Inha. Silver Lotus Fairy, however, did not care and continued to smile like a flower. Lu Qianwan did not take Fairy Inha's words to heart. Mou would never be able to move against the Yaoqi Holy Land. After all, those senior sisters on his mountain were far superior to the women of the Yaoqi Holy Land in terms of both appearance and temperament. As for other things, it was even more unlikely that the Yaoqi Holy Land would be able to compare to the Tianxuan Holy Land. He turned his head to look at Ling Wanqing. Can you tell which clan this compulsion is from? The Tianyuan continent was vast and sprawling, and the number of sects that used parasites was even too many to count. No matter what that person's purpose was, if he dared to count them out, he would have to pay a terrible price. Ling Wanqing was silent for a moment and gently shook her head. I don't know. A layer of gloom hung over Lu Chanshan's brows. It's a bad time to be in the dark. Ling Wanqing lowered her eyes and gazed at Zhou Tong's corpse with a grave expression. She actually saw something, but saying such hidden things would inevitably arouse the suspicion of other people, and might even expose one's own secrets. This compulsion is from the Killing Demon cult. The sect leader of the Killing Demon sect, the Killing Demon Ancestor, was one of the strongest people in the Tianyuan continent, an existence that stood at the top of all beings, truly the strongest, much stronger than even the current eldest sister, an 8-jacked loose immortal, a few hundred years short of crossing that last loose immortal calamity and ascending to the immortal realm. However, according to memory, the Killing Demon sect would not appear in the Tianyuan continent until 200 years later, when senior sister Bai Shuangying ascended. Why are they out now? Ling Wanqing gently shook her head, putting the chaotic thoughts behind her. The priority was to solve the problem at hand. If we revive him, perhaps he can provide some clues about the person who placed the parasites. She also didn't know the whereabouts of the Killing Demon cult, and could only obtain it from this person. When she came into contact with something of that level in her previous life, the Killing Demon cult had already been destroyed by third senior sister. She continued, there's no need to talk about the antidote treatment. The hardest part is getting rid of the parasites. The mind-controlling parasites are extremely evil, and in order to remove them, one must use a spell that has an extremely strong restraining ability against defilements. Fairy Silver Lotus hummed softly. That's easy for you to say. Do you know this kind of spell? not to mention removing parasites. Even for detoxification and healing, none of us here can do it. Instead, Mo's two eyes lit up slightly. Restraining effect on filth? Isn't this the frosty sword? However, he can't heal. Jotong had better wait honestly for death. Chapter 70, 7th grade healer, poisoner, and dancer. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Those who can come here are a bunch of reckless people practicing swords. Who would be this saving people's lives? At that moment, Xia Ningbing held the still sleeping little fox and slowly walked out of the formation with Chu Yuli. She also heard the conversation earlier. Someone was trying to deal with the Tianxuan Holy Land, and in order to find out who was behind it, that person had to be saved. She had spells to remove defilements, but antidotes and cures, she couldn't do anything about. You also noticed Xia Ningbing? He turned his head and his gaze fell on her slightly pale face. Senior sister, you look a little uncomfortable. Are you alright? Xia Ningbing shook her head in silence, her violet eyes still icy cold, but with some gentleness. It's okay. Mou's heart was slightly relieved. If she had really caused her Dao heart to shatter, she definitely wouldn't be so calm. He then said, how could it be that he had caused his senior sister's Dao heart to shatter? Thinking back on how much the senior sister had taken care of herself over the years, not only did she guide cultivation, but every time she was injured in a fight with Mayor's sister, she was the one who healed herself. When this matter is over, we must help senior sister find the chance to repair her Dao heart. At that moment, a voice rang out. Master Hui-chan is here. Chu Chuanin walked over with a white-bearded old man with crane hair and immortal style. Joy surfaced in the eyes of Swordfather Ling Yun. This is my sword sect's guest elder, a harmonization stage cultivator, proficient in the three paths of medicine, Dan, and poison, and is a well-known medical sage in our area. Without being polite, realist Hui-chan walked straight to Jotong's side and put his fingers on his wrist. He frowned tightly, carefully sensing the faint vitality within Jotong's body. How is it, physician? Can it be saved? Elder Bijou asked anxiously. The Reverend Spring sighed long and hard. Alas, I did not expect that the old man in this life will be able to see this legendary heart-eroding poison with my own eyes. This poison is vicious and overbearing, vicious and incomparable. According to ancient records, even in the immortal world, it is also a frighteningly strange poison. It's hopeless. He's been poisoned so deeply that his heart has been severely corrupted. If he were a Jindan stage cultivator, this level of corrosion wouldn't hurt. Pity. Elder Baijiu heard the words and was struck by lightning as he lunged forward and grabbed the sleeve of realist Hui-chan. Physician, look again. He must still be saved. This is only poisoned by a qi refining stage. There must still be a way to save him. As long as you can save him, I would like to gift you a lower grade spirit treasure. Realist Hui-chan had wanted to be furious. When had he ever been treated so rudely as a 7th grade physician? But when he heard about the lower grade spiritual treasure, all his anger instantly dissipated. One must know that even with a status like his, he only had a lower grade spirit treasure. What kind of person was this that could casually take out a lower grade spirit treasure? He looked to Swordfather Ling Yun with the intent of seeking an answer. Swordfather Ling Yun nodded slightly and explained. This is Elder Bijou from the Star Holy Land. When realist Hui-chan heard this, his heart flinched and he immediately curbed all his temper. This is a man he can't afford to mess with. He patiently explained in detail. Elder Bijou, it's not that I'm unwilling to save. I really can't do anything about it. This son has been poisoned deeply. The antidote is not difficult for me. But this heart-eroding poison causes damage to the heart, and there's nothing I can do about it. What's more, this son has a vague aura of evil in his body, which has exacerbated the onset of the erotic heart poison. Reverend Spring shook his head once again, his tone helpless. Hard. I walk. Moroni suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was a bit weak, but incomparably resolute. Not only can I undo the poison in his body, I can also heal his injuries. Everyone looked at Moroni in surprise. What even a 7th grade physician can't do, this little girl can? Hope rekindled in Elder Bijou's eyes as he quickly stepped in front of Moroni. Really? You can really save my son? If you can really cure it, I have a set of needle-type lower-grade spirit treasures here that I've treasured for many years, so I'll gift them to you. Deal. Moroni's eyes lit up and his originally weak body was instantly energized. This is a lower-grade spiritual treasure. Even his own master had only just gotten a mid-grade spirit treasure. Realist Hui-chan frowned and looked at Moroni in displeasure. Little girl dolls or not, he had wanted to make a mocking remark. After all, in his opinion, how could a milquetoast little girl possibly cure the heart-eroding poison that even he could not do anything about? However, when he probed Moroni's situation, the words he was going to say were choked in his throat and replaced by a face full of shock. You're actually a heart-eroding poison body. Did you poison this kid? Moroni held her head high and responded proudly. So what if it is? Appreciation filled the eyes of Reverend Spring. Little doll, I am a 7th grade poison master. Are you interested in being my disciple? The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Someone was actually blatantly trying to steal his disciple in front of the Tianxuan Saint Son? Realist Hui-chan looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd and asked in disbelief. What's the problem? Practicing with a sword will only waste her talent. How about letting her and I refine poisons? That's the path she should take. Inkfeather stood by the side, a breathlessness in his heart. What's going on here? You're going out and you're robbing your apprentice? Moroni turned her head to look at Mou and winked playfully. Master, I'm going to help him heal. You mustn't let your precious disciple be snatched away. After saying that, she walked towards Jotong with light steps. It was only then that Hui Chunjinjin noticed Mou, who had been silent all this time, and looked him up and down. Little friend, you're only at the 6th level of Yuaning, and at most, you're only a 4th grade poison master, and not only am I a 7th grade poisoner, I am also a 7th grade dancer, a physician. This girl has a better future with me, so please bear with me. He didn't mean anything derogatory, but was merely stating the facts as he saw them. He was sure that this fact would make this realize the gap between them and surrender the poison body. Mou's head was full of black lines. I refuse. Although his medical skills were no match for Reverend Spring, but how is it also a system-certified immortal poisoner and Dan Master? Polite, are you? It was only because Wei Chun's real attitude was okay that he didn't curse. Swordfather Lingyun hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. Don't blame Saint Tianxian. This old man has always spoken like this. He just loves talent a little too much. It was only then that Hui Chunjinjin realized who this person in front of him was, but he still refused to back down. Even though you're the holy son of the Holy Land, you're not good at the poison Dao after all. Old Me has been studying the poison Dao for thousands of years, and I dare say that even in your Tianxian Holy Land, no one can match me in this regard. When Lu Chanshan heard these words, he couldn't help but cough lightly. It doesn't matter if we have anyone from the Tianxian Holy Land, since she is already a disciple of my Tianxian Holy Land. There is no reason for her to worship another person as her master. As a matter of fact, they really didn't have any cultivators who specialized in refining poison in the Tianxian Holy Land. There might be some affiliated forces, but he didn't know about those either. Realist Hui Chun heard this and was secretly delighted. That's not true. There are countless great paths in the world. She can worship your Tianxian sacred ground, but that doesn't stop her from learning the poison path from me. He turned to Mou, his tone sincere. Well, how about considering it? Holy Son? Lu Chanshan stopped speaking. Reverend Spring was right on that point. This is the consensus of the cultivation community. If they are two different paths, it is indeed possible to study under different teachers. When Swordfather Lingyun heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly. No, absolutely not. If he really let Moroni worship Hui Chunjinjin as his teacher, with that old man's virtue, he would have directly joined the Tianxian Holy Land, unless he had the ability to make Moroni join the sword sect in turn. But what level was their sword sect and what level was the Tianxian Holy Land? Can he win? No, he's not capable of it, you know? Chapter 71, The Lightspeed Sliding Kneeling Hui Chun Realist. Reverend Spring stared at Mou. What other people thought was unimportant. It is this holy son who really makes the decisions. Mou sighed helplessly. It seemed that the old man wouldn't rest until he showed some real skill. He slowly walked over to Moroni. The young girl was concentrating on diagnosing Jotong's condition and smiled wryly when she noticed her master approaching. Don't worry, master, how could I betray you? Her own attainments in medicine and poison alone could surpass that old man's, so why should she worship him as her teacher? Mou nodded slightly. I naturally believe you. The eyes fell on Jotong. The face was blue, the lips were black, and the breath was weak. The heart-eroding poison is indeed overbearing. Not only does it corrode the heart veins, but it can also erode the divine soul. How are you going to detoxify your poisonous body now that you haven't fully mastered it? Moroni smiled confidently. The 9 needles of cleansing the heart can break this poison. This needle technique, using qi to control the needle goes to odd points. 9 needles in a row, cleansing the heart chakra. The first needle breaks the barrier, stabbing into the donzhong, breaking down the peripheral barrier of the toxin. The second needle diverts the flow, stabbing into the juk, directing the flow of the toxin. The third needle clears the source. She explained in detail the wonders of each point and each stitch. Inkfeather nodded gently. Can't understand it, but it seems to be solvable. The medical inheritance that Xiao Yi had obtained was truly extraordinary. Nonsense. Reverend Spring suddenly snapped. Will this antidote to the poison not work? I've been immersed in both medicine and poison for many years, and I've never heard of such methods. The antidote pills should be used as a guide. along with the rejuvenation technique, to direct the toxin to travel through the meridians and ultimately converge in the heart chakra, and then shatter the toxin with spiritual power. Little girl doll, you're still young. This matter of detoxification, or leave it to the old man. Follow-up treatment. How about you take over again? Mirai shook his head. Your method won't work. His body won't last that long now. My method will completely detoxify the poison in 1 hour. Yours will take at least 3. At that time, even if the poison is resolved, his damage is already so deep that even I won't be able to pull him back from the ghost gate. Then, a box of needles appeared in Morongi's hand and she said seriously to Mou. Master, during the detoxification process I may pass out due to the depletion of my spiritual energy. At that time, please feed me pills so that I can recover as soon as possible to continue the treatment. Otherwise, he will definitely die. Mou was shocked at her words and hurriedly grabbed her slender wrist. In that case, it's better for me to detoxify the poison. I also know a little bit about poison techniques. The room was shocked at these words. Tianxuan Saint Son actually knows how to use poison? Savage Wind's eyes widened. The silver lotus fairy had a strange color in her eyes. TSK, 20-something years old. 6th layer of Yuaning. Perfect sword intent. And also poison art. Come to our Yaoi Holy Land. Yaoi fairy might even be interested in being your daughter-in-law yo. If you say another word, I'll rip your mouth off. Ling Yunshua's willow eyebrows rose and she snapped. Elder Tai Cheng. The young gentleman is so outstanding. Why can't he be both the patriarch of the Tianxian Holy Land and of the Yaoqi fairy? Fairy Silver Lotus didn't say any more as she felt an icy killing intent. If she continued, she might actually get her flesh torn off. However, not everyone believed that Mou had this ability. The Reverend Spring is one of them. He stroked his beard and intoned. Saint Son, I know that you are gifted, but the path of the poison Tao is vast and profound, and cannot be mastered overnight. You're still young. Don't be so high-minded as to mistake the lives of others. This poison is better left to the old man. Morongi, on the other hand, looked at Mou with some suspicion and obediently gave up her position. If the master says it's okay, then it's okay. Elder Bijou gazed nervously at Mou. His eyes filled with suspicion and worry. Mou placed his hand squarely on Jotun's wrist with a calm tone. The path of poison is as vast as the sea, and what you have seen is but a drop in the ocean. What's your level? Educate me? As the words fell, he activated the heavenly poison pearl, and his purification ability was unleashed. Arrogant little child. You, realist Hui-chan was about to angrily rebuke Mou for not knowing the heights of heaven, but suddenly his eyes widened, originally full of green light. Dying Jotun, at this moment, unexpectedly to the naked eye visible speed quickly get better. The blue and purple color of his face faded quickly, and his black lips gradually regained their blood color. Poison, unraveled. Everyone was stunned. A moment ago, Hui Chenjinjin and Morongi had sworn to talk about how difficult it was to solve this heart-eroding poison. How complicated the steps need to be to save the day. One takes 1 hour. One takes 3. But now, Mou simply put his hand on Jotun's wrist and solved this extremely tricky heart-eroding poison? This is simply divine. Barbarian Wind couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Great. That's awesome. Worthy of being the Tianxian Saint Son. The silver lotus fairy's eyes were filled with a strange color. She was about to open her mouth to say something, but she suddenly felt a wave of icy killing intent come over her, causing her to stiffly swallow back the words that had reached her mouth. Ling Yunxue was quite helpless in her heart at the moment. This fiancé of his own is really excellent. Wouldn't that always attract some wild bees and butterflies? However, this poison art, it made her think about her own body. Morongi's eyes were filled with shock. This master teacher of his own was even proficient in such a profound poison technique. It's a tactic that's completely unreadable. Having studied medicine in 2 lives himself, he had blended the medicine of both worlds. In terms of detoxification, it was actually so much worse than his own indigenous master. Zhu Zhuyan stood on the side, looking at Mou with more admiration in his eyes than shock. Not only do you take time to refine your body, but you also take time to refine your poison. Time management guru, Lu Qianduan revealed a pleased smile. Worthy of his own holy son, Elder Xiaotian, on the other hand, was in disbelief. How could a cultivator so young be proficient in both the sword Dao and the poison Dao? Swordfather Lingyun was slightly relieved. Hui Chunjinren was not as skilled as the others, so it seemed that he had been overly concerned. Xia Ningbing bowed her head in deep thought. She vaguely guessed how Inkbrand did it. A powerful magic treasure, coupled with profound poison art attainments, was able to achieve this instantaneous detoxification effect. If the level of poison technique was not enough, just having a magic weapon would consume a lot of spiritual energy and energy. If there are no magic treasures and empty toxic levels, it will take a lot of time. But, MOU is only 24 years old. Temporal spells. Nowadays. That seems to be the only explanation that barely makes sense. Otherwise, it was completely unexplainable why he had mastered so many abilities and each of them was so profound. At this moment, Hui Chenjinjin only felt a fiery pain on his face, as if he had been slapped hard a few times. You actually did it for him? Soon. Though, the shame was replaced by shock. To be able to do so, this son's level of poison art must far exceed his own. No. As far as he understood, the number one person in the Tianxuan continent's poison arts couldn't do it to such an extent. That's definitely an immortal tactic. Either there is a high person behind it, or it is a great power that has been rebuilt. Reverend Spring's eyes flickered, and he had a plan in mind. He made an immediate decision and fell on his knees in front of MOU with a loud voice. Senior's poison technique is divine, and I admire it to the core. I hope that Senior will forgive me for having offended you so much just now. My Senior has the audacity to implore Senior to take my Senior as his disciple and teach my Senior the supreme poison Dao. Chapter 72, The Collapsed Lingyun Swordsman. This kneeling stunned the crowd. The Huichan realist, who had been so high and mighty a moment ago, was actually kneeling down to pay homage to his master at this moment? That's too quick a reversal. MOU was a bit surprised. This Huichan real person was really capable of bending and stretching. In order to pursue the poisonous path, he was able to go to such an extent. I don't take on disciples, he blandly retorted. Reverend Spring said in a hurry. It's okay, I can just be a named disciple. No, I'll be fine as a medicine boy. As long as the master can spare a little time each year to enlighten me a few times, I will be satisfied. Moreover, I'm also a 7th grade alchemist who can refine pills for masters. The crowd was once again shocked at the words. They weren't sure how superior MOU's poison skill level was before. We know that now. To be able to make the high-minded and proud Hui Chunjinjin offer to be a medicine boy, this level of toxicity is absolutely horrible. Seeing that MOU remained indifferent, realist Hui Chun's eyes rolled and he turned his head towards Morongyi. A pleasing smile piled up on his face. Just help me beg the master. I promise to refine pills for you every day from now on. No complaints whatsoever. Malenyi. This world. Good epilepsy. She turned her head away and continued to treat Zhou Tong. It's better to let the master decide such things for himself. Standing on the sidelines, Lingyun Sword Venerable couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times as he watched Hui Chunjinrun's actions. This old man. It is really. In order to achieve the purpose, anything to do. So you have to join the Tianxian Holy Land? MOU pondered in his mind. It doesn't seem to be a no-no. After all, realist Hui Chun was a 7th grade alchemist, so it would be good if he could use it for himself. The Tianxian Holy Land explicitly only had a maximum of 8th grade alchemists. 7th grade pills were not easy to obtain. Even for him, a holy son. Seeing that MOU was still hesitating, realist Hui Chun became anxious. He looked at Moroni and instantly had some guesses in his mind. He gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind about something. Master, could it be that you only accept women? I can also. Stop. MOU instantly spoke out to interrupt him. I don't know what tigers and wolves can come out of his mouth if I let him talk any longer. He spoke slowly. I can instruct you in the art of poisoning. However, I do have conditions. You'll organize the problems you encounter in poison arts every year. Come along and ask me. And don't bother me during the week. If I have a need, I'll look for you to make pills. How about that? Of course. Don't worry. I won't squeeze you. Realist Hui Chun was overjoyed at his words and immediately fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Good. Thanks, master. Then, MOU and Hui Chunjinjin stood aside and quietly watched Morongyi treat Jotong. Morongyi explained as she applied the needle. This needle is the 9-turn soul recovery needle, which I obtained from a relic. Divided into 9 revolutions, there are a total of 9,981 silver needles, corresponding to 81 major points in the human body. The 9 revolutions are applied in unison, interlocking and unending, and can maximize the potential of the human body, nourish the divine soul, and repair wounds. The returning spring realist sighed in admiration. Wonderful. Just wonderful. This set of stitches is simply unheard of. Old me has really had an eye-opening experience today. If placed before, realist Hui Chun would have definitely scoffed at Morongyi's stitching technique, and even uttered a sneer. He had been immersed in the medical profession for many years and prided himself on his medical skills. How can you trust a yellow girl so easily? But now, things are very different. MOU displayed that kind of poison art attainment, completely subverting his cognition. With such a demonic master, how can a disciple be an idle one? Therefore, he concluded that this set of needles performed by Morongyi must be some kind of long-lost secret technique of the absolute world. The degree of its subtlety was far beyond what he could comprehend. MOU also nodded rather appreciatively. but then thought of something and couldn't help but ask, is it possible to administer needles without undressing? Morongyi's movements in her hand slightly lurched, and her originally fair and jade-like pretty face, a faint blush emerged at this moment. Master, before I didn't have enough cultivation, that's why I needed to undress. Not far away, when Chu Yuli heard this conversation, her entire body was stunned. Senior sister she actually even took off her masteress clothes? This is simply fourth one now. Whoa. In the distance, Swordfather Lingyun looked at Reverend Spring, grief written all over his face. It hurts too much. The 7th grade physician of his own sword sect was just gone. The magic weapon is gone, and so is the man. Elder Xiaotian sensed the abnormality of Swordfather Lingyun and walked over to pat his shoulder, consoling him in a heartfelt manner. Xiaoling, think about it. We can't hinder others from seeking the great Tao, can we? If you guys could have gotten something like that too, he wouldn't have run. In the end, it's still your sword sect's own lack of competitiveness and deep enough heritage that prevents you from retaining talents. Therefore, the sword sect should also reflect, and strive to improve their strength and competitiveness, which is the right path. The look on Swordfather Lingyun's face grew more and more bitter. Yes, the elder taught me a lesson. On his lips, he was cursing in his heart. What a psycho! This level of poison skill, is it something a normal person can do? Right at this moment, Chu Deluyan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly walked over to Lingyun's Swordfather's side and respectfully said, Master, after much deliberation, disciple has decided to practice the method of body refining. What? Refining the body? Swordfather Lingyun froze. Although their sword sect also had a body refining method, it wasn't considered top-notch. Satsumi smiled at his words. In that case, come to the heaven-casting Holy Land. With your talent, it's long overdue. Chu Deluyan turned his head to look at Swordfather Lingyun, his eyes revealing a sense of solicitation. Swordfather Lingyun was about to cry as he looked at his favored disciple with high hopes. Go on, apprentice. His voice trembled as he forced himself to hold back his dismay. It's more suitable for your development there. My master fully supports you and will never stand in your way. The sword sect, as a subordinate force of the heaven-casting Holy Land, had no right to refuse such a thing. Now we don't even have an apprentice. Swordfather Lingyun only felt a blackout before his eyes, and he almost didn't pass out on the spot. What a sin this is. Why are there so many problems with the sword test this year? The sword monument was broken. The magic treasure was lost. The physician was gouged. And even the disciples were leaving him. The sword sect is going to be finished. You also didn't keep watching Morongyi applying the needles. He was different from Hui Chunjinjin. He knew nothing about medicine and couldn't understand the acupuncture at all. Then he wandered up and down the bleachers, pondering in his mind what he was going to do next. After curing Jotong and removing the mind-controlling parasites, he would be able to find the person behind the scenes, to actually dare to assassinate the 2 great holy places. One would think that there is some strength. Then chopping the sword tablet to see just what realm his sword intent had reached. Tomorrow, there was still the sword intent left behind by the sword sect's ancestor to comprehend. In this way, the trip to the sword sect would be considered complete. As he was thinking, an elegant and dignified figure came into view. He smiled and called, Auntie Snow. Chapter 73, Learning to Push Yourself. Ling Yunxue quickly stepped forward, a light smile hanging on her delicate features, her hands and feet showing her nobility. Little feather, you're still into poison arts? Mou smiled and explained. Previously, I had obtained the poison art inheritance of a great power. Ling Yunxue's eyes, which were like autumn water, lit up slightly. And what is your attainment in the art of poison? Mou pondered for a moment and said frankly, on the Tianxuan continent, it can barely rank first. Ling Yunxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. You kids. She shook her head, the smile in her eyes intensifying. In a moment, her expression turned grave. I made some mistakes when I was young when I was practicing the Tai Ching technique, resulting in the accumulation of some cold toxins in my body. Do you have a solution? Mou frowned slightly. That's not really a good solution. There's one big problem. His cultivation level was too low to necessarily find out where that poison was. The ability to lurk is also one of the criteria for judging whether a poison is powerful or not. Ling Yunxue's eyes darkened when she saw Mou's silence. If she could remove this cold poison, her cultivation would definitely be further advanced. And the situation in the Tai Ching Holy Land could also be improved. But how easy is it to eradicate this cold poison? Over the years, she had gone to a number of physicians, all of whom were unable to help. That's just it. This cold poison has been plaguing me for years. Auntie Snow, I can try. Mou interrupted her. It's just that my medical skills are limited and I need to examine it carefully to be sure. Tonight I'll help Auntie Snow take a good look. If one was a medical expert, they could even tell Ling Yunshua's condition with a single glance. But he couldn't. He could only probe a little bit with his spiritual energy to find out what the problem was. Ling Yunshua's eyes regained their luster. Then I'll trouble you. Auntie Shui, why are we still so polite to each other? Fair enough. By the way, Auntie Shui, I suspect that besides Zhou Tong, there are other disciples from various sects who have also been put under the mind control compulsion. You suddenly remembered this matter and said in a hurry. Ling Yunxue nodded slightly. You don't have to worry about that. The sword sect still has this bit of eyesight. They've already blocked the sword sect. They'll soon be able to find out. Ink Feather nodded gently. That's right. If he himself could detect it, how could these patriarch elder level figures present be unaware of it? After Ling Yunxue left, Chu Chuanin walked over again. He respectfully said, Brother Mo, I have a question for you. Ask. Ink Feather had a pretty good impression of him. Cultivation maniacs. Great to deal with. Not much heart. How on earth did Brother Mo manage to establish himself in so many fields? The moment Chu Deluxe spoke these words, the surroundings instantly fell silent, and the crowd cast curious gazes. Good question. You casually picked up a piece of linen and cast a spell to soak it. See? It's a piece of cloth with water in it. He squeezed gently and most of the water was squeezed out. Now the water has been mostly squeezed out. After saying that, Mou's hands once again increased the force, and a few drops of water seeped out. He repeated this many times, and each time he managed to squeeze out some water. Got it? Chu Jiuyan nodded thoughtfully. A flame flared at his fingertips, vaporizing all the moisture from the linen. Understood. Brother Mo's squeezing force and this flame of mine are both driving forces that push things forward. It means that you never know how much potential you have until you push yourself. You couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This Chu Deluyan, the ability to understand is really unique. What he said, though, seemed to make sense. The surrounding disciples sniffed and murmured. So that's how it is. Enlightened. It's worthy of being a sermon by the heavenly Qin Saint Son. It's really beneficial. No wonder there is a delay in breaking through the bottleneck. It turns out to be a lack of this determination to push oneself. I'm going to make a Dao hard oath. I must break through to Jin Dan this year. Why do I get the impression that the Holy Sun means that time is like water? There's always time if you're willing to squeeze it. What do you know? What Jianzi said is the correct solution. We cultivate 12 hours a day. Where is there time to squeeze in? Fellow Taoist is right. You turned a deaf ear to these murmurs. He didn't care how these disciples interpreted it. It was good that the disciples of the major sects were practicing hard. After all, there would be a great heaven and earth calamity in a few hundred years that would require the strength of these people. Mou's gaze turned to where Moroni was, but he realized that the Reverend Spring had disappeared. Just as he was wondering, a voice rang in his ears. Grandmaster, these are some of the spirit medicines I've treasured in recent years. Please also take a look. Realist Hui Chun did not know when he had come to Mou's side. Holding a storage ring in his hand and looking at him with anticipation, Mou originally wanted to refuse, but on second thought, it was time to start preparing the pills that Sister Yen she needed to reshape her body. Thus, Mou took the ring, and with a casual sweep of his divine sense, his heart was moved. This old man, he's lucky to even have something like this. Empyrean chalcedony liquid, one of the optional auxiliary materials for remodeling Sister Yen Shi's body. 7th grade elixir, precious and unusual. He didn't expect to come across it here, and it saved him the trouble of searching for it. That's the benefit of being a son of Qi. Ask for something, and heaven will always find an opportunity to stuff it. There was something better in there, but he didn't need it. After putting away the empty spirit chalcedony liquid, Mou threw the storage ring back to Reverend Spring. That's it. I'll get back to you if I need you later. Go ahead. What's the problem? Realist Hui Chun was overjoyed at his words. He hastily put away his storage ring, rubbed his hands together, and raised some doubts about poison arts. These questions, in his eyes, were all profound, but in Mou's eyes, they were just the basics. Ink Feather patiently answered each and every question. Ho Chun Jinjin listened as if he was mesmerized. He felt as if he had opened a door to a new world, and his understanding of poison techniques had taken a qualitative leap. What he had learned in this one day was better than thousands of years of painstaking study. This medicine boy, it's worth it. Hui Chun real person's heart was full of emotions, and his admiration for Mou was even more like a torrential river, unceasing. After Mou finished answering the question, he turned around and returned to Moroni's side. Moroni's last stitch fell, and all the silver needles on Zhou Tong's body flew back to the needle box. She breathed a long sigh of relief, but her body swayed slightly and fell backward. Mou's quick eyes and hands grabbed her unmanageable slender waist and held her up gently. Thank you, master. Her face was pale. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, and her voice was weak. Mo's heart ached as he hurriedly took out an elixir and sent it into Morongyi's mouth. The elixir melted in her mouth, restoring a trace of redness to her pale face. Master, I want to get some sleep, she murmured softly and fell asleep directly in Mo's arms. Chapter 74, Killing the Demon Cult. Seeing this, Immortal Silver Lotus let out a pout. Ouch, I also want to sleep in the arms of the little lord. Ling Yunxue glared at her. This psycho. I don't know what's gotten into her today. Insisting on seducing her man. Mo gently hugged Morongyi. The young girl's body in his arms was soft and carried a hint of faint fragrance. At this time, Elder Bijou walked slowly to Mo's body, took out an exquisite wooden box from his bosom, and handed it to him with both hands. Thank you both for your help. This is the payment promised before. Mo received the wooden box, into the hand heavy, the surface of the wooden box carved with exquisite patterns, emitting a faint fluctuation of aura. Opening the wooden box, inside lay a set of silver needles, each one as slender as a hair, flashing with an icy cold aura. It looked quite extraordinary, and was considered quite a suitable Dharma treasure for E. Just then, the system voice rang out. You've taken the chance from Morongyi, a lower grade treasure. The needle. Reward, superior spiritual treasure, blue blood divine flame needle. Villain points plus 500. Mo was slightly stunned. There's a reward for that? Immediately afterward, a large amount of information about the blue blood divine flame needle flooded into his mind. Once this needle is out, the doctor can cure all diseases and bring back the dead, and the killer can kill people invisibly and destroy their souls and souls. It is also a rare and precious treasure. Moreover, it could be fully activated without using the power of the immortal spirit. Although Mo didn't know how to heal, he knew a little about concealed weapons. This blue blood divine flame needle could also exert great power in his hands. Holy Sun, I wonder if there is a way to get rid of the parasites. Elder Bijou couldn't help but ask when he saw Mo pondering. I'll remove the parasites. At this time, Xia Ningbing walked slowly, her voice as clear and cold as an ice spring striking a stone. It's her, the fairy who severed the sword monument with one sword. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. This temperament, it's just perfect. I would trade my senior brother's 1,000-year lifespan for one such Taoist. You're thinking about fart eating. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? In the crowd, some people recognized Xia Ningbing and exclaimed in shock. Xia Ningbing turned a deaf ear to the surrounding murmurs and walked straight to Zhou Tong. She was about to cast a spell, but she suddenly coughed lightly, adding a few pallor points to her originally cold and frosty pretty face. The effects of the shattered Dao heart were more severe than she had expected. At the moment, she was actually a bit overwhelmed. Right at this moment, Mo took a step ahead of her, and with a thought, the frost e-sword was silently unleashed. At Zhou Tong's brow, a small black insect was forced out by the invisible sword chi. It was hideous in appearance, and just as it appeared, it let out a piercing scream. Trying to flee, he was locked in a deadly lock by the frost e-sword chi. A trace of surprise flashed through Xia Ningbing's heart. Her beautiful eyes flowed as she looked deeply at Mo. Then, she flicked her slender jade finger, instantly confining the small black insect. She activated her mana and used the heart control compulsion as a guide to mark all those around her who were tainted with the scent of this compulsion. A faint purple halo appeared on those controlled disciples. Quickly, Senior Sister has already marked out those who are controlled by the mind control compulsion. Seeing this, Ling Wanqing immediately let out a delicate cry. Swordfather Ling Yun sniffed and ordered in a deep voice. Do it! The sword sect disciples quickly moved out and captured all those marked disciples. Those disciples who were marked with a vague obscure color in their eyes were precisely those who had been hit by the mind control compulsion. However, the crowd had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that all problems were solved. A violent fluctuation of spiritual energy appeared, followed by several frantic hisses that suddenly rang out from the crowd. Long live the God of Killers! The God of Killers lives forever! Terrifying auras erupted from several cultivators, and they were actually about to explode themselves. No good! Stop them! The crowd's faces changed drastically. Ling Yinxue's eyes were slightly austere as her prime hand lightly waved. Those disciples who were about to blow themselves up were instantly confined. The change came steeply at this moment. A bizarre blood color surfaced in the eyes of those disciples, and their 7 orifices began to ooze dark red liquid. A thick fishy odor filled the air, causing everyone present to cover their noses and retreat. In the blink of an eye, it was turned into a puddle of blood and water. Appalling to the extreme. Ling Yunxue's expression changed slightly. What a bizarre tactic. Where exactly is this god of murder? The others were also gloomy, their hearts filled with scorn and uneasiness. These people who blew themselves up weren't disciples of their various sects, but rather, they had blended in under the name of loose cultivators. There is actually such a terrifying force in the world? Mo gazed at the piercing blood and water on the ground, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Are evil practitioners so rampant now? He actually dared to show up at the sword sect's sword trials. Ling Wanqing looked grave. Sure enough, it's the killing demon cult. They actually came right out? Why? Who startled them? And, not slaughtering the city, only provoking the conflict between the two holy places, which is completely inconsistent with their style. What is the conspiracy behind this? Xianingbing didn't care too much about this. To her, these were just some small, unimpressive forces in the lower realms, not worth mentioning. Rather, it was Mou's tactics just now that surprised her even more. At this moment, Swordfather Lingyun opened his mouth and broke the silence. Fairy Xia, the controlled disciples are all here. Please help. Xia Ningbing shook her head, her voice clear and cold. My senior brother knows this too. He'll do it. When Xia Ningbing said this, everyone was shocked. Not only is Tianxuan Saint Son's poison skill superb, but he even knows how to exorcise evil spirits? This is still a human being? Mou didn't push back, and with a thought, he secretly manipulated the frosty sword, and a blue light flashed by, only to see a small black insect flying out from the center of those disciples' eyebrows, emitting ear-piercing screams. As soon as these little bugs appeared, they scattered and fled in all directions with great speed. However, under the blue light, there was nowhere for them to escape. Struggling and twisting, it eventually turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated into the air. The whole process was but a few short breaths, before the crowd could react. Those disciples who had been controlled by the mind control parasites had already returned to normal. They looked around in bewilderment, obviously still unaware of what was happening. This is solved? Someone exclaimed in shock, his tone filled with incredulity. Heavenly Xian Saint Son, awesome! I'm going to follow the example of the Holy Son and push myself. For a while, there was a lot of admiration. Everyone was impressed by this godly tactic of Mou's. Ahem. At this time, Zhou violently coughed twice and woke up leisurely. Seeing this, Elder Bijou burst into tears as he lunged forward and tightly gripped Zhou hand, his voice trembling beyond recognition. Tonger, you're finally awake. Zhou weakly looked at his father with confusion in his eyes. Dad, what's wrong with me? You were put under a mind-controlling compulsion, and it was someone from the Tianxuan Holy Land who saved you, Elder Bijou said excitedly, pointing at Mou and Morongyi on the side. Zhou sniffed and recalled what he had done before, a guilty look appearing on his face. He braced his weak body and made a deep bow to Mou and Morongyi. Thank you both for coming to the rescue. He himself had sneak attacked the people of the Tianxuan Holy Land and was actually saved by them. Inkbrand waved his hand. No need to bother. Let's get down to business. Do you remember who put the compulsion on you? Chapter 75, A Plan to Destroy Luo Su Xin. Zhou fought back carefully for a while and shook his head. The man wore a black robe, and it was impossible to see his face or recognize his voice. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, a bright light flashed in his eyes. By the way, that man gave me a sword. Sword? Hearing this, Swordfather Lingyun interjected. But that flying sword that can explode? Yes, that's the sword. Zhou nodded repeatedly. That sword is the one they gave. They told me to use that sword to kill the highest-ranked disciple of the Tianxuan Holy Land. The Lingyun Swordfather's eyes flinched as an invisible pressure emanated from him. Delusions of grandeur. Retrieve the pieces of that sword. Yes, Chu Deluyan responded, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared in the same place. Elder Xiaotian explained with a smile. Our casting heaven Holy Land is best at refining weapons. Give me a day's time and I'll be able to deduce which domain's refining technique that sword originated from. Ink Feather nodded gently. This ability was also considered a specialty of the heaven casting Holy Land. Every refiner had their own unique style and techniques, just like a painter's brushstrokes and a calligrapher's handwriting, unique and difficult to imitate. And they, the heaven casting Holy Land, had researched most of the refining techniques of the Tianyuan continent. His gaze once again fell on Zhou and the other disciples who were controlled by the mind control compass. Do you know anything else? The crowd was confused and shaking their heads. Suddenly one of the disciples spoke up. I remember the man smelled strongly of blood. Immediately after that, another disciple spoke. The man was fully wrapped under a black robe and used only his left hand. I suspect he was left-handed. Inkfeather jotted down this information to make it easier to keep an eye out for it in the future. Subsequently, he also stopped bothering about these things. Professional things should still be left to professionals. The Sword Sect has a professional crime-solving team. Mou was carrying Moroni in his arms, quietly waiting for the end of the sword trial conference. His strength was recognized by everyone and there was no need to participate in that second round. At this time, Elder Bijou walked up to Mou and bowed deeply. Holy Son, thanks to your help. Such a great favor is unforgettable. Mou waved his hand. It's just a show of hands. Saint Son, I have a piece of news here that might be useful to you. With a wave of his hand, Elder Bijou set up a shielding formation. This formation isolated all prying eyes from the outside world, the higher echelons of the Star Holy Land, as well as the Heavenly Pivot, Heavenly Guay, and Kaiyang Veins, have united a number of forces that want to surround immortal Luo. Elder Bijou lowered his voice and said slowly. You raised an eyebrow. Why? Senior sister is about to ascend. Are they brain dead to go and ask for trouble? Bijou shook his head. It's not clear. The reason they gave us is that Fairy Luo has an immortal artifact in her hands that can weaken the heavenly tribulation. The Holy Sun should know that this item has a fatal attraction to both transition, Mahayana, and loose immortals. It's said that with this item, it will help the 8-jack loose immortals to stabilize their passage through the last thunder tribulation and ascend to the immortal realm. Ink Feather was shocked in his heart. An immortal weapon that could easily up the strongest heavenly tribulation? So sick? This kind of thing is indeed extremely attractive to those old monsters. No wonder Jun Wuhan and the others were not afraid of eldest sister at that time. Turns out it was already preparing to make a move on her. Bijou continued. Our Yuhan lineage declined their invitation, so I'm not sure of their exact plans. Ink Feather nodded gently. That will be enough. Thank you very much. He couldn't do much to help with this matter. He could only go back and tell eldest sister so that she could make preparations in advance. It was also unknown how many forces were involved. There were quite a few loose immortals in just one Star Holy Land. Eldest sister is afraid she's in trouble. The Holy Sun is joking. You saved my son. This is what I should do. I hope the Holy Sun won't say it was me who said it. Naturally, I still understand that. Nightfall. At the end of the sword trial, Mou and Moroni were both ranked first and gained the qualification to participate in the sword sect ancestor's sword intent. Mou carried Moroni back to her room and gently placed her on the bed. The door to the room slammed softly, and Ling Wanqing pushed her way in, her footsteps so light that they were barely audible. Elder brother. What's the matter? There's a very important thing. Inkbrand turned back. Ling Wanqing understood and quickly made a seal to lay down a soundproof formation, enveloping the two of them. The Star Holy Land is going to make a move against eldest sister. Mou said in a deep voice. Ling Wanqing exclaimed. How did they dare? Inkbrand told her all that Bijou had told him. Ling Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. I'll find a chance to tell eldest sister. After bidding farewell to Mou, Ling Wanqing walked on the corridor under the moonlight. Thoughts racing through her mind. Was there this incident in a previous life? Come to think of it, Big Sister did mention something similar in her previous life. At that time, when she was exterminating the demonic cultivators, she discovered that they were plotting against her. But that was a few decades later, and at that time, the eldest sister was very strong, and they were no match at all. So Big Sister can take care of herself. Nope. Wait a minute. Ling Wanqing suddenly stopped in her tracks, cold sweat sliding down her cheeks. This time the situation is completely different. Elder brother clashed with them in advance. Inevitably, this leads to an advancement of their plans. With eldest sister's current strength, she was not yet a match for them. She exhaled softly. Carelessness almost went wrong. This time, I'll have to tell eldest sister when I go back, so that she can take precautions in advance. Thanks to the timely reminder of senior brother. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Inkbrand returned to the bed and sat down. With a silent thought in his mind, he checked his villain points. 700 points. Enough to purchase the Jade Lotus of Creation. It's also time to prepare Sister Yan Shi to remodel her body. Gotta poke around to see what secret areas have opened up recently. Mou had never been picky about the secret realm. As long as he went there, there would be something he needed there. That's the way it is with the Sons of the Air. There are many ways to mix and match to remodel your physique. And Empyrean Chalcedony liquid is one of the base materials. The better the material, the better the physique. If he was in a position to do so, he still wanted Sister Yan Shi to have the best physique. If you can't, you need a growable body as well. Next, he took out the jade box of gathering in souls. Warm and moist in the hand, the jade is delicate and faintly emits a ghostly light. Now the first elixir had coalesced. It's time for another exciting throw of the dice. A pill-producing immortal artifact? And which immortal inheritance did you pick up? Yan Shi's surprised voice sounded in his head. Worthy of being an immortal from the upper realm. He saw through the purpose of this magic treasure with a single glance. Picked it up in that immortal emperor inheritance last time. Mou replied. Yan Shi didn't ask much. Quickly open it and see what the output is. Mou opened the jade box as instructed. An elixir was lying quietly in it. Snow white in color, emitting a glistening luster. Enlightened Heart Pill. Yan Shi exclaimed. It's actually the Enlightened Heart Pill. Chapter 76, Severing the Sword Tablet. Is that impressive? Mou wondered. That's natural. This Dan is refined with enlightenment tea leaves. After taking it, Enlightenment will increase greatly within 3 days, even in the immortal realm. It's a good thing that only the core disciples of large sects can enjoy. This luck of yours is really horrible. This Dan medicine grade is not high, but it is extremely rare. Envious. Yen, she lamented. Mou laughed. In that case, wouldn't Sister Yen she be lucky to meet me as well? That indeed. Yen, she smiled sweetly. Inkfeather looked back at the elixir with a blazing gaze. Tomorrow, we will go to the sword graveyard to comprehend the sword intent. And this heart-comprehending pill has come at the right time. Morongi should be waking up soon as well. When she wakes up, she'll be able to diagnose anti-Shui after she's badgered her medical skills. Next, go take a sword intent test. Sword sect, Patriarch Hall. Delusional words. When you go to the heaven-casting Holy Land this time, you must cultivate well and do not let down your master's expectations. Swordfather Ling Yun admonished. Don't worry, master. I will do my best and never let you down, Chu Deluyan firmly said. Tomorrow, when the sword intent comprehension was completed, Chu Zhuyin would depart for the Cast Heaven Holy Land to cultivate. Senior, you should still drink less alcohol and gamble less in the future, Chu Deluxe said. I know. Why are you even more nagging than your master I am? Swordfather Lingyun feigned impatience and waved his hand, but his voice was tinged with reluctance. The two of them looked at each other and were silent for a long time, the air filled with the sadness of parting. Just then, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came. Rumble. The sound was dull and long, like the roar of an ancient beast, shaking people's eardrums buzzing and their hearts and minds trembling. The duo's faces suddenly changed, and they violently turned their heads to look. Only in the direction of the sword monument in the distance, a huge crack spread out from east to west, splitting the towering sword monument into two. The sword tablet. The sword steel broke again. Swordfather Lingyun exclaimed in shock. One must know that this sword monument was the symbol of the sword sect, standing for tens of thousands of years without collapsing. Even if a Mahayana stage powerhouse struck it with all his might, it would be difficult to shake it in the slightest. Now it is even chopped off one after another. This is a ghost. In one day, 2 sword Dao demons who were able to cut through the sword tablet had appeared. Go over there. Swordfather Lingyun couldn't wait to think about it, and as he pulled Chu Chuanin up, his body flashed and turned into a stream of light as he sped towards the direction of the sword monument. However, when they arrived at the scene, it had long been empty, leaving only the sword monument broken into 4 pieces standing there, looking particularly desolate. On the latest cut, an overbearing and extreme sword intent remained, as if it was telling of the earth-shattering sword just now. Gone? Swordfather Lingyun's brows furrowed as he looked around, but he didn't even see a single silhouette. This sword intent. Chu Zhuyan stared at the broken sword steel, a strange light flickering in his eyes. This sword intent, so familiar. Seems like I've seen it somewhere. A million images raced through his mind, trying to capture that hint of familiarity. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It's Brother Mo. It's Brother Mo's sword intent. What? You're saying that this is the work of the heavenly Qian sacred son? The Lingyun swordfather had a shocked look on his face. That's right. Chu Zhuyan nodded his head with certainty. The sharpness and dominance contained in this sword intent is the same as Brother Mo's. It's definitely not wrong. Swordfather Lingyun sucked in a breath of cool air, only feeling his brain buzzing. Mou? Ink feather again. Come the on. What's it going to be this time? Swordfather Lingyun only felt his scalp tingle and a strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. Just then, Lu Chanchen also came with his sword and floated to the ground. He looked at the sword steel that was broken in two, and a look of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Broken again? Twice in one day? Are your sword monuments aging? Lu Qianduan flirted. Swordfather Lingyun took a deep breath and forced down the shock in his heart as he spoke out their suspicions. Little Feather did this? So it looks like the sword tablet is okay. Lu Qianduan laughed out loud, his voice full of complacency. Swordfather Lingyun. He was silent for a moment, his eyes complex as he looked at the sword steel that broke into 4 pieces, his voice low and helpless. You Tianxuan Holy Land. 3 people chopped this sword monument of our sword sect, which has been passed down for 10,000 years, into 4 hard pieces. The corners of Lu Chanchen's mouth rose slightly. Your sword sect is incapable on its own. If you also had geniuses, wouldn't you be able to cut the sword tablet into pieces on your own? Alright, no more jokes. Swordfather Lingyun waved his hand, interrupting Lu Chanchen's flirtation with a solemn expression. You should remember the criteria for measuring sword intent for this sword tablet, right? Lu Qianduan nodded. Back then, your sword sect's generation of ancestors found this mysterious stone tablet underground, and different strengths of sword intent could leave traces of varying shades on it. Less than 3 feet and 3 inches is the human rank. More than 3 feet and 3 inches is the earth rank. More than 6 feet and 6 inches is the heaven rank. and the longest can be 9 feet and 9 inches. Swordfather Ling Yun nodded, his eyes burning as he stared at the broken sword steel. That's right. Back then, the white sword immortal of your clan broke this rule and severed the sword monument with a single sword. At that time, countless sword cultivators thought there was something wrong with the sword monument and came to test it, only to find that the depth of their sword marks hadn't changed at all. In the end they concluded that it was the sword technique of the immortal world. Lu Chenduan said, they think that White Frost Shadow is transiting, so with the addition of immortal sword techniques they will be able to cut through the sword monument, but Little Feather is only a Yuaning. That's right, above that heavenly rank, there is an even more powerful sword intent. Swordfather Ling Yun's eyes were glowing, his face showing excitement. Lu Qianwan thought for a moment and opened his mouth. But what does that have to do with us? This kind of genius, of which there are only 3 in all of history, is not for ordinary people like us to consider. Swordfather Ling Yun shook his head. Of course there is. A great world is coming. Our Tianxuan continent will usher in the most prosperous golden age. Lu Chanshan looked down to ponder his words. Chu Jiuyan's gaze burned. He's also going to seize this opportunity to seize this golden age. Without waiting for them to speak, Swordfather Ling Yun suddenly opened his mouth. I'm going to report with Elder Tsunami, so I'll see you tomorrow. Before the words left his mouth, Swordfather Ling Yun brought Chu Chuanin to transform into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Back in his room, Mou felt tasteless. The sword tablet was indeed specialized in testing the strength of sword intent. One's own sword intent slashed gently towards that, and the sword steel directly broke into 2 sections. He can only be certain now that his sword intent was the extreme sword intent. Exactly what level is not yet known. Simply put, it blows the tester out of the water. However, no matter what degree, in this lower realm, it was already more than enough. After all, only 3 people have ever reached that level. Master. Just as Mou's thoughts were racing, a soft voice pulled him back. Moroni had woken up at some point and was rubbing her sleepy eyes and murmuring. Mou hurriedly collected his mind and walked over to the bedside to sit down. Awake. How do you feel? I'm fine. Just a little tired. Moroni rubbed her sleepy eyes, her voice soft. Here's the payment from Bijou. Mou took out the Xian Nu needle and handed it to her. Moroni opened the wooden box and looked at the silver needles inside that were flashing with a cold aura. Her eyes lit up. Good needle. Her eyes instantly lit up. Thank you, Master. You earned this. Mou laughed. By the way, can you teach me medicine? Yeah, I'll teach you. Moroni came to her senses as she sat up from the bed and took out a stack of super thick medical books. This is my summarized medical experience. Master. Chapter 77. Mou took the medical book and flipped through it. Moroni, on the other hand, patiently explained the contents of the medical book to him. How to look and smell. How to use medicines. How to use acupuncture and moxibustion. Other than the fact that the drug inkwell understood it on the first listen, it was a bit stressful. It's really not easy to master these complex medical techniques in a short period of time. After all, medicine was one of the most bitter professions in the past life. After thinking about it, he took out the enlightenment pill from his storage ring and took it. Valid for 3 days. Just in time for both medicine and swordplay. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and a cool aura instantly spread throughout his body. Mou felt his mind become clearer than ever before, and his understanding of what Moroni had said became more thorough. After listening for half an hour, Mou was as if he had been transformed. His understanding of the medical arts had reached a whole new level. He could now be considered a third-grade physician. This kind of amazing learning speed, if the physicians who have been studying hard for many years know about it, I'm afraid my jaw will drop and I'll even be skeptical. After all, unusual physicians who wanted to reach the third-grade realm often needed to put in years or even decades of hard work. Mou, on the other hand, only used half an hour. With some foundation, Mou also began to ask some questions. Where cold poisons are often found, how to deeply examine the human body with psychic energy, and so on. Through Moroni's explanation, he discovered a heavenly problem. Cold poisons in medicine and poison are not a ing thing. Grass. He had no idea which cold poison anti-Schwez was. Moroni seemed to be able to see what Mou was really questioning. She flipped the medical book to a particular page and tapped her slender fingers on it. Master, look at this. Spirit Flame Cleansing Cold Needle. As long as we find the location of the cold air and use this stitch, it will be solved. Mou's eyes lit up. That's how he likes it. Simple and brutal. It is well known that amputation resolves all diseases of the corresponding site. The stitch has this wild beauty to it as well. In this way, even if Ling Yunshua's cold poison was medically cold, she didn't have to worry about it. Moroni continued. This needle technique eats up cultivation and flame strength, so I can't help with the cold poison on Master's body. So Master can only do it himself. However, In the future, Master doesn't need to be embarrassed when he encounters this kind of thing, just say it directly. She winked, playfully. It's not just the loss of kidney yang that causes the cold to enter the body. I'm a professional physician. I won't laugh at you. Ink feather. It's too late to jump into the Yellow River. It's just a matter of what she thinks. Sooner or later, she would realize that her master, her yang energy was infinite. Afterwards, Mou carefully looked at the detailed diagrams on the medical book while listening carefully to Moroni's explanation. Unconsciously, Moroni's voice became smaller and smaller until it was completely silent. It was only then that Mou realized that the girl had fallen asleep. However, he had basically mastered the stitch. The corners of Mou's mouth involuntarily rose as he looked at her peaceful sleeping face. He gently flattened Moroni and covered her with the quilt, moving gently for fear of waking her up. At that moment, Yanshi's voice sounded in his mind. That needle technique isn't simple. You've picked up a treasure by accepting this disciple. Oh, anything special? Mou hurriedly picked up that medical book and carefully examined the contents of that acupuncture method just now. Probably because of his lack of insight, he didn't see anything special about the stitch. Yanshi slowly spoke. This is the Mind Power Royal Needle Technique. Mind Power? Inkbrand was puzzled. Yanshi patiently explained. There are countless cultivation systems in the world, and the most common are the three major systems of aura, divine soul and body. In addition to this, there are countless smaller branches, and the power of the heart is one of them. Mind power cannot be used as a primary system, as it does not directly provide combat power, but it can be supplemented to strengthen oneself. In the immortal world, the most prestigious cultivator who also cultivates mind power is the Sunset Immortal Emperor. Rumor has it that when he first entered the Immortal Emperor realm, he shot 9 veteran immortal emperors of the demon race with the help of his heart. Mou's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. That good? That's right. It's just a pity that there are only mind power usage spells, not mind power cultivation spells. Yanshi sighed softly, and a strong regret flowed from his eyes. Doesn't Sister Yanshi have one? Mou asked curiously. Yanshi let out a light laugh. What are you thinking? How could I have that kind of thing? Mind power is an emerging system in the immortal realm. Only a few cultivators have methods of practicing it, so how could they possibly be willing to share it? A pang of regret welled up in Mou's heart. It was a shame that such a powerful force was out of reach for the time being. Seeing Mou's thoughts, Yanshi smiled and comforted. Lucky for you, though, there's a sort of universal cultivation method for mind power. Come on, Inkbrand urged eagerly. Yanshi slowly said, as long as one squeezes one's heart power to the limit, the next time one recovers, there will be a small rise in heart power. This little apprentice of yours is the one who falls asleep from exhaustion when her mind is exhausted, and when she wakes up the next time, her mind will be heightened. Such methods are a complete waste of time in the immortal world. Dharma disciplines that consume mind power are already scarce, and each enhancement is extremely slow. For immortal realm cultivators, this enhancement is like a drop in the bucket, meaningless, and there will be a period of weakness after the enhancement is complete, which is more than worth it. But you're only at the yuaning stage, and for you, a little bit of mind boosting will be significantly effective for you. If you use this stitch to drive out the cold for that mother-in-law of yours, it will be impossible for you to do it all at once with your strength, and you will be able to take this opportunity to cultivate your mind power. During the weak period when the heart power cultivation is completed, she can also protect you with a single move. Mou's 2 eyes glowed slightly. Plus, I just ate the enlightened heart pill, and my perception of heart power will also improve. That's right. It's estimated that it won't take long for your heart power to be introductory. Yanshi affirmed. Is there any effect after initiation? Mou asked with delight. Yanshi smiled sweetly. How would I know? It's not like I've ever practiced. Mou was not disappointed. Instead he was excited to study the spirit flame cold cleansing needle to prepare for Ling Yunshua's arrival. Outside the window, the moon was bright, pouring down like running water. Silence spilled into the room, enveloping everything in a hazy silver glow of stillness and serenity. At the stroke of midnight, a soft knock on the door broke the silence. As promised. Feather, it's me. Mou hurriedly got up and opened the door, only to see Ling Yunxue standing in the doorway. She was dressed in a long lavender dress, the hem of which swayed gently with the night breeze, and was incredibly beautiful. The moonlight poured over her body, outlining her delicate figure and adding a bit more charm. Auntie Snow, come in. Mou hastily sidestepped. Ling Yunxue walked into the room, her eyes running over Mou and the sleeping Moroni. In those beautiful eyes, a complex color flashed. Chapter 78, Bumping with the Ball. Mou coughed lightly and explained. Auntie Shui, Xiaoyi has consumed a lot today. Put her here for my convenience to take care of her. Don't worry, it won't affect us. How could he have forgotten about this? Moroni hadn't sent it back yet. Ling Yunxue nodded slightly and did not say anything more, only sitting down gently by the edge of that bed. Elegant posture, like a blooming snow lotus, noble and unassailable. Feather, start, she said softly. Mo walked to Ling Yunxue's side, reached out his hand and gently rested it on her jade-like wrist. A cool touch came from his wrist, and he slowly probed into a stream of spiritual energy, carefully sensing what was going on inside her. Shortly afterward, Mo frowned slightly. This was indeed not poison, but an extremely rare ice attribute aura. It would be more accurate to say it's chile. This was a direct ban of the heavenly poison bead. Looks like you'll just have to stick the needle yourself. The coldness lurked in the major acupoints in Ling Yunxue's body and had escaped into her body, with all 5 organs and 6 bowels being eroded to varying degrees. These chills were extremely stubborn, as if they were maggots on the bones, and were difficult to eradicate. Mo's expression became grave. Auntie Shui, I can fix this, but it will take many times, and for the last while, I've been giving you acupuncture every night. A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Yunxue's eyes. Finally there was help. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, as long as it takes to heal. Auntie Shui, now I'll help you mark the location of the needle application. Mo grabbed Ling Yunxue's cold wrist and probed it while marking the acupoints where the cold was located. A moment later, as the markings became more and more numerous, Mo's expression became more and more odd. Tanzhong, Zgung, Yutong, Nipple Zhong, Nipple Root, Tianqi, Shanke, Perineum. A good cave map. Yellowed. Mo coughed lightly and handed the diagram to Ling Yunxue. Auntie Shui, this is the area where the needles will be applied later. Do you think it's acceptable? Ling Yunxue took the acupuncture point chart and her eyes wandered over the individual markings. Her face gradually became complicated. Shocked, puzzled, and shy. All kinds of emotions intertwined. She raised her head and looked at Mou. Her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. Auntie Shui, I'm a professional physician and never cheat my patients. Not to mention that you are my elder. Mou said seriously. Ling Yunxue looked at the acupuncture point diagram in her hands and fell into deep thought. Indeed, every time she felt discomfort, it was in her chest, abdomen, and perineum, those locations. The location of these markings matched her own senses perfectly. However, these locations are also. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, is there another way? Although she had prepared herself mentally, it was still a little hard to accept when it really came down to it. Ink Feather replied, yes, there's a basic one that involves sticking needles and acupuncture points on the back to ease the process, but it definitely takes more times and longer sessions. This was the basic usage of the Spirit Flame Cleansing Cold Needle, although the healing effect was not as good as directly targeting the lesion. At least some embarrassment could be avoided. Ling Yunxue sniffed and fell into deep thought. Acupuncture directly at the points where the cold is located is naturally the most effective, but the location of those points, she couldn't help but blush. Like a delicate peach blossom on a branch in early spring, her splendor was unbelievable. Ultimately, she was choosing the more conservative option. Acupuncture back points it is. Mou nodded, not surprised that Ling Yunxue chose this. Auntie Snow, take off your shirt and show your back. The first time I had acupuncture, I couldn't reach the level of Muyang Yi who applied needles through the clothes. Ling Yunxue's delicate body trembled slightly when she heard this. Let her undress in front of men. But on second thought, Little Feather was her future husband, so there was no harm in showing him. She slowly turned her back and saw Morongi sleeping on the other side of the bed, her plain hand lightly raised, her fingertips flowing with spiritual energy. A boundary was formed, splitting the bed and couch in two. A small double bed was like two worlds under the separation of the Mahayana boundary. So much so, she let go. The slender jade hand caresses the skirt, slightly hesitates, or slowly unravels. The long lavender dress slowly slid down her jade-like shoulders and bare back, making a slight, itchy friction sound. At that moment, the pink light to the eye, white eye-shattering beauty of the jade back without concealment in front of the eyes of Mou. She gently lifted the hem of her skirt with one hand to cover the spring light in front of her breasts, and with the other hand, she gathered the slippery hem of her skirt behind her back to cover her round and firm delicate buttocks, glossy and attractive carcass back, a handful of willow waist, sexy thin shoulders, all exudes a seductive charm. The corner of the snow-white rounded peaks can be seen vaguely, as well as the depths hidden by the slippery purple skirt, adding a few more points of mystery and temptation. The skin flushed a light pink, like moisturized fat. The crystal clear morning dew seeps out and glistens beautifully in the candlelight. Simply, Mou looked at the living color and beauty in front of him, and his breath couldn't help but stutter. Feather, you can start. Ling Yunxue closed her eyes tightly. Shy, Mou took a deep breath, took out the blue blood divine flame needle, and began to execute the spirit flame cleansing cold needle. The silver needles pierced into the acupuncture points, and the pure yang true qi wrapped in flames surged into Ling Yunshue's body, searing those stubborn cold qi. Ling Yunshue's delicate body trembled, and a seductive chortle escaped from her mouth, tantalizing her heartstrings. Mou was fully focused on controlling his spiritual power, not daring to have the slightest distraction. A silver needle pierced into the acupuncture point. Pure yang true flame surged into Ling Yunshue's body along with the silver needle. Ling Yunxue only felt a warm current flow through her body, dispelling the chill. The warmth made her feel immensely relieved, as if she had been in a drought for a long time. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. Ever since she had practiced that technique, she had been plagued by coldness, and was in agony every night. Now, the warmth has given her a feeling of warmth and comfort that she has not felt in a long time. A little bit of time passed, and fine beads of sweat seeped out from Mou's forehead. His spiritual energy and mind power were rapidly depleting. It was a completely different feeling from the usual spellcasting, physically and mentally exhausted. A few moments later, finally, the last silver needle fell. Phew, Mou took a long breath, only to feel a wave of weakness hit him. The mind is exhausted and the body seems to be emptied. He braced himself and urged his spiritual energy, and all the silver needles disappeared from Ling Yunshue's back. Ling Yunshue's jade back was still smooth, like flawless white jade, without any marks. Only the faint pink color on it, as well as the crystal and morning dew, signaled that during this period of time, Ling Yunxue was not at peace within herself. It's done, Ink Feather said wearily. After saying that, his eyes went black and his body fell forward uncontrollably. At those words, Ling Yunxue turned around and was about to thank Mou when she saw him suddenly fall over. Feather. She let out a gasp of surprise and reached for help. In a panic, the clothing that originally covered his chest slipped off, and the spring light appeared. Chapter 79, The Sweetness of Dreams. A flurry of chaotic snowfall dust, plain dress silver wrapped terrace, covering the stamen and burying the fragrance is difficult to loneliness. Ice muscle jade bone colorful red cheeks. This was the last sight that Mou saw before he passed out. He only felt a spinning of the sky and his consciousness gradually blurred. Her cheek hit a soft mass with a hint of wetness, as if it were a dew-stained flower petal in the early morning, emitting a tantalizingly fresh scent. Ling Yunxue only felt a sinking in her chest as a strange touch came over her, causing her mind to go blank. Xiao Yu he actually. A wave of berserk spiritual energy surged out uncontrollably, and she subconsciously wanted to strike out and shake Mou away. But then he stopped in time and quickly collected himself for fear of hurting him. Ling Yunxue looked down, only to see Mou's face buried in her chest. Warm breath sprayed over the skin. Her pretty face instantly turned red, like a ripe peach, delicate and colorful. She wanted to push Mou away, but looking at his pale cheeks and feeling his weak breath, a wave of intolerance welled up in her heart. Feather? Ling Yunxue called out softly, her voice trembling. However, Mou did not have any reaction, and still held her tightly, as if he took her as his only reliance. Ling Yunshue's heart was beating like a drum. She had never been this close to a man before, even if it was her fiancé. She wanted to break free, but her body seemed to have lost its strength and was limp, allowing Mou to hold her, unable to move. Perhaps, because of the heartache, or perhaps, because, she didn't dare to think any further, but just quietly looked at Mou's sleeping face. The heart was both touched, heartbroken, and a hint of unspeakable complexity. Feather, you are such a fool. Ling Yunxue sighed lightly. Spiritual energy exhaustion wasn't this kind of manifestation, and by the looks of it, even the divine soul had suffered a considerable amount of depletion. This kind of wear and tear takes longer to recover from. What's more, this was only the first day, and Mou was going to be like this every day for a while. What was it to him if he only lent him a dependence? The moonlight was like water, and through the window pane, it gently sprinkled down on the two of them, as if a hazy silver veil. Time stood still and silent in this moment. There was only the sound of the two men's light breathing, intertwined and entwined in the air. Suddenly, a strange sensation came and Ling Yunxue snapped back to her senses. This, after living for hundreds of years, she had never experienced such a situation and was at a loss for words. So sweet, Inkbrand said in a daze. Hearing Mou's murmur, Ling Yunxue was so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Feather, he's asleep now and didn't mean it. She consoled herself, but the strange touch coming from her chest was too much to calm her. She gently righted Inkbrand's head and let him rest against her shoulder. At the same time, he urged his mana, and the purple skirt scattered around the bed slowly moved up to wrap around his delicate body. Boundless spring colors, covered up tightly. She was relieved, but her cheeks still rolled. On the second day, Sunlight poured through the window pane and into the room. Ink Feather woke up leisurely, and in a haze, a warm, soft purple filled his vision. When you open your eyes completely, within your field of vision, half of it is the ceiling and the other half is. The two full masses of soft jade wrapped under the purple dress were almost against the tip of his nose. The shirt was bulging, and the light fabric seemed ready to be overwhelmed at any moment. It gave him the feeling of transmitting a yawning thunderbolt. It's all big thunder in the face. Equally shocking, equally suffocating. Mo subconsciously shrunk his head. This movement, but behind him came a soft warm touch, delicate and elastic. It was Auntie Shue's legs. Awake? Right at this moment, a voice that was cold and with a few moments of gentleness came from above, like heavenly music. Mo didn't respond immediately. He was surprised to find that the towering mountains were too majestic, and his own vision was so tightly blocked that he couldn't even see Ling Yinshua's face. This scale is foul. Then he felt his body and everything was normal. Not only that, his perception of his surroundings seemed to have become clearer. Every flow of breeze, every change of light, could not escape his perception. This appears to be the effect of the mind power boost. At this moment, the clothes in front of him became unmistakable in his eyes. Every silk thread, every texture is perfectly visible. Still not recovered? A beautiful face peeked out from between the two peaks with a hint of doubt, seemingly seeing him wake up and smiling gently. It's been restored, Mo said, and was about to get up, but was gently pressed by a pair of slender jade hands. The hand pressed gently against his face, soft and boneless and warm. You lost too much last night, rest some more, Ling Yunxue softly said. Inkbrand didn't refuse. Feeling the softness of the knee pillow, it was just the big thunder in front of him that still left him a little breathless. Suddenly, he realized that his cultivation had actually increased a bit. It was only one step away from breaking through to the 7th level of Yuaning. One must know that he had only relied on Su Meier to break through to the 6th level of Yuaning just a few days ago. Why? Where did the training come from? Conservation of energy doesn't exist anymore? One must know that this realm, even for a genius, would require nearly 2 years of hard cultivation, and he, after a nap, somehow reached it. Suddenly, he remembered with a jolt that last night, he seemed to have licked. Mo couldn't help but blush in his old face. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Detecting you forcibly utilizing Ling Yunxue for cultivation, crossing 5 great realms and ruthlessly humiliating her. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, Morning Glory Essence. This item can be used to enhance cultivation, or to remodel the body afterward. Ling Yunshua's current favor, 95. Automatic replenishment of Qi, 500. Villain points plus 500. Chapter 80, Sword Realm Trial. The appearance of the system completely confirmed the conjecture in Mou's mind. He checked up on the Morning Glory Flower Rain Essence given by the system. Can be used as a material to remodel the body. It's such a waste to use this kind of thing for cultivation. Ask Yan Shi if she wants this later. If she doesn't want it, then consider using it for cultivation. Seeing that Ling Yunxue didn't mention the embarrassing matter of last night, Mou simply pretended as if nothing had happened and just asked, Auntie Snow, how is your health? It's already much better. Ling Yunxue responded softly, Auntie Snow, come to me for acupuncture every night at midnight for a while, to get it completely taken care of before it gets worse. Alright, after the sword trials are over, I'll go to your Tianxuan Holy Land for a while. Ling Yunxue slightly pondered and agreed. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, a loud crash sounded. Mou sat up violently from Ling Yunshue's soft legs, and only then did he notice the boundary in the center of the bed. Ling Yunxue lightly raised her hand and the boundary dissipated. In the next moment, Morong Yi's figure rushed from within the boundary. She was holding a long sword and was clearly attacking the boundary. When she saw Mou, a trace of dismay flashed through her clear eyes and she hastily put away her sword. However, due to inertia, her entire body still lunged forward uncontrollably and eventually crashed into Mou's arms. Master, I'm sorry, are you okay? Morong Yi hurriedly got down from Mou's body, her cheeks flushed with a blush. She just thought she was trapped, so she attacked this boundary with all her might. Who knew that when the sword was stabbed out, the boundary suddenly disappeared? The situation now seems to be. Morong Yi suddenly noticed the disheveled Ling Yunxue and couldn't help but stare. Ling Yunxue noticed Morong Yi's gaze and subconsciously straightened her dress. Ink Feather had just been in her arms and had rubbed her clothes together. Morong Yi reinforced his suspicions. I didn't expect Master and Ling Yunxue to progress so quickly and become Master's wife so soon. And so on. She suddenly realized a more serious problem. Why are you here? A million thoughts flashed through her mind, eventually converging into a conclusion that shamed her beyond belief. One actually became a part of their play? Mou didn't know what Morong Yi had in mind and just said, it's getting late, we should go to the sword mound. With that, He and Ling Yinxue headed out. Morongyi hurriedly followed, his thoughts turning over. She stole a glance at Mou, and then at Ling Yinxue. Master and mistress. Them last night. It's too flowery to play. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the Sword Mound and walked to the area where the Tianxuan Holy Land was located. A number of people have gathered here. The Sword Mound is the place where the sword sect's generations of ancestors have buried their bones, and is also where the sect's heritage lies. The swords and sword intent of countless sword cultivators are stored here. Those sword cultivators would leave their own sword intent here for their descendants to comprehend and understand before they sat down or ascended. The Ling Yun sword venerable stood at the very front. His voice was loud and echoed in every corner. By all rights, at this time, the disciples of the great sect should be silent and listen intently. However, the scene was noisy and the crowd was talking. Did you guys see that? The sword monument has been chopped off again. Who will it be this time? Who else could it be? It's probably because Immortal Xia felt that the 3 stone tablets, one large and 2 small, were unattractive, so she simply chopped them into 4 sections. How is this possible? Fairy Xia is so cool and lonely. How could she do such a thing? I think it's the Holy Son of Tianxuan. The sword mark left by the Sword Sun on the sword monument is 9 feet and 7 inches. Yet he was challenged by the Holy Sun to cross the rank. Other than him, I really can't think of who it could be. The crowd expressed their own views and eventually pointed their spears directly at Mou, determining that it was he who had chopped off the sword tablet. Master, you secretly cut down the sword tablet yesterday? Morongyi came over to Mou's side and lowered his voice to ask. No, I went bright and early. It just happened to be empty at the time. Inkbrand said bluntly. Really not picking a specific time to go? Morongyi blinked, obviously a little disbelieving. But she knew that the sons of Qi love to hide their strength and pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. She herself occasionally uses this tactic repeatedly. At that moment, Ling Wanqing covered her mouth and laughed lightly. After you fainted yesterday, but your master was holding you the whole time and didn't go anywhere. So naturally he didn't have time to go to the sword monument. After the interview with the sword is over, the sword monument that will naturally be empty. Hearing this, Morongyi's pretty face instantly turned red, all the way to the roots of her ears, her heart clattering with dear. Master unexpectedly has been taking care of himself? Master he is just too good. She even had an urge to repay her master's favor by giving her body to him. Just then, Swordfather Lingyun raised his volume, interrupting the clamor of the disciples below. Gentlemen, the hour has come. We should go in. Mou brought Morongyi and stepped into the sword mound with a group of disciples from Tianxuan Holy Land. At this time, Mou noticed a familiar figure appearing on his side. It was Ling Yinxue. Auntie Xue, aren't you joining the people from the Taichung Holy Land? Ling Yinxue shook her head with a complicated expression. Mou looked around and realized that out of the total of 500 disciples from Qi refining to God transformation, there was not a single disciple from the Taichung Holy Land. This decline of the Taichung Holy Land has actually reached this point. Although this was only one of the Tao of the Sword, it was enough to glimpse the decline of the overall strength of the Taichung Holy Land. Mou's heart sank in comfort. Auntie Snow, don't worry, it will definitely get better in the future. Ling Yinxue forced a smile. Let's hope so. Deeper into the sword mound, the mists are rising. A dense sword intent came to the surface, and substantial sword chi crisscrossed and buzzed. Suddenly, a huge field opened up in front of them, and a huge field appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Swordfather Lingyun's voice rang out again, explaining the rules for the crowd. Gentlemen, in front of you is the sword domain. Sword domains are similar to the domains of harmonization stage cultivators, but our sword cultivators' sword domains have a much more powerful killing ability. This sword domain was formed by the automatic convergence of the sword intent left behind by the seniors. The sword intent in it will enter your bodies and suppress your physical body, divine soul, and spiritual energy in all directions. You can also take this opportunity to comprehend the sword intent in this. The higher the realm, the stronger the oppression. That's why only the best of each realm can enter this place. The deeper you go, the purer the sword intent becomes, and the greater the benefits you can obtain. You can go in. If you really can't hold out, give up your resistance. The sword domain will automatically teleport you out, so you don't have to worry about your lives. Swordfather Lingyun's voice echoed within the sword mound. Now, begin! With a command from Swordfather Lingyun, hundreds of disciples filed in and stepped into the sword domain. Mou and Morongyi walked side by side, heading inside. As soon as he stepped into the sword domain, Mou was surprised to find that the surrounding sword intent actively avoided him. Isn't his sword intent too strong? Chapter 81 Comprehending Sword Intent. Mou tried to feel the sword intent around him. This was the periphery of the sword domain, where the sword intent was thin and the power was weaker. The grade of these sword intentions was around the lower grade of the Earth Order. The sword intent realm, on the other hand, corresponded to his own realm, which was the Yuaning stage. It was because he was the extreme sword intent that the sword intent in this sword domain actively avoided and did not dare to approach. However, the purpose of this trip was originally to observe and learn from the sword intent left behind by the previous person, to integrate it, and ultimately comprehend his own sword intent. Now these sword intentions were unwilling to come near him, which was troublesome. Mou turned his head and looked at Moroni. Her condition was normal. Some faint sword intent wrapped around her. It was reasonable to say that Qi Refining and Foundation Establishment came to this to gain the most because they didn't have sword intent yet. How does it feel? Inkbrand asked. Fortunately, these sword intentions aren't strong. It's quite easy to resist them, Moroni said. That's good. Let's speed up and head towards the center of the sword domain. Inkfeather finished speaking and lifted his foot to leave. Outside of the sword domain, the leaders of several large sects were gathering together. Baijio asked Lingyun's swordfather, "Is there anything new to be found?" Swordfather Lingyun's face was grave. "After our research throughout the day, we've been able to determine that those cultivators came from the same evil cultivator force that possesses at least Mahayana stage powerhouses. Moreover, these people's faith in the sect has reached the point of fanaticism, and in order to accomplish their mission, they can blow themselves up without hesitation." Speaking of this, Swordfather Lingyun couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion. A power that could have a Mahayana stage powerhouse sitting in every generation could only be called a true Mahayana power. And they, the Sword Sect, didn't have that ability. From time to time, the Sword Sect would have a generation without a strong Mahayana. He is one of them. Shame on the ancestors. Elder Bijou was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. "Don't you mean all this? At a glance yesterday?" Swordfather Lingyun coughed lightly in embarrassment. They've never appeared in the Tianxuan continent before, and with such tactics, there's really nothing we can do. For a while, the crowd was silent. Suddenly, Lu Chanshan said, "Where's Xiaotian? Why hasn't he come? Has that sword been researched?" Swordfather Lingyun responded, "The elders are still studying that sword. It will take some time." Lu Qianwan nodded and said no more. It didn't take long for the two of them, Mou, to walk to the core area of the sword domain. Moroni followed behind Mou, her petite body trembling slightly, her shell teeth biting her red lips tightly, her forehead oozing fine beads of sweat. Her spiritual energy worked frantically, doing her best to resist the omnipresent sword intent oppression. It took a tremendous amount of effort to barely keep up with Mou's footsteps. She lifted her head and looked ahead. What came into view were two slightly distressed figures. One is Chu Deluyan. He was holding a long sword, staggering, his whole body trembling as if he would fall at any moment. The other was an unfamiliar man, visually stronger than Chu Chuyin, and must be the first person in the god transformation stage. But it wasn't much better, and it didn't look like it would last long. Moroni turned his head to look at Mou beside him. He still had a clouded look on his face. "Master," Moroni panted, "why do you? You don't seem to have any problems at all." The corners of Mou's mouth rose slightly as he stretched. "It's probably because I'm stronger. You need to work hard too. My second apprentice." Moroni sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and forced herself to concentrate as she continued to fend off the sword intent. Seeing this, Mou did not say anything more. He looked up to the center of the sword domain. There was a platform there that was the true core of the sword domain. "Master, I'm somewhat unable to hold on." Moroni's voice was slightly weak as she stopped, her pretty face pale. "I'll just cultivate here." After saying that, she sat down on the ground on her knees, closed her eyes, and began to realize the sword intent around her. Seeing her stop, Mou no longer cared. His body moved and turned into a stream of light, swept forward. Wherever they passed, the sword intent actively avoided them, making way for a path to the core. On the other side, Chu Chuanin was struggling to move his feet forward. He looked at the platform not far away, his eyes filled with longing. Almost there, coming right up, the core of the sword domain, the area with the purest sword intent. Last time, he hadn't managed to make it to the center, and this time, he had to take that chance. However, the more he moved forward, the more pressure he felt, and gradually, he was dying. "Push yourself." Even though his body was nearing its limit, he still didn't give up and continued forward with a fierce determination. At that moment a wind swept past him. He couldn't help but stop and turn his head to look, surprise in his eyes. Who was it that could be so fast in such a place? Couldn't he feel the pressure? When he looked at the man's back, the surprise in his heart was a few shades less. So it was Mou. If it's him, that doesn't seem surprising. Mou swept above the platform and landed firmly on the ground. The sword intent around him then no longer dodged, but instead came towards him like a tidal wave. Even so, these sword intentions still couldn't affect him much. Mou sat on his knees, closed his eyes, and began to feel the surrounding sword intent in detail. Star sword intent, water and fire sword intent, killing sword intent, Tai-yin sword intent, sun sword intent. Countless types of sword intent, like thousands of stars, surrounded his body. Mou perceived them carefully, feeling the mysteries contained in each sword intent. Incorporate it into your own sword Dao to perfect it. Outside the sword realm, Lu Chanshan stood with his arms folded, his eyes gazing at the sword domain as a soft sigh overflowed between his lips. This sword domain of yours is really not as good as it was a year ago. I remember from the ancient records that in its heyday, even a high-ranking loose immortal would not be able to shake this sword domain by a single bit. Ling Yunxue nodded slightly in agreement. Nowadays, this sword domain, not to mention a high-rank loose immortal, even if it was her, as long as she was willing to spend some time, she would be able to force it to break through. Swordfather Ling Yun bitterly shook his head. It is indeed debilitated, and not by a hair. He paused to explain. There is also sword intent on the sword tablet, but only in a special environment like the sword domain can it assist sword cultivators in comprehending sword intent. The price is that the sword intent will be consumed with it. Lu Chanshan frowned slightly. But I remember that any disciple who has entered the sword mound will return to this place in the future when they have achieved success in their cultivation, leaving behind their own sword intent as compensation. In theory, the sword domain should have more and more sword intent? After all, he himself had left his sword intent here. Swordfather Lingyun smiled bitterly at his words and shook his head once again. We can't make ends meet. In the long run, the sword mound will surely be deserted, and our sword sect will go into decline as a result. Perhaps our sword sect's chi is really going to run out. Why is it that you can't make ends meet? Lu Qianduan was puzzled. Swordfather Lingyun explained. In the last 100 years, the talent of the sword cultivators in the Tianxuan continent has indeed been much higher than in the past. By all rights, this should be a good thing. It's just a shame. These years, the activities of the demonic realm, demonic cultivators, and evil cultivators have become more and more frequent, and countless talented disciples have fallen. None of them, there's no chance of them ever coming back. With less sword intent left behind, the sword domain will naturally grow weaker. Perhaps one day, our sword sect will be like those once glorious sects, completely annihilated in the river of history. Chapter 82 Immortal Weapon Suppressed in the Depths of the Sword Domain. Ling Yunxue looked at the gradually weakening sword domain in front of her with a complicated expression. Aside from the Taichung Holy Land, there were many other sects, and the situation wasn't good either. Xia Ningbing listened to the conversation between the several people and pondered. The person who was able to lay down this formation had some skill. However, she had a vague feeling that the purpose of this formation was not simply to give her juniors the ability to comprehend sword intent. Ling Wanqing, on the other hand, was unimpressed. These small fights are not even close to being a critical issue. Whether it was the sword sect or the Taichung Holy Land, they both ended up living until the moment when the Tianyuan continent was destroyed. Although this sword domain was indeed gradually weakening, it had still done its duty and had cultivated countless sword cultivators for the world. Just then, the sword domain suddenly changed drastically. Originally, the sword intent was still quite smooth, but at this moment, it actually faded away at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is... Lu Chanshan's pupils suddenly shrunk and exclaimed in shock. The sword intent is actually decreasing? Swordfather Lingyun's face was grave. Someone is rapidly comprehending sword intent. Just what kind of sword path has he comprehended? All of your sword trial grounds have retrospective formations, so this place should also be equipped with projection formations, right? Lu Chanshan said. The Lingyun swordfather immediately pinched his hand, and the picture within the sword domain unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. In the center of the screen was none other than Mou. Everyone was shocked, with different looks on their faces. Lu Qianwan's eyes were filled with relief, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Ling Yunshua's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. Happy for Mou. Ling Wanqing had a surprised look on her face. She clearly remembered that in her previous life, Mou had not caused such a huge commotion. Now he came earlier and gained rather more. Swordfather Lingyun let out a long sigh. I hope that your saint's son will return to the sword sect alive later and leave his sword intent behind. Otherwise the sword sect will really be finished. Xia Ningbing, on the other hand, frowned slightly as a hint of surprise flashed under her eyes. Mou was actually attempting to rely on these sword intentions to comprehend chaotic sword intent? Chaotic sword intent, one of the strongest sword intents in heaven and earth, capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Unfortunately, these sword intentions were too thin and too few in variety. It was simply not enough to support him in comprehending the complete chaotic sword intent, and at most, he could only condense a prototype. Her heart stirred. and she subconsciously wanted to enter the sword domain and use her sword intent to give him some guidance. This kind of epiphany doesn't just happen, but immediately afterward, she stopped in her tracks. His own Taoist heart was damaged, making it difficult to give effective help to Mo. She was secretly chagrined. This kind of opportunity was extremely rare even in the upper realm. Chaotic sword intent. If he became an immortal emperor, he would be the strongest of the bunch. If he had been more decisive and gone straight to kissing Feather, would it not be so now? What he had lost was just a first kiss. What he had lost was the chance to comprehend the supreme way. Then, Xia Ningbing reacted and felt a wave of shame. A crack in the heart of the path does cause emotional chaos. But this chaos, it's too much, isn't it? Why is she thinking about these things? Even though she'd been single for countless years, she wasn't that horny, was she? She hurriedly ran her Gong method to calm herself down. Just then, the screen suddenly went black. Swordfather Lingyun was surprised. The ancestor's spirit in the sword domain cut off the image. It seems that the Holy Son is going to obtain the ancestor's chance. Inside the sword domain, the sword intent that originally surrounded Mou's body suddenly receded like a tidal wave, never coming close to the slightest bit. Mou's eyes snapped open, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He felt that he was about to realize a very powerful sword intent. Why did it stop all of a sudden? He hated inch stops. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared in front of him. The figure could not see his face, and a faint light was emanating from his body, like a wisp of green smoke, drifting and uncertain. Little friend, don't be angry. The figure spoke, his voice old and calm, reassuring. You are? Inkfeather's heart flinched and he was secretly on guard. My name is Chen Hernian, and I am the first ancestor of this sword sect, the silhouette slowly said. Generation ancestor? Mou froze, then reacted. You are the legendary immortal slaying sword god who established the sword sect and killed countless demons? Chen Hernian smiled. Exactly. I didn't expect the world to remember me after so many years. Mou arched his hand and saluted. I don't know what Senior's business is. He had also heard of the man's name. The immortal slaying sword god. A hero who had saved the Tianxuan continent countless years ago. A cultivator revered by countless people. A true saint. It's not a big deal. Just want to ask you to get out of here. Chen Hernian still smiled and said in a gentle tone. Mou frowned slightly. I wonder why Elder wants me to go out. Is it because I absorbed too much sword intent? The sword sect ancestor shouldn't be such a petty person, right? If Senior has any difficulties, why don't you say so? Perhaps Senior can have a solution. Intuition told him that the expense line was up. When Chen Hernian heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he laughed. You're a funny kid, but you can't solve my problems. You're not me. How do you know I can't fix it? Ha ha, you're not me either. How do you know I don't know you can't fix it? The essence of Mou's eyes flashed, and the invincible sword intent erupted, resembling a supreme divine sword coming out of its sheath, looking out of the world with a sharp edge. Chen Hernian was slightly stunned. This sword intent of yours is interesting, but your cultivation level is still too low to solve my problem. Mou said faintly. Who said I'm going to solve your problem? Once I release my sword intent, those sword intent won't be able to flee around. Although it's a bit tiring to run around like this, it's always possible to continue to participate in enlightenment. You won't be able to force me out of here the way you are. Chen Hernian was slightly stunned, then laughed. Just as well. Since you're so curious, I'll show you. With that, he waved his big hand, and the center of the platform slowly parted, revealing a deep passage. There was a cold, evil aura faintly permeating out from the passageway. Inkfeather thought briefly before jumping right in. Chen Hernian couldn't help but stare. Are young people nowadays so unafraid of death? How dare you jump at that? Bang! With a muffled sound, Mou landed firmly on the ground. He looked around and realized that he was in a huge underground space. In the center of the space, a high platform loomed up, and on top of the platform, a long sword with a pitch-black body was firmly bound by countless chains condensed from sword intent. At this time, Chen Hernian also slowly flew down to Mou's side, his gaze complexly gazing at the magic sword, his tone low. That's the kind of trouble I'm in. Mou asked. What is this? A flash of memories flashed in Chen Hernian's eyes, and his voice became low. Once upon a time, there was an immortal who came from the upper realms and descended to Tianxuan. He boasts of being a god and treats the living beings in the lower realms as ants, wreaking havoc and wanting to dominate the entire lower realms. The cultivators of the Tianxuan continent, unwilling to be humiliated, rose up to fight back, but they were simply no match for that immortal, and suffered heavy deaths and injuries. And the strongest of the harmonization realm and above were almost slaughtered. In the end, the entire Tianxuan continent chose to submit. Inkbrand asked. I remember that immortals can't go down to the realm, right? Even if they go down to the realm, they will be suppressed. Can't you pile on him like that? Chen Henian shook his head. He is indeed suppressed, but he has a magic sword in his hand. And this kind of magic treasure isn't significantly suppressed by the rules of the heavenly Tao. Mou's gaze returned to that magic sword once again, both eyes glowing. In that case, this is that immortal saber, an immortal weapon. Chapter 83, Son of Fortune. Blood-slaying devil sword. Chen Henian nodded his head. That's right, this sword is precisely an immortal weapon, and among immortal weapons, the grade is by no means low. Master, master. At that moment, an urgent call came from above. Chen Henian spoke. It's the little girl who came in with you. Ink Feather looked up, but found that it was pitch black up there. And just as the top couldn't see the bottom couldn't see the top either. Suddenly, a figure zoomed in sharply in Mou's eyes, and Morong-e unexpectedly jumped straight down. Mou's figure flashed and instantly appeared below Morong-e, steadily catching her. Morong-e slightly froze, then immediately hugged Mou's neck, her small face pressed against his chest, her voice carrying a hint of crying. Master, it's great that you're okay, I thought you'd been captured by a demon. Ink Feather, he's not the longevity monk, how could he be captured by a demon? What brings you down here? He asked. Morong-e got down from Mou's body, her small face slightly red as she explained. When I saw that Master had disappeared, I thought something had happened to you, and wanted to find Master's wife to save you, but I kept rushing to the very center without being automatically teleported out. And then I saw the hole and jumped right down in a hurry. She looked around and was surprised to see the magic sword on the high platform. Good sword. Master, this chi is also body too exaggerated. Just drop into any pit and you'll stumble upon something good. A warm current welled up in Mou's heart. Morong-e, this girl, who usually seemed out of tune, was so concerned about herself at the critical moment, without realizing that she herself was a child of Qi and would not die. She still dared to jump down without hesitation. This heart, it's so good. Chen Henian floated to Mou's side. Let's continue to talk about the sword. Immortals are not allowed to stay in the lower realms. Not for loose or true immortals. Loose immortals have one calamity in 10,000 years, while true immortals have one calamity in 1,000 years. In the 16,000th year since he descended to the Tianxuan continent, we finally waited for our chance. Let's join forces and kill him while he's in his weakened period after his heavenly tribulation. Inkbrand nodded. It seems that this is the origin of Senior's title of immortal slaying sword god. Chen Henian laughed. This is the effort of the entire Tianxuan continent, and I'm just a small, insignificant part of it. Although he said it in a trivial way, but Mou could feel the hardship. Plotting to kill a true immortal was no simple matter. Senior is modest. Without you, we still don't know what would happen to our Tianxuan continent right now. Mou sincerely admired. Someone else will do it without us. Chen Henian waved his hand. However, the disaster did not end after his death. That devil sword, having long since drunk the blood of countless living beings and tainted with the blood of immortals, has become even more powerful. It has a spirit and is trying to escape. We fought as hard as we could and caught him, but we couldn't destroy him completely. Eventually, a couple of close friends and I then came up with this. Join forces to set up an immortal formation, gather the sword intent of all beings, and seal the devil sword here. Ink Feather understood. So that's why the sword domain's primary function is to suppress demonic swords, utilizing a small amount of sword intent to cultivate sword cultivators. And when they grow up, they will be able to leave behind their own sword intent to feed the sword domain. By repeating the cycle in this way, we can cultivate our offspring and continue to suppress the demonic sword, preventing it from wreaking havoc on the earth again. If I consume all of my sword intent, it will cause the demon sword to break the seal. Chen Henian nodded his head. Yes, exactly. At that moment, Morong-e asked, why don't you think of a way to completely destroy the sword? Can't a loose immortal do it? Or, wouldn't it be better to let it fly up to the immortal realm with the cultivators and bring it to the upper realm to be dealt with? If you see a bomb in the life path of a child of Qi, it will surely explode. Now, this magic sword is about to explode. It's not that simple. Chen Henian shook his head. The demon sword will erode one's mind, and whoever gets their hands on this sword will become a machine that only knows how to kill. As for destroying it is even more impossible. The lower realms don't have the means to destroy immortal weapons, and neither do the loose immortals. I can try and destroy it, Mou said, releasing a magic sword in order to comprehend sword intent. This kind of thing, he couldn't do. But as long as the demon sword is taken care of first, won't these sword intentions just be there for him to comprehend? Chen Henian shook his head. Back then, several of us at the peak of the Mahayana joined forces and didn't even succeed in destroying this demonic sword. So how can you do it? For these countless years, no one has been able to destroy the sword intent in this sword domain just by comprehending it either. Isn't that right? Mo asked rhetorically. Chen Henian lapsed into silence. That's a fair point. Although in recent decades he had felt that there had been rushing sword intent outside that had induced the sword domain to tremble. But the man didn't come in. However, Chen Henian still shook his head, his pale face filled with worry. The magic sword is too evil. If it fails it's okay. I'm only afraid that it will erode my mind. If you fall to the devil, I really can't think that the Tianxuan continent has any chance. Only in his 20s. Such a cultivation level. Such a qualification in the sword Dao. Even though I'm a Yuaning and he's an immortal. But, his sword isn't as fast as mine. Mo flipped his wrist and a cold light bloomed. Frosty sword. Sheathed. In an instant, the temperature plummeted, and an aura of supreme cold filled the air. This is a immortal weapon, Chen Henian exclaimed in shock. You actually have an immortal weapon. One must know that in his time, there weren't even a few immortal weapons in the entire Tianxuan continent. Now actually even the Yuaning stage has immortal weapons? Morongyi's eyes widened as well. This sword, so strong, so beautiful. Yanqi had long since seen it and just yawned lazily in his soul ring. After all, with the immortal emperor's legacy, having a few hundred immortal artifacts wouldn't be surprising. Mo held the frosty sword and said, Elder, this sword can cut down all evil spirits in the world. With this sword in my hand, the evil aura of the demonic sword can't erode my mind and soul. In that case, is it possible to give it a try and cut off the demonic sword? Chen Henian sniffed and once again fell silent. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. Although you have an immortal weapon, your spiritual power is ultimately insufficient to catalyze its full power. That's just it. Maybe it's really my old age that makes me so squeamish and forward-looking. Since your mind is made up, let it go. Chen Henian flicked his sleeve, and the sword intent blocking the way between the three and the demonic sword dispersed. On top of the high platform, a long sword that was pitch black and emitted a monstrous demonic aura was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. The devil's sword, finally showing its true colors. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Detecting the Son of Fortune, the demon sword of deicide. Suppress it and receive a reward. Name, hematoglyphic sword. Luck, 10,000. Introduction, the devil's sword contains the spirit, confuses the immortals to come down to the earth, causing mischief to all living beings, and feeds the sword with blood. Chapter 84, Lust misdirects people. From today onwards, the three lusts of fame, profit, and power are prohibited. Mo's heart shook slightly. Son of luck? This devil's sword is even a son of Qi? However, Mo didn't have time to think about this in detail at the moment. An oppressive feeling as heavy as a mountain had come over him, instantly enveloping his entire body. That was the pressure from the Bloodslayer demon sword, containing the power of a true immortal spirit. Though extremely weak, it was still immortal. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Feeling this massive pressure, Morongyi's pretty face turned pale and her delicate body trembled slightly. She instinctively grabbed Mo's arm. Master! Master! The frosty sword in Mo's hand suddenly blossomed with dazzling blue light, and a coldness filled the air, instantly dispersing that pressure. Both of them felt a sudden lightness of mind and body and returned to normal. Chen Henian nodded slightly. He could step in and help Mo with the help of the sword domain, but he didn't. If you can't even withstand this amount of pressure, how can you talk about cutting off the demon sword? He quietly waited for Mo to make a move to cut off the demonic sword. Mo stared closely at the magic sword, pondering the solution. Chen Henian was right. He didn't have enough spiritual power. Even with the frosty sword, it couldn't cut through the demonic sword. Visually, it would require at least a Mahayana stage spirit force, combined with a powerful immortal weapon, to have a few chances of winning. How about keep hacking him, suppressing him, letting the system explode his gear, and then keep hitting him with new gear? After all, that's the regular use of the villain reversal system. Just as Mo was pondering, the Bloodslayer demon sword suddenly opened its mouth, its voice full of temptation. Both of you, how about if you help me out of my trap and I recognize you as my master and help you become immortals? You are very strong. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, you must be the topmost pride of this world. You have an immortal weapon, but your cultivation is not enough to utilize its full power. The female child beside you is also talented, but unfortunately her cultivation is still shallow, so if she encounters a strong enemy, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to defend herself. As long as you kill that old man and let me out, I will allow you to gain the power to dominate this lower realm. In the future, even if you reach the immortal realm, I will still be able to help you reign supreme. Mo's face was expressionless, and his heart was devoid of fluctuations. He still knew exactly what he could and couldn't do. Listening to this magic sword, it would be better to just cut him down and take the system reward. However, Morongyi seemed to be affected in some way. Her eyes were confused and her feet took an involuntary step forward. Mou raised his hand and the frosty sword instantly crossed in front of Morong-yi. The cold air surged into Morong-yi's body, instantly dispelling the distractions in her mind. Morong-yi jolted awake, cold sweat seeping out of his forehead as he looked at Mou with palpitations. Master, it's okay, I'm here. Mou comforted, while his heart became more vigilant. This magic sword was really powerful. It could influence people's hearts without a sound. If he didn't have the frosty sword to protect his body, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for him to be spared. Oh, that's a nice sword you've got there. It can even withstand my spells? The Bloodslayer demon sword was a bit surprised, but then regained its composure. Kid, if I didn't perceive it wrong, there are a few stunning beauties outside of this sword domain. One of them is even at the Mahayana stage, standing at the peak of this world. Pick me up and you will gain endless power, when they will all become your cauldrons. Not only that, besides them, the entire world, as long as you want it, can become your cauldron for your enjoyment. What the world seeks is nothing more than fame, profit, power and color. If you don't love the mountains and rivers, you will love the beautiful people. This is the unchanging truth. Are you wanting accepting a Mahayana as a cauldron? This is a good thing that only happens in dreams. No one can say no to this. Morong-yi sniffed and revealed a strange expression. That Mahayana you speak of is my master's wife. That female dodo. She also tried to seduce master. As for the rest of that ensemble, she is my senior. She was going to say sooner or later it would be master's. After all, that's what harem stallion writing is all about. What's written about the exterior is what's written about the protagonist. But remembering Xia Ningbing's terrifying oppression, she still didn't say anything. The blade of the Bloodslayer demon sword trembled slightly. Are you wanting stage? Really looking for a Mahayana as a Dao couple? How is that possible? Why? How come his previous owners didn't get to do this? There wasn't a single cultivator who was stronger than his master who didn't want to kill them, causing him to only escape from the immortal realm to the lower realm. If he could have such a backer, why would he end up in such a state? Trapped by a bunch of mole crickets? The Bloodslayer demon sword's heart was filled with jealousy, but he didn't give up and continued to compel. Then you must be at a disadvantage in a double cross. But with me, you can turn the tables and ride above her. Morong-yi was completely shocked. Is that even a reason to compel people? Is there a difference between riding up and lying down? Mou's two eyes glowed slightly. It wasn't that his heart was moved by the words of the demon sword, but that he had finally thought of the perfect solution to this demon sword. How did he forget the binding cord? Immortal weapons were concept-level weapons in the lower realms as long as they could be fully utilized. Using the power of the immortal spirit given by the system to completely seal the demon sword for 10 seconds, he would be able to take this opportunity to cut him off. The god in charge of the pair of sheets in the lower world. Although the immortal binding rope would drain the rest of the spiritual energy, it was perfectly fine as long as the frost e-sword was used first. He didn't have spiritual power, so the system could only help him make up for it. Lust is a mistake. All I could think about at the time was the bondage play going on, and such a simple use is just now occurring to me. From this day forward, the three desires of fame, profit and power are forbidden. The devil's sword noticed the subtle change of expression on Mou's face, and his heart was instantly enlightened. Looks like the kids moved on. With a little more effort, this man could be an aid to his ascent to the supreme. He, the Bloodslayer demon sword, was not an ordinary demon sword. At the beginning of his spiritual birth, there was a system. As long as you kill the enemy, or regicide, you can gain kill points to become more powerful. Just a few years ago, he felt himself gradually weakening, and it wouldn't be long before he died out completely. He was ruthless and exchanged all of his remaining killing points for chi luck. A full 10,000 points of chi. Use your chi to fight for that silver lining. Moreover, with chi luck added, it was bound to be more convenient to act in this world. It wouldn't be like before, when he was sneak attacked to death by a couple of Mahayana stage griffins. Sure enough, it had only just been a few years since this chakra had been replaced, and then someone came along. Next, he would utilize this fool to slaughter all the people in this heavenly Yuan realm to avenge the seal. Then, ascending to the immortal realm, killing the Lord, and ascending to the supreme with the body of a sword. With this in mind, he continued to compel. Kid, I see that you're missing a piece of immortal bone on your body, so I guess there's still a big grudge in the world. Pick me up, gain endless power, and kill all those people. Ride those women, all of them, to your heart's content. Inkbrand ignored him. He now had one last question. Is Chun Herney incredible? He had a vacuum period where he was completely devoid of spiritual energy after using the immortal binding rope. If Chen Henian was not harboring good intentions, he was simply powerless to resist. He believed that the sword god of slaying immortals was a good person, but after all these years, who knows what this is in front of us? Quickly, he thought of a solution. He sat down on his knees and looked at Chen Henian. Elder, I can solve this demonic sword, but it will take some time, so please keep an eye on my disciple for me. Saying that, Mou closed his eyes and his divine sense surged out and began to try to invade this sword domain formation. As long as he controlled this sword domain, he wouldn't have to worry about Chen Henian. Although his realm was too low right now, he was still an immortal level formation master, and it was only a matter of time before he could fully control this formation. Chapter 85, Humph. Want to escape? Chen Henian nodded slightly, his gaze falling on Mou. A few moments of appreciation appearing in his eyes. This young man's firmness of heart is rare. In the face of such temptation, cannot be moved, and adhere to the heart. When it really counts, it's a makeable talent. He couldn't see what Mou was going to do either, so he just assumed he was getting ready. With a wave of his large hand, the sword intent surged, isolating the demonic sword again. Then, Chen Henian opened his mouth. If you can truly destroy this demon sword, then you can comprehend the sword intent within this sword domain as much as you like. However, I have a small request. I hope that the two little friends will return here and leave behind 10 different sword intentions after reaching the harmonization stage and comprehending the sword domain. Although there is no longer a need to suppress the demonic sword, I still hope that this sword domain can continue to cultivate future generations. Yes, Elder, I will, Mou responded while continuing to seize control of the formation. Moroni stood quietly, although she had absolutely no idea what Master was going to do. She trusted him. Chen Henian, on the other hand, quietly observed Mou with both anticipation and doubt in his heart. This kid, just how is he going to destroy this magic sword? He had a great deal of trust in Mou, and wasn't the least bit worried that he was plotting anything. Sword cultivators, swords are like their people, and people are like their swords. Mou's sword, so holy, without a trace of evil. He, himself, could never be evil. Suddenly, Chen Henian's eyes stared. He was acutely aware of a hint of something different. This is. His eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. His own control over the sword domain had actually become weaker. He fiercely looked at Mou, only to realize that Mou was actually seizing control of the sword domain. This kid, not only has such a horrible talent for sword arts, but even the level of formation is so. Chen Henian's heart set off waves of shock. You know, this is an immortal formation. Back then, several of their Mahayana cultivators had expended a considerable amount of effort in order to lay down this formation. And now, a Yuaning stage kid was able to gradually take control of this immortal formation? Although there might have been a reason for the formation to become weaker, even if any of the people had been here in the first place, it would have been absolutely impossible to seize control of this formation. This kid is actually going to cut off the magic sword in this way? But can he do it? Capturing formations over the level was very exhausting. If you don't pay attention, you will get tired and faint, resulting in a lost cause. Meanwhile, outside the sword domain, Swordfather Lingyun held the control token of the sword domain with a frown on his face. He realized that his control over the sword domain was weakening, and the light on the token was dimming. What happened? Lingyun's swordfather was puzzled in his heart. He was able to sense that some sort of change seemed to have occurred within the sword domain, but he was unable to probe the exact situation. Lu Qianchen stood by the side, and when he saw that Swordfather Lingyun's expression was different, he opened his mouth to ask, Lingyun, what's wrong? Swordsman Lingyun shook his head. Nothing. Although his mouth said that nothing was wrong, Swordfather Lingyun's heart was very confused. He had a premonition that what was happening within the sword domain was feared to be related to Mou. It can't be that the ancestor has handed down the sword domain to that kid Mou? This is the foundation of their sword sect. Is it something you can just pass on to someone else? Doesn't this mean that he won't be able to keep his position as patriarch? Inside the sword domain, Inkfeather stood up and let out a breath. It was done. And with the heavenly pivot array plate, he gained complete control of this sword domain. Luckily, he had the method of simmering battles and was able to fight for a long period of time, coupled with the fact that his mind power had recently improved, or else he really would have fainted from exhaustion before finishing. How is this possible? Chen Henian's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his eyes. This kid actually did it. A Yuaning stage cultivator had actually invaded an immortal formation and managed to take control of it. It's a hell of a thing. He's only in his 20s, right? Those array bodies, sword bodies, immortal bodies, and Dao bodies, can they do it? Never. He had also seen quite a few amazingly talented people, and never one that could be so strong at this age. It seemed that Mou might be a reincarnation of a great power in the immortal realm who had been reincarnated and recultivated. For a long time, Chen Henian came back to his senses. Now that you've gained control of the sword realm, how are you going to come to grips with the demon sword? If he could destroy the demon sword with just this formation, He would have done it a long time ago, so why wait until now? So he was curious about MOU's means. MOU said indifferently, I also asked Senior to look after it, to cut off the demonic sword. One sword is enough. At the same time, he inwardly guessed that this Chen Henian was the immortal slaying sword god from back then and would not do anything to him. Chen Henian really wanted to get rid of the demon sword completely, no matter what the cost. Moroni's jaw dropped and his brain buzzed. This sword domain, even by the master? Can it still be like that? Isn't this the foundation of their sword sect? Although she had known for a long time that her master was a formation master, this level of formation was too exaggerated, right? MOU waved his hand. His sword intent dispersed, and the magic sword was revealed. Kid, looks like you've already thought about it. Pick me up and I'll help you become the strongest. The Bloodslayer demon sword saw the bindings weaken and spoke again. MOU injected all the spiritual energy in his body into the frosty sword. Above the sword, the blue light became more and more radiant and chilling. The frosty sword emitted a burst of clear sword sounds. This was her first battle, and she was trembling with excitement, eager to fight alongside her master and cut down the demons. Seeing this, the Bloodslayer demon sword coldly snorted in disdain. Unconscionable. With your meager cultivation, even if you are holding an immortal weapon, what can you do to me? It will only make me angrier. MOU ignored the Bloodslayer demon sword and just continued to inject his spiritual energy into the frosty sword. When the Bloodslayer demon sword saw MOU being so obstinate, the anger in his heart increased. He felt that these two might have been so rude because they hadn't seen their strength. Since you guys are so ungrateful, then I won't be blamed for being merciless. The Bloodslayer demon sword's voice became cold and piercing with killing intent. Today, I will first chop off one of your arms as a slight punishment. Before the words fell, the Bloodslayer demon sword began to tremble violently. He had actually broken free of some of his sword intent bindings. A monstrous demonic aura surged out, instantly filling the entire space with a cold, evil aura that sent shivers down one's spine. When Chen Henian saw this, his face suddenly changed. Look out! He never expected that after being suppressed for so many years, this devil sword would still be able to erupt with such a terrifying power. Moroni was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind MOU, but she still didn't forget to raise her middle finger to provoke. Rubbish! Let's see my master chop up your scrap metal with a sword. MOU's eyes condensed, and the frosty sword in his hand fiercely chopped out a stern swordlight, heading straight for the Bloodslayer demon sword. Seeing this, the Bloodslayer demon sword laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, that's it? It's nothing more than that. This tiny bit of power can't even hurt me in the slightest. Despite what he said, he chose to dodge. He hated the pure power on that sword energy. It made him uncomfortable. Seeing this, MOU snorted coldly. Humph. Want to escape? Chapter 86, Artifact Spirits Have Gender. There's no reason not to choose Frosty Sword. Golden light flashed, and the immortal binding rope instantly entangled the Bloodslayer demon sword. The Bloodslayer demon sword's heart trembled in horror. He himself was unexpectedly suppressed in all directions, and his immortal power was completely sealed. What kind of bizarre tactic is this? After years of traveling across the immortal world, he had never seen such a thing. A Yuaning sage who had exhausted his spiritual energy and used a magic treasure of unknown origin to trap him. Immediately afterward, the powerful sword light wrapped in endless coldness and came at him. No! The Bloodslayer demon sword let out a mournful hiss. He struggled desperately, trying to get rid of the immortal binding rope. However, all resistance is futile. The sword light chopped at him fiercely, and the pure power caused him to feel a burning sensation. Click! With a crunching sound, the Bloodslayer demon sword snapped into two and fell to the ground. No longer silent. The monstrous demonic aura was also purified by the cold aura emanating from the frosty sword and dissipated into nothingness. MOU's body shook, his face as pale as paper. He gripped the frosty sword tightly, the tip of the sword leaning on the ground, before he could barely stabilize his body. It was fine if his spiritual power was exhausted, but he had consumed a large amount of divine soul power by seizing the sword domain earlier, and at this moment, he was already at the end of his rope. On the side, Chen Henian was completely dumbfounded. A sword! With just a single sword, it had severed the demonic sword that several of their Mahayana cultivators had been powerless to tackle back then? Then why did MOU just seize the sword domain? A thought flashed through Chen Henian's mind. Could this was his backhanded way of dealing with the magic sword's escape. Chen Henian's heart was in admiration of MOU, worthy of being the reincarnation of a great power. Truly a demon. Moroni's beautiful eyes were filled with different colors. Her gaze still locked on the place where the sword chi dissipated. Her delicate cheeks flushed with a moving blush. Master is so handsome. She felt her heart skip a beat, her deer in the headlights, her heart fluttering. At this time, Moroni suddenly realized that MOU was not in a good state. and the color of excitement on her pretty face was instantly replaced by worry. She quickly stepped forward and reached out to assist Mou. Master, are you okay? It's fine, just a little depleted. Mou gently shook his head, but his gaze turned to the broken Bloodslayer demon sword, and a hint of essence flashed in his eyes. Go on, that sword is a good thing. Don't waste it. Although the Bloodslayer demon sword had broken into two, it was after all an immortal weapon-level existence. The preciousness of its material was far beyond the comparison of mortal goods in the lower realms. He turned his head to Chen, who was still in shock, and opened his mouth to inquire. Elder, this sword belongs to me. Are you okay with that? Only when Chen heard Mou's voice did he come back to his senses as if waking up from a dream, and hurriedly waved his hands. No comment. That's your loot and it rightfully belongs to you. Morong-yi helped Mou and put away the remains of the broken magic sword. Afterwards, Mou sat down on his knees and closed his eyes to regulate his spiritual energy. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Mou's head. We have detected that you have successfully killed the Son of Fortune, the Hematocide sword. Reward, strengthen any magic treasure. Open the magic treasure spirit and open the magic treasure growth system. The growth mode is determined by the characteristics of the magic treasure. The bloodsucker's luck is being plundered. Luck plus 10, 000. Villain points plus 10, 000. Ink Feather was trembling a little with excitement. New system features, and such a generous reward of chi and villain points. At that moment, Morong-yi gently placed her hand on his forehead, bringing a burst of coolness. Master, why are you shaking? Mou felt the warm touch coming from his forehead, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, forcing down his inner excitement. It's just some excitement to rid the world of the great scourge that is the demon sword. Oh, Master is fine. Morong-yi withdrew her hand and sighed in relief, a sweet smile on her face. Mou took a deep breath and began to think about which magic treasure to strengthen. The system will decide how to grow the mana based on the characteristics of the mana itself. A sword, for example, could be wielded to become stronger, or killed to become stronger. He had a bit too many magic treasures right now, and he didn't really know if it was better to give that one. After thinking about it, he decided to give Frost-E sword. What he himself was best at was the way of the sword. The way the sword grows, the probability is that it kills people to become stronger. Simple and rough, to his liking. And the Frost-E sword is not only gorgeous in appearance, but the special effects are also a treat for the eyes. Most importantly, the artifact spirit is gendered. With this alone, the Frost-E sword would be able to finish off the heavenly poison bead and the human emperor streamer. System, strengthen the Frost-E sword. Frost-E sword enhancement completed. Growing up in the way of extracting, killing, purifying, practicing. The frost sword can be strengthened by repeating the above actions. The system's voice rang in his head, and Mou's heart was clear. Killing, you can become stronger by killing any living being. Purification, the ability to increase power by purifying evil spirits. Cultivation, on the other hand, is that the Frost-E sword spirit can also cultivate Gongfu, practicing the same as a cultivator. Mou opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes flickered. He could feel that the connection between the Frost-E sword and himself had become even closer. It was as if the bloodlines were connected, the minds were connected, and there was no longer a barrier between them. At the same time, the Frost-E sword became even more powerful. Although the exact grade was unknown, it was obvious that it could be felt to be sharper and more chilly. Mou reached out his hand and gently stroked the body of the Frost-E sword. The Frost-E sword emitted a burst of clear sword sounds, like a joyful chant, as if it was enjoying Mou's touch. Although the spirit of the Frost-E sword had risen, it would still take a few days for the sword spirit to fully form. He retrieved the Frost-E sword and turned his head to look at Chen. Senior, don't forget what you promised me earlier. Chen stared at the sword in Mou's hand with shock in his eyes. He could clearly feel that the sword was even more powerful than before. That kind of sharpness even made his heart palpitate. Hearing Mou's words, Chen snapped back to his senses. Naturally, I won't forget that the sword intent within this sword domain is comprehended at will. However, there's no need to ask me when you've already gained control of this sword domain. Chen paused and his tone became sincere as he bowed deeply to Mou. I am here to thank you for solving a great disaster for the Tianxuan continent. Mou hurriedly helped Chen up. Senior is overstating it. If it wasn't for your desperate attempts to seal the demonic sword back then, there would be nothing I could do. Afterward, Mou sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. In an instant, countless sword intent within the sword domain madly surged into his body. Outside the sword realm, Sword Father Lingyun frowned with a grave expression. He realized that the connection between himself and the sword domain was completely severed. The sword intent has begun to diminish again. Lingyun, what's going on? Lu Chenduan asked. Before Swordfather Lingyun could reply, a sudden change occurred, only to see a huge vortex appear out of nowhere within the entire sword domain, crazily devouring the surrounding sword intent. The sword intent quickly surged into the center of the vortex at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared. What the hell is going on here? Swordfather Lingyun was shocked. Xia Ningbing stared tightly at the sword domain with a grave expression. What is sealed in the demon sealing sword formation? Here? She spoke coldly. Demon sealing sword formation? The crowd looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. I know this formation. Ling Wanqing suddenly spoke up, answering the crowd's doubts. This is a sealing formation that can only be constructed by utilizing the sword intent of a cultivator of the harmonization stage or higher. Only when faced with a strong enemy of the sword Dao that cannot be completely killed will this formation be used to seal them. Swordfather Lingyun's brows furrowed as he pursued. So, what you're saying is that this is actually a sealing formation? Xia Ningbing's body violently erupted with berserk spiritual energy, pressing towards Lingyun Swordfather. I'm asking you, inside this sword formation, what evil demons have been sealed? Her voice was like ice, cold and piercing. Ling Yunxue instantly understood what Xia Ningbing meant. The pressure of the Mahayana stage was unreservedly released and pressed towards the Lingyun sword exalt. The weakening of the sword intent means that the sealed demons inside are about to break the seal and come out, while the disciples of the great clans are still inside. Sect leader Lingyun, should you give us an explanation? Chapter 87, 7th level of Elemental Infant. Infant transformation. Swordfather Lingyun was sweating profusely. I'm not sure, he screamed in his mind. What's going on here? Wasn't it you two who comprehended all the sword intent of our sword domain? Why are you blaming me? He doesn't understand. Also, these two are horrible. It was even if Ling Yunxue was a Mahayana, Xia Ningbing could overwhelm himself with a single merge. The sword domain is a place for sword cultivators to practice established by a generation of ancestors, and I've never heard of any evil demons sealed inside. Ling Yun's sword venerable spoke out what he knew under great pressure. Xia Ningbing frowned slightly and withdrew her pressure. Ling Yunxue also collected her breath with it and turned to ask, Nimbus, do you know something? Magic sword. Xia Ningbing spat out two words. She had learned about that period of history and instantly guessed what the sword domain sealed. Ling Wanqing explained at the right time. Back then, the immortal slaying sword god teamed up with several Mahayana powerhouses to defeat an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. But the heavenly demon's demonic sword disappeared. Now it seems that the demonic sword should have been sealed by them here. Her heart was so tired. The third elder sister was not a talker, so she could only act as the translator. It was also thanks to the fact that she had read a lot of books in her previous life, or else she really wouldn't have been able to keep up with third senior sister's train of thought. Ling Yunxue said eagerly, Then what are you waiting for? Quickly open the formation and let us go in. Little you. And the disciples are all inside. Swordfather Lingyun was sweating profusely. The formation has changed ownership, and I suspect that the ancestor has transferred control of the sword domain to a certain disciple in order to seal the evil demons. But you all don't have to worry too much. There's a wisp of my sword sect ancestor's divine sense sitting inside the sword domain, so there shouldn't be any major obstacles. The crowd was speechless. Xia Ningbing said in a cold voice, I'll break open this formation. She also knew a little bit about the way of formations, although she wasn't considered proficient, but it was more than enough to solve this crippled formation. After saying that, Xia Ningbing turned into a stream of light and flew straight to the edge of the formation. The rest of the group saw this and followed suit. Inside the sword domain, Mou was suspended in the air, sitting on his knees like a statue. Sword chi surrounded his body, constantly devouring the surrounding sword intent. Chen Hernian and Morong-yi quietly stood guard. Master, he is really good. Morong-yi marveled. Chen Hernian nodded slightly. Your master is going to comprehend another extreme sword intent. This kind of talent, even if it is placed in the immortal realm, it is an extremely terrifying heavenly pride. Senior, what is the extreme sword intent? Morong-yi asked. Chen Hernian patiently explained. Above the heavenly steps is the ultimate. The so-called extreme sword intent is the integration of chaos, fate, cause and effect, creation, destruction, reincarnation, and other supreme laws into sword intent. So powerful? Then which one did Master comprehend? Chaos. There are many types of sword intent here. He actually wanted to fuse all the sword intent as much as he could, thus realizing the chaos sword intent. However, speaking of this, Chen Hernian shook his head, seeming to feel some regret. Yet what? Morong-yi pursued. Chen Hernian sighed. How easy is it to comprehend chaotic sword intent? If it were really that simple, wouldn't those top powers in the immortal world have a chaotic sword intent in their hands? Although the sword intent here has been accumulated over millions of years and has a wide variety, the quality is still inferior after all. Ah, what then? Morong-yi said anxiously. Right. Master. He's so powerful. He must be able to comprehend the chaotic sword intent on his own, right? Hope flared in her eyes again as she turned her thoughts. Chen Henian thought for a moment and shook his head. His sword is too childish. Like he was forced out. It's like forcing a child to practice writing. How can you write the shape of a character but have no charisma? If we are to rely on him to comprehend the extreme sword intent on his own, I'm afraid he still needs time to settle down. If he wants to quickly achieve a sword domain like this, he needs to go through at least 3 more before he can comprehend the ultimate sword intent. Morong Yi's eyes widened at once. 3? The entire Tianxuan continent has been accumulating sword intent for countless years, and it's surprising that it still takes 3 to comprehend chaotic sword intent. This is too hard, isn't it? Difficult? Chen Hernian laughed. This is chaotic sword intent. How many geniuses in the immortal world have spent their entire lives unable to comprehend? Suddenly, Chen Henian frowned. There's too much commotion in here, and people from outside are coming in. Is it Senior and the girls? Morong Yi asked. Chen Hernian said. Fortunately, they didn't come in by directly attacking the formation, so it won't affect your master's comprehension. He breathed a sigh of relief, but then became serious again. I intend to use this wisp of divine sense to help your master. In that case he would only need 2.5 more sword domains to comprehend chaotic sword intent. Chen Henian laughed up to the sky, his voice filled with bravado and relief. I had thought that the demon sword would eventually come out one day, so I incorporated a large amount of sword intent into myself in order to destroy the demon sword. Unexpectedly, even though I was unable to personally resolve the demonic sword, I was able to become part of the chaotic sword intent. It's worth it. Morong Yi's eyes reddened slightly, and an inexplicable feeling of emotion welled up inside. Elder, just go in peace. If you have any last wishes left to fulfill, I can help you. Last wishes? Chen Henian was slightly stunned, then laughed. This is just a wisp of divine consciousness. My main body is still in the immortal realm. Ma Lenyi, why didn't you say so? Causing me to waste my feelings for nothing. Your earlier rendering of how difficult it is to comprehend the chaotic sword intent can't also be an attempt to inflate your price, right? Chen Henian no longer said anything more. His body shifted and transformed into countless brilliant sword lights, all of which merged into Mou's body. In an instant, Mou's sword chi around his body surged crazily. A terrifying suction force emanated from within him, crazily devouring the surrounding sword intent. At this time, Mou was at a critical moment of comprehending sword intent. He had originally felt the sword intent around him getting thinner and thinner. He even began to wonder if he was unable to even comprehend the embryonic chaotic sword intent. However, right at this moment, a majestic and pure torrent of sword intent surged into his body. He was inwardly surprised. With this boost, he would be able to steadily comprehend the chaotic sword intent prototype. With this step from 0 to 1, fully comprehending the chaotic sword intent was only a matter of time. At the same time, his cultivation level broke through. 7th level of Yuaning, infant transformation. At this moment, his Yuaning was like a teenager, and was metamorphosing into Yuanchen. On the other side, Xia Ningbing and the others kept cracking the formations, approaching the core of the sword domain. This formation seals evil demons. Evil is out there, and disciples are in danger as usual. Therefore, she could not forcefully break the formation by violent means. In no time, they broke through the layers of sword intent and arrived at the inner layer of the formation. The sight before them stunned everyone. Mou was sitting in the center of the sword intent vortex, crazily devouring the surrounding sword intent. Swordfather Lingyun froze for a while before he was the first to speak. If we keep letting him suck like this, isn't it possible that the evil will come out? Chapter 88, Left Foot on Right Foot. Spiral Ascension. Xia Ningbing looked at Mou, her voice as cold as ice. The magic sword is gone. She was secretly surprised inwardly, not realizing that Mou was actually continuing to comprehend chaotic sword intent. Unfortunately, from what I've seen so far, it's still a little short of the mark. However, it was at least able to steadily comprehend the embryonic form of chaotic sword intent. With this fledgling form, complete comprehension was only a matter of time. She was slightly relieved. Mou is still young and doesn't lack time. When the crowd heard Xia Ningbing's words, they were puzzled. Ling Yunshua's eyebrows frowned slightly as she scanned her surroundings, her vermilion lips lightly opening. There was a great battle here, and there is still a residual demonic aura, as well as a cold aura. Judging from the results, it's clear that the demon sword lost. Just where did this supreme coldness come from? Who destroyed the magic sword? Swordfather Lingyun pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. That's not a difficult question. I'll just ask the ancestor. With that, he closed his eyes and pinched out spells with both hands, his lips quivering slightly as if he was communicating with someone. Shortly afterward, his eyes snapped open and his brow furrowed. How can this be? Old ancestor. Old ancestor, he's gone. However, at this moment, no one cared about the whereabouts of his family's oldest ancestor, and all eyes were firmly fixed on Mo. They could feel that Mo was getting stronger at an amazing speed. He was comprehending an extremely powerful sword intent. Gradually, the surrounding sword intent became thinner and thinner. Mo was a little disappointed as he felt the surrounding sword intent gradually disappear. It's still not even close, he muttered. To comprehend the complete chaotic sword intent, it was still far short. As the last of the sword intent was drawn into his body, the system's voice sounded in Mo's head. Detected that you have successfully intercepted the chances of Mo, Morong E, and Ling Wanqing Sons of Fortune. You devoured the sword domain of the sword sect, and the sword sect ancestor refined it, so that subsequent Sons of Fortune never had the chance to obtain this opportunity. Reward, chaotic sword intent, Yin Yang sword intent, sword Dao realm, sword soul perfection. Mo was ecstatic in his heart. He was worried that he hadn't fully comprehended the chaotic sword intent. The system just gives it away straight away. It also comes with a Yin Yang sword intent, and it also directly helped him cultivate the sword Dao realm to sword soul perfection. Now, his strength had taken another qualitative leap. Sword soul was a realm behind sword mind, which could only be reached by sword cultivators at the return to void stage in general. Then after that was the sword domain of the merging stage, and the human sword unification of the transition stage. And now, at just the Yuaning stage, he already possessed a sword soul. If this were to spread, I'm afraid it would shock the entire cultivation world. Please choose whether or not to plunder the fortune of other Sons of Fortune. Mo didn't see Tang Wan's name, so he chose no. Automatically replenish your Qi 3,000. Villain points plus 10,000. Ink brand found a problem. System, how do you count this plundered Qi? Calculated according to the combined importance of the current fortune of the Son of Fortune and the plundered chance in his cultivation. Kill and you'll lose all your luck. Mo's eyes lit up slightly. In other words, the higher his own Qi, the more Qi and villain points he would gain from plundering his own chances. Having gained the Qi, he could gain even more Qi next time. Left foot on right foot. Spiral to the sky. Inkbrand fixed his mind. He took out the Frost E sword and ran his fingertips across the blade. An intimacy of blood connection surging through his heart. It intertwined and resonated with his soul, as if the sword was a part of his body. Even his soul could merge into the sword, intermingling with the spirit of the Frost E sword, making the sword's power more and more majestic. This is the soul of the sword. Nowadays, when he faced Chu Chuanin, just the pressure of his might was enough to make the other party's sword tremble and submit, unable to be sheathed. Even if he were to spar with Xia Ningbing or Bai Shuangying, he would still have the power to fight. With a thought, the Frost E sword transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. Mo slowly landed on Morong Yi's side. He turned around and bowed deeply to the spot where Chen Henian had last disappeared. Thank you, Elder. He had heard the conversation between the two and knew what was going on. The fact that he was able to make such a gain had nothing to do with Chen Henian. At this time, Xia Ningbing and her group finally arrived. Ling Yunxue took the lead and came to Mo's side, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Feather, are you okay? Inkbrand shook his head, signaling that he was fine. The crowd was relieved to see. The Lingyun swordfather rushed to Mo in a hurry. Where's the ancestor? What the hell happened here? Inkbrand pondered how to respond. Swordfather Lingyun, however, seemed to have suddenly figured something out and said to himself, I know, the ancestor first gave you the sword domain, wanting to join forces with you to get rid of the demonic sword. You have succeeded, but this wisp of his divine consciousness has also dissipated, and the ancestor promised you that if you helped him, the remaining sword intent within the sword domain would be yours. So, when you bowed to the void just now, you were thanking the ancestor, correct? He didn't think in the direction of Mo being able to forcefully grab the sword domain at all, because that's just not going to happen. Since Mo was able to obtain the sword domain, it meant that the ancestor believed in him. What one says, then, is the most likely outcome. Ink Feather nodded gently. That's pretty much what happened. Slightly different, but not much of a difference. He added, I also promised your ancestor that I would come here in the future to leave 10 sword intentions. Swordfather Lingyun was instantly relieved. Fortunately, that's good. The sword sect won't be finished. Although the sword domain was gone, at least it wasn't dead through. With the level of sword intent that Mo had displayed before, it wouldn't be difficult to re-attract sword cultivators. Curious, he asked, can we see what kind of sword intent you have comprehended? Inkbrand raised his hand. On his fingertips, a wisp of chaotic sword chi emerged. That sword chi, as if it had existed since the beginning of the Hongmeng, was ancient and mysterious, carrying an ineffable pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Lu Chanchen and Lingyun swordfather's pupils shrank. What a horrible power. Even they felt the suppression. Xia Ningbing's cool eyes also rippled with layers of shock that were hard to hide. Chaotic sword intent. Complete chaotic sword intent. You had really comprehended the chaotic sword intent from this sword domain. This kind of talent is truly terrifying. There were naturally geniuses in the immortal world who had comprehended the chaotic sword intent by consuming a small amount of resources, but none of them have consumed long years. Tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, have been counted as fast. But what about Mou? How old is he? It's not even 30 yet. This talent, when put in the upper realm, no one would be able to match it. Morongyi was also deeply shocked by this strand of chaotic sword chi. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind and she seemed to catch something. She immediately closed her eyes and gave her full attention to her enlightenment. The others present, even though they were not sword cultivators, could feel the terrifying power contained in that wisp of chaotic sword chi. Mou gently waved his hand and withdrew the chaotic sword chi. That's what I sensed from the sword domain. When I comprehend the sword domain in the future, I will leave this sword intent here for the world's sword cultivators to comprehend. Swordfather Lingyun was so excited that he burst into tears. Good, really good. He had originally thought that Mou would be lucky if he could attract some sword cultivators to come. But now, with this sword intent placed there, who wouldn't come? In the future, their sword sect would no longer need to publicize, and anyone who didn't come would be their own loss. Only 6 from the 9 Holy Lands? This will never happen again. They, the sword sect, are going to rise up. Chapter 89, Sword Sect Patriarch wants to join Tianxuan Holy Land. Barbarian Wind looked around. His brows furrowed. Strange, why don't we see any other disciples? Mou explained. Before, the sword intent all converged towards the center. They couldn't carry it and were kicked out. Although the formation had changed ownership, the logic of operation had not changed. The crowd was informed that there were no disciple casualties, and only then did they completely let go of their hearts. Mou looked towards Swordfather Lingyun. Did Patriarch find out the origin of that group of people yesterday? Swordfather Lingyun responded. Elder Xiaotian's side should have the results soon. I'll go and rush him, and make sure to give the Holy Son a satisfactory answer. Mou nodded slightly, and a flash of stern killing intent flashed in his eyes, daring to strike at his disciple. These people must pay. Swordfather Lingyun looked around the crowd and spoke aloud. Now that the sword trial has been forced to be interrupted, I'm really sorry. You all can stay in the sword sect for a few more days. Or you can return directly to your respective clans. No one else was upset about it. After all, the sword test itself was the sword sect doing charity. Naturally, they would not be ungrateful and commit the kind of shameless act of putting down the bowl and cursing their mother. At the edge of the crowd, Xia Ningbing stared at the area where the demonic aura and cold aura were the most dense, although no one has raised the issue. However, she clearly remembered that the immortal slaying sword god recorded in the ancient books had sword intent and spirit power attributes that were very different from what she saw in front of her. Moreover, in addition to these two scents, the unique scent of Mou's golden rope immortal artifact remained in the air. All the evidence seems to point to Mou. He's the one who destroyed the magic sword. But that's no surprise to the chosen one. Perhaps, Mou had obtained a disposable to cold attribute magic treasure in some unknown secret realm. It was with the magic treasure that he managed to destroy the magic sword. Xia Ningbing was in the middle of her thoughts when a wave of dizziness suddenly hit her. Forcibly breaking the formation was still a bit too much exertion for the current her. It is imperative to find the fruit of the Tao heart as soon as possible. On the other side, Morongyi also woke up from his epiphany. Her comprehension of the sword was even deeper now. Seeing nothing, the crowd dispersed and went to their homes. When the crowd dispersed, swordsman Lingyun called out to Lu Chanshan, who was about to leave. Lu Chanshan stopped and turned to ask, anything else? Swordfather Lingyun smiled awkwardly. That, old Lua, it's like this. Stop. Lu Chanshan interrupted with a frown. Don't call me that, it sounds awkward. Swordsman Lingyun coughed lightly and cleared his throat, replacing it with a serious and earnest expression. Peak Master Lu, I have a favor to ask. Speak. I want to join your Tianxian Holy Land as an elder, and I also ask for your help in introducing me. Don't worry, I don't want your salaries. I can do all these things such as teaching disciples and eliminating demonic paths, and I will never live for nothing. Your hallowed sword sect patriarch is coming to my Tianxian Holy Land to become an elder? Your Tianxian Holy Land. 3 perverted sword cultivators from one sect. I want to go in and learn from them. What about the sword sect? I've already made proper arrangements for the sword sect, and I'll be able to do so within a few days. What about the side of the Caste Heaven Holy Land? Ahem. Elder Xiaotian has already spoken to me about his attitude before, and there's no problem over there. Lu Qianduan pondered for a moment before slowly nodding his head. I will report this matter to the patriarch. It was also the first time he had encountered such an oddity. Normally, if a loose cultivator above the harmonization stage wanted to join the Tianxuan Holy Land, with a simple background check, you can basically pass. A top-notch transition stage powerhouse like Ling Yun's swordfather would naturally be even less of an exception. But the problem was that he was the sword sect's patriarch. The sword sect was in turn an affiliated sect of the heaven-casting Holy Land. This is not a good thing to get into when it involves the two holy places. However, if he could successfully pull Ling Yun's swordfather, a top-notch transitional powerhouse, into the Tianxuan Holy Land, it would undoubtedly be a huge boost to the overall strength of the Tianxuan Holy Land. Besides, it's free labor. Don't take it for nothing. By the time Lu Chanshan agreed, the Ling Yun swordfather listened to the hanging heart then let go. Mou returned to his room on the Tianxuan Holy Land spirit boat and sat down on his knees. With a slight movement of his mind, he took out the demonic sword that had broken into two pieces. At the break of the demon sword, wisps of demonic chi twisted and twisted as if they were alive, emitting a palpitatingly evil aura. Sister Yan Shi, take a look at what kind of material this is made of. As soon as the words fell, a red silhouette slowly emerged at his side. Yanshi's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as she took the Bloodslayer demon sword from his hands. This is actually blood brilliant demon gold. Then she felt a little sorry for herself. It's just a pity that, having been affected by that immortal weapon of yours, there's no longer any possibility of remodeling it. Blood brilliant demon gold? Mou was puzzled. This is an extremely rare supreme treasure of the Devil's Way, which can only be birthed under the blood of countless immortals over a long period of time. Moreover, the blood brilliant demon gold has an extremely heaven-defying characteristic, that is to be able to continuously raise one's grade by absorbing blood and become more and more powerful. Even for immortals, it's never easy to obtain such divine objects, and often requires a great price to be paid. Yan Shi explained. Little feather, you've really picked up a treasure this time. This is an immortal 5th grade blood brilliant demon gold, although it may not be of much use to you right now. In the eyes of the demonic cultivators in the upper realms, this is definitely a supreme treasure that is enough to drive them crazy. If you sell this after you ascend, you can definitely obtain a lot of resources. What about now? What's it good for? Inkbrand pursued. Well, in the case that you have an immortal weapon yourself, it's a waste no matter how you use it. The blood of the lower realms is also difficult to use to raise its grade. Yan Shi pondered for a moment and gave a pertinent evaluation. Mou sniffed and backhanded the demonic sword fragment into his storage ring. It's useless to him now, but there will be a day when he can use it. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Name, Mou. Realm, 7th level of the Yuanying stage. Physique, Chaos God Body, 5%. Pure Yang Kidney Body. Technique, Chaotic Yin Yang Technique, Immortal 2nd grade. Method of Simmering Battle. Spell, Spiritual Flame Cleansing Needle. Avatar, Unbreakable Golden Body. Locked Spirit and Forbidden Element. Fabrics, Frost E-Sword. Immortal Binding Rope. Bijou Divine Flame Needle. Special, Eroded Heart Poison. Pure Yin Xian Ice. Sword Intent, Chaos, Yin and Yang. Invincibility. Sword Dao Realm, Sword Soul Perfection. Miscellaneous Studies, Dan. Artifacts. Formation, Talisman, Poison, Sound, Luck, 34, 200, Holy Dragon. Villain Points, 34, 200. Well, the chakra and villain points have gone up quite a bit. Mou nodded in satisfaction. It's been kind of a great time. The sword sect didn't come for nothing. Especially the chirography. 34, 200. It's about to spiral into the sky. The chaotic god body had also risen to 5% during this time of cultivation and dual cultivation. Chapter 90, The Boomerang. Inkfeather thought carefully about his next plan. Auntie Shue's body is cold, so we need to solve it quickly this time when we go back. There's also Sister Yan Shi's body. We need to go to the secret realm as soon as possible to collect the materials to remodel her body. Senior Sister Xia's Dao heart is damaged, and she also needs to find a suitable spirit medicine to repair it. And this one is also going to the secret realm. Ling Qingyue, make time for her as well. There is still an undercover demon sect agent in the Tianxuan Holy Land. Knight Ayala. That's a lot of things when you do the math. Mou rubbed his brow. But then, the corners of his mouth rose once again, revealing an excited smile. But that's what makes it fun. Suddenly, he remembered the several chances that Yi Shimi had left behind. One of them was to assist the desolate ancient holy maiden in descending into the secret realm. Instead, there is a ready-made secret place. The one that could be looked upon by the desolate ancient holy maiden must be a large-scale secret realm. Unfortunately, the time is 30 years later. After helping Auntie Shui get rid of the cold poison, go out and try your luck. Inkfeather had a decision in his mind. Drill more into dangerous places and auction floor stalls, and it shouldn't be difficult to find a large secret realm within half a month. Elder Xiaotian froze in place when he heard that sword exalt Lingyun wanted to join the Tianxuan Holy Land. He opened his mouth, half squeezing out a dry sound. Shaoling you're not kidding, right? Swordfather Lingyun looked at Elder Xiaotian with a serious face and said bitterly, Elder Xiaotian, you can't hinder me from seeking the great Tao either? In the final analysis, it's still the casting Heaven Holy Land's own lack of competitiveness and deep enough heritage that prevents it from retaining talents. Therefore, the Heaven casting Holy Land should also reflect, and strive to improve its strength and competitiveness, which is the right path. This is true of the Heaven casting Holy Land, and it's also true of the Sword Sect. That's why I've decided to go to the Tianxian Holy Land to study properly and see how the Tianxian Holy Land, enhanced their competitiveness. Elder Xiaotian was dumbfounded, only feeling a surge of qi and blood, and blackness before his eyes. Aren't these the words that one has said? But he never expected that Swordfather Lingyun would use these words to gag him. But you can't just leave, Elder Xiaotian said sharply. You're the Sword Sect's patriarch. What will the Sword Sect do when you're gone? Swordsman Lingyun sighed. Elder, as you know, although the Sword Sect and the Heaven Casting Holy Land are affiliated, they are not completely affiliated. I didn't sell my body to your cast Heaven Holy Land either. I have the right to choose my own path. What's more, I've already arranged the affairs of the Sword Sect, and they won't be affected by my departure. The Sword Sect is still the same Sword Sect, except with me missing. You can rest assured. Elder Xiaotian was silent. Swordfather Lingyun was right. They really didn't have the right to stop him from pursuing his own Tao. Ugh, that's just it. Elder Xiaotian helplessly waved his hand. Since your mind is made up, I won't say anything more. I will report this matter to the Patriarch. Swordfather Lingyun was elated and bowed his hand. Thanks a lot. By the way, Elder Xiaotian, has the owner of that weapon been found out? Elder Xiaotian tightened his brows and gently shook his head. Difficult. This object is extraordinary. I need to bring it back to the Heaven Casting Holy Land and let the other elders examine it together before I can be sure. Swordfather Lingyun couldn't help but feel some regret. That's a shame, but thanks for taking the trouble, Elder. In that case, I'll take my leave. After receiving Elder Xiaotian's reply, Swordfather Lingyun turned around and left. When he disappeared, Elder Xiaotian raised his hand to gently caress the fragment of magic treasure and let out a long sigh. Rightin'. Confused. How could you do such a thing? Join the cult and make a move against the people of the Tianxian Holy Land, stirring up conflict between the two Holy Lands. Now none of us in the Heaven Casting Holy Land can protect you. If it comes time to make a decision, you shouldn't blame us. After Swordfather Lingyun left, he didn't go far before he bumped into Reverend Spring. Realist Hui Chun was currently full of spring, and looked to be in an extremely good mood. When he saw the Lingyun Swordfather, a flicker of complex emotions flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by complacency. Lingyun buddy, look at this. This old bone of mine has finally found a good home. Don't bother trying to hold me back for nothing. I'm never going back. With the guidance of the heavenly Qian Saint Son, in the future, it's not impossible for poison arts to enter the immortal grade. All that needs to be done is just a change of scenery to save people and make pills. Swordfather Lingyun was speechless when he looked at his smug look. He was now a quasi-elder of the Tianxian Holy Land, and his status was much higher than that of a pillboy. Don't worry, I won't retain you, Swordfather Lingyun said indifferently. By the way, it's impossible for the heavenly Qian Saint Son to want pills every day. What do you do in your usual time? It won't be eating for nothing, right? Reverend Spring grunted lightly. With such a large clan and so many people in the Tianxian Holy Land, there are naturally places that need me, so I won't bother Swordfather to worry about it. The corner of Swordfather Lingyun's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Then congratulations, and I have to go and work on the Sword Sect. After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving behind only a dashing back. Boring. The Reverend Spring shook his head. He had expected the old friend to be envious, truly uninformed. They are simply unable to comprehend just how terrifying a realm MOU's poison art attainments have reached. The top of Suway Peak is surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. Luo Su Xin, a white dress snow, sitting in front of a side of the ancient zither, delicate jade hand gently caressing the strings. The melodious sound of the zither flowed out, clear and ethereal, echoing across the valley. Ling Wanqing stood behind her. Eldest sister, that's all I know. You must be careful. Luo Su Xin nodded slightly, her gentle gaze falling on the strings of the zither. Well, Feather has a heart. Thank him for me. Ling Wanqing nodded and turned to leave, quickly disappearing into the clouds. Not long after, a lazy figure appeared at the top of the mountain. Yi Mei was dressed in a purple dress, carrying a wine gourd in her hand. With a few casual and spontaneous steps, she walked over to Luo Su Xin and sat on her butt. tilting her head and pouring a mouthful of wine before handing the wine gourd to Luo Su Xian. A bite? Luo Su Xian gently shook her head. Master, you know, I don't drink. Yi Shimei didn't force herself to do so and retrieved the wine gourd, drinking to herself. What realm is it now? 7th level of the Mahayana stage, and there are still 3 thunder tribulations. Luo Su Xian said. Oh, that's good. How soon will you leave this time? Yi Shimei asked carelessly. Today. Not going to meet those senior siblings of yours? Little Feather hasn't seen you in years. Luo Su Xian shook her head. The harvest this time is great. I need to find a place to refine these resources. Yi Shimei nodded slightly and poured another mouthful of wine. Star Holy Land, the Heavenly Pivot, Heavenly Guillotine, and Kaiyang Veins bullied your senior brother. So let's settle this incidentally. Chapter 91 Living with Anti-Shui. Luo Su Xian guffawed and joked. There are so many loose immortals in the Star Holy Land. You guys are giving me such a big trouble all at once. Aren't you afraid that I'll die outside? Yi Shimei smiled back. Just die. You guys are more rebellious than one another. She paused and continued. It's only Little Feather who still respects me as his master, but he likes to go outside every day to die. Wanqing is a relief, but she's not even willing to meet me with her true colors. You'd save me the trouble if you were all dead. Luo Su Xian didn't answer, her fingertips lightly caressing the strings of the zither. The sound of the zither echoed through the mountains. The two were silent for a moment, and after a long time, Luo Su Xian finally spoke. Master, I intend to kill all the devil cultivators and evil cultivators before I ascend. Yi Shimei snapped, and the wine gourd was set down. Don't be surprised. Not all of them of course, just the ones that are in plain sight. I can't find the ones that are hidden. Is that what I'm surprised about? Do you have that strength? To make an enemy of half of the Tianxuan continent all by yourself? Yes, Luo Su Xian responded faintly. Yi Shimei gritted her teeth. This rebel, it's time to rebel again. After a long time, she asked. Why? Luo Su Xian's movements of stroking the zither did not pause, and the sound of the zither remained clear. Give your brothers and sisters a peaceful environment to grow up in. Bull ********. Yi Shimei nonchalantly interrupted. Their strength, you need to worry about it? Luo Sushin's fingertips slightly stuttered, and the sound of the zither stagnated. Master, I'm curious, why did you accept me as your disciple? Yi Shimei sniffed, tilted her head and took another sip of wine, her eyes fluttering a bit as she casually said, Can't I just look at you and see that you're smooth? Luo Sushin smiled, warm and moving. I have been cultivating in the Tianxuan Holy Land for hundreds of years, and I have consumed more cultivation resources than any of the elder disciples, but I've never completed a mission from the Tianxuan Holy Land. Aside from holding the title of the strongest Mahayana realm, I've never contributed anything to the Holy Land. Even if I were to ascend to the immortal realm, I never said that I would join the heavenly Qin immortal sect in the upper realm. Aside from me, so are several of them. Isn't it still useful to put up the strongest name? How dignified it is outside. Who dares to mess with our Tianxuan Holy Land so easily? Yi Shimei bristled in disbelief. Luo Su Xian shook her head. The Tianxuan Holy Land is already the strongest force, so there's no need for me to consolidate that position. Since you guys have done so much for me, it's only natural that I need to do something for you before I leave. Now that there are still demonic cultivators in the world, and you want to get rid of the demons, then I will help you get rid of them. Yi Shimei choked on Luo Su Xian's words and sat back on the floor with an exasperated sigh. It's too rebellious. Can a son of destiny really fight against 30% of the top powerhouses in this world? She didn't have a clue in her mind. Yi Shimei picked up the wine gourd again and took a sharp gulp. Do what you want, but don't expect me to come to your rescue if you die out there. Luo Su Xian smiled and didn't say anything. Suddenly, the winds changed, the clouds were dark, and the thunder rolled. Yi Shimei's eyes widened violently, and her figure retreated violently. Are you crazy to cross the threshold like that? Luo Su Xian, however, continued to calmly stroke the zither. A thick thunderbolt cut through the sky and fell straight down. She didn't flash or dodge, letting the thunderbolt hit her. Boom! There was a loud bang and thunderous light. A powerful aura erupted from Luo Su Xian, sweeping in all directions. The 8th level of the Mahayana stage. The lightning dispersed, and the sky was once again calm. Demon! Yi Shimei looked at Luo Sushin from afar, her eyes filled with envy and emotion. Send another one away. Master, the next time I see you again will probably be before I become immortal. Luo Su Xian's voice echoed in the air, but her figure had slowly dissipated. Yi Shimei sat back down on the floor again and silently poured a mouthful of wine, her expression complicated and difficult to understand. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. New Destiny's Child. Moron E detected. Location, Cast Heaven Domain, Sword Sect. Please take him as a disciple as soon as possible. Yi Shimei shook her head helplessly. System, I need more information. That Chu Yuli from before is clearly Xiao Yu's disciple, and you didn't tell me in advance, causing me to run around blindly. None, the system responded icily. Yi Xiaomei sighed. Forget it, it's better to put it away for now. The Cast Heaven Domain is so far away. It's too troublesome to make a trip. It was still easier to abduct Chu Yuli from his own apprentice. It's stupid that this system doesn't recognize grandchildren, only disciples. There just isn't a dumber system than that. But after all, you can become an immortal emperor. When you become an immortal emperor, all problems can be solved, both in the upper realm and the lower realm. One day later, the lofty mountain gate of the Tianxuan Holy Land came into view as the spirit boat slowly landed in the square. Mou stepped out of the spirit boat and stretched his body. The trip to the sword sect was perfect. The only regret was that no trace of that cult force could be found until the end. Elder Xiaotian said that he would go back to check, and he didn't know how long it would take. Auntie Shui, I'll help you go to Suway Peak to arrange a place to stay now. Master will be very happy when he knows you're here. Mou turned around but did not see Ling Yunchua's figure and could not help but wonder. Auntie Snow? Hush! A clear and cold voice suddenly rang out in the void, deliberately lowered, but still hard to hide its elegant and melodious. I'm here. It was Ling Yunchua's voice. Mou looked in search of the sound, only to see a faint purple halo looming in the void, as if it had fused with the surrounding clouds. Auntie Snow, what are you? Ink Feather was a little puzzled. Don't let your master know I'm here. Ling Yunshua's voice came again, carrying a bit of helplessness. She and I have had a bit of a falling out lately, and it's not very convenient to meet. If she ran into Yi Shimei, she might not know how that immodest guy would make fun of her. Conflict? Mou was slightly stunned. Master and Auntie Shui had a falling out? As far as I could remember, these two elders had always been on good terms, so how could they suddenly fall out? But it was just a contradiction. Normal. And he didn't ask too many questions. Okay. Mou nodded. Then Auntie Snow, you're next. I'll stay with you for a few days. Ling Yunshua's voice added with a hint of imperceptible blush. You're going to help me with acupuncture anyway, and it'll save you a trip back and forth. Yeah, no problem. Ink Feather responded in a hurry. It's certainly nice to live with Auntie Snow. It's both convenient and eye-catching. Go about your business. I'll just follow you in the shadows. Ling Yunshua's voice became soft. Aha. Mou answered and immediately rose up with his sword, transforming into a stream of light and sped towards the direction of Suway Peak. After he left, the square gradually came alive. The disciples on the spirit boat got down and gathered with the disciples who had come to greet them, whispering and discussing. Have you guys heard? The Holy Son beat the Sword Sect's Sword Son, and now he's the #1 person in the Yuaning stage. The Holy Son? Which Saint Son? Isn't Mou's cultivation gone? You're behind in your news, aren't you? The current Saint Son. One sword kills the Sword Sect's Sword Son in a second. Killing Sword Son in seconds is nothing. You guys didn't go to the sword domain. You don't know that. The Holy Son chopped the sword monument with a single sword, and split the sword domain with a single sword. There's still this? The disciples looked sideways in disbelief. Chapter 92, The Jade Pot of Spring Water. That's for sure. I saw it with my own eyes. It was the Holy Son himself. Junior Uncle is also too powerful. I want to marry him so badly. It's too late. He's already with Senior Sister Dream. Nonetheless, Senior Sister still has a chance. The Holy Son loves beautiful people. I also heard that he and Uncle Su also. What? The Saint Son is actually with Senior Sister Meng and Fairy Su at the same time? Enjoying the bliss of being together? When these words came out, in the square, a heartbreaking sound rang out. The gossip about Mou spread rapidly within the Tianxuan Holy Land as if it had wings. It's just two things. The Saint Son's strength has skyrocketed, as well as the Saint Son's flirtatiousness and love of beauty. Mou naturally didn't know anything about this. He was currently rushing to Suway Peak at full speed. Suway Peak. The courtyard door opened lightly. Mou stepped into the courtyard, and the familiar scent of seclusion hit him. The ancient tree stood still in the center, its branches flourishing and casting dappled shadows. He scanned casually, but his gaze instantly froze. In front of his house, a lazy figure leaned against the doorframe. The wine gourd in his hand was raised to mid-air, and he was sipping slowly and methodically. A plain purple robe loosely draped over the body, revealing delicate collarbones. Black hair casually pulled up, a few strands of hair hanging down, more lined with snowy skin, with a hint of languid flirtation between the eyebrows. It was none other than his master, Yi Shimei. Mou's heart shook, and a warm feeling then surged to his heart. Separated for many days, to see the master again. the heart actually miss a little. Yi Mei was not just a master teacher to him, but also an ATM lifesaver. Back then, if it wasn't for Yi Mei's rescue, he wouldn't even have been able to walk out of Mo village. It was even more needless to say when it came to the Tianxuan Holy Land. There has never been any power where the orphans picked up outside became holy sons as soon as they were initiated, to be cultivated as the next generation of patriarchs. Yi Mei treated him almost as if she was giving him what she wanted, never restraining and never being harsh. He was even more permissive and free on weekdays, and never regulated his cultivation. There's no downside to it, except being old and immodest. Simply the perfect ATM mentor. Master. Mou hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. At the same time, his heart murmured and opened the system panel. Name, Yi Mei. Luck, 100. 000, colored. Favorability, 100. Introduction, the founder of the Tianxuan Holy Land, who has cultivated countless immortals but was unable to enter the Mahayana, with the body of a jade pot of spring water and an excellent stove. Remarks, the invincible existence under the Mahayana. The Mahayana stage can be easily taken after obtaining the power of immortal spirit. With your present strength, it is recommended to run away quickly. Mou's footsteps lurched as his gaze fell straight onto Yi Mei, his heart in shock. So fierce. 100,000 chakras. Colored. Isn't this the lowly version of practicing Qi for 100,000 years? Despite being older, he still couldn't beat the Mahayana, but the accumulated connections were real. In that case, it all explains itself. No wonder one's status in the clan was so high. No one said anything even if they turned out to be wasted. And all resources were distributed as usual. Take the protagonist template Benzin, but no one dares to come looking for trouble. And it's actually a spring water jade pot. You have successfully gained the trust of Yi Mei, the daughter of fortune. It would be wise for you to join the Tianxuan Holy Land, become her disciple, gain her trust, and then go to the Sorcerer's Mountain together after your master-disciple relationship. I'm sure you must have put in unimaginable efforts for this mentor-apprentice play. The villain succeeds against all odds. Reward, everlasting body, endless lifespan. Talent grows with age. Can obtain a substitute puppet every 1,000 years. Please choose whether or not to plunder your fortune. No. Villain points plus 10,000. Yi Mei noticed Mou's straight eyes. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, her heart secretly happy. It's still good for feather. Unlike those few rebels, one by one, none of them are safe. Luo Suxin didn't turn around to look at her. Bai Xuanying didn't look at her squarely. Su Meier didn't open her eyes to look at her. And Ling Wanqing didn't really look at her. As for Xia Ningbing, it made her feel cold just by looking at her. Such a filial disciple. One actually had to rob him of his disciple. It was indeed a bit excessive. With a lazy wave of her hand, stone tables and benches instantly manifested and landed in the courtyard. Sit. Ink brands settled down. The everlasting body, with its unlimited lifespan, is also a good thing. You can play graveyard bounce later. 1,000 years of a scapegoat puppet is not bad. It's equivalent to one more life. And one is being given away right now. Enough for him to wave for a long time. He stepped forward and casually sat down on the stone bench. What's the matter, master? Yi Mei poured a glass of wine and pushed it in front of Mou. Looking at him with winking eyes, her vermilion lips lightly opened. Little feather tell me, how does master treat you? The corner of Mou's mouth twitched slightly. What's wrong with Deng today? Overthinking? Brain damage? Thinking for a moment, Mou said in a pompous tone. Master treats me. That since the grace is as heavy as a mountain. The virtue of recreation. Disciple is unable to repay. Even if I were to work as an ox or a horse in the next life, I would still be unable to repay master's kindness in a million ways. If master doesn't give up, Feather is willing to give her body in return. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yi Mei was amused and snorted out a laugh. Smooth talker, you're the one who's poor. She laughed and scolded. And in return, no seriousness. She lightly shook her plain hand, and the wine gourd arced through the air, carrying a faint fragrance of wine. The smiles converged. Yi Mei's tone turned a few points more serious. Let me ask you, are you willing to share your worries with your teacher? Mou's heart fluttered, knowing that the main topic had come. Master, but please command. 10,000 deaths. Probably made another bet with someone and sold himself. That means going to work and fighting. No harm, no foul. It doesn't have to be 10,000 deaths. Yi Mei let out a light laugh, lethargically leaning back. The purple robe lapel then slightly slipped down, revealing the beautiful lines of the shoulders and neck. The flavor was all natural. However, she didn't care about those details. Master has his eye on your little disciple. Chu Yuli. Ahem. Inkbrand barely choked himself on a mouthful of wine and coughed violently. Master, What did you say? This old deng isn't in a drunken stupor, is he? Lean. Address book? No. We have to make Jade run away quickly. Yi Shimi's willow eyebrows slightly raised, as if she was a bit dissatisfied with his reaction. What? Didn't you hear me? Master said that he has a crush on your disciple Chu Yuli and wants her to cultivate with me and be my disciple. Turns out it wasn't a lesbian. And Inkbrand was relieved. And so on. Isn't that even more psychotic? What kind of person steals a disciple from his apprentice? Inkbrand coughed lightly and asked tentatively. Master, recently my disciple just happened to have taken a third-grade physician's license. If you are sick, I can help you with a full body checkup. Yi Shimi's almond eyes rounded, feigning huffiness. Brat! What nonsense! Does Master look like he's sick? She gently raised her jade arm, her fingertips pointing towards Mou's forehead. The force was gentle, with a few points of anger. You little heartless one, how long has it been since we've seen each other? And you're looking forward to being sick for your teacher? After the joke, Yi Shimei collected her smile and her tone became serious. I'll take that apprentice of yours. Tell me, how can I say yes? Chapter 93, Seducing the Holy Son. Mou pondered for a long time, to no avail. Not to mention, it seemed like he had actually seen a similar plot in a novel in his previous life. The master ancestor and master of the sons of Qi snatched their disciples. But it's so weird to actually have it happen to you. Seeing this, Yi Shimei's petite body slightly leaned forward and put her hands on Mou's shoulders, gently shaking them. At this angle, Mou could see the infinite scenery. A large area of snow white and deep gullies. The master is really unconventional. However, he remembered that his master was not like this outside, and he completely let himself go as soon as there were no outsiders, and he didn't know why. Apprentice, just promise to master. Yi Shimei blinked her watery eyes and pouted. Master really needs this disciple. The corner of Mou's mouth twitched slightly. This old dang, is that necessary? Why do you want Chu Yuri? Looking for a clan heir? But Moroni is clearly better suited for that position. Master, you are like this. Mou sighed helplessly. You can ask Jade directly. It's not good for me to decide for her on this matter. Kicking the can down the road when things don't work out. There is absolutely no loss to him in this matter. Anyway, at the very beginning, he only wanted to tie Chu Yuli to his side to woolgather. It's the same grip now with a different identity, and it saves a lot of work. Feather is the best. Yi Shimei giggled, and with a hook of her plain hand, she hooked Mou's neck without saying a word, and rubbed herself against his face. Mou felt the soft touch coming from his face, as well as the fragrance of the wine if any, and could only shake his head helplessly. Yi Shimei's figure flashed and disappeared into the courtyard. Little Feather, your master. Yan Shi's voice sounded in his head, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, that disciple of yours may indeed be exceptionally gifted. Even your master would want to snatch her as a disciple. It's so hard to comment on this. I really don't know where to begin. Inkbrand rubbed his temples and muttered. I think drinking to go crazy is more likely. Never mind. I'm not surprised she's mad at anything anymore. Yan Shi, however, fell into deep thought, his eyes flickering. She didn't think Yi Shimei was crazy. You know, none of her few disciples are easy. Even the most inconspicuous Ling Wanqing made her unable to see through the depths. Perhaps there really was something special about Chu Yuli, only that he had not regained his strength and was unable to detect it? Sister Yan Shi, don't forget our bet. Inkbrand interrupted her thoughts and reminded with a smile. Yan Shi grunted without a trace of humor. Count on you winning. Just wash it. Who's afraid? I'll wash it for you when no one else is around. She had already defaulted to the fact that Inkbrand could win. After all, a few of them on this mountain are basically capable of becoming immortal. How could Chu Yuli be worse? Inkfeather was surprised. That's a win. Don't we wait for the Maharishi to come up with a result? TCH, that guy is getting outrageous. Ling Yunshua's voice came quietly. Robbing the apprentice of the apprentice is sick. Remembering that there was a conflict between them, Mou had the good sense not to answer and turned around to go back to his room. He was just about to take out the spirit weapon bed when Ling Yunshua said, I don't sleep at night. No need to bother. Mou retrieved his spirit weapon, sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. Ling Yunshua concealed her figure and quietly guarded his side, looking at the speed at which Mou's aura converged as she cultivated. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. It's so fast. It's scary. Time flew by. The night deepened, and the hour of midnight had come. Inkbrand opened his eyes. Auntie Snow, let's get started. Ling Yunshua appeared and gracefully sat on the edge of the bed. With a slight hesitation, she flicked her vegan hand and her shirt slipped off, revealing a jade-like, polished back. Tianxuan Holy Land, Tianxuan Peak, a gloomy secret room. The air was stagnant, with only a few candles flickering in the corners. Night Ayala held the jade disc. Her fingertips lightly tapped, and complicated runes were imprinted on top of the disc. The jade disc flickered with light, and a dark shadow coalesced and took shape in front of her. Ayala, this information is very useful. The dark shadow made a low raspy voice. You didn't let me down. Knight Ayala raised her eyes, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Patriarch, I suggest abandoning the Tianxuan Holy Land. Mou's talent is amazing. He will definitely become a sacred land sovereign in the future. And all generations of Tianxuan patriarchs have a tradition that they must wait until the next generation is fully grown before choosing to ascend. As long as he is on the throne for one day, there is simply no way we can pose any threat to the Tianxuan Holy Land. You're too young. The dark shadow laughed softly. On the contrary, this is our best chance. Knight Ayala's heart shook. What do you mean? The dark shadow's laughter grew more and more sinister. Saint Son Tianxuan loves beauty the most, and we, the spectral demon sect, have just such a sharp weapon. Who? Knight Ayala's brows furrowed. You, the black shadow spat out a word. You go and approach the heavenly Qin Saint Son and become his Taoist. Controlling him is the same as controlling the entire Tianxuan Holy Land. It won't be long before our spectral demon sect will be able to unify the righteous and demonic paths. Knight Ayala's heart set off shockwaves, but on her face she could only pretend to be calm. As you wish. Only when the black shadow dissipated did she bite down hard on her lower lip, her shell teeth almost breaking her vermilion lip. She actually wanted her to seduce Mou. She was the holy maiden of the spectral demon sect, and she was also 1,000 changes demon body. Looking at the entire young generation of the demon region, who could compare to her? And it turns out you actually have to go on a color run? When she first joined the spectral demon sect, she was given key training due to her exceptional talent. But in just a few short years, she ascended to the position of the Holy Virgin. The first mission out was undercover, but it was done impeccably. I thought I would be able to fly high from now on, but who would have thought that I would have to go and do this kind of underhanded thing? The temperature in the chamber plummeted, and Knight Ayala was surrounded by cold killing intent. But soon, she forced herself to calm down. Sovereign is right. This is indeed the fastest shortcut. As long as she was careful, she wouldn't necessarily lose anything. She got up and straightened her dress, her eyes flashing with a cold aura. Go and find out his preferences first. The night was deepening, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. Desolate ancient Holy Land. Yuhua Hall. Holy Maiden. Elder Barbarian Wind seeks an audience, the maid reported softly. Inside the temple stood a woman in white. She stood in front of the window, and the moonlight flowed between outlining her peerless face. Enter. Elder Barbarian Wind walked with a sturdy gait, and when he stepped into the hall, his face was full of red light and his eyes were shining. He couldn't wait to stroke his beard and laugh. Holy Maiden. This time when I went to the sword sect, I met an extraordinary genius. That kid's sword Dao talent is enough to rival White Frost Shadows. Oh, the desolate ancient saintess gave a slight sideways glance. Who? Tianxuan Saint Son? The Holy Maiden has heard of him too? Elder Barbarian Wind's eyes glowed. That kid chopped off the sword tablet and devoured the entire sword domain. It's even better than White Frost Shadow. The desolate ancient Holy Maiden was slightly stunned. Her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. What realm is he in now? 6th level of Yuaning. Elder Barbarian Wind became more and more agitated as he spoke. By the way, he defeated the Yuaning 9th layer Sword Son with a Yuaning 6th layer Cultivation. Such natural talent. Truly a demon. The desolate ancient Holy Maiden nodded her head gently. Her expression was as tranquil as water, and her skin was as white as jade under the moonlight. Elder Barbarian Wind suddenly rolled his eyes and snickered. Since you've heard of the heavenly Qin sacred son before, why don't I discuss it with the patriarch and help your heavenly Qin sacred land to propose a marriage? Chapter 94, Conflict between the King of Killers and the Star Holy Land. Don't! The desolate ancient Holy Maiden spoke eagerly, then realized that she had lost her temper and coughed lightly. Isn't he? He's engaged? There's a marriage contract? Elder Barbarian Wind frowned in thought. The old man is unheard of. The desolate ancient Holy Maiden blandly said. Maybe it's a rumor. I've only heard about it. Elder Barbarian Wind shook his head regretfully. In that case, forget it. When Elder Barbarian Wind left, the desolate ancient Holy Maiden's glistening white earlobes were slightly red. She calmed her mind and took out a letterhead. Sister Qingyu said that she's about to break through the transformation god. She unfolded the letterhead, her eyes running between the lines, and also asked me to go to the soon-to-be-opened desolate ancient mysteries together. Putting away the letterhead, she breathed a light sigh of relief, her delicate fingers brushing against her chest, almost exposed. Luckily the one who came was Uncle Savage Wind. She looked out the window at the bright moon and murmured, their cultivation speeds are all too fast. It's time for me to step up my game. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight poured through the window pane and spilled onto Mou's eyelids. He opened his eyes and was greeted by a familiar lavender color, wrapped around two soft, full masses. Behind him, there was the same softness, the warmth of his thighs, and again the knee pillow. Awake? Came a soft voice from above. It's still all talk and no action. Inkbrand got up and felt his body. Mind power has improved again. Well, fully recovered. He responded with a smile. His eyes looked at Ling Yunxue, only to see her in a long lavender dress, black hair hanging down like a waterfall. Her hands and feet show the elegance and nobility. Those beautiful autumn water-like eyes were filled with a rare tenderness at the moment. You're so desperate every time. Ling Yunxue let out a light sigh, her slender jade finger gently tapping his forehead, her tone full of doting. Isn't this for Auntie Xue? Mo snickered. Ling Yunshue's jade cheeks were slightly red, her glistening white earlobes were tinted with a touch of scarlet. She lightly spat but did not say anything. Knock knock. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door broke the coziness. Ling Yunshue's figure flickered and instantly hid into the void, leaving behind only a wisp of ethereal fragrance if any. Inkbrand got up and opened the door to his room. Outside the door, Chu Yuli was standing there quietly. She was dressed in a plain white dress, with a hint of doubt on her clear face. Master, she called softly. Jade, what's wrong? Yesterday, a man came to see me. Chu Yuli bit her pink lips. She said that she is the master ancestor, and also said that she wants to take me as a disciple, and also said that you agreed. Mou sniffed and frowned slightly. This old dang, he moves pretty fast. She told me that you had agreed to it. Is that true? Chu Yuli raised her small face, her eyes filled with unease. Mou looked at Chu Yuli's slightly apprehensive eyes and replied decisively. No, I didn't agree, he said truthfully. All I said was that it's up to you to make your own decision. It's up to you. Yi Shimei is a Taishan elder, or a transitional robbery powerhouse. Whether it's guidance in cultivation or opportunities, she can offer you much more than I can. As you know, I don't have much time to teach disciples, but she's different. Whatever you choose, I won't object. I'm kind of in the middle of something right now, so think about it. After saying that, Mou gently closed the door of the room, leaving Chu Yuli alone outside the door. Chu Yuli stood outside the door, pondering Mou's words. Master said that the final decision is up to you? Could it be that the master is testing himself? That must be it. Previously, he had acted timid and wallflowery, making master teachers suspicious of him. If master meets danger later on, will he do the same? With this in mind, Chu Yuli's white teeth lightly bit her red lips, and her heart had already made up its mind. No matter how Yi Shimei tried to persuade her, she had to rebuff with the most resolute attitude. Master's words just now were a hint to himself. He still believes in himself now, so he gives her the option to make her own choices. He himself absolutely could not fail his master's high expectations. The next 3 days, Mou continued to provide acupuncture for Ling Yunxue on a daily basis, and the two became closer. Night Ayala, on the other hand, went around poking around to find out what Mou's preferences were. However, she realized that the entire clan knew relatively little about Mou, but those who knew, she was not good at touching, easily exposed. Yi Shimei, on the other hand, focused all her attention on Chu Yuli. She had tried everything to get Chu Yuli to worship her as her master, but Chu Yuli had always refused to agree. But that wasn't a hard thing for her to do. The other disciples could be much harder to deal with than Chu Yuli. 3 days had passed and it was midday. Mou leaned on the pale ancient tree in the courtyard, and the jade slip in his hand flowed with a faint light. He wanted to try and work out a spell similar to the Buddha's wrathful fire lotus, but progress was slow. Chu Yuli didn't want to be disturbed by Yi Shimei and went out to practice. Yi Shimei, on the other hand, was working on her own on how to convince this stubborn little girl. Morong Yi had been in seclusion ever since she left the sword sect, and seemed to have gained some enlightenment in the sword path. So, it's very clean, and there's Ling Yunxue escorting it. It's just perfect. Sure Fu. A clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Ling Wanqing lightly landed on the tree branch beside Mou. Mou closed the jade slip in his hand and turned his head to look at this mysterious junior sister. What's wrong? Ling Wanqing's slender jade hand gently caressed the lapel of her coat and took out a scroll with a faint spiritual light from her bosom. Senior brother, I've gathered some important information during this period of time. On the side of the Caste Heaven Holy Land, there is still nothing about that mysterious weapon. Elder Biju of the Star Holy Land encountered a cult ambush on his way home. He was damaged but not seriously hurt. Moreover, just yesterday, the Star Holy Land was attacked again by a black-robed man who called himself the King of Killing. King of Killing? Mou muttered, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. It sounds like the force we met in the sword sect before. Ling Wanqing nodded gently. Not as if. That person must be. In the future memory, the King of Killers was precisely the exclusive title of the top echelons of the Killing God cult. That black-robed man attacked a harmonization stage clan under the Star Holy Land, and bloodied the entire clan without a single survivor. Ink Feather nodded gently. Has our Tianxuan Holy Land been targeted by them? Ling Wanqing shook her head. Nope. According to the information we obtained, his target is not our Tianxuan Holy Land, only the Star Holy Land. The previous behavior was also just to target the Star Holy Land. It seems like it's because the Star Holy Land killed some important descendant of that King of Slayers. A descendant? Any specific news? Mou was puzzled. Ling Wanqing said, it is said to be a demonic beast. This information is strange. How could someone from the evil cult care about a Jindan stage demonic beast? I doubt it's fake. Chapter 95 Ling Wanqing's absolutely beautiful face. Mou's figure slightly paused. His eyes were surprised, puzzled, and enlightened, flashing frequently, and eventually turning into a hint of playfulness. Because a Jindan demonic beast ed with the Star Holy Land? The King of Killers? Tang Wan's father? I'm the one who's behind this. He killed little, and the scourge led to the King of Killers attacking the Star Sanctuary? What's the problem? Senior brother? Could it be that you think that intelligence is true? How can a descendant of the human race be a demon? Spirit Wanqing noticed Mou's abnormality. Her eyebrows slightly knitted as she asked suspiciously. Inkbrand let out a light laugh. That's hard to say, let alone demons. Even grass can take shape. What's so strange about a descendant being a demon? Ling Wanqing nodded thoughtfully. In the cultivation world, the combination of human and demon was nothing new. Keep an eye on the Star Holy Land and that King of Slayers for me, and let me know if there's any movement. Mou collected the playfulness on his face and his tone became serious. The forces behind the King of Slayers must be very powerful. Tell Senior Brother Kidney Void that we can use this opportunity to weaken the Star Holy Land. Although it can't cause substantial damage to the Star Holy Land, it's enough to disgust them for a while. Ling Wanqing nodded her head gently. The killing demon cult is indeed powerful. Before they appeared, no one had thought that there was such a powerful force in the Tianxuan continent. If the two sides really went to full-scale war, it would indeed be enough to drastically weaken the Star Holy Land and cause them to suffer a great deal of vitality. Senior brother. I'll go tell Senior Brother Kidney Void right now. When he finished, he leapt off the branch and prepared to leave. Wanqing, wait. Mou's voice was not light or heavy, but it caused Ling Wanqing's figure to lurch. The young girl stared back, a hint of doubt flashing through her clear, watery eyes. Elder brother. Anything else? Mou gazed at her, dark auras flowing in his eyes. Do you, by any chance, not believe me? He had long wanted to know what this senior sister of his actually looked like, and he took this opportunity to ask. Ling Wanqing's heartbeat abruptly stopped for half a beat, then returned to normal. She looked into Mou's eyes, which were filled with seriousness. Senior brother, I will always believe in you. These words, she said with unshakable firmness and without the slightest hesitation. Trust? She asked herself in her mind. Of course she trusted Mou. This trust has long surpassed any emotion in the world, even better than her trust in herself. Her mind drifted back to the future she had once seen. Immortals descended and the sky fell. In that moment of despair, it was Mou, her stupid senior brother, who in order to guard the clan, resolutely rushed forward and fought to the death against that powerful immortal, and ultimately died with him. She remembered that when she was a child, she was skinny and small when she was first picked up by her senior brother. Elder brother would give her his share of the spirit fruits, would teach her to cultivate, would tell her stories, and would hold her in his arms as she slept. At that time, after eating the 9-leaf fate grass, she really thought that her senior brother was dead. Then he hugged his senior brother every day and cried until his eyes were swollen. Elder brother didn't mind, always patiently comforting her and coaxing her to be happy. Elder brother was the one person in this world who would never hurt her, the one person she could trust without reservation, and the most important person in her life. But why? Why would elder brother suddenly ask this question? Could it be that he sensed something? Just as Ling Wanqing's thoughts were churning, Mou suddenly struck out and grabbed her ear. Then you still use this puppet to hang around every day? Say, isn't even this face of yours a fake? Ling Wanqing yelped in pain and hastily reached out to cover her grabbed ear. Beaming, aggrieved. Senior, it hurts. I'm not a puppet. I'm me. She tried to muddle through, but when she saw Mou's serious look, she knew she had revealed herself. She sighed and smiled helplessly. Okay, elder brother, I admit it. It's not the real thing. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Ling Wanqing in front of him turned into a paper figure and flew lightly to the room. Inkbrand looked at his hand, feeling the touch that remained on it. Not to mention, it's exactly like the real thing. Just then, another Ling Wanqing walked out of the room. She wore the same light blue dress with a hint of hopelessness in her eyes. Senior brother, this is the real body. Mou raised an eyebrow. His figure flickered and appeared at Ling Wanqing's side, once again grabbing her ear. His tone teasing. Still lying? It seems you won't tell the truth until you've been taught a lesson. The newly appeared Ling Wanqing also turned into a paper figure and flew into the air. Another Ling Wanqing came out of the room. She beamed and jumped in front of Mou, hugging his arm and pampering him. Elder brother. I'm sorry, well, I didn't mean to lie to you. Mou looked at her and opened the system panel. This one is indeed the real deal. He reached up and rubbed her cheeks. You still haven't answered me. Your face, is it fake too? Ling Wanqing felt like she was devastated. She didn't understand why the puppetry and disguise techniques that had always been useful in the past had all failed in front of her senior brother today. After a moment's thought, she looked up with a hint of resignation in her eyes and slowly removed the disguise from her face. A stunningly beautiful face appeared in front of Mou. Her skin was snowy, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her beautiful eyes were clear and bright. Inkbrand froze. He looked at the young girl in front of him who was too beautiful for words, and for a moment, he was unable to speak. He had always thought that his little sister was just a good-looking girl next door, but he had never expected that she would be so stunningly beautiful. Was this still the same little sister she had raised? He returned to his senses and popped Ling Wanqing in the head. If you're so good-looking, don't cover up every day. At least don't cover up here. Show it to senior brother, or you won't recognize it if you run into it outside one day. Ling Wanqing covered her forehead and looked at Mou accusingly. Elder brother. You hit me. Inkbrand smiled and reached out to rub her hair. Alright, no more fooling around. No more fooling me with puppets in the future. Aha. Ling Wanqing nodded obediently and let go of her hand. Elder brother really did still love her the most and wasn't angry for lying to him. In the next few days, the conflict between the King of Killers and the Star Holy Land intensified, and yet another void returning stage subordinate force was tragically annihilated, with rivers of blood flowing. Mou, on the other hand, continues to live a quiet life, cultivating, administering needles to Ling Yunxue, and occasionally teasing Ling Wanqing. 4 days later, night, Mou sat cross-legged on top of the bed, holding the frosty sword in his hand as he observed. The sword's body was chillingly cold, and its spirituality was getting stronger and stronger, as if it might breed an artifact spirit at any time. He gently stroked the sword with his fingertips, feeling the cold touch coming from the sword. The sword whispered slightly, like a lover's whisper, as if responding to his touch. I don't know if I want a fetus or not. I hope it's not a bear. The frosty sword let out a buzzing sound, its body trembling as if to express its dissatisfaction, and the jewel at the hilt flashed with a dazzling light. Okay, got it. You must be a good boy. Mou laughed softly and gently wiped the sword with his sleeve. The sword gradually calmed down, a cheerful mood emanating from it, and the jewel at the hilt regained its composure. Just then, a snow-white paper crane flew in through the window, and the paper crane emitted a faintly chilly aura. It hovered in the air a few times before finally falling. Third Senior Sisters Summoning Paper Crane? Chapter 96 Auntie Shui will help you. Mou put away the frosty sword, took the paper crane, and cast a spell to activate it. A line of beautiful handwriting floated in the air. 3 days from now, the desolate ancient realm of the desolate ancient domain will open, and at that time, I will take you to experience it. Mou was slightly startled. This chi luck boost actually had a substantial effect. You don't even have to find it yourself. The secret world comes by itself. He was elated, but also a little puzzled. Xia Ningbing actually wants to take him there? Isn't she a deadbeat? If he offered to go on an adventure and find Xia Ningbing to protect his path, she definitely wouldn't refuse. But if she took the initiative to seek herself out for an adventure, it would simply be the sun coming out of the west. After thinking about it, he felt that it might be related to the crack in his senior sister's Dao heart. The exact reason is not known. Little Feather, you're going out to practice again? A cool voice rang in his ears. Ling Yunxue had come beside him at an unknown time. A long light purple dress, lining her skin like snow, elegant temperament, graceful and luxurious. Why are you going out again so soon? Aren't you going to close the door to digest your previous epiphanies? Or, take a break? Her tone was concerned and her beautiful eyes rippled with light. Inkbrand turned around with a smirk on his face. Get stronger earlier so that you can help Auntie Shui solve the trouble of the Taiqing Holy Land in the future. Ling Yunxue froze slightly, then returned to her senses, and her jade finger pointed out, gently poking between Mou's forehead. The purple silk wide sleeve slipped halfway down, revealing small arms like sheep's fat jade, the skin in the moonlight with a pearl luster, delicate and smooth. You just know how to make Auntie Shui happy. She inclined her head, her earlobes red as if they were dripping blood, and her slender neck tinted with a thin layer of red. She had to admit that she was really attracted to this little guy who was over 1,000 years younger than herself. It's obvious that you know it's a lie to coax you, and you're actually happy about it. Mo withdrew his smile and his eyes became serious as he looked straight into Ling Yunxue's eyes. Auntie Snow, I'm not teasing you. Although it's not for your sake to cultivate hard, as long as my strength comes up, I will definitely help you solve the trouble in the Tai Ching Holy Land. Ling Yunxue gently drew back her hand and turned to look at the moonlight outside the window with complicated eyes. The Devil's Passage to the Holy Land of Tai Ching. That's just it. It's getting late. Time for my acupuncture. Aha. Mo nodded his head and took out the blue blood divine flame needle. Ling Yunxue hesitated for a moment and said softly, Feather, I want to do this in the most efficient way possible. The silver needle in Mo's hand nearly fell, and he jerked his head up, right into Ling Yunxue's lips that had bitten through the rouge. Auntie Snow is sure? Ling Yunxue nodded her head gently. Her delicate hand stroked up the sash and slowly undid it. The long lavender dress slid down her jade body to the ground. Mo's pupil shrunk slightly and his breathing became rapid. Under the purple skirt is a piece of ice silk bib, gold thread embroidered with juxtaposed lotus pattern. In the candlelight's sparkling waves, if hidden half a bit of rouge color. Close your eyes. 3 parts shyness, 7 parts pouting whispers rang out. Mo was just about to close his eyes, but he saw Ling Yunxue's gentle hand lifting up, and the hairpin fell down in response, like waterfalls of green silk pouring down, covering half of the snowy back. There were a few strands of knotty hair drilling into the belly pocket, hooking the blush color that wanted to be revealed but still covered. The knot in Inkbrand's throat rolled. The person in front of him seems to be like the sudden blooming of Yudon on the snowy plain, with a thin layer of sweat floating between the icy muscles and jade bones, and the sweet fragrance unique to the body of the morning dew and flowers and rain, mixed with the cold fragrance of cold plums, pounced on his face, making his mind swirl. The ice silk belly could barely cover the peaks, but could not hide the pale green veins spreading on the side of the waist. Seen enough? Didn't you say close your eyes? The rant resounded again. The corners of Mo's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bad smile. Auntie Shui, the acupuncture is going to be there anyway. Sooner or later. Ling Yunxue hummed lightly and did not retort. Only her pretty face reddened a few points more. She slowly lay flat on top of the bed, and the last of her belly bands slipped off. The snowy ridge of red plums trembling and crashing into Mo's line of sight. The green silk was wet by the morning dew, sticking to the red plum. More seductive. Begin. She forced herself to be calm, but her voice trembled slightly. The candle flickered, reflecting the redness of her earlobes. The moonlight filtered through the window pane, casting a silver glow on her jade-like skin. Mo took a deep breath, settled down, and began to apply the needle. The silver needle pierced into the acupuncture point, and the pure young true fire surged in. Ling Yunxue's delicate body trembled slightly, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips. Auntie Snow, bear with me, Inkbrand softly reassured. Ling Yunxue responded softly, her voice trembling, as the silver needles continued to pierce. The coldness in Ling Yunxue's body was gradually dispersed. She only felt a warm current flowing through her body. Indescribably comfortable. Mo focused on applying the needles, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. This way is indeed more efficient, but it is also more stressful for him. Can't hold it at all. Ling Yunxue closed her eyes tightly, but at her realm, even without looking, she knew exactly what was happening around her. This made her even more shy. The jade feet curled up unconsciously, glowing pearly in the candlelight. Mo finger like a sword, the silver needle into a stream of light, the needle tail golden flame jumping like a star. In the snowy plains connected to form a circumference of stars, bright and dazzling. When the last needle was not inserted into the perineum, Ling Yunxue suddenly arched her back and a whimper spilled from her cherry lips. The entire jade couch was instantly covered in morning dew, emitting a faint fragrance. Mo also finally couldn't hold on any longer and his body went limp, collapsing on top of Ling Yunxue. On the second day, Mo opened his eyes. The familiar purple color, the familiar big thunder, the familiar pressed face. Awake? The cool voice came from above. Aha! Mo responded and did not get up. What's wrong with going to all this trouble to heal her and enjoy a little knee pillow treatment? He felt his surroundings, his mind power a few more points stronger. The whole world is incredibly slow and clear. Even the tiny dust floating in the air was clearly visible. Just then, a glistening white appeared in front of him. It was a slender, white hand, with fingers like green onion roots and wrists like curdled fat, emitting a faint fragrance. In his hand was a piece of delicate osmanthus cake, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Feather, eat. Mo slightly opened his mouth and the osmanthus cake was sent into his mouth. The aroma of a full-bodied wine with a familiar flavor. A wave of hot air rushed straight to his head, and Mo instantly froze. ISN. This the osmanthus cake that Meng Lanin left behind earlier? What's going on here? Society is dead. The heavenly poison bead can detoxify the poison. The effect on the big head is gone, but the effect on the small head is still there. This is really going to be a social death. Just when he was at a loss for words, a cool touch suddenly covered his hottest spot. In Mo's shock, he only saw Ling Yunshue's stunningly beautiful face gradually enlarge in his sight until her crystal-clear pink lips gently covered his mouth. Slurred sounds spilled out from between their pressed lips. Really? Auntie Snow. Will help you. Chapter 97, The Gentle Auntie Shui. Sandalwood incense lingered on the tip of his nose, mixed with the woman's distinctive body odor. The sweetness of the osmanthus brew flowed between his lips, covered by Auntie Snow's cool breath. Her kisses were tentative, yet gentle and loving. The cold plum fragrance came from her slightly cool lips. When you wanted to say something, Ling Yunxue had already probed her fragrant tongue and swept it lightly over his teeth rose. She suddenly stifled a grunt, and the force with which her jade fingers closed suddenly increased. Inkbrand grunted and grabbed the edge of the bed, his pupils contracting. It was found that her snow-white neck was flushed with a demonic pink, and those pale green veins were now gurgling and throbbing, sending some kind of rolling pulsation to the skin that was pressed against it. Crystal and threads of silk loomed as the lips parted. Ling Yunshue's hand movements did not stop. The ice image of the wide sleeve slipped down, revealing frosty white wrist silver bracelet crashed out of the fine clear sound. Mu breathed heavier and was about to speak. Hush, cool fingertips against his lips. Little feather, you're young and vigorous. How hard it is to hold it in like this every day. The sash came apart. Ling Yunshue's fingertips were cool, but it made Mu feel even hotter. Aunt Snow. Inkbrand gasped. Don't talk. Ling Yunxue whispered softly, her voice colored with shyness. Let Auntie Shui help you. Ryoji, over. Auntie Snow. Mu reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Ling Yunxue gently broke away from his embrace and got up to straighten her clothes. Well, it's time for you to rest. Instead, Mu pulled her back into his arms and rolled over onto his back. Feather. No. Ling Yunxue let out a soft cry, her jade body trembling slightly. Mu lowered his head and kissed her red lips, blocking her words. Ling Yunxue struggled a few times, but gradually sank. For a long time, the lips parted, and the moonlight wove a silver veil between them. Ling Yunshue's jade cheeks were scarlet, her beautiful eyes were hazy, her shell teeth lightly biting her red lips, and her eyes carried a few moments of shyness. Auntie Snow, I want you. No, can't. Ling Yunshue's voice trembled, her eyes flashed with confusion. We haven't. Mu didn't wait for her to finish. Leaning down to kiss the slightly opened red lips, the scent of sandalwood intertwined with the scent of cold plums is mesmerizing. Well, Ling Yunxue let out a soft chant, her jade hand resting on Mu's shoulder, but she couldn't exert any strength. Don't, she intoned, but did not genuinely resist. Deep inside, reason and emotion fought fiercely, finally choosing to indulge in this moment of entanglement. The slender jade arm encircled Mu's neck and took the initiative to deepen the kiss. The two men were breathing heavily and the temperature in the room was climbing. Auntie Snow, okay? Mu whispered in her ear, his burning breath brushing against her earlobe. Ling Yunshue's drunken face was slightly flushed, and she pursed her lips. It was a long time before she whispered in a seductive, mournful tone. Gently, the shark's silk curtains fell suddenly, hiding the overlapping figures. Ankles carved from ice and jade hit the green jade pillows, and frost streaked across the tent. The moment Ling Yunxue bit her diamond lips, Mu's fingertips had already picked apart the ice image girdle. The soft thud of a broken palace tapestry mingled with a long, muffled grunt. 12 moonflower dresses were piled up like waves of snow, and the gold peony pattern was brightly visible under the candlelight. Ling Yunxue suddenly clenched the draped brocade coverlet, and the ice image tent was torn out in sinuous wrinkles. The sweet scent of morning dew and rain filled the room, and the moonlight, like water, poured down through the carved window panes, coating the intertwined figures with a hazy silver glow. The two of them reveled in the sweet warmth of the night. Tianxuan Peak. Master summoned my disciple here. I wonder what is so important. Knight Ayala stood not far in front of Sacred Void Sun. Her heart slightly tightened. Could it be that the recent actions had been detected by this old man? Ayala, the Sacred Voider spoke slowly. Lately, you've been poking around for news of Little Feather? Knight Ayala's heart was relieved. As long as the identity of the demonic sect was not exposed, feel free to misunderstand this old man any way you want. She pretended to be stunned. Then her cheeks flew red and waved her hands in panic. Nope, nothing. When Sacred Void Sun saw her react like this, the smile in his eyes intensified and he shook his head helplessly. That little mind of yours is written all over your face. Mu that child. Indeed excellent. Ayala this age. The girl is pregnant is also human nature. Mind? Ha, you old man. Understand a hell of a lot. Knight Ayala secretly laughed in her heart, but on her face, she became more and more shy and denied it repeatedly. Disciple really didn't like him. between the words, like a little daughter who did something wrong. Her head also lowered, and her cheeks were so red that they seemed to be dripping blood. Sacred Void Son stroked his beard, his face showing compassion. I'll go talk to Feather for you and create some opportunities for the two of you to get along. Really? Night Ayala raised her head, tone with surprise, and then seemed to suddenly wake up. Red face, once again lowered her head. I don't want it. This is what the master wants, so you can step back first. The Sacred Voider's heart was full of emotions. I think she, too, was so shy and squirmy back then. Now that his disciple was doing the same, he naturally had to create an opportunity for them. Night Ayala ingingly bowed, retired and left, with a brisk gait, seemingly shy, but also seemingly delighted. Leaving the great hall, she was secretly delighted. Playing the shy girl? Easy peasy. Sacred Void Son looked out the window, his expression unable to hide his excitement. If this really came to pass, his disciple would be a Taoist couple with the ancestor's apprentice grandson. Wouldn't his seniority skyrocket? When he ascended to the immortal world in the future, he would also have the capital to brag with those old guys. This is a matter that must be facilitated by all means. The morning sun is showing. Mou opened his eyes. The beautiful person in his arms was still sleeping. Ling Yunxue green silk like a waterfall scattered on the pillow. White cheeks with a faint blush. Breathing soft and long. The corners of the eyes are still residual points of crystalline tears. On the ground, there were damask garments strewn about, making it even more charming. Mou felt the power surging within his body. The chaotic yin-yang technique had been upgraded to immortal 3rd grade. His realm also rose, climbing to the 9th level of Yuaning, just one step away from the realm of transformation. Just then, the system beep sounded in his head. We have detected that you have successfully intercepted the Daughter of Luck. Ling Yunxue, you crossed 5 realms, inflicted irreversible bloodshed on her, and controlled the entire situation, successfully causing Ling Yunxue to shed tears. Mou was helpless, and he didn't mean to. It's just that this morning dew and rain is far more wonderful than can be imagined. No wonder it was ranked 74th on the Immortal World Cultivator pursuit list. Not only is it as beautiful as the poem suggests, more than that, it is in the process of constantly drawing the power of the morning dew, restoring endurance, and becoming more and more courageous. Coupled with the addition of the boiling battle method, Tianxuan naturally found it difficult to fight off the other side of the battle. Ling Yunshua's current favor, 100. The villain succeeds against all odds. Chapter 98 Tai-In Imperial Stream Plasma. Reward, Purine Sacred Body. Tai-In Emperor Stream Syrup. Tai-In Dilio Pulp, the most perfect divine product of the extreme vein that has been nurtured for 10,000 years at the time of the Tai-In eclipse, which can reshape the foundation of cultivation and change one's destiny against the will of heaven. Automatic replenishment of Qi, 5,000. Villain points plus 5,000. Detecting an existing pure Yang kidney body, fused into a Yin and Yang kidney body. Yin and Yang kidney body. The corner of Mou's mouth twitched. Why does that name sound so strange? However, looking at the introduction, it seemed to be the product of fusing the pure Yang kidney body and the pure Yin sacred body, and the effect was even more powerful. With a thought, he began to fuse. Immediately, a cold aura spread within him, mingling with the original pure Yang force. The two Qi of Yin and Yang flowed through his body, unceasingly, nourishing his physical body and meridians. Moreover, his yin-yang sword intent was even more powerful. Checking up on the panel, his chaotic god body's awakening reached 12%. The current him, even without using any immortal weapons, could easily defeat the vast majority of transformation spirits when faced with them. The biggest advantage of the transformation god realm was the ability to mobilize the power of heaven and earth, which made them worlds apart from the Yuaning realm. Mou's gaze fell on another reward. Tai-In Diuru Plasma. It's like a bowl of liquid moonlight. The system is described in a mysterious way and it does look extraordinary. But what the hell is the use of it? His divine sense entered the soul ring and he just opened his mouth. Sister Yen Shi. Little Feather. Sister Yen Shi's voice carried a hint of annoyance. What took you so long with this acupuncture? It's been a day and 2 nights. Ink Feather thought back. Indeed. Acupuncture started at 0 and he woke up at 8 in the morning. Then, it's now 6 o'clock the next morning. Can you blame me? Who made Auntie Snow so? Can't help it at all. If Auntie Shui hadn't cried, with the infinite positive feedback from the method of simmering battle and the rain of morning dew and flowers, he was afraid that he would be able to keep on double cultivating until the end of the world. Sure enough, the heart of the way is not strong enough. And, Sister Yen, she continued to press. What are you doing out here now? Why are you the one who came in instead of letting me out to get some air? I haven't seen the outside world for a day, and I'm bored out of my mind. Mou laughed dryly and hurriedly changed the topic. Sister Yen Shi, let's not talk about this for now. Look, I've recently obtained a good thing called Taiyin Emperor Flow Syrup. With that, he flipped his hand and a bowl of moon-white liquid appeared in the soul ring space. Sister Yen she looked at the bowl of liquid. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as if she was recalling something. When she looked at the moonlight white luster and felt the cool aura emanating from it, she was slightly stunned and exclaimed in shock. It's actually really Taiyin Emperor Stream Plasma? Mo explained. This was obtained in the Immortal Emperor's inheritance and was just opened today. Sister Yen she returned to her senses, her tone carrying a hint of surprise as she slowly explained. I didn't expect you to get this kind of treasure. Taiyin Emperor's streaming syrup is the essence of the moon that drops down from the 9 heavens above every 30 million years on the night of the 9-yin eclipse. When the moonflower is pulled by the power of the stars, it must fall into the place where the extreme earth veins converge, the Xian decold abyss, and undergo 10,000 years of refinement by the earth's fury before it can condense and take shape. It is the Taiyin Imperial Stream Plasma. This item can heal injuries, help cultivation, and the most precious part is that it can help one acquire a Taiyin moonflower body later in life. This is the topping attribute physique in the immortal world. Even in the immortal realm, immortal emperor powerhouses will beg for this item for their offspring. Speaking of which, Sister Yen she shook her head slightly. Pity. This item is only effective for those who have no physique, or only a low-grade physique. You have two choices now. Sister Yen she continued. One is for you to use it up yourself. Although you won't be able to gain a physique, you can still drastically improve your qualifications. The second is to keep it so that when we go to the immortal realm in the future, we can exchange other treasures with those who need them. Ink Feather wondered. Since this Taiyin Emperor Stream Syrup can heal wounds, can you, Sister Yen she, recover with it? Sister Yen she was slightly stunned. Her heart warmed, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she slowly shook her head. I can't. I'm majoring in the fire attribute and I'm only in a soul body right now. This is the most thing. If I refine it, it will only backfire. Mou felt sorry that he still had to collect materials for Yen Shi by himself. As soon as the thought fell, he suddenly remembered the previous reward and his eyes lit up as he asked. By the way Sister Yen Shi, I still have a small bottle of Dynasty Dew Flower Rain Essence here. It can give you this physique. Do you want it? Yen Shi was slightly stunned. A hint of shyness crept into her heart, followed closely by unspeakable emotion and relief. Initially, her soul body was weak, and she only hoped that Mou could help her resurrect, and that would already be a great favor. Who would have thought that this teenager had grown at such an astonishing rate, and was now starting to think about her physique for her? It's just that this morning glory body of flowers and rain. Yen Shi's shell teeth gently bit, and her mind churned with thoughts. Although the morning glory flower rain body was a good thing, it was for its Taoist. Having her have this physique as well as really, if Sister Yen Shi doesn't want it, then forget it. Mou waited for a moment and didn't hear a response, so he chuckled softly. Too, Yen Shi almost blurted out. She understood in her heart that Mou must have paid a small price for being able to take out such treasures. Even the immortal emperor's inheritance was not free. Little Feather had already thought about her so much. How could she let him down? Ink Feather rejoiced. It's good that Sister Yen Shi agreed. The most wonderful thing about the morning dew flower rain body was that it could coexist with other body types, and it was always good to have one more body type. With a thought, his divine sense returned to his physical body. Opening his eyes, his sight fell on the beauty in front of him. Mou thought briefly, and his heart had already made up its mind. Taiyin Di Lu syrup. It's better to give it to Auntie Shui. To him, qualification enhancement was of little significance, and so far in his cultivation, he had almost never felt the shackles of a bottleneck. Whenever a bottleneck was approaching, there would always be a chance to come and help him break through easily. At this moment, Ling Yunshua's long eyelashes trembled slightly, slowly opening her eyes with a hint of drowsiness, a trace of weakness still remaining on her delicate face. The jade legs were trembling slightly, her whole body was sore and weak, and a hot pain was still faintly coming from certain places on her body. She lifted her hand and tried to draw it back in shock at the feeling of fur on her palm. Just then, however, a large, warm, strong hand took hold of hers. A burst of blazing temperature came from her palm, instantly spreading throughout her body, causing her cheeks to be colored with a tantalizing scarlet red. Xiao Yu. Ling Yunshua's voice was soft and sticky, with a hint of anger. Don't make a scene. Auntie Shui is very tired right now. Her legs are still weak. Mou smiled and said, didn't Auntie Shui say she wanted to help me before? Chapter 99 Mahayana can be reborn by dripping blood. But this is different. Ling Yunxue froze slightly, and then her cheeks rolled even hotter as she remembered what happened earlier. That's because I've seen you helping me with acupuncture every day before, and I've been watching, and not being able to eat, and it's hard to hold it in, so I'm helping you. She also saw the knee pillow before and noticed that before. Her cheeks burned involuntarily at the thought. How the hell did she last night? Auntie Snow, I'm having a hard time holding it in right now too. So help me. Mou's hand held Ling Yunshue's hand tightly, without the slightest intention of letting go. But Auntie Snow is really tired. Then Auntie Snow, close your eyes and I'll give you a gift. Gifts? Well, close your eyes. Auntie Snow. With a hint of curiosity, Ling Yunxue still slowly closed her eyes. Mou looked at the beauty near him and smiled in his heart. Recalling that he had previously drunk Mang Lanin's imported immortal drunk, he was now able to repeat the same trick and make Auntie Shui drink imported Taiyin Emperor Stream syrup. He took a mouthful of Taiyin Emperor Stream syrup, his gaze gently falling on Ling Yunshue's stunningly beautiful face, his lips gently imprinting on her red lips. Well, Ling Yunxue opened her eyes unexpectedly, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Subconsciously wanting to push away, she suddenly felt a cold and sweet liquid flow into her sandalwood mouth. The coldness didn't sting the bones, but instead carried a hint of gentleness, instantly transforming into an extremely pure energy that surged into the limbs and bones. She froze instantly. All movement stopped. It wasn't until the last drop of liquid slipped off that she felt a jolt of indescribable relief, as if some shackle had been broken inside her. She felt like her cultivation barriers were vibrating, as if they were about to break open at any moment, and even had a feeling that she could invoke a thunder tribulation right now and break through several realms in a row. Just this one kiss is better than 1,000 years of hard work. The changes in her body were even more indescribable, and she had a feeling that she could now beat 10 of her previous selves. She opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes held a few moments of surprise and doubt. This is a treasure I got by chance once. It can improve my physique. Inkbrand let go of her lips and casually explained. Not much use to me. Just right for Auntie Snow. Ling Yunxue looked at the teenager in front of her in a daze, her heart rippling. Such a precious treasure. He had given it to himself so easily. Little feather. Yunxue called out softly, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She sighed softly. Her jade fingers clenched and began to fire. Another day passes. Help me up. Ling Yunshue's voice carried a hint of softness, and her tail tone rose slightly. Mou had a smile on the corner of his mouth, his gaze falling on Ling Yunshue's slightly trembling legs, deliberately teasing her. Auntie Shui, isn't it possible for a Mahayana stage to be reborn by dripping blood? Why are you still like this? It's not the same. Ling Yunxue interrupted shyly, the tips of her ears flushed with coral color. This is outrageous. She is the sovereign of the Taiching Holy Land. How majestic in front of outsiders. When has she ever had this woeful time? It clearly felt like his physique had been upgraded, but in front of that kid, he was still powerless. At the end of the day, it was as if the only thing left to move were the fingers. Thinking of this, Ling Yunxue couldn't help but glare at Mou, but her eyes weren't much of a deterrent. Instead they carried a hint of anger. Damn feather. Knowing that she was exhausted, she still wouldn't let her rest, saying that it was okay to just use her hands. At that thought, she picked up her handkerchief and gently wiped her fingers. Inkbrand helped her to her feet. Auntie Shui, your cold poison is completely fine now, right? Ling Yunxue used his force to stand still, her body slightly leaning against Mou, which made her feel less vulnerable to leg weakness. Well, it's completely fine. Ever since he drank that treasure, the cold in his body could no longer act. Thank you, Auntie Snow. What's the point of saying thank you between us? Mou smiled back. When Ling Yunxue heard this, a light smile also surfaced at the corner of her mouth, and her cool features instantly softened. Also, I have to go back to retreat for a period of time, so I won't be able to accompany you anymore. These past few days of practicing with Mou, coupled with the utility of that treasure, had benefited her greatly. She had a vague feeling that this time she would be able to invoke 3 consecutive thunder tribulations and break through to the 8th level of the Mahayana. Ink Feather nodded gently. Ling Yunxue didn't say anything else, and with a flash of her figure, she disappeared into the room as a purple light. Mou looked at the direction in which the beauty had left, and a feeling of disappointment actually arose in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered something violently and his face changed. 3 days later, the trip to the desolate ancient domain's secret realm that had been agreed upon with third senior sister. It's today. Drinking and sex are wrong for me. Quit drinking. Never again will I drink immortal drink. Mou rushed out the door and did not see Xia Ningbing, but saw Shang Suzi and Ling Wanchang. Hearing the commotion, both of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at Mou. A smile immediately piled up on Sacred Void's son's face as he quickly greeted him. Little you ah. You're in seclusion for so long today for the first time ever. Ink Feather was a little embarrassed. And Auntie Snow. Ahem. It did delay a bit. What did elder brother want to see me about? He changed the subject. The Holy Voider said. It's like this. Haven't you been out practicing and breaking in? This disciple of mine has mere talent but little combat experience. I want you to take her out for some experience. Disciple? Knight Ayala. the undercover agent of the Devil's Sect? No problem. Senior brother. I happen to be going out for a trip today, so senior brother can bring her over directly. Inkbrand nodded in agreement. Devil Sect undercover. He was completely unafraid. Just the thing to keep an eye on her and try to get some information. The Sacred Void Son smiled with joy at his words, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared in the same place. Sure fu. The crisp voice came. You followed the sound and saw Ling Wanqing walk out of the room. At the same time, the figure that had just been talking to Sacred Void Z folded up like a piece of paper and transformed into a paper figure that floated into Ling Wanqing's sleeve. The Sacred Void Son has been waiting for you here all day. It looks like he really cares about that disciple of his. The conversation turned, and she lowered her voice. However, senior brother, be careful. That Ayala is an undercover agent of the demon sect. You raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. How do you know? Ling Wanqing smiled mysteriously. Because I have also planted undercover agents in their spectral demon sect. Yu's heart shook. Awesome. It was actually possible to place undercover agents in other sects. No shame in you. Knight Ayala turned out to be from the Phantom Demon sect. The situation of the Devil region is special. Unlike other places, the major Devil sect and the Devil region are standing in a row, checking and balancing each other, and reluctantly uniting into the 10,000 Devil Sanctuary because of external pressure. The Spectral Demon sect, among them, could rank in the top 10. The Holy Land of 10,000 Devils didn't have a unified Sacred Sun position, but rather every Devil sect had one. So what are we going to do with this undercover agent? You asked. Ling Wanqing spoke in a relaxed tone. Don't mind her, there's no threat.